Chapter 73, The boy is very worried. A youth knows no sorrow? Wrong, the youth is very troubled. 200 miles away from Chaosian sect, the terrain here is diverse. Because it is a place deliberately used to select disciples, the trial ground not only has varied terrain but is also full of various trials and dangers. Although the trial ground has been thoroughly understood in advance, there is still a major uncontrollable factor in the trial ground at this time. Participating in the Chaosian sect disciple selection, wishing to pass the trial and become a trial participant of Chaosian sect. Bringing a group of 8 people to the trial ground, but at this moment, only 9th senior sister was by Jiashan's side. The reason for keeping 9th senior sister by his side was Jiashan's absolute trust in her. As for the others, they were all gathering information in the surroundings according to Jiashan's instructions, with the agreement to report their collected information at a designated location every 7 days. Jiashan, wearing a crying and laughing mask, sat cross-legged on a high mountain peak. Below him was a huge pool of water, named Sun Moon Pool, also known by those in the sect as the Land of Ice and Fire Duality. It was the first mandatory challenge for disciples participating in the trial who wished to enter Chaosian sect. Jiashan sat facing the wind, his mind filled with all kinds of information related to the sect's selection. Due to the previous changes, there were now 500 people in the trial ground, and later, 2,000 more people would enter the trial ground in 2 batches, 3 days apart. In total, 2,500 people participated in the Chaosian sect disciple selection. 9th senior sister, your spiritual chi circulation is disordered. Jiashan, deep in thought, suddenly spoke, startling 9th senior sister, whose forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. 9th senior sister, regarding the divine mansion within the body, although the word open up is used, think about it, the divine mansion isn't really about carving several holes in the body, but rather it's woven from rich spiritual chi and the Dao rules that have been comprehended. So, to put it plainly, it's still about weaving. Weaving the divine mansion with spiritual chi and Dao principles. Still feeling lingering fear, listening to her youngest martial brother's explanation, 9th senior sister suddenly felt enlightened. Youngest martial brother, what would happen if you focused on cultivating? Jiashan naturally knew the meaning behind 9th senior sister's words. 9th senior sister, I am very weak. To be honest with you, to let you truly understand my weakness, during this mission, I will make you stronger than me. Huang Junyi frowned, always feeling that youngest martial brother's words seemed off, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. However, youngest martial brother's thought process was as strange and novel as ever. Youngest martial brother, in the future, if I have anything I don't understand about cultivation, can I always come and ask you? Of course you can, we're like family. Looking at her youngest martial brother in front of her, who agreed to this matter so casually, Huang Junyi suddenly felt that youngest martial brother, this person, seemed to have a bit of charm. And just as Huang Junyi decided that she shouldn't be too reserved in front of old 10th in the future, the clear sound of the Hunglo Great Bell echoed throughout the entire trial ground. The second large batch of disciples participating in the selection began to enter the trial ground. As the bell chime faded, people began to enter the trial ground led by the sect elders. It was another trial of survival of the fittest. There are quite a few, but fortunately, they are all people from Jade Void 1st Realm to 10th Realm. Although the task is troublesome, it's not fatal after all. Jiashan stood up on the mountain peak, and as he muttered to himself, his immense soul power overflowed, startling 9th senior sister. Then 9th senior sister saw one youngest martial brother after another continuously appearing before her eyes. Soon, including the masked youngest martial brother, there were a total of 6 Jizhens in front of Huang Junyi. After breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, in addition to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spiritual bodies previously sent out to learn skills, Jiashan now possessed the ability to support the appearance of a 5th spiritual body. It was precisely because of the immense improvement brought by the Calamity Transformation Realm that even after separating 5 spirit avatars, Jiashan's form still remained that of a youth this time. Jiashan did not say a word. With their divine souls connected, his thoughts flowed, and the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th spiritual bodies each took a storage artifact from Jiashan and immediately headed towards the Sun Moon Pool. The Sun Moon Pool was the first step of the trial, and also the stage where Hunyang sect disciples had the lowest vigilance, so Jiashan planned to gather as much information as possible about the participants during this time. 9th senior sister, can you go to Elder Wang and get a list for me? Jiashan asked, looking at the trial participants in the distance, who were like fish splashing into water, plunging into the deep forest one after another. 9th senior sister. Jiashan turned to look at the dazed 9th senior sister, his face puzzled, not knowing why 9th senior sister suddenly lost her focus. 5 spiritual bodies. There are actually 5 full spirit avatars, and each spiritual body has a very strong cultivation, flawless, and after the 5 spirit avatars materialized, youngest martial brother, you haven't changed at all. Youngest martial brother, how did you do it? Jiashan frowned slightly. Learning alchemy, formations, talismans, and artifact refining, there were already 4 spiritual bodies before. After breaking through the Calamity Transformation Realm, another spiritual body separated. Isn't this strange? Haven't I told you and the other senior sisters? It seems I haven't mentioned it, only to master. Huang Junyi stiffly turned her head, looking at her youngest martial brother, who wore a mask, with an expression like she was looking at a monster. Even though she couldn't see his face, she could imagine the calm expression beneath his mask. Thinking about her own cultivation of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning over the past century, Huang Junyi almost experienced her Dao heart suddenly becoming unstable. Although she tried to calm herself, the more she pondered youngest martial brother's words, the more she realized his prodigy, and so ninth senior sister finally simply left. Ninth senior sister went to get the list. Staying with youngest martial brother, she had to constantly guard against her Dao heart shattering. Looking at ninth senior sister who left inexplicably, Jiashan frowned once again. However, considering that he was a transmigrator, even though he had lived in this world for over 100 years, his way of thinking was still somewhat different from this world, so he found his disconnect with the people around him to be natural. And while Jiashan was gathering information at the first checkpoint, trying to find some clues of Hunyang sect disciples from the very beginning, in the rear of the trial ground, a group of dispersed Chaosian sect prodigies were gathering information as Jiashan had instructed. I still wanted to ask Jiashan more about cultivation matters, but I didn't expect him to separate us on the very first day we entered the trial ground. Although she had a mission, Fuyao was currently wandering through the trial ground like someone with nothing to do. The trial ground was vast, and besides the checkpoints designated by Chaosian sect, there were many open areas for disciples participating in the selection to display their abilities. Seeing her junior sister looking dispirited, Ming Li, who was with her, also smiled helplessly. That Jiashan, his vigilance is too strong. Even though we are fellow sect members, his vigilance is still so strong, it's a bit unlikable. He's clearly so powerful. Rather than disliking Jiashan, Ming Li was also complaining about Jiashan. She too wanted to ask Jiashan for guidance. Having defeated them all in the Jade Void 10th realm, and then defeating the great senior sister in the Jade Void 12th extreme realm, encountering such an unparalleled prodigy was a great fortune. One certainly had to shamelessly ask various questions, learning even a little would be a huge gain. It's one thing to send us away, but he also made us wander around the big mountains. It would have been fine to send us to Eagle Beak Peak, Spirit Crossing Mountain, or Quiet Heart Tower. As soon as this thought crossed their minds, the two sisters became even more dispirited. And while Fuyao and Ming Li were casually and aimlessly wandering through the trial ground, on Eagle Beak Peak, Li Zisai and Su Xian were also acting according to Jiashan's instructions, observing the disciples undergoing trials there, and also paying attention to places where life and death battles occurred. The area around Spirit Crossing Mountain was overseen by Dong Ta and Bai Qianger. Gong Yangqing and Ren Giao were in the Quiet Heart Tower. As for the area around the Cloud Bridge, the final checkpoint, it was overseen by Xia Yu alone. Xia Yu was the grandson of Great Elder Xia Yun of the sect, and also the person Jiashan trusted the most among the group, besides ninth senior sister, so he was responsible for the final checkpoint. Having just arrived at the trial ground, although everyone was assigned a task, it was actually just to let them wander around. As for how to plan the subsequent steps, it would depend on the information everyone collected after 5 days. Jiashan didn't expect much feedback from the dispersed group, so he calmly continued his own steps. 5 days passed. Jiashan had been staying in the Sun Moon Pool, and although ninth senior sister was kept by his side, she actually did nothing for 5 days. Instead, she successfully opened up the 8th and 9th divine mansions. With just 3 more divine mansions, ninth senior sister could attempt to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm. After another period of breathing, feeling the 9 divine mansions within her body, ninth senior sister opened her eyes, filled with excitement and joy, looking at her youngest martial brother. However, youngest martial brother's expression was not good. Youngest martial brother, is something wrong? Although the Sun Moon Pool is a show of force from the sect to the participants, the difficulty is not small, and the time limit is very tight, only 5 days. However, the Sun Moon Pool trial has existed for so long, there must be unofficial news leaked. Yet, even so, over 100 people gave up, not even participating in the Sun Moon Pool trial before leaving. Moreover, including those who passed, those who were eliminated, and those who voluntarily left, the total number of people in this batch reached 1020, 20 more than the actual number, Jiashan said thoughtfully. It's common for some disciples and elders in the sect to accept money, so 20 extra people is actually fine. Jiashan turned to look at ninth senior sister. Fine? He didn't think it was fine at all, very not fine. There must be something fishy about this. To even bribe sect elders for the first checkpoint? How terrible must their aptitude be? Even if such people truly entered the trial ground by relying on money, how would they pass the increasingly difficult checkpoints later? Constantly relying on treasures to pass? There are 5 major checkpoints in the trial ground. To bribe 5 elders would definitely require an enormous amount of wealth. People with such wealth wouldn't need to go through so much trouble for a trial, they could use that wealth to acquire many cultivation resources outside. Because even if one enters Chaosian sect, if their aptitude is too poor, they can only be an outer sect disciple, or even barely have contact with the inner workings of the sect. So, these people who paid a hefty price to get in either hid their identities or had other motives. Even if there were people truly devoted to Chaosian sect, these 20 extra people were still the problem. Perhaps many Hunyang sect disciples were among these 20. Of course, it could also be a smokescreen deliberately created by Hunyang sect, as too many people withdrew in the second batch. With thoughts in his mind, Jiashan sent the first spiritual body out of the trial ground, not to return to the sect, but specifically to visit the 100 people who voluntarily withdrew. Chapter 74, Am I that person? Receiving the command from his main body, the idol number 1 and number 2, who had been wandering in the trial ground, left the trial ground. Number 1 went to Kaihui City, while number 2 stayed outside the trial ground, interacting with the third batch of disciples who were about to participate in the Chaosian sect selection. In fact, in the past 100 years, Tian Jiashan had often ventured out, and he always went to secret realms and immortals' caves, so the idea that he was afraid of strangers was completely baseless. Tian Jiashan was not afraid of crowds, he was only afraid of crowds where everyone recognized him. However, among the 1,000 people waiting outside the sect to participate in the selection 5 days later, no one recognized him, so Tian Jiashan could freely mingle among them. As a businessman, Tian Jiashan had a deep understanding of observing, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, so it wasn't long after number 2 arrived outside the trial ground that he quickly integrated into this group, which originally had nothing to do with him. Fellow deist, you are so calm and composed, with an extraordinary demeanor, you must be aiming for an inner sect disciple position in the Chaosian sect. Tian Jiashan did not deliberately flatter, nor was he arrogant, his expression was calm and sincere, making people feel that his words were spoken after careful consideration. It was precisely because of this that the person he accosted did not choose to ignore Tian Jiashan, who had approached him. The Chaosian sect's selection, in addition to the 5 major checkpoints set up in the trial ground, also included many other smaller trials, and some heaven and earth treasures, or even immortal magic treasures and techniques, with combat value, would be placed in the vast trial ground to create conflicts, from which the adaptability and combat power of the trial participants would be tested. Therefore, even though the 1,000 people waiting outside had not yet entered the trial ground, the trial had already begun. Everything requires a brain, even becoming a righteous god in the heavenly court ultimately requires a brain, otherwise, no matter how advanced the immortal cultivation technique, it would merely be a tool for smart people. Among Wei Prefecture, the Chaosian sect, Hunyang sect, and Qingda sect are the strongest, and now that the Chaosian sect's Immortals Cave has opened and successfully closed, the sect's strength will definitely be elevated further. It will probably not be so easy to enter and become an inner sect disciple. The young man's implied meaning was indeed that he was aiming for the qualification of an inner sect disciple. Indeed, the Chaosian sect is now vibrant and seems to subtly surpass the other 2 super sects, so the selection of sect disciples will likely be much stricter. I heard that among the previous batch who entered, more than 100 people withdrew without even passing the Sun-Moon pool. The number 2 spiritual body feigned surprise and lament, while also displaying an expression of concern for the future. Actually, it's not their fault, after all, I heard that the Chaosian sect's lineage disciples personally participated in this selection, and they were persuaded to withdraw. Facing the lineage disciples of a super sect like Chaosian sect, ordinary people simply cannot muster confidence. After wandering for most of the day, number 2's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. He finally found some clear clues. Fellow deist, who told you this? The Chaosian sect's lineage disciples, aren't they top prodigies? They would appear in the trial ground to select us. Seeing the person beside him look utterly horrified, the person named Zhou Xingkai became even more convinced of his thoughts. This person really just came to blend in, probably from some poor, remote region. Many people who came out before were spreading it, among the batch from just 5 days ago, some even said that an unparalleled genius had appeared in the Chaosian sect, so powerful it was suffocating, even surpassing the Chaosian sect's saintess. However, he had always been secretly cultivated by the Chaosian sect and was unknown until recently, only emerging because of the closing of the Immortals Cave. Originally still surprised by the appearance of the previous rumor, but now hearing such a mysterious rumor, number 2's mind gradually became clear. But he was also a little flustered. Only a few days had passed, and he hadn't done anything, yet so many rumors had spread. Apart from the people he brought, there were absolutely no lineage disciples in the trial ground, and he had repeatedly instructed everyone before not to reveal their identities without his permission. As for if someone accidentally or carelessly or coincidentally revealed their lineage disciple identity, Tian Jiashan had even thought of an excuse for that unintentional person. The rumor of lineage disciples appearing for selection, and a hidden super genius even stronger than the Chaosian sect's saintess, most likely referred to himself. Having touched upon interesting content, number 2 naturally would not leave easily, but when he continued to converse and did not gain more useful information, he moved on to the next group. And as number 1 and number 2 continued to collect information outside the trial ground, inside the trial ground, after the first agreed upon 7 days arrived, Tian Jiashan, wearing a mask, once again reunited with 9th senior sister and the other lineage disciples. Although there were 5 spirit avatars dispersed outside, everyone did not detect any changes when they saw Tian Jiashan again at this time. Senior brothers and sisters, you have worked hard these 7 days, I wonder if you have gained anything in these 7 days. Although he was the captain, Tian Jiashan did not display any captain-like demeanor at this time, appearing respectful, which made everyone else seem like captains. Junior brother Jiashan, there was no movement on the cloud bridge where I was, and even the first batch of people who went inside have not yet reached the cloud bridge. Xiaoyu, who had been sitting idly on the cloud bridge for 7 days, spoke first. In Zaixin Tower, a total of 5 people went in and out. I have recorded their names, 4 males and 1 female, all with pretty good talent. As long as they can pass the cloud bridge, they will undoubtedly become inner sect disciples. This time it was Li Zisai who spoke. Subsequently, everyone told Tian Jiashan their gains from the 7 days, while Fuiao and Ming Li almost complained, wishing they could tell Tian Jiashan everything they ate, drank, and did for 7 days, so that Tian Jiashan would know how bored they were, and then give them a more interesting task. Listening to what everyone said, Tian Jiashan only occasionally interjected a word or two, and he had a good idea of the unremarkable information everyone provided. Alas, this is as normal as can be. Are there really Hunyang sect disciples in the trial ground? Could it be that the vice sect master and the others are making a fuss over nothing, overreacting? I sat by the Sun Moon pool for 5 days and 5 nights, scrutinizing everyone who passed, and didn't notice anyone suspicious. Everyone, who still held reverence for Tian Jiashan after battle, looked at the Tian Jiashan in front of them and suddenly felt he was a bit unreliable. Being powerful in cultivation and talent does not necessarily mean being good at everything. Oh, by the way, senior brothers and senior sisters, have you heard any rumors in the trial ground? Like lineage disciples appearing and personally participating in the selection, and that a hidden super genius has emerged in the sect, even more formidable than Great Master Zhongqian. Although he was wearing a mask, just by his tone, everyone could already imagine the surprise and exaggerated expression beneath the wry-smile mask. This Tian Jiashan was indeed powerful in cultivation, but in other matters, he seemed a bit unreliable. However, although everyone had such thoughts, they also knew that words could hurt, and they still needed to ask Tian Jiashan for guidance, so they did not voice them. Moreover, although Tian Jiashan exaggerated a bit, the rumors he spoke of did indeed exist. They themselves had heard some during these days. Junior brother Jiashan, this matter about the lineage disciples, I'm afraid it originated from me, so I must apologize to you first here. Everyone immediately looked at Gongyang Qing, who was full of remorse, with confusion and curiosity. Previously, I met an old friend from my hometown in the trial ground. I didn't expect that after 100 years, he would still recognize me at a glance. As he was genuinely enthusiastic, I exchanged a few pleasantries with him. So, the rumor about lineage disciples is probably something he spread by showing off to others, which then spread from person to person. I was wondering what a big deal it was, so it's senior brother Gongyang's old friend, then it's fine. After all, senior brother Gongyang is a supreme being of the sect, and there must be people in his hometown who admire him. However, senior brother Gongyang, you must warn your old friend not to publicize this matter further. I don't really care, as we will all reveal ourselves sooner or later, so the impact is not great. But if this were to be heard by the hidden Hunyang sect disciples, your old friend, senior brother Gongyang, would be in danger. Senior brother Gongyang, what is your old friend's name? I'll go greet the elder in charge tomorrow, I still have some privileges. Although he had repeatedly warned them not to reveal their identities, when Gongyang Qing spoke with remorse, Tian Jiashan still spoke indifferently. After all, they were fellow senior brothers, so a little human touch was necessary. But while he spoke nicely, Tian Jiashan inwardly sighed at senior brother Gongyang's phrasing, which was exactly like the excuses he had imagined for carelessness and coincidence. Quite a bit of understanding, hey. After sharing the information, Tian Jiashan did not immediately let everyone leave, but instead had ninth senior sister spar with the others, and by the way, had ninth senior sister pass on the experience he had given her to the other senior brothers and sisters. Finding the Hunyang sect disciples was a task given by the sect, while helping the senior brothers and sisters uncover their own talents and realize that they were actually stronger than him was a task Tian Jiashan set for himself. After gathering for 2 days, the group separated again, but compared to the first time, Tian Jiashan did not restrict everyone's range of activity this time, only requiring them to gather once every 7 days, except for the cloud bridge, which Xiaoyu was responsible for. The cloud bridge was the final hurdle. Once passed, they would truly become sect disciples, so it needed to be guarded at all times. Ninth senior sister, are you good at concealing your figure? Tian Jiashan, who had just separated from the others, spoke, and ninth senior sister looked puzzled. I'm alright, I guess. Although I'm not particularly good at it, I'm not bad either. Good, then ninth senior sister, you follow me later, we'll go find senior brother Gongyang's old friend and protect him well. Are we really going? He's just an ordinary person, is it necessary to put so much effort into finding him? Yes, what if he deserves to die? Just as a puzzled thought arose in her mind, upon hearing her youngest martial brother's words, ninth senior sister immediately became vigilant. Youngest martial brother, do you suspect senior brother Gongyang Qing? Look at what you are saying, ninth senior sister, am I that kind of person? I'm concerned that senior brother Gongyang might be harmed by a villain. Huang Junyi's brows furrowed even tighter. The youngest martial brother clearly had a hidden meaning in his words. Chapter 75, they just kept trying to fool us. As Gongyang Qing said, Tian Jiashan was currently heading towards Gongyang Qing's old friend. Tian Jiashan led the way, with ninth senior sister following behind. At this moment, ninth senior sister was drenched in sweat. She had never imagined that simply using her cultivation to travel could leave her so flustered and powerless. Appearing with a whoosh and then disappearing with another whoosh, Tian Jiashan, moving through the forest, was like a fish in the sea, perhaps even more exaggerated. If she hadn't been following closely behind, Huang Junyi might have felt that even if her youngest martial brother was hiding right beside her, she wouldn't necessarily be able to detect him. However, Huang Junyi no longer had the energy to ponder such things, because just keeping up with her youngest martial brother's demand for concealed travel was already pushing her to her limits. Listening to the rustling sounds behind him, the disappeared Tian Jiashan suddenly reappeared. Ninth senior sister, are you feeling unwell? Why are you sweating so much? Just as he was about to say that ninth senior sister's movements were too loud, he turned around and saw ninth senior sister drenched in sweat. Tian Jiashan changed the words on the tip of his tongue. With ninth senior sister's cultivation and strength, simply traveling shouldn't make her sweat so much. Facing her youngest martial brother's inquiry, Huang Junyi simply seized the opportunity to regulate her rapid breathing. Having to control the noise she made, control her spiritual chi fluctuations, and also keep up with her youngest martial brother, who was traveling by relying on his physical body strength, Huang Junyi was already struggling. I'm fine, just a bit too tired. Tired. Tian Jiashan showed a look of surprise, but seeing ninth senior sister genuinely sweating profusely, Tian Jiashan still stopped. Alright then, let's rest for a while before continuing. If our movements are too loud during travel, it's not good if we expose our whereabouts. Huang Junyi felt as if she had received a great pardon and immediately stopped to adjust her breathing. Ninth senior sister, your skill at concealing your figure isn't very good. Your movements are still too loud. How about I teach you? I'm not you, my physical body isn't as strong, and my control over strength isn't as subtle. Even if you teach me, I won't be able to learn it, ninth senior sister said tiredly, even too weary to care about her youngest martial brother's strength. Seeing this, and knowing that ninth senior sister was truly tired, Tian Jiashan took out some talismans and magic treasures for concealing aura, prepared them for ninth senior sister, and then set off with a much more relaxed ninth senior sister. Youngest martial brother, why didn't you take these things out earlier? You made me struggle to keep up with your pace. With the help of the spiritual artifacts and talismans, ninth senior sister's travel was much faster, and she could easily keep up with Tian Jiashan's rhythm. Ninth senior sister, when we set off, I asked you if you knew concealment methods, and you said you did, so I didn't give them to you. Tian Jiashan showed an expression that implied it wasn't his fault, and Huang Junyi looked at her youngest martial brother, speechless. It wasn't easy to find someone in the trial ground, but with the name mentioned by Gong Yangqing and the general direction he pointed out, it wasn't that difficult to find Gong Yangqing's old friend. In fact, it was possible for ninth senior sister to act alone, but with his 5 spirit avatars acting independently outside, Tian Jiashan was still very concerned about his own safety. Although he had only traveled for one day, Tian Jiashan arrived at his destination by that evening. Because when senior brother Gong Yangqing mentioned 2 days ago that he had coincidentally met an old friend from his hometown, number 4 had already started searching for the person named Xing Shixiang in the trial ground. As soon as Tian Jiashan arrived at the destination, number 4 returned the way he came, heading towards the Sun Moon Pool overnight. In 2 more days, the next batch of people participating in the selection would enter the trial ground, and Tian Jiashan still needed to guard the Sun Moon Pool one by one. Although he found Xing Shixiang on the day of action, because there were people around Xing Shixiang, Tian Jiashan did not immediately act. Instead, he secretly followed for another day and night, only making his move on the second night. Youngest martial brother, is this Xing Shixiang really from the Hunyang sect? Just before they were about to act, Huang Junyi finally asked, puzzled. Whether he is or isn't, we'll just ask him later, won't we? Tian Jiashan said, already making a shushing gesture. Action. As soon as these 2 words fell, a spiritual chi storm immediately erupted around them. When the powerful soul power instantly enveloped the 2 people in front of the bonfire, they felt the immense soul power. The flames extinguished in an instant, and the 2 people in front of the bonfire immediately used their Jade Void 10th realm cultivation. With abundant spiritual chi surging around them, they instantly became living targets in the night. As a strong wind swept around her, ninth senior sister, who had released all her soul power, watched Xing Shixiang disappear instantly in the distance. In her shock, she couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't even seen how her youngest martial brother disappeared, only seeing Xing Shixiang, who had just released spiritual chi, being taken away by her youngest martial brother in a flash. Shocked as she was, remembering her youngest martial brother's plan, ninth senior sister still attacked the other person, even though her youngest martial brother said this person was not a problem. An ordinary Jade Void 10th realm cultivator had no power to resist in front of ninth senior sister. However, due to Tian Jiashan's instructions, ninth senior sister only severely injured the person who was with Xing Shixiang, and then deliberately created an opportunity for that person to escape. This was her first time cooperating with her youngest martial brother, and knowing his strength, Huang Junyi, who didn't want any problems to arise on her part, was very focused. But when Huang Junyi stopped and feigned carelessness to let her opponent escape, she frowned in the darkness. From beginning to end, she hadn't heard any extra movement. Didn't her youngest martial brother go to deal with that Xing Shixiang? Could it be that there wasn't even a little resistance? Ninth senior sister, it's time to go. What are you spacing out for? As ninth senior sister was lost in thought, a ghostly voice suddenly appeared behind her, making ninth senior sister shiver involuntarily. Tian Jiashan's battle ended in the blink of an eye. Xing Shixiang didn't even see whether the one who attacked him was human or ghost. In front of a bonfire, Huang Junyi squatted by the side, adding firewood. Her delicate face was even more distinctly contoured under the firelight. However, ninth senior sister's expression was a bit strange at this moment. It took a whole day just to travel, then another day and night of lurking in the dark, and then all that commotion just now to capture Xing Shixiang. And now you're sitting there chatting with him like an old friend? Tian Jiashan hadn't done anything to Xing Shixiang, instead, he had been chattering with him for an hour. And their relationship had evolved from initial mutual suspicion and unfamiliarity to now being chummy and harmonious. However, ninth senior sister had heard every word of their hour-long conversation. What that Xing Shixiang said might have been partly true and partly false, but not a single word her youngest martial brother said was true. The crucial thing was that her youngest martial brother lied throughout, yet he made that Xing Shixiang, who was previously a complete stranger, trust him implicitly. Absurd. Very absurd. Supreme Gongyang is really something. He clearly knew that there were disciples of the Hunyang sect lurking in the trial ground, yet he didn't tell you, letting you spread the news about the Chaosian sect lineage disciples. This will inevitably make you a target for the Hunyang sect's disciples. Old Xing, why don't you just stay by my side for these few days? Although I can't protect you, at least we can huddle together for warmth. Old Wang, you can't blame Supreme Gongyang for this. Supreme Gongyang said he was just following orders. As Xing Shixiang spoke, he didn't forget to glance at ninth senior sister's exquisite and stunning face illuminated by the bonfire in front. Tian Jiashan pretended not to notice the leering gaze of the person beside him. I've also heard about this. You're saying that Gongyang Qing is already a lineage disciple of the Chaosian sect, yet he still has to obey others. Then this person must be a renowned elder of the Chaosian sect. Old Wang, you're mistaken. Gongyang Qing obeys a young man named Tian Jiashan. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere around them instantly turned cold. Huang Junyi turned to look at Xing Shixiang, whose heart suddenly accelerated as he blurted out the secret, turning to look at old Wang beside him. Xing Shixiang, looking at ninth senior sister, was full of wild conjectures, and having been fooled by Tian Jiashan for so long, his guard had long since dropped, finally exposing himself. Old Xing, you have a problem. Tian Jiashan's smile remained, but it made Xing Shixiang feel a chill down his spine. With a guilty conscience, Xing Shixiang, realizing the change in atmosphere after inadvertently letting slip the secret, was about to flee. However, Xing Shixiang quickly revealed a look of utter horror, because he found that he couldn't move, and even the poison in his mouth couldn't be swallowed. Ninth senior sister, why don't you step aside for a moment? It might get a bit bloody next. Tian Jiashan didn't intend to ask Xing Shixiang anything, he only trusted what he saw. It's fine, I'm not that fragile. Just go ahead. Ninth senior sister, still surprised that her youngest martial brother had found a Hunyang sect disciple so easily, said indifferently. Tian Jiashan had already analyzed many things for ninth senior sister before, so when she heard Xing Shixiang say Tian Jiashan's name, it already proved his identity as a Hunyang sect disciple. It also proved that Gongyang Qing had a problem. Seeing ninth senior sister so calm, Tian Jiashan didn't delay. As his spiritual qi surged, a spirit array that bound Xing Shixiang gradually became apparent. He took out a medicinal pill and made Xing Shixiang swallow it to ensure that his soul wouldn't disperse later, then Tian Jiashan took out 10 soul-stabilizing needles. Tian Jiashan was also very good at matters of the soul. His divine soul was extracted from his body little by little, causing immense pain, yet he couldn't make the slightest sound, nor could his body move an inch, only trembling violently. Looking at the person whose expression was extremely distorted, with blood oozing from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, Huang Junyi, though she didn't avert her gaze, had a very grim expression. Her youngest martial brother's method of peeling back the divine soul was indeed too brutal. However, her youngest martial brother's expression was so calm and composed, even unruffled. There was no trace of pity in her youngest martial brother's eyes, nor any display of pleasure, as if he was merely performing his work mechanically. Huang Junyi suddenly felt that her youngest martial brother in front of her was both unfamiliar and terrifying. After expending considerable effort to extract all of Xing Shixiang's divine soul, Tian Jiashan, as always, destroyed the body, leaving not even ashes of Xing Shixiang. Looking at the small tree that appeared beside her youngest martial brother, ninth senior sister's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Such a large living person, in such a short time, died completely, not even leaving a corpse. All his blood, flesh, and vital essence, under her youngest martial brother's strange methods, had now nourished a small tree. Huang Junyi asked herself if she had seen many bloody and cruel scenes, but none compared to what she had just witnessed. Tian Jiashan, clutching a ball of divine soul with a Hunyang sex mark, turned around. Seeing ninth senior sister's expression, a fleeting look of disappointment passed through his eyes. From now on, it would be better to avoid such things. If ninth senior sister was like this, if Zhu Er saw it, she would probably regard him as a demon or monster. It had been so long, and he still didn't know if Zhu Er had broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm yet, and also Chuan. And that Gu Xiannian, had Zhu Er killed her or not. Chapter 76, A Broken Sword? A Fine Sword. Recalling the information he obtained from Xing Shixiang's divine soul last night, Huang Junyi's expression was extremely grave, because the situation in the trial ground was far more complex than imagined. Besides the lineage disciples of the sect having ties with the Hunyang sect, even some inconspicuous human immortal realm disciples were involved with the Hunyang sect, secretly helping their disciples infiltrate the trial ground. Youngest martial brother, you don't seem very surprised. Did you anticipate all of this? It's all right, not as bad as I expected. I should still be able to handle it. Hearing this, ninth senior sister was stunned again. It's already this bad, and he still says it's not as bad as expected. Just how far ahead did youngest martial brother think? What ninth senior sister didn't know was that, although he hadn't anticipated such a difficult situation with enemies everywhere, before entering the trial ground, Tian Jiashan had always considered 1/3 of the total as potential enemies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort creating a top-tier Xian-grade teleportation array. Although he roughly knew some of the Hunyang sect's plans, new problems also arose, but in fact, most of the problems that appeared were within his expectations. The only thing that exceeded his expectations was a person he saw in Xing Shixiang's divine soul last night. Ninth senior sister, that mysterious Hunyang sect super powerful expert, has there really been no rumors about him at all? Huang Junyi naturally knew who the super powerful expert youngest martial brother was referring to. In Xing Shixiang's divine soul, there was a memory about a powerful expert. In Xing Shixiang's memory, this top prodigy of the Hunyang sect was even stronger than the Hunyang sect's Xu Chong and Xu Wen siblings. And Xu Chong and Xu Wen of the Hunyang sect were existences on par with Li Zisai and Dong Ta of the Chaoxian sect. In Xing Shixiang's memory, this mysterious powerful expert was even specifically cultivated by the Hunyang sect to deal with Great Master Sister Zhong Li in the future, but now he had come to the sect's trial ground. However, because this person was also particularly mysterious in the Hunyang sect, even when performing the same mission, Xing Shixiang was not qualified to interact with him and didn't even know his name. The most outstanding individuals of this generation in the Hunyang sect have always been Xu Chong and Xu Wen. I've never heard of anyone surpassing them. Mentioning this mysterious Hunyang sect powerful expert, 9th senior sister's mood became even heavier. A trump card used to deal with Great Master Sister Zhong Li, and his whereabouts are completely unknown. With such a supreme powerful expert walking in the trial ground, not only will the disciples participating in the selection be in danger, but even we, as lineage disciples, will be in danger. Sigh, if this person doesn't die, this trial ground will be like sitting on pins and needles. This mysterious powerful expert was initially targeting senior sister Li Zisai and senior brother Dong Ta. Now that he knows of my existence, he'll probably turn his attention to me. What a headache. Huang Junyi looked at youngest martial brother, and a thought suddenly emerged that she couldn't suppress. Although she knew it might be a bit detrimental to youngest martial brother, 9th senior sister desperately hoped that this mysterious powerful expert from the Hunyang sect would target youngest martial brother. Being targeted by a supreme powerful expert from the Hunyang sect whose aptitude and talent are no weaker than Great Master Sister Zhong Li, no one in the trial ground could guarantee their safety. But if it were youngest martial brother, there would definitely be no problem. Tian Jiashan, unaware of 9th senior sister's thoughts, just kept sighing. Forget it, I can only take it one step at a time. If I can't find this mysterious powerful expert, I'll just improve myself first. Tian Jiashan stood up, preparing to first go and kill those known Hunyang sect disciples. Youngest martial brother, what about Gong Yangqing? Just pretend nothing happened. After the masked Tian Jiashan jumped off the cliff, he fell straight down. At this moment, what he was thinking about was not Gong Yangqing, nor the sect disciple with human immortal realm cultivation, but rather that he must seize the time to absorb divine tier immortal gold. If others are strong, you can't blame them for being too strong, can you? If others are stronger than you and want to kill you, their enemy, you can't beg them for a fair duel, can you? So what can be done? One can only become stronger than the enemy. And as Tian Jiashan silently and precisely killed Hunyang sect disciples one by one in the trial ground, on the third day after seeing Shixiang's death, Gong Yangqing finally found the person whom Huang Junyi had deliberately severely injured and then pretended to carelessly let go. Wang Lei, who had been inexplicably attacked by a terrifying powerful expert 3 days ago and was still terrified, suddenly encountered Gong Yangqing, another supreme powerful expert. After answering all his questions and receiving Gong Yangqing's permission, he left fearfully. However, as soon as Wang Lei turned around, thinking about the 10 blue spirit stones the stranger behind him had just given him, and muttering that surviving a great disaster was sure to bring good fortune, a sudden sharp pain shot through his body, making his eyes widen in horror. Until he died, Wang Lei couldn't even turn his head to look at Gong Yangqing. Without any emotional fluctuation from killing, and without retrieving the 10 blue spirit stones he had given, Gong Yangqing simply left with a gloomy expression. He couldn't even see the person's face clearly, so the person who attacked the two must be quite strong. However, his soul power was profound. Using soul power in combat is somewhat similar to the methods of Hunyang sect disciples. But if it were truly a core disciple of the Hunyang sect, there would be no reason to attack Xing Shixiang. Profound soul power? Could it be Tian Jiashan and Huang Junyi from Sword Mountain? As he pondered, Gong Yangqing gradually departed. And after Gong Yangqing left, not far from the corpse that no longer had any breath of life, the tree bark clinging to the brown tree trunk suddenly twitched, and a palm-sized brown little person leaped down, pushed aside the grass, and returned to number 3's hand. A divine movement talisman, and I got such important news. It's not a loss. And while number 3, who had been trailing Wang Lei for 3 days and 3 nights, witnessed the murder scene through a divine movement talisman, on the other side, Tian Jiashan, as the main body, also learned everything that had happened at the same time. Looking at 9th senior sister, who had returned after skillfully killing, Tian Jiashan, who had been hiding and observing the battle from afar, spoke, 9th senior sister, Wang Lei is dead. Just now, he died at Gong Yangqing's hands. Hearing this, the sharp sword intent that had been restrained on 9th senior sister's body suddenly surged forth again, immensely powerful. It seems Gong Yangqing has an extremely close relationship with the Hunyang sect. When do we make a move on Gong Yangqing? No rush, no rush. Gong Yangqing is the disciple of the master of Kunci Mountain, with a special status. We can't just eliminate him because we deem him an enemy. We need everyone to witness it, and then collectively condemn and execute him. That is the best strategy. Youngest martial brother, with your talent and wisdom, young Marquis Li Tianming must have invited you to Haoshan Imperial Capital many times, right? Oh, 9th senior sister, please don't flatter me to death. What people fear most is becoming conceited. I merely read a bit more, and I'm afraid of death, afraid of causing trouble, and even more afraid of provoking enemies and then being held accountable later. So, I just like to ponder things more when they happen. I'm not as formidable as senior sister thinks. Looking at the serious youngest martial brother, Huang Junyi felt like she was about to lose her temper. Should she hit such a youngest martial brother or not? If she hit him, youngest martial brother really wasn't pretending. If she didn't hit him, it really made people grit their teeth. Oh, by the way, ninth senior sister, is the quality of your sword not quite good enough? I noticed that when you were fighting just now, the flow of your sword chi was a bit obstructed. You can see that? Huang Junyi's face showed surprise. When she used her sword chi indeed became obstructed, but such a subtle sense of obstruction was only something she could feel when using her sword techniques. How could youngest martial brother see it from so far away? Didn't youngest martial brother say he had no talent in the Dao of the sword? Ninth senior sister, don't overthink it. I truly have no talent in the Dao of the sword. I just have some skill in artifact refining and noticed some clues. Huang Junyi was half skeptical. Although the sword in my hand is an innate spirit treasure, even a treasure sword not inferior to an innate supreme treasure, there are 3 cracks on its blade. The sword chi obstruction you mentioned is also due to this. I plan to return home and get a better sword after this mission is over. Ninth senior sister, you should have come to me for this. A good sword, I have one. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he had already taken out an extremely dilapidated beastskin bag from his storage artifact, and then poured out a pile of broken sword fragments of varying sizes, shapes, and colors. Huang Junyi frowned, looking at the pile of fragments on the ground. Some of the broken sword pieces even had bloodstains and rust. Then, looking at the tattered beastskin bag, Huang Junyi felt it looked somewhat familiar, and at the same time, she looked at youngest martial brother with a puzzled expression. Are these scraps worth youngest martial brother getting so excited about? The broken swords in front of her couldn't even be called swords, let alone they looked like a pile of scrap metal. Is that all? Nothing else. It's been 100 years, and I've only collected this much. Ninth senior sister, just make do with these for now. I'll collect more for you if I find them later. No, youngest martial brother, can these scraps even be considered swords? Although she was already very disdainful in her heart, seeing youngest martial brother's sincerity, ninth senior sister didn't want to be too blunt, fearing she might hurt youngest martial brother's feelings. Ninth senior sister, if you convert your spiritual power into sword chi, and then condense these broken sword pieces into a shape with sword chi, it becomes a sword. Tian Jiashan said, already demonstrating it himself. Looking at the incredibly ugly iron bar in front of her, which could barely be called a sword, ninth senior sister finally understood where her sense of familiarity came from. She had seen this incredibly ugly sword before when they were on Broken Mountain. Ninth senior sister, don't mind its ugliness, but I guarantee that this broken sword is definitely a Dao grade spirit treasure. Huang Junyi turned and walked away. Youngest martial brother was even more perplexing when he was unreliable than when he was reliable. However, as soon as Huang Junyi turned around, profound sword chi suddenly appeared behind her. Just as she felt a chill, Huang Junyi saw a crack 100 meters long spreading out in front of her. Huang Junyi turned back, only to see that the broken sword in youngest martial brother's hand, which was still ugly, uneven, without a proper edge or back, and not quite a sword, had an astonishing sword chi flowing through it. Want to try? The moment Huang Junyi, a genius in the Dao of the sword, took the broken sword from youngest martial brother out of curiosity, she immediately felt an astonishing flow of sword chi. With a single slash, just like Tian Jiashan, a 100-meter-long sword groove immediately appeared on the ground. Huang Junyi stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her, stiff for a moment before turning her head to look at the smiling youngest martial brother. Youngest martial brother, this broken sword, no, these fragments, where did you get them? I picked them up, of course. They're good to use, right? If they're good, keep using them. I don't have many good things on me, these fragments are one of them. I've been collecting them for 100 years, and I've only found this much. Every piece is a top grade among swords. However, these fragments have a very strong temper. Any similar ones that aren't of sufficient quality to match them will be shattered and annihilated. Tian Jiashan was still speaking when he saw that the treasure sword originally in ninth senior sister's hand had already turned into dust at an astonishing speed, scattering with the wind. As the last group of participants entered the trial ground, numbers 1 and 2, who had been lingering in Kaihui City and outside the trial ground, re-entered the trial ground as well. This was because once all trial participants had entered, the trial ground would be completely sealed off, allowing exit but no entry. While Tian Jiashan eliminated the Hunyang sect disciples whose identities had been exposed within the trial ground, he also gathered more information about the Hunyang sect from them. However, even with this, he was not in a hurry to act. Since the trial ground was already closed, the first thing Tian Jiashan needed to confirm was exactly who his enemies were. From the existing intelligence, the known enemies included people from the sect, lineage disciples like Gongyang Qing, and also a mysterious and powerful unknown expert. Tian Jiashan had a way to kill Gongyang Qing, but he needed to maximize Gongyang Qing's utility, which was why he wasn't rushing to act. Ordinary Hunyang sect disciples couldn't access that mysterious expert or the human immortal realm disciples who had betrayed the sect. With Gongyang Qing's power, he would definitely be able to make contact. However, no matter what, the matter would ultimately end in battle. Therefore, what Tian Jiashan needed to ensure most was that his strength could handle all unexpected situations. With over 2,000 people scattered throughout the trial ground, each time Tian Jiashan meticulously extracted information from the divine souls of Hunyang sect disciples, he gained new targets. However, time was short, and Tian Jiashan no longer had the time to travel to multiple locations to find and eliminate these Hunyang sect disciples. Youngest martial brother, aren't there still a group of Hunyang sect disciples whose identities are known? Are we not acting today? I want to act, 2. I even want to snap my fingers and wipe them all out. But the trial ground is so big, and these Hunyang sect people are so scattered. Our running around like this is too inefficient. And we can't keep spending time on a bunch of small fries. I even suspect that the reason we were able to find the identities of these Hunyang sect disciples so easily is actually intentional on the Hunyang sect's part, used to cover for that mysterious expert. Ninth senior sister, who was wiping a piece of a broken sword with an embroidered handkerchief, turned her head upon hearing this. When youngest martial brother put it that way, it really did seem like there was something to it. So what do we do? What do we do? Use your brain, ninth senior sister, you're almost forgetting how to use it. Tian Jiashan said helplessly. Lately, ninth senior sister would ask him what to do whenever something happened. Besides 100,000 whys, she was almost unable to think for herself. Youngest martial brother, why is the 11th divine mansion so difficult? Youngest martial brother, why not kill Gong Yangqing immediately? Youngest martial brother, why not tell everyone about Gong Yangqing's matter? In short, endless questions. Tian Jiashan's ears were practically calloused from listening. Recalling this period, ninth senior sister realized she had indeed asked too many questions, and a shy expression appeared on her face. Then what can I do if I don't ask? My thinking isn't as thorough as yours, my cultivation is not as good as yours, and I don't know as much as you. If I don't ask you, who do I ask? As she spoke, ninth senior sister became more and more self-righteous, seemingly convinced by the reasons she had found for herself. Tian Jiashan rolled his eyes. Why are you wiping it? You can't even get rid of that rust with divine ability secret arts. Tomorrow is another 7-day appointment. At that time, ninth senior sister, you must properly teach everyone how to cultivate the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. Don't hide your insights on opening the divine mansion, tell everyone. How much they can comprehend depends entirely on their fortune. Don't we need to guard against Gong Yangqing? His talent and strength are still very formidable. What if he breaks through to the calamity transformation realm? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Tian Jiashan held his forehead. He used to think ninth senior sister was smart and capable, but what was wrong with her lately, like a landlord's foolish daughter? Ninth senior sister, breaking through to the calamity transformation realm is not that easy. You'll know once you've opened all 12 divine mansions. As for... Tian Jiashan's words were cut short as his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he abruptly burst into action. He had no sword in hand, but a great sword condensed from spiritual power had already slashed down out of thin air. And as the great sword slashed down, Tian Jiashan had already instantly moved far away. Before ninth senior sister could react at all, she saw a dazzling great formation suddenly appear, completely enveloping a surrounding area with a diameter of 1,000 meters. What followed was a barrage of furious attacks that even ninth senior sister found astonishing. Talisman after talisman instantly caused the condensed, abundant spiritual power to explode as light flashed. Poisons of various colors but containing potent toxins spread within the formation, quickly reaching every corner. The profound grade spirit array not only emitted high-frequency light but also released it. The moment he sensed he was being spied upon, Tian Jiashan, with his hair standing on end, immediately launched an indiscriminate, all-encompassing destructive attack on the 1,000-meter radius around him. And when the area covered by the great formation instantly turned into a purgatory, Tian Jiashan, who had already retreated beyond the formation's range, had already cast 30 puppet talismans, spreading outwards from the great formation to ensure that the person spying on him was only within this 1,000-meter range. The bewildered ninth senior sister was taken out of the great formation's range when Tian Jiashan left it. At this moment, she stared blankly at the scene before her, where lightning and fire intertwined, divine power and spiritual light overflowed, and colors swirled. In youngest martial brother's hand, he held an unconscious stranger, and in his other hand, he clutched a dim-colored talisman. Found you. He can even use a spirit array. Ninth senior sister's mind was blank when she heard youngest martial brother's inexplicable murmur. Then she immediately felt a strong gust of wind rise beside her, and youngest martial brother vanished in an instant. 800 meters northwest of the violently bombarded spirit array, a person was frantically setting up a spirit array, their face filled with horror, only wanting to escape from here immediately. They had just released the divine movement talisman when Tian Jiashan detected them. Furthermore, Tian Jiashan's reaction was so swift that he instantly killed Shi Huanfeng with one blow, and Ma Yi was captured in an instant. If he hadn't been cautious and chosen to hide far away to set up a spirit array, he would definitely not have escaped. In his fear, the person's hands trembled. The moment the spirit array's light appeared, he instantly moved 30 li away, so the arriving Tian Jiashan found nothing. A 9th grade teleportation array, the formation patterns haven't completely dissipated yet. Tian Jiashan muttered with sharp eyes. In just 10 breaths, an identical 9th grade teleportation array appeared and then instantly vanished from its spot. 30 li away, the sole survivor of the three, Wu Qi, finally relaxed after landing, but his face was still terrified, and his eyes showed lingering fear. Although he had heard from Soul Child about Tian Jiashan's power, Wu Qi had not expected him to be so strong. Shi Huanfeng and Ma Yi were both at the 11th extreme realm of Jade Void, carefully selected by the sect to participate in this secret mission. But just now, in that person's hands, they were utterly defenseless, like picking up chicks. Wu Qi's back was drenched in sweat, and he felt a sense of surviving a catastrophe. He was about to leave and report everything he had seen and heard to the Soul Seed when his eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. Feeling a surge of spiritual power behind him, Wu Qi turned around and saw a familiar face. It was that Tian Jiashan. He had actually found him even after he had used a teleportation array to leave. How did he do it? How Tian Jiashan did it, Wu Qi would never know, because his life was about to end. After tracking down and apprehending the other fleeing person, Tian Jiashan returned the way he came. The remaining 29 puppet talismans, after spreading to a distance of 50 li, all dissipated due to the exhaustion of their spiritual power. In Tian Jiashan's back and forth, the area covered by the Great Formation had already turned into scorched earth, where no grass grew and the ground had sunk by 3 parts. Seeing youngest martial brother return with another person in his hand, ninth senior sister vaguely understood something, yet also didn't understand. After a while, having listened to youngest martial brother's explanation, ninth senior sister looked at him with an incredulous gaze. Just because of an uncertain factor, he indiscriminately bombarded the surrounding 1,000 meters? Ninth senior sister looked at the scorched earth in front. If one's cultivation was stronger, perhaps they could survive, but they would definitely have nowhere to hide. As for those with weaker cultivation, it was likely that not even their bones would remain. Huang Junyi tried her best to calm herself, telling herself that the person in front of her was youngest martial brother, and no matter how abnormal youngest martial brother was, it was normal. She shouldn't argue with youngest martial brother, she just needed to cultivate well. Huang Junyi was constantly reassuring herself, otherwise, she feared her Dao heart would collapse. After a good while, Huang Junyi finally managed to calm her emotions, but her understanding of her youngest martial brother had risen to another level. Looking at youngest martial brother, who was once again preparing to extract the divine souls of the two, and at his calm, composed face, ninth senior sister realized that no matter what happened, youngest martial brother never seemed to be startled or surprised. Except when facing an enemy. Youngest martial brother, how did you find them? Ninth senior sister asked. She hadn't noticed anything just now. Here, this is a divine movement talisman. With this talisman, one can condense a divine general. It's one of the best talismans for observation and spying. However, this divine movement talisman is clearly of insufficient grade, and its spiritual power dissipated quite severely. It just so happened to encounter me, which is why it was discovered the moment it appeared. I acted because I detected its appearance. A ball of flame appeared in Tian Jiashan's hand, and the divine movement talisman, which had countless flaws in his eyes, turned to ashes. Youngest martial brother, why don't I give those broken swords back to you? The sword strike you just unleashed without a sword was clearly so powerful. Ninth senior sister felt a little lost again. Youngest martial brother kept saying his sword Dao talent was too weak, but that sword strike just now was incredibly stunning. Ninth senior sister, you shouldn't always just look at others' strengths. My sword strike just now was empowered by my physical body's strength, which is why it seemed so swift and fierce. As you slowly cultivate, your sword will become a true sword Dao. Or perhaps I do have some sword Dao talent, but I have a principle when learning things, either I don't learn, or I master it. Otherwise, it will harm both myself and others, just like the talisman I just burned. Huang Junyi naturally understood the meaning behind youngest martial brother's words, but this time she didn't speak again. Youngest martial brother, so you mean your Dao of the physical body, formation Dao, talisman Dao, medicinal pills and also artifact refining and immortal arts, you've all mastered them. Anyway, better than sword Dao. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Huang Junyi kicked Tian Jiashan away and stormed off in a huff. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating, and youngest martial brother's comfort felt more like an insult. As another 7 days arrived, Tian Jiashan once again gathered with the lineage disciples. Having been in the trial ground for some time, the group had successively discovered traces of Hunyang sect disciples, and during this period, they all made moves. This was especially true for Huiyao, who was only in the Jade Void 10th realm. Due to his lower realm, he was even personally sought out by a Hunyang sect Jade Void Extreme Realm cultivator during this time. Tian Jiashan still wore the mask with the crying and laughing expression, maintaining a very humble posture. He quietly listened to the senior brothers and sisters recount their gains from another 7 days. After a while, when everyone had reported all the information they had gathered during this period to Tian Jiashan, Gong Yangqing finally asked, Junior brother Jiashan, have you not encountered any Hunyang sect disciples during this time? With so many Hunyang sect disciples having died after infiltrating the trial ground, Gong Yangqing had begun to suspect Tian Jiashan and Huang Junyi. As a lineage disciple, Gong Yangqing also had the qualification to cultivate the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, so he knew that the people most likely to detect the identity of Hunyang sect disciples were Tian Jiashan and Huang Junyi. In fact, he and Bai Qianger had already verified that, with Huang Junyi's help, some of the lineage disciples had not only successfully opened their divine mansions during this period, but their mastery of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning was also growing at an astonishing speed. If not for this, the number of Hunyang sect disciples lurking in the trial ground would not have sharply decreased during this time. How could that be? I don't know why, but I've encountered quite a few Hunyang sect disciples. Yesterday, 9th senior sister and I just killed 3, and they were all at the Jade Void 11th Extreme Realm cultivation. One of them was even a formation Dao cultivator. Everyone needs to be more careful when acting in the future. Although all the evidence he possessed already proved that Gong Yangqing was from the Hunyang sect, at this moment, Tian Jiashan still acted very normally. A brief gathering ended, and Tian Jiashan went to one side alone. As for the other lineage disciples, they were all gathered around Huang Junyi, quietly listening to her impart the Dao. Tian Jiashan wanted to make everyone stronger, so he first made 9th senior sister stronger, and then let the stronger 9th senior sister teach the others. This way, he could gradually step out of everyone's attention. While meticulously recording all the information he possessed, Tian Jiashan did not miss any of their conversations. From their talks, Tian Jiashan learned that senior sister Li Zisai and senior brother Dong Ta had successfully opened their divine mansions, and everyone's cultivation in the 10 divine arts of the great beginning had finally crossed the threshold, allowing them to barely separate their divine souls to condense into spiritual bodies. Of course, although they were also spiritual bodies, the spiritual bodies condensed by those who had only cultivated for less than 2 months were far from comparable to Tian Jiashan's. Let alone Tian Jiashan, even Huang Junyi, no one could compare to her. It had been 1 month since arriving at the trial ground, and in that month, a total of 35 Hunyang sect disciples had been eliminated. Half of them were killed by him and 9th senior sister, and among the 35, 10 were at the Jade Void Extreme Realm. This proportion was somewhat terrifying. In another month, according to the progress, the first batch of people to enter the trial ground would reach the Cloud Bridge. This meant that before then, he had to grasp the whereabouts of all Hunyang sect disciples, otherwise, once the Hunyang sect disciples ascended the Cloud Bridge and became Chaosian sect disciples, there would be endless trouble. And at that time, it was likely that the mortality rate for those participating in the trial would instantly increase. After all, by then, those who remained would definitely be people with good foundations who could become Chaosian sect disciples. Killing these people was undoubtedly to sever the luck of the Chaosian sect, which was the sole mission of these Hunyang sect disciples on this trip. As Tian Jiashan pondered, Bai Qianger had already arrived beside him, accompanied by Ren Giao. Junior brother Jiashan, having been taught by junior sister Junyi many times, Giao and I have recently grown stronger, but we just can't open our divine mansions. Can junior brother Jiashan spar with us so we can look for opportunities to break through in battle? To be honest, senior sister Bai, I've been listening to 9th senior sister impart the Dao every day this past month, but I still can't open a single divine mansion. I'm almost going crazy. It would be great to spar with the senior sisters, Tian Jiashan said with a joyful tone. Upon seeing junior brother Jiashan about to make a move again, the surrounding crowd also became interested. During this time, due to the rapid progress of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning and the help of junior sister Huang, their strength had indeed increased. They wondered what the outcome would be if they fought junior brother Jiashan again. They were all prodigies, and who among them wasn't competitive? It was just that their rationality had suppressed their desire to win or lose deep in their hearts. Everyone was enthusiastic about the two's battle, except for 9th senior sister, who feigned interest. Having witnessed the youngest martial brother's methods many times and knowing how strong he truly was, Huang Junyi felt pity for the senior brothers and sisters around her who were kept in the dark. Perhaps the senior brothers and sisters would be happy to exchange a few more moves with the youngest martial brother, or even secretly rejoice at a draw, but what was the meaning of that? Junior sister Qianger can already condense a spiritual body. Although it doesn't last long, it can be maintained for half an incense stick's time. Moreover, her 12th extreme realm cultivation has become even more perfect and flawless with junior sister Wang's help. I wonder if the previous outcome will change when she fights Jiashan again. Dong Ta spoke, watching the battle that had already erupted. As he spoke, a strong battle intent also rose from him. In the previous battle, Dong Ta had also lost to Tian Jiashan, but now that he had successfully opened a divine mansion, Dong Ta no longer regarded Tian Jiashan as an opponent, because they were no longer on equal footing. Yet, even so, Dong Ta still wanted to fight Tian Jiashan, as he had lost before. To help the youngest martial brother conceal himself, even though she was not interested in this battle, Huang Junyi still pretended to watch with great interest, occasionally feigning a casual glance at Gong Yangqing. Looking at the additional Bai Qianger on the stage, she marveled at how terrifying the youngest martial brother's mind was, subtly calculating everyone to their absolute limits. Then, Huang Junyi, whose heart had been as still as an ancient well, suddenly woke up. It wasn't until she saw Bai Qianger's spiritual body appear that Huang Junyi suddenly remembered that the youngest martial brother still had 5 spiritual avatars dispersed throughout the trial ground. In other words, the youngest martial brother could still handle senior sister Bai Qianger with ease, even with 5 spiritual avatars dispersed? One must know that senior sister Bai Qianger was no longer simply in the Jade Void 12th extreme realm. As huge waves surged in Huang Junyi's heart, she could only try her best to hide her shock. There was no such thing as having your cake and eating it too in the world, and the 10 divine arts of the great beginning was no exception. While the 10 divine arts of the great beginning allowed a cultivator to separate all 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits, it would also cause the main body's strength to decrease. Although the cultivation realm would not fall, the combat power would certainly be reduced. The more spiritual bodies separated, the greater the weakening. However, at this moment, the youngest martial brother showed no signs of abnormality even when facing senior sister Bai Qianger. Although the battle ahead was clearly more difficult than the first time they fought, Huang Junyi knew that this was only because senior sister Bai Qianger had grown stronger. As for the youngest martial brother, to achieve the desired effect, he was merely maintaining his strength at the level he used when fighting senior sister Bai Qianger. However, only Huang Junyi knew the truth, so the surrounding crowd at this time would not think so much. Seeing that junior brother Jiashan was indeed struggling much more, sharp glints appeared in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. Initially, they were amazed by junior brother Jiashan's strength, but in their subsequent interactions, everyone gradually discovered that junior brother Jiashan showed no hint of that stunning quality of a peerless prodigy, he was always so unremarkable. Therefore, deep down, everyone wished they were stronger than Tian Jiashan. And now, Bai Qianger, who was pushing Tian Jiashan to his limits, gave everyone hope. Because in everyone's minds, they and Bai Qianger were of the same kind, both top prodigies of the Chaosian sect, while Tian Jiashan was not. Although she used the excuse of seeking an opportunity to break through, Bai Qianzhi had another purpose in this battle. As the one fighting, Bai Qianzhi could feel that Tian Jiashan was not deliberately showing weakness, but was truly giving his all. It was just that because her own strength had grown during this time, he could no longer fight her as easily as before. Two Bai Qianzhis, the main body attacking, the fragile spiritual body mainly interfering and obstructing from the side, divine abilities and precious arts constantly appearing from unexpected directions, made Tian Jiashan miserable. Gong Yangqing had been carefully observing Tian Jiashan in battle, and no fluctuations exceeding the Jade Void Realm were detected on him, nor had he clearly opened a divine mansion. To be able to fight with Qianzhi to this extent, Tian Jiashan must not have sent out any spiritual bodies to act, at least not at this moment. But why did he not use his spiritual body in battle from beginning to end, but instead exclusively used his physical body strength? On the battlefield, after also confirming that Tian Jiashan had not condensed a divine mansion, Bai Qianzhi suddenly made a move that startled everyone around her. Seeing Jiashan's two figures being sent flying, and the precarious yet ultimately stopped Moon Rabbit divine ability in front of Jiashan, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was alarm but no danger. Senior sister Bai Qianzhi, to go to such lengths in a spar is a bit excessive, isn't it? Seeing the youngest martial brother almost injured, Huang Junyi immediately appeared, furious. Ren Giao on the side also patted her chest lightly, looking like she was still in shock. Tian Jiashan, with blood trickling down his forehead, witnessed this scene. The mask fell off. Seeing that it was indeed Tian Jiashan's face, her previous guesses were dispelled, and Bai Qianzhi then pretended to be remorseful and nervous as she stepped forward. Junior brother Jiashan, I'm sorry. I was too engrossed in the battle just now, plus I've been anxious to open my divine mansion during this time, so. It's fine, senior sister Qianzhi, don't worry about it. It didn't even hurt me, did it? Ninth senior sister turned back and glared fiercely at Tian Jiashan. You're bleeding. Suddenly being scolded by ninth senior sister like that, Tian Jiashan was stunned. It's just a flesh wound, it's nothing, Tian Jiashan said weakly, but seeing ninth senior sister's gaze grow even fiercer, he dared not speak anymore. He hadn't noticed ninth senior sister was so fierce before. An unexpected incident subsided amidst everyone's chatter. As he picked up his mask, a fleeting, unknown glint appeared in Tian Jiashan's eyes, hidden from those behind him. Things had become even more troublesome, even senior sister Bai Qianzhi had problems. Just as he murmured to himself, feeling someone approach, Tian Jiashan merely brushed the dust off his mask. Junior brother Jiashan, why didn't you use the 10 divine arts of the great beginning just now? It seems you didn't use your spiritual body in previous battles either. Senior brother Gong Yang, you don't know, but I'm actually most skilled in physical body strength. Moreover, once I use a spiritual body, my main body's strength will decrease. Senior sister Qianzhi is so powerful, if I don't rely on physical body strength to entangle her, I'll probably just lose. Tian Jiashan said, feigning shame. After Bai Qianzhi and Tian Jiashan's battle during the day, the prodigies who had been disheartened by their previous defeat regained their confidence and pride, becoming excited once more. Even though night had fallen, no one was asleep, instead, they were scattered, meditating individually. After such a long build-up, Tian Jiashan had successfully convinced everyone that he truly had no talent in the 10 divine arts of the great beginning, and had also successfully made ninth senior sister the ultimate powerhouse in everyone's eyes. As the lineage disciples looked down on Tian Jiashan, they simultaneously gave more importance to Huang Junyi, especially after benefiting greatly from her recently, which made them even more reverent towards her. Although their actual time together was not long, and Huang Junyi was not a particularly warm person, Huang Junyi, who had only been in the Chaosian sect from Broken Mountain for just over 2 months, now held a status in everyone's eyes equal to Li Zisai and Dong Ta. Everyone was cultivating, while Tian Jiashan took ninth senior sister to stand guard. Under the night sky, Tian Jiashan sat on a tree branch, staring blankly at ninth senior sister below, who was supposedly on night watch but had actually sat down to cultivate upon arrival. Although judging senior sister Bai Qianzhi like this might be too rash, that's just his personality, as long as there's a clue, he'll investigate it thoroughly. Even though the sect master had granted him the power of life and death, if he were to kill both Gong Yangqing and senior sister Bai Qianzhi, even if he were in the right, elder son and elder so would still hold a grudge. Alas, let's take it one step at a time. After sighing, Tian Jiashan took out a stack of talismans and began to draw them under the moonlight. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, universe, vast and boundless. The rank of talismans is distinguished by these simple yet awe-inspiring 8 characters. Currently, he could only draw profound rank talismans. To increase the talisman's power, he could only achieve it through adding more talismans. Among profound rank talismans, in terms of destructive power alone, the Ghost Phase Talisman, the Worship Talisman, and the Ruin Talisman were the 3 to consider. After a slight hesitation, Tian Jiashan decided to first draw a Ruin Talisman, attempting to see if he could perform a 4th addition to the 3 Caves 5 Thunder Talisman. As numerous tiny yet profound characters glowed like fireflies in the air before Tian Jiashan, the area around the 2 of them was already enveloped by a spirit rank spirit array, concealing their chi. And while Tian Jiashan was making preparations with his utmost ability to deal with the soul seed of the Hunyang sect, whose name was unknown and who remained hidden in the shadows, behind them, in the resting area of the group, Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianzhi left together, using the excuse that they were going to relieve Tian Jiashan and Huang Junyi. After the test during the day, we can confirm that Tian Jiashan indeed has not opened a divine mansion, and he doesn't seem to be as powerful as we thought. Should we shift our target to Li Zisai and Dong Ta? In the darkness, Bai Qianger was the first to speak to Gong Yangqing beside her. To have defeated us once before, Tian Jiashan certainly has some talent and strength, but his talent seems to be almost exhausted. There's no need to pay too much attention to him then. However, compared to Li Zisai and Dong Ta, I think we should act against Huang Junyi first. Huang Junyi's growth is too astonishing. If this continues, she might truly be able to break through to the calamity transformation realm. Hearing what Qing said, a sharp glint appeared in Bai Qianger's icy eyes. Indeed, Huang Junyi's growth was too fast, and her talent was astonishing, not at all inferior to Li Zisai and Dong Ta. Qing, what you said is also right. Moreover, with Huang Junyi's help, the growth rate of everyone has greatly increased. If we delay any longer, it's really hard to say. But on another note, a large number of infiltrated disciples have died recently, and the cause has been ruled out as Tian Jiashan. So where is the problem? When the matter returned to this topic, Gong Yangqing's face, even though he had transformed into human form, immediately darkened with a sheep-like expression. According to the descriptions of the few who witnessed the scene, it is very likely Huang Junyi. Let's pass the message to the Soul Seed, he will know what to do. After the final discussion, the two still decided to act against Huang Junyi, but not by themselves. Instead, they would let the Soul Seed do it. The Soul Seed was the mysterious powerhouse Tian Jiashan had seen in the divine souls of various Hunyang sect disciples. Although he had seen the word Soul Seed in multiple souls, Tian Jiashan did not consider it to be the name of that mysterious powerhouse. Because Soul Seed did not sound like a proper name at all. I will find a way to contact the Soul Seed after I leave, but before that, Qing, you also need to be careful. I always feel that you have been targeted. Don't worry, Qianger, I know what I'm doing. Gong Yangqing said, lovingly stroking the cheek of the woman beside him. When the Hunyang sect originally selected disciples to infiltrate the Chaoxian sect as spies, there was only Gong Yangqing. Bai Qianger had voluntarily followed him. And not long after Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger left, Li Zisai and Dong Ta also departed together. Zisai, I still feel that junior brother Gong Yang is not right. I need to get closer to him to understand more. At this point, that's the only way. Relying solely on junior brother Jiashan seems unlikely now. As soon as they arrived outside, the two began discussing astonishing matters. Although they didn't say it aloud, Dong Ta and Li Zisai had both noticed Gong Yangqing's strangeness during this period. However, Gong Yangqing was, after all, a lineage disciple, and making casual guesses without sufficient evidence could easily lead to trouble and destabilize the team's morale. Therefore, after discussing it, the two didn't even tell Tian Jiashan. Especially after today's battle, the two were even more determined not to tell Tian Jiashan, because Tian Jiashan could not bear the heavy responsibility, neither in wisdom nor in strength. And after being relieved by Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger, Tian Jiashan and ninth senior sister returned together. Youngest martial brother, are you just going to let them stay there? After they had walked some distance, Huang Junyi finally asked with a puzzled expression. 1. Gong Yangzun, whose identity was confirmed as a spy, and another, Bai Qianger, who was highly suspicious. Letting them stay openly, if something were to happen, wouldn't that just make it easier for them to act? Otherwise, what? Go back and play lovebirds. Ninth senior sister, have you forgotten that there are still 5 of me outside? Seeing ninth senior sister glare at him, Tian Jiashan spoke seriously again. It was fine when Tian Jiashan didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, ninth senior sister immediately recalled what happened during the day. Youngest martial brother, what is the cultivation of your 5 spiritual bodies outside? They are all at the Jade Void 12th realm. Under the moonlight, ninth senior sister secretly cursed herself for being an idiot and for talking too much, as she rubbed her temples with a headache. 5 spiritual bodies, all at the Jade Void 12th realm, and his main body's strength was almost unaffected. Was the immortal Dao she cultivated really the same as what the youngest martial brother cultivated? Not seeing ninth senior sister's mournful expression in the night, Tian Jiashan pondered for a moment before continuing. Ninth senior sister, tomorrow I need to regroup the team. I've decided to put you and Gong Yangqing in one group. After hesitating for a while, Tian Jiashan finally gritted his teeth and spoke. However, ninth senior sister just spoke calmly and indifferently. All right. Tian Jiashan, who had originally been struggling and feeling guilty, was somewhat surprised by this bold tone. Ninth senior sister, aren't you afraid of danger being with Gong Yangqing? Youngest martial brother, you arranged it, what do I have to fear? Moreover, although Gong Yangqing is powerful, he's not strong enough to defeat me. Even if he tries to scheme against me, if I can't beat him, can't I run away? I just wanted to try out my strength after opening 10 divine mansions. Ninth senior sister continued to speak indifferently, seemingly not caring at all, and certainly not thinking as much as Tian Jiashan did. He had originally felt guilty and uneasy about putting ninth senior sister in harm's way, but now seeing her like this, Tian Jiashan felt much more at ease. Since that's the case, ninth senior sister, please take this. Inside are 8 spirit stones inscribed with spirit rank teleportation arrays. A single teleportation can cover a distance of 120 li. If you truly encounter an irresistible threat, ninth senior sister, teleport away immediately. Ninth senior sister accepted it nonchalantly. 120 li at a time, twice would take her directly to the sect. Wait. Youngest martial brother, did you make this yourself? Ah. Huang Junyi was shocked again and was about to speak, but then closed her open mouth. Even a top-tier spirit rank teleportation array could only transmit within 80 li, right? Yet, what the youngest martial brother made could transmit 120 li. Huang Junyi recalled what the youngest martial brother had said not long ago, either don't learn, or master it. After a night passed, when Tian Jiashan decided to announce the regrouping to everyone, he still sought out 9th senior sister once more. 9th senior sister, after much thought, it's still too dangerous. You don't have to be in a group with Gongyang Qing. You'll be with Fuiao. Fuiao's cultivation is only at the 10th realm now, but she shows talent not inferior to yours, making her more likely to be a target for the Hunyang sect. Huang Junyi frowned, but still nodded in agreement. During this time, Huang Junyi had already learned that in front of the youngest martial brother, obedience was the wisest decision. Youngest martial brother, is this decision of yours to protect me or to protect Fuiao? Seeing the youngest martial brother leave, Huang Junyi asked. Truth or lie? Huang Junyi resisted the urge to hit him. Truth. To be honest, it's both, but the former carries more weight. Tian Jiashan finished speaking and left, preparing to regroup everyone. Facing Tian Jiashan's request to regroup, everyone, though somewhat surprised, still chose to obey. The original plan to group 9th senior sister with Gongyang Qing was discarded and changed to Gongyang Qing with Bai Qianger. Seeing this, 9th senior sister, who stood with Fuiao, was filled with doubt. Junior brother Jiashan, Zisai and I are a bit stronger, as we've both opened a divine mansion. It would balance the strength if we separated. How about I group with junior brother Gongyang Qing, and junior sister Qianger groups with Zisai? Just after the assignments were made, Dong Ta spoke up. However, upon hearing senior brother Dong Ta's words, Tian Jiashan immediately began to ponder. Could it be that senior brother Dong Ta also had a problem? Although such a doubt couldn't help but arise in his mind, Tian Jiashan ultimately did not reject Dong Ta's suggestion, as what he said sounded more reasonable. And after the new grouping, the person beside Tian Jiashan changed from Huang Junyi to Ren Diao. Although Ren Diao's identity was absolutely not problematic, the downside was that Tian Jiashan had to be even more restrained. Third senior brother and Ren Diao were close, which was irrelevant to Tian Jiashan. Because the matter was of great importance, Li Zisai and Dong Ta chose not to tell Jiashan about the abnormalities they had discovered regarding Gongyang Qing, but instead opted to observe him secretly. Ultimately, it was because they both felt Jiashan was unreliable and did not trust him. Especially in recent times, as everyone's cultivation had grown stronger, Jiashan, on the other hand, seemed to have exhausted his talents, and the prestige he had accumulated during the sect grand competition was gradually fading. Of course, Jiashan was only happy, not worried, about such a change. After another 7-day meeting concluded, the person by Jiashan's side changed from 9th senior sister to Ren Diao. The reason he chose Ren Diao as his companion was because Jiashan had absolute confidence that Ren Diao was not problematic. Senior sister Diao, what do you think of me? Jiashan, walking along the road, suddenly asked this question. Ren Diao turned her head curiously. Brother Zhang had previously said that junior brother Jiashan was actually a bit unserious, and she hadn't believed it then. Now, it seemed there might be some truth to it. Junior brother Jiashan, you're very good, but I only like brother Zhang. Under his mask, Jiashan was speechless. What kind of answer was that? Senior sister Diao, I mean, what do you think of me as the team leader? Ren Diao, knowing she had misunderstood, simply giggled. The truth or a lie? Jiashan frowned. Why did that sound so familiar? Brother Zhang often says that. He said he learned it from you, and I learned it from him. Jiashan slandered in his heart, thinking how a perfectly serious phrase of his had changed its meaning once it went outside. Actually, during the sect grand competition, I was also very surprised that junior brother Jiashan was so powerful, able to defeat all the prodigies in the sect. So I still held you in great awe. However, during this time, we have gradually understood the 10 divine arts of the great beginning, and our cultivation and strength are still growing, but junior brother Jiashan, you have stopped making progress and are gradually falling behind. Coupled with your thrilling battle with Bai Qianger a few days ago, everyone actually isn't very convinced by you anymore. It's just out of deference to the vice sect master's order, and because you haven't really commanded us much, that we still maintain obedience to you. Although she knew her words might be hurtful, Ren Diao still spoke frankly. If she deliberately concealed it, Jiashan would know sooner or later. So, since Jiashan asked her, it was better to be straightforward. However, to her surprise, Ren Diao did not see any change in junior brother Jiashan's expression due to what she had said. Junior brother Jiashan, aren't you angry? Jiashan looked at the senior sister beside him. Angry? It was already good that he wasn't cheering with joy. What reason did he have to be angry? Not angry. Because I said long ago that I wasn't strong, it's just that you senior sisters didn't believe me. So, I'm not surprised by what's happening today. And this way, I won't have to worry about being targeted by Hunyang sect disciples. Junior brother Jiashan, actually other things are fine, but this point about you being greedy for life and afraid of death, it really makes it hard for people to like you. But brother Zhang likes it very much. Ren Diao showed a puzzled expression. Jiashan was indifferent. Senior sister Diao, others might not like my personality, but I like it myself. Watching junior brother Jiashan leave with an expression of excitement and joy, Ren Diao's confusion grew even stronger. Junior brother Jiashan even seemed a little proud. Was it really that important? Brother Zhang said junior brother Jiashan was a very strange person, and it turned out to be true. Sure enough, brother Zhang never lied to her, so what brother Zhang said about not being ambiguous with other women must also be true. After asking senior sister Giao about everyone's attitude towards him, Jiashan, feeling somewhat relieved, found a suitable excuse to leave. Jiashan had only walked a few hundred meters alone when number 3 appeared in front of him. Number 3 put on the mask that had been slightly damaged by Bai Qianger during the previous competition, and then headed towards Ren Giao. However, what Ren Giao didn't know was that in this back and forth, the person by her side had already been replaced by one of Jiashan's spiritual bodies. And while number 3, as a spiritual body, stayed by Ren Gao's side, Jiashan traveled north, heading towards the relatively safe place that number 4 had found beforehand. Although he knew that senior sister Gao had a good heart and there was nothing wrong with her, Jiashan couldn't display his methods as he did in front of 9th senior sister. Jiashan now needed time to create more Xian rank 5-layered talismans, to inscribe enough spirit rank spirit arrays, and a large number of earth origin pills. As for forging a Hushan supreme treasure, it was too time consuming, and Jiashan had no such plans for the time being. Of course, in addition to refining his array Dao, pill Dao, and talisman Dao, Jiashan also needed to seize the time to temper his physical body and hone the 12 jade void heavens. As long as that super expert, whose name was unknown and who was called a soul seed by Hunyang sect disciples, did not appear, Jiashan felt a thorn in his throat, so he had to prepare sufficient countermeasures in advance. Thus, while Jiashan's true body cultivated in hiding within the trial ground, his 5 spirit avatars were active in the trial ground. However, the 5 spirit avatars never took the initiative to attack. Once they discovered traces of Hunyang sect disciples, they would inform the others or have Ren Gao take action. When the 9th 7-day period arrived, everyone gathered together again, but this time, everyone's expressions were solemn. This was because, with the cultivation of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, everyone found it easier to detect Hunyang sect disciples. And during this period, everyone discovered that there were far more Hunyang sect disciples than imagined, and even experts of the 12th extreme realm had appeared. Furthermore, under the instigation of Hunyang sect disciples, some people who had originally participated in the selection also became vassals of Hunyang sect disciples. Because these vassals were not originally Hunyang sect disciples, their divine souls did not have the special mark of Hunyang sect, making them difficult to identify and making the task even more difficult. In recent times, some talented individuals from the Jade Void realm had begun to die mysteriously, all at the hands of Hunyang sect assassins. Facing such a situation, everyone's mood was very gloomy. Because the more rampant the Hunyang sect disciples became in the trial ground, the more incompetent they appeared. And they were the face of the Chaosian sect of this generation. If they lost, wouldn't it mean the Chaosian sect had lost a step to the Hunyang sect? Number 3, as a spiritual body, still wore its mask. After listening to everyone's feedback, it remained as before, without any commands or plans, and this action naturally caused dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts. The group gathered, and the atmosphere was very oppressive and heavy. 9th senior sister, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Under everyone's gaze, Jiashan spoke to 9th senior sister, who was explaining knowledge about the extreme realm to Fuyao. Junior brother Jiashan, we're all family, must you say something in private? At this point, junior brother Jiashan, as the leader, shouldn't you be considering how to deal with the arrogant behavior of the Hunyang sect? Calling junior sister Junyi aside for a private conversation, is it abusing your authority for personal gain, or do you simply not trust us? As 9th senior sister stood up, cold and pointed words came from Gong Yangqing's mouth. And as soon as Gong Yangqing spoke, the surrounding atmosphere became even heavier. Although they could tell Gong Yangqing's words were a bit excessive, he had indeed hit on the problem, so everyone remained silent, clearly tacitly supporting him. Gong Yangqing, what do you mean by that? Others could endure it, but 9th senior sister could not. Her face turned cold as she spoke, and sword intent already flowed around her. A gentleman is magnanimous, and should not be so disgusting. If you are dissatisfied with youngest martial brother, you can speak frankly, why slander youngest martial brother in such a roundabout way? Junior sister Junyi, perhaps Qing's words were inappropriate, but what Qing said is indeed not wrong. I also agree that junior brother Jiashan has been somewhat perfunctory and unconcerned in dealing with the Hunyang sect. Even if junior brother Jiashan is timid and afraid of death, he cannot drop the ball at this time. Bai Qianger followed closely. Junior brother Jiashan, junior sister Junyi, I apologize for my inappropriate words just now. However, the reason I am so angry and anxious is also because of junior brother Jiashan's inaction. So I believe junior brother Jiashan should focus his thoughts on important matters. If he really cannot handle it, we can replace him. Hearing the mention of replacement, the expressions of everyone around them changed again. Even Fuyao and Ming Li, who were allied with Jiashan and Huang Junyi due to the relationship between their masters, also looked extremely solemn. Oh, didn't senior brother Gong Yangqing say it? We're all family, why make the atmosphere so heavy? Everyone, you can't even breathe properly. Actually, the reason I asked 9th senior sister to leave wasn't to hide anything from everyone. I just wanted to discuss my ideas with 9th senior sister. After all, I am naturally timid and afraid of death, so my plan might be a bit drawn out, and might even be ineffective. However, since senior brother Gong Yangqing has said so, I have decided that abdicating the position of team leader is the best decision. After all, this concerns the sex face. Seeing that Jiashan did not object, but instead chose to support it, everyone was slightly surprised and also felt a little more favorably towards him. To retreat in the face of difficulty and decisively give up was not shameful. Thus, after everyone's discussion, the position of team leader was transferred to Li Zisai, with Dong Ta serving as vice captain. Although she knew youngest martial brother would definitely prefer such an outcome, ninth senior sister was still indignant in her heart, because everyone had clearly shown disdain and isolation towards youngest martial brother, even thinking he was unworthy. New officials usually take 3 measures. As soon as Li Zisai and Dong Ta took on the roles of captain, they immediately assigned tasks to everyone. Considering the presence of 12th Extreme Realm Hunyang sect experts in the trial ground, they once again divided the team into smaller groups to ensure that each group could at least have the strength to escape from a 12th Extreme Realm expert. However, Jiashan was still grouped with Ren Giao. And when he successfully stepped down from the position of team leader, in a hidden underground cave 100 miles away, Jiashan's true body, sitting cross-legged in the cave, could not help but show a brilliant smile on his face. Jiashan was even a little grateful to Gongyang Qing now. A clear conscience makes one feel light. Jiashan continued to cultivate. Under divine soul introspection, one could already see fine silver threads appearing in Jiashan's blood, with astonishing divine radiance flowing on them. And it was precisely because of these subtle changes within his body that a rich spiritual qi gathered around Jiashan's sitting place, continuously pouring into his body through the pores that stretched open on his skin. As for his breathing, it was like a whale swallowing the attracted spiritual qi, like drinking from a long river. For cultivators, the emphasis is on the grand aura, and at this moment, Jiashan, merely activating his physical body, exuded a terrifying aura. After resigning from his position as squad leader, Tian Jiashan's true body never appeared until 10 days had passed. On this day, through the information collected by his 5 spirit avatars, Tian Jiashan knew that he had to go out into the world. Otherwise, if things continued like this, it was hard to say if the lineage disciples would suffer, but those participating in the sect selection would certainly face widespread death. The Chaosian sect's selection period was 3 months, and 2 months had already passed. So, at this point, those who remained in the trial ground, if nothing unexpected happened, were most likely able to cultivate in the Chaosian sect, at least qualifying as an outer sect disciple. And precisely because they knew this, the Hunyang sect disciples hidden in the trial ground finally began their massacre. According to the information collected by the 5 spirit avatars alone, in the past 10 days, as many as 63 people had died. Among the 63 deceased, there were many powerhouses who had achieved a breakthrough to the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm after entering the trial ground, as well as some trial participants who, despite only being in the Jade Void lower 5 realms, possessed exceptional talent. Taking people's money to eliminate their troubles. Moreover, as a member of the Chaosian sect himself, he naturally had a sense of shared honor and disgrace. After deciding to emerge, in the unmanned underground dark river, Tian Jiashan retracted the great heaven and earth grotto heaven, which, under its abundant spiritual power, seemed to solidify. His blood qi, comparable to an ancient pure bloodline, was completely reined in, dormant within every inch of his physical body. Despite his terrifying physical body and astonishing cultivation speed, in just 1 month, due to drawing talismans, alchemy and inscribing spirit arrays, Tian Jiashan had only refined half of that divine tier immortal gold. With only 1 month left until the selection completely ended, those who hadn't crossed the cloud bridge by then would also be considered eliminated. Therefore, 99% of the people in the trial ground were now gathered at the 4th stage, Zaixin Pavilion, and the 5th stage, Cloud Bridge. These 2 places were also where incidents had frequently occurred recently. I hope a lightning bolt doesn't suddenly strike me, otherwise, it'll be hard to explain. Tian Jiashan, seeing the light of day again, stood by a rolling river, muttered to himself while looking at the cloudless sky, then instantly headed towards Zaixin Pavilion. Although cooperating with his senior brothers and sisters would be much more efficient, unfortunately, his senior brothers and sisters simply didn't think highly of him. Since their strengths couldn't be combined, Tian Jiashan preferred to work alone. And when Tian Jiashan's true body finally began to act, under the leadership of Li Zisai and Dong Ta, the active participants in the trial ground were also dispersed around Zaixin Pavilion and Cloud Bridge. As soon as they made a move, they would leave clues. Recently, Hunyang sect disciples had been making frequent moves, so everyone now possessed many clues and had tasks assigned by Li Zisai and Dong Ta. 9th senior sister Huang Junyi and Fuyao's mission was to hunt down a person named Zhao Ming, who was in the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm and a major powerhouse of the Hunyang sect hidden in the trial ground. Senior sister Junyi, you don't look very well. Were you injured in the previous battle? Fuyao, who was acting alongside her, looked at her senior sister with a worried expression and spoke. Because of her low cultivation, she hadn't participated much in the previous battles. Senior sister Junyi had been fighting the whole time. When that 12th Extreme Realm powerhouse named Zhao Ming made his move, she could only stand by and watch. I'm fine, don't worry. With something on her mind, 9th senior sister simply replied to Fuyao. Although she couldn't quite pinpoint it, Huang Junyi always felt that something was very wrong in the trial ground recently. It was just that the Hunyang sect disciples were too active and arrogant. She also didn't know where the youngest martial brother had gone. If the youngest martial brother were here, he would definitely be able to spot the anomaly. Fuyao, if we encounter a difficult battle later, you must immediately escape, understood? Escape? Escape to where? To the Chaosian sect to tell your vice sect master that everyone in the trial ground has been annihilated. As Huang Junyi's words fell, a voice full of sarcasm and mockery suddenly appeared. Because of the person who appeared, Fuiao didn't ask senior sister Junyi why, but just turned her head to look at the sword-wielding figure who had appeared on the treetop. It was none other than Zhao Ming, who had previously ambushed her. Looking at the person with the great sword on the treetop, sharp light instantly appeared in Huang Junyi's eyes. There aren't that many rat holes in the trial ground. You're quite good at hiding. If one's skills are inferior, of course, one must flee. I, Zhao Ming, am merely a bit arrogant, not a fool. Gong Yangqing, as a fellow lineage disciple of the Chaosian sect, why are you so far behind? Huang Junyi was about to prepare to seize an opportunity when she suddenly heard the name she had been guarding against for over a month, and immediately became alert again. Zhao Ming, as a fellow lineage disciple of the Hunyang sect, the gap between you and Soul Seed is like heaven and earth. I've at least opened 3 divine mansions. What about you? Do you even know what a divine mansion looks like? Gong Yangqing, who had suddenly appeared, spoke calmly, smilingly looking at 9th senior sister and Fuiao from afar. And seeing this scene, Fuiao was shocked and her eyes widened in disbelief. Gong Yangqing, how could you conspire with the Hunyang sect? Elder Luming treated you well, didn't he? Conspire? I don't particularly like that term. Moreover, I'm serving my own sect, isn't that only natural? 9th senior sister already knew Gong Yangqing's identity, so she wasn't surprised at this moment. On the contrary, seeing Huang Junyi so calm, Gong Yangqing seemed a bit surprised. Huang Junyi, you don't seem surprised by my identity. You knew already? Did Dong Ta or Li Zisai tell you? Huang Junyi, whose face was extremely grim and who hadn't spoken, was startled again upon hearing these words. Listening to Gong Yangqing, did senior sister Li and senior brother Dong already know Gong Yangqing's identity before? Given the youngest martial brother's personality, he shouldn't have leaked the news among the lineage disciples. Although curious, she knew that these things could only be verified later. The most important task at hand was to deal with the enemy before her, so Huang Junyi focused her attention. However, at this moment, Huang Junyi felt a bit like complaining about the youngest martial brother. If it weren't for the youngest martial brother asking her to teach everyone, Gong Yangqing would absolutely not have been able to open 3 divine mansions in such a short time. Now, well, the youngest martial brother has achieved his goal, but she has shot herself in the foot. Junior sister Fuiao, later, try to stay behind me in battle, no need to make a move. As Huang Junyi's words fell, regardless of Fuiao's extremely grim expression, a surge of spiritual power instantly poured out, causing the 2 distant figures to change color. Is this calamity transformation realm so bizarre? Just opening a divine mansion makes one's aura so terrifying. In actual combat, it's even more terrifying than you imagine. Be careful later, Huang Junyi is much stronger than you think. Gong Yangqing said, taking the lead to meet the incoming sword light. 3 people against 1, we can't possibly lose, right? Facing Gong Yangqing's warning, Zhao Ming merely spoke dismissively. Zhao Ming spoke of 3 people, but at this moment, only he and Gong Yangqing had appeared, which meant there was still 1 person hidden in the dark. And while Huang Junyi was fighting the 2, on the other side, on a dilapidated ground, Dong Ta, after a bloody battle, was covered in blood, his spiritual power thin, clearly at the end of his tether. In front of Dong Ta was a thin, pale-faced man. Although the man looked frail, his vast spiritual power surged and rolled, and the 12 jade void heavens resonated, giving him an unfathomable feeling. Although the man named Soul Seed also had several bone-deep injuries, he had clearly gained control of the situation at this point. If it weren't for Huang Junyi's help, Dong Ta's cultivation would have increased during this period. In today's battle, Dong Ta would have already been defeated. However, even after opening 5 divine mansions and being able to condense a spiritual body, Dong Ta was still no match. As expected of the most renowned prodigy of the Chaosian sect, no wonder Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger mentioned him repeatedly and gave constant instructions. Dong Ta, his eyes bloodshot, heard the infuriating name, and his gaze became even more ruthless. However, no matter how angry Dong Ta was, he still couldn't escape. Soul Seed did not kill Dong Ta because he wanted to keep him to negotiate terms with the Chaosian sect. The Hunyang sect, a sect that primarily cultivates the divine soul, had coveted the Jindao Sword Immortal's 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning for many years. Now, due to various factors, the Hunyang sect finally couldn't resist making a move. And when Dong Ta was captured unbeknownst to others, in another battlefield, 9th senior sister, who was fighting 2 people without falling behind, was suddenly startled when she heard the movement behind her and turned around. Knowing Huang Junyi's strength, Bai Qianger, who had come with Gong Yangqing and had been hidden in the dark all along, had attacked Fuiao. Tian Jiashan, unaware of such a lapse occurring under the leadership of senior sister Li and senior brother Dong, first recalled all 5 spirit avatars distributed outside into his body. Ren Diao, who was with number 3, went to find 9th senior sister Huang Junyi at number 3's suggestion. At this point, the exceptionally talented and stunning 9th senior sister and Fuiao would definitely become primary targets, so Tian Jiashan told Ren Diao to leave and find the 2. As for himself, he had something to do. Tian Jiashan was unwilling to provoke powerhouses like Soul Seed, Gong Yangqing, Zhao Ming, and Ding Fenglu. He would leave them to his powerful senior brothers and sisters. What Tian Jiashan wanted to do was to eliminate the Hunyang sect disciples below the extreme realm. By now, the Hunyang sect disciples who had entered the trial ground also had their own communication network. So, if these people exchanged information and gathered together, they would pose a huge threat to those participating in the selection. On the first day of his emergence, Tian Jiashan did nothing but use the information he had to find a Hunyang sect disciple with a hidden identity, and then spent an entire day gaining his trust. On the second day, Tian Jiashan, with the Hunyang sect disciple he had recruited, found a second Hunyang sect disciple. Using the same method, he formed a gang with him, successfully bringing him into his team. Because the first person Tian Jiashan recruited was a Hunyang sect disciple, when he found the second Hunyang sect disciple, the two, both from the Hunyang sect and bearing the same mission, immediately recognized each other, but both pretended to be ignorant and acted as if they didn't know each other. Tian Jiashan, of course, knew that both of the people he had recruited were Hunyang sect disciples. As for whether the two knew each other, he didn't care. Thus, Tian Jiashan continuously expanded his influence in this manner. In just 5 days, his team had 25 people, all of whom were Hunyang sect disciples. In just 4 days, Tian Jiashan had gathered a full 30 Hunyang sect disciples who were hidden in the trial ground. Since their own identities were suspicious, and recently a large number of sect disciples hidden in the Chaosian sect's trial ground had died, it was safest for the Hunyang sect members to gather together at this time. Moreover, with Tian Jiashan, an unwitting scapegoat who didn't know the truth, serving as a shield, the Hunyang sect disciples were even more willing to join Tian Jiashan's team. Captain, I still have a few brothers, and their strength is also considerable. How about I bring them into the team as well to strengthen our squad? In the mighty procession, one person spoke eagerly to Tian Jiashan. This is a good thing, of course I agree. Seeing how much you consider the team, I'll reward you with a clear dream pill. But this matter cannot be publicized, otherwise it will attract the attention of other trial takers. If others also form groups, it will be much more troublesome then. Just quietly tell your brothers. Captain, I will be careful and won't reveal the slightest trace. It's just. Captain, can the clear dream pill be exchanged for the 7 desires pill you gave Xiaoyu before? Tian Jiashan turned his head, a knowing, mischievous smile on his face. You rascal, you must have often preyed on respectable women, haven't you? Look at what Captain is saying, am I that kind of person? Respectable women are all mortals. No matter how good their appearance, can they compare to cultivators who are nourished by spiritual qi day and night? I only prey on junior sisters from the sect. Tian Jiashan deliberately showed a sinister smile. That's not very ethical, you know. Haven't you heard that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow? But there's also the one nearest the water gets the moon first, right? You rascal, you have too many twisted reasons. Take it. Remember, it works faster if you dissolve it in water when using it. Upon seeing the fiery red medicinal pill, Tian Jiashan tossed the funning and lewd person frantically caught it, then put it into his storage device as if it were a treasure. Regarding Tian Jiashan, all the Hunyang sect disciples who knew each other's identities were curious, and even suspected his identity. He gathered all of them, and coincidentally, everyone in the team happened to be disciples from the Hunyang sect. This coincidence was quite peculiar, so everyone also speculated whether the person named Li, the fourth, was someone secretly dispatched by the sect to carry out a mission, as he had accurately gathered all of them together. Of course, Li, the fourth, could also be a disciple of the Chaosian sect, and had even fully grasped all their movements, which was why he was able to accurately gather all 30 of them, who had hidden their identities, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, comparatively, everyone was more willing to believe the first speculation. Because even if Li, the fourth, was indeed a disciple of the Chaosian sect and already knew their identities, he would have no reason to gather so many people around him. 30 people unless a Chaosian sect elder personally took action, even if the Chaosian sect lineage disciples in the trial ground made a move, they absolutely could not wipe them all out. It was precisely because of this idea that even though they couldn't test out Li, the fourth's identity as a special Hunyang sect disciple through veiled questions, everyone's vigilance still relaxed considerably. Who cares who Li, the fourth, is, as long as it's not bad for them? Occasionally, he could give them some precious medicinal pills, and he could also serve as a shield for them. Then, following Li, the fourth, to Zaixin Pavilion, and using the excuse of suppressing other trial disciples to slaughter the participants of the Chaosian sect's trial, it would be justified and wonderful. So following Li, the fourth had all benefits and no harm. Tian Jiashan had no idea that the 30 people behind him had so many thoughts. He only thought that they were almost at their destination. Although the general direction was towards the Zaixin Pavilion of the 4th stage, to avoid attracting attention and prevent suspicion when he gathered disciples next time, Tian Jiashan deliberately led the 30 people behind him on a detour, taking only secluded paths. After crossing a mountain forest and seeing the open space ahead, Tian Jiashan suddenly felt a little melancholic. These 30 people behind him, they spoke nicely, were fun to be with, and were utterly obedient and loyal to him. Everything about them was good, but the only bad thing was that they were all disciples from the Hunyang sect. Alas, he suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Forget it, better a short pain than a long one. Later, he would make the Great Spirit Array operate more fiercely, sending everyone to rebirth quickly. Tian Jiashan muttered to himself, looking at the open space ahead where he had already set up 10 spirit rank spirit arrays. Everyone, rest here for a while. After another 60 li, we'll reach Zaixin Pavilion. When Captain Li, the 4th, spoke, the people who had been chatting and laughing all the way didn't think much of it. They casually found a shady spot and stopped to rest. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan stood up, preparing to leave and then activate the Great Spirit Array. One person taking on 30 was not Tian Jiashan's style, letting the Great Spirit Array cleanse everyone was the most appropriate method. Captain, where are you going? To relieve myself. Take me with you. Tian Jiashan's vigilance immediately heightened, but he still didn't refuse. Behind a towering tree, the two stood tall, returning to nature. The person who had accompanied Tian Jiashan saw the captain shake his body, and his gaze involuntarily drifted downward, then he frowned. Captain, are you a virgin? Tian Jiashan lowered his head, thinking, he can even tell that. Thinking that the captain had so many flashy tricks, yet he himself was still a virgin, the person couldn't help but want to laugh. Looking at the person next to him who was trying to hold back his laughter, Tian Jiashan didn't speak. Just as the person holding it in was thinking that he must share this astonishing news with his brothers later, he subconsciously shook his body. But as soon as this person shook his body, he fell forward. In just an instant, Tian Jiashan had shattered the meridians of the person beside him, killing him beyond revival. And while he dealt with the person beside him, in the rear, at the team's resting place, as a small figure formed by a divine movement talisman activated the array core, 10 spirit rank spirit arrays suddenly lit up, completely enveloping everyone. Then, an endless series of rumbling sounds followed continuously. The 10 spirit rank spirit arrays exploded wildly, like repeated spring thunder. After cleaning up the body beside him as usual, Tian Jiashan finally stood up. Turning into spring mud protects the flowers more. However, Tian Jiashan didn't go far before he stopped again. What's wrong with being a virgin? Having lived 2 lives, I'm proud to be a virgin. Thinking of that person's gaze just now, Tian Jiashan grew angrier the more he thought about it. If he hadn't just relieved himself, he would have wanted to go back and water him again. Sitting on the mountaintop, looking at the Great Spirit Array below, even though he couldn't see any moving figures within it, Tian Jiashan still didn't let the Great Spirit Array stop until it had roared for an entire incense stick's worth of time, only ceasing when the spiritual chi maintaining the array patterns was depleted. After popping an antidote into his mouth and a layer of spiritual power appearing on his skin, Tian Jiashan plunged into the smoky, acrid-smelling crater. After a quick look around, besides a scorched earth, Tian Jiashan only held a single gold foil in his hand. He held the gold foil high in the sun, and still couldn't see anything unusual. Tian Jiashan pondered for a moment, then struck the gold foil with his Thunder Dao treasure art. Sure enough, text appeared on the gold foil. 3 Yuan cultivation method, it's actually the 3 Yuan cultivation method. When everything else was blasted to smithereens by the spirit array, leaving only a shimmering gold foil, Tian Jiashan already knew this item was extraordinary. However, he never expected it to be the 3 Yuan cultivation method. Although it was only the upper volume, it was still very powerful. And since he was already in the calamity transformation realm, he could cultivate it as soon as he broke through to the human immortal realm. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Could it be that this is compensation for being struck by lightning? In his surprise, Tian Jiashan muttered to himself. Tian Jiashan only learned about the 3 Yuan cultivation method after entering the Chaosian Sect's scripture pavilion and reading so many books. The 3 Yuan cultivation method is divided into 3 volumes. The upper volume alone requires one to be in the Jade Void realm to be qualified to cultivate. If all 3 volumes upper, middle, and lower were gathered, this would be a Dao grade immortal cultivation technique. Moreover, according to records, this 3 Yuan cultivation method originated from a chaos stone, making it considered a minor portion of a primeval grade immortal cultivation technique. Previously, Tian Jiashan never believed in luck, but now, Tian Jiashan decided to believe in this metaphysics. Good luck for a day. He hadn't expected such an unexpected good fortune to descend after annihilating the Hunyang sect disciples. In a great mood, Tian Jiashan circled the charred crater again. After failing to find even a piece of clothing, he hummed a folk tune from his hometown and departed. Today was a good day. And as Tian Jiashan silently annihilated 30 Hunyang sect disciples, preparing to use the same trick to roam the trial ground and gather partners, the Hunyang sect members were also continuously taking action. However, unlike Tian Jiashan, who targeted ordinary disciples, the Hunyang sect's actions were aimed at the Chaosian sect's lineage disciples. Slaughtering the participants of this election was merely a deliberate facade created by the Hunyang sect. The Hunyang sect's true objective, from the very beginning, was the Chaosian sect's lineage disciples, intending to capture all of them to use as bargaining chips in negotiations with the Chaosian sect. As for how the Hunyang sect knew that the Chaosian sect's lineage disciples would enter the trial ground, that was the Chaosian sect's problem. Although both sides were in action, judging from the current results, it was clear that the Hunyang sect held the advantage. After the group led by the Soul Seed began their secret hunt, not only did Dong Ta fall into enemy hands, but Su Xian, Ming Li, and Fui Ao were also captured. Although Huang Junyi, who was initially besieged by the 3, eventually escaped, she was severely wounded and posed no threat for a short period. Currently, the only Chaosian sect lineage disciples still active in the trial ground were Ren Ao, who had left Tian Jiashan a few days ago, and the powerful Li Zisai. Because Gong Yangqing had shown his hand early, Li Zisai and Dong Ta had always focused their attention on Gong Yangqing, to the point that neither of them even noticed Bai Qianger's abnormality. It was only when Bai Qianger revealed her hidden intentions that Li Zisai suddenly realized. But it was already too late. Discovering that besides Gong Yangqing, junior sister Bai Qianger also had problems, the shocked Li Zisai searched the trial ground for other lineage disciples. However, after several days passed without seeing a single lineage disciple, Li Zisai already had a premonition that something terrible was happening. Similarly, Ren Ao, who had left for several days and searched for days but couldn't find Huang Junyi, and hadn't even seen any other lineage disciples, also sensed that something was amiss. With a bad premonition in their hearts, both women headed towards the cloud bridge of the 5th pass. On the cloud bridge, Xiaoyu, as a lineage disciple, had been guarding there from beginning to end. To avoid revealing his true identity, Tian Jiashan disguised himself as a Hunyang sect disciple this time, using this identity to gather other Hunyang sect disciples, and then, using the same method, sent them to the afterlife. Since entering the trial ground, Tian Jiashan had mastered information on over 70% of the Hunyang sect disciples lurking in the trial ground. He had personally killed over 60% of them and was able to extract their divine souls, allowing him to understand these Hunyang sect disciples in the trial ground very well. It was no exaggeration to say that Tian Jiashan's understanding of the Hunyang sect disciples in the trial ground even surpassed that of many Hunyang sect disciples themselves. Precisely because of this, Tian Jiashan smoothly gathered dozens of disciples from the Hunyang sect around him once more. To win over their heart nature and to display his extraordinary status, Tian Jiashan would still occasionally give everyone some medicinal pills and talismans to ensure their obedience. However, since he was not truly a Hunyang sect disciple, Tian Jiashan, though creating something from nothing, had to mix truth with falsehood. This was because it was the only way to maintain a sense of mystery and give the Hunyang sect disciples room for imagination. Thinking about having to gather a Hunyang sect expert of the 11th extreme realm later, Tian Jiashan, leading his team in stealth, began to feel a little worried. The 11th realm was already an extreme realm, such individuals held significant status within the Hunyang sect and possessed much more information, making them harder to deceive. Despite his worries, Tian Jiashan did not stop approaching the person named Jihe. I can't be of much help, so I'll just try to eliminate all those whose cultivation hasn't reached the extreme realm. The remaining experts can only be left to the senior brothers and sisters. After muttering to himself again, Tian Jiashan had already arrived in front of Zaixin Pavilion. Zaixin Pavilion was the fourth checkpoint in the trial ground, testing heart nature and comprehension ability. Therefore, the trial at Zaixin Pavilion was relatively quiet. Those who came here only needed to enter Zaixin Pavilion's illusion array. Those who could walk out would continue to Cloud Bridge, those who could not, once the designated time arrived, would be automatically teleported out of the trial ground, which meant losing the qualification to become a Chaosian sect disciple. The 3-month trial period was nearing its end, and at this time, over 90% of the participants were gathered around Zaixin Pavilion. Tian Jiashan's arrival with a team of 23 immediately attracted many gazes. Those who remained outside Zaixin Pavilion to adjust their state looked at Tian Jiashan at the front of the team, their expressions solemn, and they had already mentally labeled him as an expert. To be able to gather so many people to follow him in the trial ground, his strength must not be weak. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, based on the information he had, Tian Jiashan quickly found the Hunyang sect disciple named Jihe in a secluded corner. However, to Tian Jiashan's surprise, beside Jihe was another Tuzhen, also an expert of the Hunyang sect's 11th extreme realm. Muttering to himself, "Good, it's not unmanageable," Tian Jiashan walked towards the two without changing his expression. "Jihe and Tuzhen?" Tian Jiashan asked in a questioning tone, which also revealed a hint of arrogance. After all, the role Tian Jiashan was currently playing was that of a mysterious Hunyang sect expert with outstanding talent and an unruly nature, so he naturally had to appear somewhat arrogant. Seeing the disdain in the depths of the person's eyes and the aura of arrogance emanating from him, the man and woman on the ground merely frowned slightly. However, because they had no impression of the person in front of them and he was always masked, under his special identity, they had already quietly circulated their cultivation within their bodies. Put down your circulating cultivation. Qing has already begun his operation. The soul seed is still nowhere to be found, but it must have already started attacking the Chaosian sect's lineage disciples in secret. I have gathered many disciples from the sect, preparing for a disturbance at Zaixin Pavilion tonight. You two are not weak, and I need your help. Upon hearing what the person in front of them said, the two indeed relaxed their guard. After all, not everyone was qualified to know about Qing and the soul seed. The fact that this person understood the mission to such an extent suggested his identity was not ordinary. But why had they never heard anything about such a person before? Don't overthink it. I won't tell you my identity, but I can tell you that I am from the Hunyang sect. As for why you know nothing about me, besides the elders' arrangement, I have nothing further to say. You said you gathered a group of Hunyang sect disciples. Where are they? Hearing the woman in front of him ask this, Tian Jiashan's heart immediately filled with joy. Tian Jiashan didn't expect his fabricated mysteriousness to make the two completely trust him. He only needed them to be half-believing, or even to follow him with a skeptical attitude. Because tonight, he would send everyone on their way. Their final journey. Further words were useless. Knowing that the woman in front of him wanted to verify the reliability of his identity through the group of Hunyang sect disciples he had gathered, Tian Jiashan led the two to the team's gathering place. A short while later, when Jihe and Tuzhen confirmed the identities of the 23 individuals and discovered that they were indeed all Hunyang sect disciples hidden in the trial ground, their vigilance naturally decreased a few notches. However, even so, the two remained full of curiosity and wariness towards the suddenly appearing Tian Jiashan. In this enemy trial ground, the two could not afford to be careless, as a single mistake could cost them their lives. Do you have any other opinions on my plan for tonight? We will cooperate with your actions tonight. Although they hadn't given up their suspicions, the two still agreed to Tian Jiashan's request. Over 20 people were Hunyang sect disciples, and he knew so much, the person in front of them might truly be a special individual planted in the trial ground by the sect. Moreover, whether he had any problems or not, they would know the answer tonight. Chaosian sect disciples would absolutely not indiscriminately kill people in the trial ground. After telling everyone his plan to slaughter Zaixin Pavilion, Tian Jiashan went to the side alone to meditate and adjust his qi, feigning arrogance. A mysterious expert must have the demeanor of a mysterious expert. Just like that, Tian Jiashan sat in silence until nightfall. Everyone, are you ready? The Hunyang sect disciples showed expressions of madness and excitement, ready for a big fight. Ji He and Tu Zhen nodded. Since that's the case, let's go do something big. No sooner had Tian Jiashan's words fallen than a large array suddenly lit up beneath the feet of the 20-odd people hiding in the dark, preparing to rush out and ambush Zaixin Pavilion. Before anyone could react, dozens of people were instantly teleported far away. In just an instant, dozens of people were transported 70 li away, like ingredients thrown into a pot, facing a torrent of intense attacks. Many died in the large array Tian Jiashan had prepared beforehand, without even having time to react. 10 spirit-rank spirit arrays activated simultaneously, coupled with the powerful talismans hung within the array, creating a continuous chorus of horrific screams. Ji He and Tu Zhen were powerful, and they had always been wary of Tian Jiashan, so the moment they were teleported away, they knew something was wrong. However, even if they could barely resist, facing the spirit array whose power was still increasing, their hearts gradually became filled with fear. Knowing that there were extreme realm experts within the spirit array, Tian Jiashan did not stand by this time. Instead, he moved around the large array, constantly adding fuel to the fire, ensuring the array's intensity was sufficient. This time, the large array roared for half an hour into the night, only stopping and moving away when Tian Jiashan's talismans scattered around detected someone approaching. After another annihilation of 25 people, Tian Jiashan, unknown to anyone, disappeared into the darkness. Knowing that the attitude of the senior brothers and sisters towards him had changed, and that they only maintained the necessary politeness, with their all long gone, Tian Jiashan also had no intention of contacting them, lest they disbelieve him and accidentally expose his information to Gongyang Qing. As for the only one he worried about, 9th senior sister, with Gao senior sister having already met up with her, Tian Jiashan was no longer concerned. Moreover, Gao senior sister would tell 9th senior sister when to inform Zisai senior sister and Dong Ta senior brother about Gongyang Qing. The trial was nearing its end, and Tian Jiashan seemed to already see himself and others successfully completing the mission, and then he would return to Broken Mountain, becoming ordinary again, to continue his cultivation. With his mood greatly improved, Tian Jiashan's efficiency in completing tasks also became faster. And because it was already nearing the end, and most of the Hunyang sect disciples had died, after using the same strategy 5 times and killing a total of 119 people, Tian Jiashan finally arrived at the cloud bridge of the 5th pass. Except for a few stragglers, almost all of the Hunyang sect disciples hidden in the trial ground had been eradicated by Tian Jiashan. On the way to Cloud Bridge, after consecutively throwing out 15 talismans to blast a Jade Void 8th Realm straggler to death, Tian Jiashan, hidden in the distance, silently departed. During this period, 5 large pits appeared in the trial ground, each containing several kilograms of ashes. However, no one knew about all this except for the culprit, Tian Jiashan. Luckily, my luck was good, and I didn't encounter that mysterious expert called the Soul Seed. I wonder if the senior brothers and sisters have dealt with him. Well, even if they haven't dealt with him yet, with so many senior brothers and sisters, it would be easy to kill him by ganging up. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he could still see the cloud bridge in the sky and immediately sped up. However, what Tian Jiashan didn't know was that at this moment on the cloud bridge, his senior brothers and sisters, with the exception of 9th senior sister who had cleverly remained in the early stage, had all fallen into the hands of the Soul Seed. Previously, after realizing something was wrong, Li Zisai and Ren Gao both headed towards Cloud Bridge. They indeed met Xiaoyu there, but the Soul Seed and others had already gathered around Cloud Bridge, resulting in them being ambushed. Although the 3 were all lineage disciples of the Chaoxian sect and possessed formidable strength, setting aside the Soul Seed who had already opened the 12 divine mansions, Gongyang Qing, Bai Kainger and Zhaoming, 3 Jade Void 12th extreme realm experts, were already powerful. 9th senior sister, who was severely wounded and escaped after being ambushed, had also intended to come to Cloud Bridge to meet up with Xiaoyu. However, a sudden thought, like a divine messenger, made her recall some of youngest martial brother's absurd theories from daily life, and 9th senior sister ultimately did not do so. It was precisely because of this that 9th senior sister was grateful to have escaped a calamity. Although she usually felt that her youngest martial brother's thinking was a bit strange when they were together, and he was overly surprised and cautious about things, it was only after experiencing it herself that Huang Junyi finally realized how brilliant and effective her youngest martial brother's preemptive measures truly were. 9th senior sister, currently fleeing from the Soul Seed and his group, was only grateful to have a youngest martial brother like Tian Jiashan. Huang Junyi, who was severely wounded in the first ambush, ultimately failed to protect Fuyao, escaping alone with her formidable strength. When she thought of returning to the Cloud Bridge to rendezvous with Xiaoyu, she suddenly recalled her youngest martial brother's usual habits and ultimately gave up on ascending the Cloud Bridge. And facts proved that 9th senior sister's decision was undoubtedly correct. Huang Junyi still felt a chill run down her spine as she tried to imagine the outcome if she hadn't thought of her youngest martial brother on the way and had already ascended the Cloud Bridge. A top-tier expert named Soul Seed, who had opened 12 divine mansions, along with 2 other powerful experts, Gongyang Qing and Bai Kainger, who had also opened divine mansions, and a 12th extreme realm expert named Zhaoming. These 4 individuals had now occupied the Cloud Bridge. After more than 20 days, she hadn't seen a single lineage disciple from the Chaoxian sect. Huang Junyi knew that most of them had likely met a tragic end. In the most optimistic scenario, all the lineage disciples should have fallen into a similar predicament as herself. In a hidden place, as many thoughts flashed through Huang Junyi's mind, she quietly got up after seeing no one around. Huang Junyi had only one thought at this moment, to find her youngest martial brother. Although she hadn't seen any trace of her youngest martial brother in these past 20-odd days, Huang Junyi was confident that even if all the lineage disciples had met with misfortune, her youngest martial brother would definitely be safe and sound. Moreover, considering the worst-case scenario, her youngest martial brother was the only person she could rely on now, and the only way to defeat the Hunyang sect's people. What if he had opened 12 divine mansions? As long as her youngest martial brother truly made a move, the soul seed would be a dead man within 10 moves. Huang Junyi had such confidence, but the biggest problem now was how to find her youngest martial brother. Not to mention that the soul seed and others were still searching for her in the trial ground, so she couldn't act rashly. But even if she could move, thinking about her youngest martial brother's personality, the difficulty would be 100 times greater than finding the Hunyang sect disciples in the trial ground. Just thinking about her youngest martial brother's personality made Huang Junyi's head ache immensely. Huang Junyi looked at the broken sword in her hand. Forget it, if I really can't find my youngest martial brother, then I'll just have to take a gamble. As if having made some decision in her heart, Huang Junyi, still wounded, cautiously headed towards the cloud bridge once more. Huang Junyi's only advantage now was her identity as a Chaosian sect lineage disciple, which meant she knew the area around the cloud bridge of the 5th stage better, making it easier to conceal her tracks. And like Huang Junyi, there was also Li Zisai. After Li Zisai and Ren Giao met with Xia Yu on the cloud bridge earlier, the three of them had a great battle with the 4 from Soul Seed. The final result was Li Zisai escaping with serious injuries, while Ren Giao and Xia Yu were not so fortunate. Although both were concealing their tracks and approaching the cloud bridge again, wanting to rescue their junior brothers and junior sisters, unlike Huang Junyi, Li Zisai no longer held out hope for the others at this time. Unlike Huang Junyi, Li Zisai did not know of Tian Jiashan's power, so she believed that by now, Tian Jiashan must have fallen into enemy hands. Instead, Li Zisai still held a glimmer of hope for the powerful Huang Junyi. Tian Jiashan had not anticipated, not even a little, that the situation in the trial ground would have evolved to such a dire state during this time. At this moment, Tian Jiashan, who was heading towards the cloud bridge and eliminating some stragglers along the way, was already planning his future path of cultivation. Cultivation is a particularly long process, and Tian Jiashan greatly enjoyed the feeling of planning meticulously and then achieving his goals little by little. And as the three, unaware of each other's situations, approached the cloud bridge, some exceptionally aptitude individuals had already begun crossing the cloud bridge. The Zaixin Pavilion of the 4th stage tested comprehension ability in heart nature, while the cloud bridge, the final stage, assessed one's chi presence. Although the term chi presence sounds somewhat ethereal and even imperceptible in terms of tangible benefits, the concept of chi presence is what cultivators care about most. Cultivation itself is a sacred path that breaks through the mundane, and even in the end, it aims for the divine positions bestowed by the heavenly court. If one doesn't even have chi presence, how far can they go in the future? In short, cultivators must have a grand heart nature, one so vast it can encompass the entire heaven. It was no surprise to the participants that no elders from the Chaosian sect appeared in the final stage, as this was the tradition of the Chaosian sect, they simply crossed the cloud bridge on their own. What people didn't know, however, was that the immense good fortune that was originally to be had after crossing the cloud bridge had now inexplicably turned into a great disaster. With Xia Yu's defeat, the Soul Seed and his group from the Hunyang sect were now guarding the end of the cloud bridge. Therefore, as soon as anyone crossed the cloud bridge, they would mercilessly kill them. Those who could walk halfway across the cloud bridge could become outer sect disciples of the Chaosian sect, and those who could reach the end could become inner sect disciples. Furthermore, those with outstanding performance might even be taken as disciples by sect elders. Therefore, those who could reach the end were at least individuals with strength and talent. And once such individuals were trained by the Chaosian sect, they would ultimately be used to deal with the Hunyang sect. How could they possibly let those who crossed the bridge live? However, fortunately, the cloud bridge was, after all, the final stage. Although it appeared calm, it was incredibly difficult to cross, so even if many people were crossing, none had yet reached the end. At the end of the cloud bridge, a slender, pale-faced individual sat before a group of severely wounded Chaosian sect lineage disciples. Beside this thin person were Gongyang Qing and Bai Qianger, who had spent day and night with the lineage disciples, and Zhao Ming. However, all 4 of them looked somewhat gloomy at this moment. Conversely, the captured Chaosian sect lineage disciples, at this moment, had expressions of mockery, sarcasm and schadenfreude on their faces. Not a single Hunyang sect disciple found. Still feeling somewhat incredulous, Soul Seed questioned Zhao Ming again. However, this only made Zhao Ming, who had searched for 10 days without finding anything, look even more grim. I searched for 10 full days, even returning to Zaixin Pavilion, but still found nothing. I didn't even see a single Hunyang sect disciple, not even a corpse. Zhao Ming spoke grimly, feeling something eerie as he thought about his experiences over the past 10 days. According to previous estimates, there should still be at least 150 of our people hidden in the Chaosian sect's trial ground, but now they have all vanished. All the lineage disciples are here. Huang Junyi and Li Zisai were severely wounded and escaped not long ago. Even if they still have some strength, they absolutely couldn't have wiped out everyone. Gongyang Qing also spoke with a grim expression, utterly unable to understand where those more than 150 people had gone. Could it be that the Chaosian sect was prepared and has already taken action in secret? Bai Qianger also spoke thoughtfully, but was quickly refuted. If the Chaosian sect elders had taken action, we would definitely have received news. Moreover, even if Chaosian sect elders had acted, their primary target shouldn't be to rescue the captured lineage disciples? Killing a few ants is not only useless but also alerts us and makes us vigilant. It doesn't make sense, logically or emotionally. Soul Seed's incisive analysis dismissed the speculation of Chaosian sect elders taking action, and everyone fell back into deep thought. Gongyang Qing, Bai Qianger, is that Tian Jiashan really not a problem? Gongyang Qing and Bai Qianger simultaneously looked at Soul Seed beside them. The name Tian Jiashan, almost forgotten, became clear again in their minds. Although that Tian Jiashan has some strength, coupled with his cowardly personality, let alone actively killing so many people, he'd be thanking the heavens if our people didn't go looking for him, so it's impossible. Bai Qianger nodded in agreement. Could it be that the sect disciples received some order early on and are now gathered in hiding, as it's already nearing the end? And Xiaoming only failed to find them, it doesn't mean everyone has met with misfortune. Soul Seed did not comment on Bai Qianger's point, merely looking at the schadenfreude crowd in the distance. It's just over 100 people. If they're really dead, then so be it. Just ensure the mission is completed. Facing the lives and deaths of over 100 people, Soul Seed, emotionless and cold, said this and walked towards the crowd. You still have some backbone. Even at a time like this, you can still think of each other. I don't dislike that. Tell me, are those more than 150 people from my Hunyang sect dead, or not? Soul Seed looked at the people in front of him. Seeing that they still only had mocking expressions, he simply smiled slightly and turned to leave. Xiaoming watched the people on the ground from a distance, especially when he saw Ren Giao, a surge of desire ignited in his heart. However, fearing that Ren Giao might choose to self-destruct her spiritual sea in desperation, he still restrained himself. At this moment, Xiaoming only regretted that his cultivation of the 14 Yang soul signs was not deep enough, otherwise he could have done whatever he wanted to the women. After all, they had been fellow disciples for 100 years. Although their dao differed and they didn't conspire together, Gongyang Qing and Qianger didn't insult the captured individuals. Seeing the four leave one after another, the captured individuals no longer concealed their joy. However, even as they prayed in their hearts that the more than 150 people from the Hunyang sect who had suddenly vanished had died, the group was also filled with doubts. And at this moment, the culprit who had silently eliminated over 150 people was now tailing a straggler. Tian Jiashan hadn't expected to encounter a Hunyang sect disciple from the list even when he chose a remote mountain path for safety. Seeing the person's peculiar behavior, he wondered if there were other Hunyang sect disciples he didn't know about, so he didn't rush to act, but instead followed along. Seeing the person ahead acting furtively, Tian Jiashan became more convinced that there was something fishy and grew more cautious. However, just as he was about to follow the person's next furtive move, a sudden divine art appeared, causing Tian Jiashan's head, which had just popped out, to retract sharply. Then, Tian Jiashan saw the person he was following fighting fiercely with a woman who was clearly in a very bad state. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that senior sister Li Zisai? Surprised to encounter senior sister Li Zisai, Tian Jiashan immediately frowned. How did the ethereal senior sister Li turn into such a state? She's so severely injured, struggling even against someone from the Jade Void 11th realm. What happened? Did she encounter the mysterious strong soul seed? As the question arose in his mind, Tian Jiashan was immediately horrified, his first thought going to that mysterious strong soul seed. However, the horror was only momentary. After calming down and thinking, Tian Jiashan knew that even if senior sister Li had indeed encountered that soul seed, it shouldn't be nearby. Otherwise, the person whose true identity was a Hunyang sect disciple wouldn't have been secretly following for so long before choosing to act alone. Even senior sister Li Zisai is so seriously injured, the situation is not optimistic. His mood instantly became solemn. Seeing that senior sister Li in front had clearly used her divine mansion, yet was still struggling against a peak 11th realm expert, Tian Jiashan quietly circled to the rear of the battlefield. The essence of a sneak attack lies in 3 words. Fast. Ruthless. Precise. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Jiashan, hidden in the dark, quietly circulated his cultivation. As his spiritual power suddenly surged, the sudden sense of crisis startled both combatants. However, at this moment, Tian Jiashan's divine ability had already descended. A clear phoenix cry accompanied the appearance of a giant phoenix, instantly blasting away the 11th realm Hunyang sect disciple. The sneak attack was successful, but Tian Jiashan's attack didn't stop there. As his physical body strength erupted, his legs seemed to have springs attached. He suddenly leaped into the air, and as he clenched his right hand, a long spear made of spiritual power appeared in his grasp. A sharp shriek erupted, and the long spear precisely pierced the person who had been blasted down. A thud accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground occurred, and where the long spear landed in the distance, a crater with a 10-meter radius had appeared. As for that Hunyang sect disciple, he was deader than dead. From sudden horror to being caught off guard, and now witnessing with her own eyes that the 11th realm Hunyang sect expert was killed in 2 moves, his body lying broken in the crater, Li Zisai's mind was buzzing. Although it was only 2 moves, this junior brother Jiashan is a bit too fierce. Tian Jiashan's clean, powerful 2 moves delivered a huge visual shock to Li Zisai, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. Temporarily ignoring senior sister Li, Tian Jiashan once again practiced his cautious habit of destroying bodies and pulverizing bones. After going into the crater and finishing dealing with the corpse, he turned and came back. Li Zisai watched this scene unfold, unsure how to comment. Although junior brother Jiashan had repeatedly said before that he was very timid and cowardly, Li Zisai never expected that junior brother Jiashan had reached such a degree. Senior sister Li, are you alright? Never mind, senior sister, you don't look alright. Wait, I'll find you some medicinal pills. Tian Jiashan said to himself. After his divine sense swept through his storage artifact, 2 small medicinal pill bottles quickly appeared in his hand. Both were earth origin pills he had prepared for himself for emergencies. Li Zisai looked at the junior brother who had risen to prominence in the sect and then quickly faded, her eyes hesitant and wary. She didn't immediately take the medicinal pills. As for senior sister Li's wariness towards him, Tian Jiashan had probably guessed what was going on and wasn't angry. Senior sister Li, not everyone is an ingrate like Gongyang Qing. These medicinal pills are chi spirit pills and blood transformation pills among the earth origin pills, which can maximize your immediate replenishment of spiritual power and healing of wounds. Li Zisai still didn't immediately take the medicinal pills, but just looked at Tian Jiashan with surprise. Junior brother Jiashan, you also know that Gongyang Qing is a traitor. Li Zisai was surprised because she and Dong Ta had never made such news public before. Actually, I knew Gongyang Qing was a traitor when I was still a squad leader. I even suspect that senior sister Bai Qianger also has problems. Tian Jiashan said casually, then raised his hand, gesturing to the medicinal pills in his hand. And hearing Tian Jiashan say this, Li Zisai was even more shocked, because the Bai Qianger that junior brother Jiashan mentioned was indeed also a secret agent of the Hunyang sect. She took the medicinal pills but didn't take them immediately. Li Zisai just kept asking the doubts in her heart, asking Tian Jiashan how he knew the identities of the two, where he had been during this time, and why he didn't tell such important things earlier. Senior sister Li beside him had countless questions, like a living 100,000 whys. Tian Jiashan felt a headache just listening. However, when he saw senior sister Li asking why he didn't tell everyone about Gongyang Qing earlier, and even showed anger towards him, he shook his head helplessly. Senior sister Li, you are very angry about me hiding the truth, right? Hearing this, Li Zisai only then realized that she had been a bit aggressive and excessive. She reined in her demeanor but didn't speak. How could she not be angry about such a big matter? Because of Gongyang Qing, now all the senior brothers and junior sisters have fallen into the hands of the soul seed. If Jiashan had told them earlier, none of this would have happened. However, even if Li Zisai didn't speak, Tian Jiashan knew what she was thinking. Senior sister Li, have you ever thought carefully about why I didn't expose Gongyang Qing? Li Zisai looked puzzled. I've only been in the sect for a few months, and my interactions with everyone can even be counted. Although I unexpectedly had a dazzling performance in the sect grand competition and instantly became a celebrity, valued by the sect and revered by you, ultimately, you only revere my strength. You don't truly trust me as a person. This has been fully demonstrated since entering the trial ground. So, to put it plainly, senior sister, you are still a small group, and I am an exception. If someone like me were to confidently claim that Gongyang Qing is a spy for the Hunyang sect based only on words, would you believe me? You don't need to answer, senior sister Li, I know. You wouldn't believe me. Even if you would suspect Gongyang Qing because I exposed him, you would also suspect me, and you would suspect me even more than Gongyang Qing. Because I'm more like an outsider, and then I, without any proof, pointed out Gongyang Qing, destroying your friendship and making your situation very awkward. Moreover, Gongyang Qing isn't foolish. If I really spoke out and accused him, he might even use your centuries of friendship and trust as fellow disciples to get rid of me. For example, my performance at the sect grand ceremony, which was originally genuinely because I was timid and hid myself. But if such an event were placed in the present, in the hands of the cunning Gongyang Qing, it would be impossible to explain. I'm done. Ending with these 4 words, Tian Jiashan just quietly looked at senior sister Li, whose face was filled with guilt. Junior brother Jiashan, I'm sorry, I didn't think that much, I was just eager to save people, so I... Li Zisai was interrupted before she could finish speaking. Eager to save people, save whom? Tian Jiashan, who hadn't shown any emotional fluctuations even when misunderstood, suddenly became nervous. Seeing junior brother Jiashan like this, Li Zisai also looked puzzled. Could junior brother Jiashan really not know anything? However, Tian Jiashan knew a lot, but also truly knew nothing. Soon, the roles of speaker and listener between the two parties switched, becoming Li Zisai speaking and Tian Jiashan listening. After a while, having heard senior sister Li's narration, Tian Jiashan felt utterly devastated, his heart ashen, and he became completely dispirited. Looking at junior brother Jiashan, who had lost all his vigor and spirit and was now leaning his forehead against a tree, Li Zisai said nothing more. It was normal for junior brother Jiashan to be so heavy-hearted after suddenly receiving such news. She could understand junior brother Jiashan's feelings. However, Li Zisai truly couldn't understand Tian Jiashan's feelings. At this moment, Tian Jiashan was wailing in his heart. Tian Jiashan had calculated everything, but he never expected that after he had used every method to clear out the enemy's main camp from behind, a group of senior brothers and sisters were all captured. You are lineage disciples of the Chaosian sect. You are very, very strong people. I trusted you so much, but you just played with my trust like this. It's understandable if 1 or 2 were caught, but what the hell is it that everyone was captured? The more Tian Jiashan thought about it, the more frantic he became. On the verge of tears, he was about to complain to the famous senior sister Li beside him about how things had come to such a pass, but when he turned his head, he saw a miserable and sorrowful face. He just kept massaging the vermilion mole on his forehead with his palm. Numb. Thinking of the mountain of things to come, Tian Jiashan only felt his head swell. If ninth senior sister was also captured, with her cold and resolute personality and her figure, wouldn't it stir up some inexplicable fetish in the Hunyang sect people, and they would do that to ninth senior sister. The more Tian Jiashan thought about it, the more he felt a chill down his spine. Save them. He absolutely had to save them. With this thought in mind, Tian Jiashan immediately calmed his emotions. Only by calming down could he analyze the problem most rationally and find a solution. Momentary impulsiveness and anger would only turn his irrational self into a mindless brute. Ignoring senior sister Li beside him, Tian Jiashan sat on the ground in a daze, but in his mind, he was sorting out the whole story and all the information he had. Seeing junior brother Jiashan like this, Li Zisai also didn't disturb him for the time being, but also sat down to recuperate her injuries. Junior brother Jiashan, such a timid person, must have been terrified by the sudden bad news, his eyes already vacant. It seems that relying on junior brother Jiashan is no longer an option, she can only find a way herself later. Just as she thought this, Li Zisai's heart trembled slightly, because she found that the 2 Earth origin pills she had swallowed had surprisingly good effects. When traveling, Li Zisai naturally carried some spirit pills with her. Although they were all used up, she could still clearly feel that the medicinal pills given by junior brother Jiashan had a significantly stronger effect than other Earth origin pills for healing injuries. Although he knew his next actions were full of danger, Tian Jiashan couldn't sit still once he thought about ninth senior sister potentially being, well, you know. Having a deep understanding of ninth senior sister, Tian Jiashan knew that just as he feared death, ninth senior sister feared humiliation to the same extent. Conversely, if asked to die, ninth senior sister wouldn't even bat an eye. All the senior brothers and sisters had been captured, and the 4 powerful individuals, led by Soul Seed, the one he had pondered over for months, whose real name was actually Soul Seed, were formidable. Soul Seed had even opened 12 divine mansions, making him the strongest. Although various factors were currently against him, it wasn't a completely hopeless situation. At least, in the past month, he had prepared many methods with Soul Seed as the imagined enemy, all under the premise of being in the Calamity Transformation realm. There were 6 Xian rank broken talismans with 5 layers of additional inscriptions, and 60 with 4 layers. There were 2 Xian rank adoration talismans with 5 layers of additional inscriptions, and 20 with 4 layers. He had 58 acquired supreme treasures with him previously. 92 Earth origin pills. He had also prepared 8 spirit rank teleportation arrays and 8 spirit rank offensive/slaughter arrays. Wait, spirit array. Tian Jiashan, who was calculating his accumulated resources during this period, suddenly remembered when he thought of spirit arrays, hadn't he given that top-grade spirit rank teleportation array to 9th senior sister? Could 9th senior sister have already teleported away using the spirit array? But as soon as he thought this, Tian Jiashan's expression became solemn again. According to the current situation, even if one could teleport out of the trial ground, it wasn't certain they could reach the sect. Outside the trial ground, it was inevitable that powerful cultivators from the Hunyang sect would be waiting. Forget it, he should confirm 9th senior sister's safety first. Junior brother Jiashan, actually, besides Soul Seed and the other 3 powerful Hunyang sect cultivators, there are many other Hunyang sect disciples hidden in the trial ground. And there are also many cultivators at the 11th extreme realm who chased me yesterday. If we approach rashly like this, wouldn't we just fall into a trap? After all, they have strength in numbers. Senior sister Li, as things stand, no matter how many of them there are, we have to act. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the safety of our senior brothers and sisters. They captured our senior brothers and sisters but aren't in a hurry to kill them, which clearly indicates they have big plans for the Chaosian sect. However, regarding the other Hunyang sect disciples you mentioned, there's no need to worry about them now. We only need to focus on dealing with Soul Seed and his 3 companions. Li Zisai looked puzzled, her eyes filled with inquiry. All the Hunyang sect disciples who were hiding their identities in the trial ground have been killed by me. Including the one I killed yesterday, that was the last one. Li Zisai's confused eyes suddenly widened, changing from suspicion to disbelief. Junior brother Jiashan. Have they really all been dealt with by you? From what I learned from Soul Seed, as of a month ago, there were still over 100 Hunyang sect disciples. In the past month, I successively killed 160 people. Adding the one from yesterday, that's 161. I originally intended to deal with all these small fry and then team up with you senior sisters to confront Gongyang Qing, which would make it easier to succeed. Who would have thought you senior sisters would be completely wiped out? Hearing this, the deeply shaken Li Zisai couldn't help but blush. Comparing the 2 situations, they were indeed too ashamed. But now was not the time to dwell on this. Over 160 people, all killed within a month, and looking at junior brother Jiashan now, he was calm and composed, without any injuries or even a trace of fatigue. How did junior brother Jiashan manage it? How much strength must that require as support? Li Zisai thought deeply, then spoke in a daze. Junior brother Jiashan, you are actually very, very strong, aren't you? Tian Jiashan turned to look at senior sister Li, who was both deeply shocked and full of hope. I'm not as powerful as senior sister Li thinks. I just used a stratagem to gather all the Hunyang sect disciples together and then blasted them all to death with a spirit array, that's all. Seeing senior sister Li's expression change, about to question him again, Tian Jiashan quickly spoke first. If he let senior sister Li keep asking, would they still be able to save anyone? Senior sister Li, I'll explain these things later. For now, please listen to me. Li Zisai stopped the words at her mouth, only nodding woodenly. These are 10 Earth origin pills. Pay special attention to these 2 brightly colored ones, they are incredibly poisonous medicinal pills. If one is not in the human immortal realm, these pills will dissolve everything, even corroding the divine soul. Hearing such a description, Li Zisai immediately recalled the chilling scene yesterday where the Hunyang sect disciple's body completely disintegrated before her eyes. As for the other 8, senior sister Li has already experienced their medicinal effects. Additionally, this broken talisman and adoration talisman are both Xian rank talismans with 5 layers of additional inscriptions, possessing immense power. Senior sister Li, take them and seize an opportunity to strike. As for talismans for self-defense, use these. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he took out a stack of talismans, all broken talismans and adoration talismans, but because they only had 4 layers of additional inscriptions, their divine radiance was much dimmer. These are also broken talismans and adoration talismans, but they only have 4 layers of additional inscriptions. When fighting, senior sister Li, just keep throwing them out. Senior sister Li, please also take these 8 array stones. The 4 array stones engraved with the character escape, done, escape, can be combined to form a teleportation array. It's only a 10th rank, but the teleportation distance reaches 70 li. The ones engraved with kill, shat, kill, are offensive spirit arrays, reaching the spirit array rank. Also, senior sister Li, prepare these 5 acquired supreme treasures on your person. Although their rank may not necessarily be higher than what you already have, I can guarantee their compatibility with the Jade Void Realm is higher than those high-rank magic treasures. In short, they will be more convenient to use. Facing junior brother Jiashan's gifts, Li Zisai merely nodded woodenly while accepting the items one by one. Only when junior brother Jiashan finally finished speaking did Li Zisai realize that a pile of magic treasures had already accumulated in front of her. Even as a lineage disciple of the Chaosian sect, hailed as a top prodigy with the most hope of breaking into the Calamity Transformation realm, Li Zisai couldn't help but swallow at this moment. Seeing senior sister Li staring blankly at him, Tian Jiashan spoke comfortingly. Senior sister Li, you don't need to worry. Use these things as you please, I still have more. Li Zisai's eyes remained vacant. That's not what she meant. But then again, how many treasures did junior brother Jiashan actually carry with him? Xian rank broken talismans and adoration talismans with 5 layers of additional inscriptions. Just these 2 talismans alone were enough to exchange for hundreds of thousands of purple spirit stones. And there were so many earth origin pills, array stones inscribed with spirit arrays, and he could just give away 5 acquired supreme treasures like that. Junior brother Jiashan. Li Zisai hesitated, wanting to say something but not knowing what to ask after opening her mouth. Junior brother Jiashan, who exactly are you? Someone who fears death, someone who cultivates immortals cautiously in pursuit of longevity. After arming his only helper, Tian Jiashan and Li Zisai quickly headed towards the cloud bridge at the 5th checkpoint. As time passed, disciples had already become outer sect disciples of the Chaosian sect on the cloud bridge. As for those who reached the end of the cloud bridge, none had appeared yet, but quite a few were getting closer and closer to the cloud bridge. Although eager to act, he couldn't act blindly. After approaching the cloud bridge, Tian Jiashan stopped again. The best way to deal with the 4 people on the cloud bridge was to lure them out one by one and then kill them one by one. According to senior sister Li's description of everyone's combat strength, if it were a one-on-one fight, Tian Jiashan was confident in quickly dispatching the 3 individuals other than Soul Seed, ensuring their swift elimination in a short amount of time. As for how short Tian Jiashan's short amount of time actually was, only he knew in his heart. But even with that thought, he only had senior sister Li by his side now. To lure everyone out would still be a 2-on-3 situation, the desired one-on-one might not necessarily occur. In the dark night, Tian Jiashan, clad in black, pondered, his aura withdrawn, his body cloaked in black. Li Zisai, whose emotions had been fluctuating all day, occasionally turned to look at junior brother Jiashan beside her, her eyes filled with awe. In just one day, Li Zisai was completely impressed by junior brother Jiashan, even though junior brother Jiashan hadn't formally engaged in combat. Even now, if she didn't know junior brother Jiashan was beside her, she wouldn't even be able to see him hidden in the darkness. Senior sister Li, do you have any spirit medicine or heaven and earth treasure on you? Just these. I used quite a bit after being ambushed and severely injured earlier. There are 2 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, that's not bad. Senior sister Li, give me your hand, I'll take your pulse. Li Zisai still extended her hand without resistance, not even asking what Tian Jiashan intended to do. By now, Li Zisai had unconditionally trusted Tian Jiashan. As Tian Jiashan's hand rested, sensing Li Zisai's meridians, Li Zisai suddenly cried out in pain due to the vibration of her entire body's meridians. And it was this shock, which resonated through all her meridians, that allowed Tian Jiashan to understand the physical body strength of senior sister Li beside him. Senior sister Li, don't ask why. Oh. Although she didn't ask why, Li Zisai saw junior brother Jiashan suddenly take out a huge bronze medicine cauldron, lighting a fire and placing spirit medicine into the cauldron, just like cooking ingredients. Junior brother Jiashan, this flame of yours, is it pill furnace fire? Junior brother Jiashan, do you know alchemy? Remembering the earth origin pill she had taken earlier, and now seeing junior brother Jiashan's incredibly skilled method of starting a fire and refining medicine, Li Zisai, squatting beside him, asked with a brilliant expression in her eyes. It is indeed pill fire, and I can refine some medicinal pills. Seeing that junior brother Jiashan was clearly very busy, Li Zisai didn't speak again, just quietly watched the face that appeared bright under the flickering pill fire. If one looked closely at junior brother Jiashan, he was actually quite handsome. Although he didn't give off an immediately striking impression, nor was he the kind of person one would remember at first glance, he was surprisingly enduringly appealing. Most importantly, being with someone like junior brother Jiashan always brought a strange sense of peace and reassurance. Since meeting Tian Jiashan, the anxiety and unease in Li Zisai's heart had slowly subsided. She even felt that rescuing everyone seemed not impossible. And all of this was brought to Li Zisai by Tian Jiashan. Just as Li Zisai was lost in thought, she saw junior brother Jiashan's face suddenly change dramatically. Ninth senior sister. Below the medicine cauldron, Tian Jiashan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, making Li Zisai even more puzzled. It turned out that the talismans Tian Jiashan had spread around had detected ninth senior sister, who was also concealing her tracks and heading towards the cloud bridge. After unexpectedly discovering ninth senior sister, Jiashan was overjoyed. He left number 1 to continue refining the medicinal liquid, while his true body went to a distant place to bring ninth senior sister back. Li Zisai was surprised, and even more delighted, to see junior sister Junyi brought back by junior brother Jiashan. Junior brother Jiashan is already so powerful, and with junior sister Junyi, who has opened 11 divine mansions, they might even be able to fight against the Soul Seed group. The three of them might truly be able to turn the tide. Thinking of this, infinite hope burst forth in Li Zisai's heart. The Chaosian sect and the Hunyang sect are sworn enemies. Moreover, as lineage disciples of the Chaosian sect, they are the most outstanding generation of disciples. If they were to be annihilated by the Hunyang sect on the Chaosian sect's own territory, it would be a humiliation beyond words. Furthermore, the Hunyang sect would use the captured junior brothers and junior sisters to threaten the sect. Li Zisai desperately wished to change the current situation. Huang Junyi didn't even know how she was discovered, but upon seeing her youngest martial brother, she didn't bother to dwell on it. She understood how powerful her youngest martial brother was even more than Li Zisai, so when she saw him safe and sound, all the unease and worry she had felt during this time immediately vanished. Although the Soul Seed had already opened 12 divine mansions, and was accompanied by Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger, who had also opened divine mansions, plus Zhao Ming of the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm, Huang Junyi still believed that her youngest martial brother could resolve everyone. After so many days, finally finding her youngest martial brother, whom she had been thinking about, Huang Junyi was naturally extremely excited. However, at this moment, Huang Junyi just frowned, looking at her youngest martial brother, who was even more excited than she was. Tian Jiashan was observing his ninth senior sister from every angle, front, back, left, and right, without any blind spots. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right, Tian Jiashan said, patting his chest in relief and letting out a long sigh. Youngest martial brother, so you were worried about me like this, ninth senior sister said with a smile, seeing this side of her youngest martial brother for the first time, and a warmth rose in her heart. It's rare for someone like her youngest martial brother to worry about others to such an extent. In fact, there are very few people her youngest martial brother truly worries about. Look at what ninth senior sister is saying. How could I not worry about you? With your personality, if you fell into enemy hands, you'd definitely be the first to be targeted. The thought of ninth senior sister falling into enemy hands and then being that makes me feel restless. What does that mean? It's like that. After a slight hesitation, Tian Jiashan, unable to say it directly, vividly demonstrated it on himself. It's like this. Huang Junyi and Li Zisai weren't foolish. After understanding Tian Jiashan's intention, their faces turned beet red, and they glared fiercely at Tian Jiashan. The two women quickly reached a consensus on a certain matter. Lewd. Despicable. Tian Jiashan looked at the two women with disdain. They just don't like to hear the truth. Too lazy to argue with the two women about this, Tian Jiashan saw that ninth senior sister also had injuries and her chi was somewhat depleted. After diagnosing her physical body strength, he took out a large medicine cauldron from his storage device and also refined a cauldron of medicinal liquid for ninth senior sister. Not long after, in the two large cauldrons filled with medicinal liquid, Huang Junyi and Li Zisai, having removed their clothes, awkwardly soaked inside. Around the two women, a spirit array spread out, concealing them both. As for Tian Jiashan, to avoid suspicion, he had long since moved far away. Li Zisai was incredibly shy, her ears flushed, not expecting that junior brother Jiashan's refined medicinal liquid would have such a use. Although they were already enveloped by the spirit array, in essence, they were still in the wilderness, which was truly too embarrassing. Junior brother Jiashan was really something, couldn't he have found a better place in advance, even a cave would have been fine. However, despite her complaints and undeniable shyness, Li Zisai persisted in soaking in the medicine cauldron after personally experiencing the astonishing healing effects of the medicinal liquid within it. Across from Li Zisai, ninth senior sister's face was also flushed. To avoid making the atmosphere more awkward, she could only close her eyes, circulate her cultivation technique, and try her best to absorb the medicinal liquid. Junior sister Junyi, junior brother Jiashan really wouldn't peek at us, would he? Li Zisai whispered. Huang Junyi opened her slightly closed eyes at the sound. Seeing senior sister's impressive figure in front of her, her face couldn't help but blush a little more. Youngest martial brother's character can be absolutely trusted, I have absolute confidence in that. Moreover, when it comes to women, with youngest martial brother's personality, even if we dared to let him look, he would only flee in terror. Seeing senior sister Li's face turn even redder because of her words, and realizing that her wolfish words were a bit frightening, ninth senior sister also became shyer. Junior sister Junyi, does junior brother Jiashan perhaps not like women? Seeing that senior sister Li was getting the wrong idea, Huang Junyi immediately spoke up. That's not it. It's just that youngest martial brother's views are a bit different. Moreover, in youngest martial brother's eyes, there has always only been cultivating immortals, all other matters are based on the goal of cultivating immortals. Hearing this, Li Zisai's curiosity did not diminish but rather increased, because from what junior sister Junyi said, junior brother Jiashan seemed to be somewhat different from the person she knew. Actually, I only coincidentally met junior brother Jiashan yesterday when I was being chased. Junior brother Jiashan said he had already dealt with all the Hunyang sect disciples lurking in the trial ground, a total of 161 people. Junior sister Junyi, junior brother Jiashan is actually very strong, isn't he? Huang Junyi looked at senior sister Li, who was speaking purely out of curiosity. Topics concerning strength and cultivation were taboo for youngest martial brother, so even though she knew senior sister Li had no ill intentions, Huang Junyi still didn't plan to reveal the truth. Let alone senior sister Li, even the entire Chaosian sect would be shaken if they truly knew how terrifying youngest martial brother was. Moreover, do we truly know how powerful youngest martial brother is? What youngest martial brother has displayed, is it truly all of him? We don't know any of this, but we wouldn't ask youngest martial brother. Senior sister Li, youngest martial brother is a very strange person. I can only tell you that you can trust youngest martial brother. While the two women were soaking in the medicine cauldron, Tian Jiashan stayed 10 li away from them. As for the area within 1 li of the two women, there were 30 talismans. By the time the talisman's spiritual power was exhausted, the two women would have fully absorbed the medicinal effects. Dressed in black, his entire body shrouded, perfectly concealed, Tian Jiashan seemed to merge with the dark night, becoming a part of it. If not for a speck of red light at his glabella, even if someone walked past him openly, they might not notice him. The cinnabar mole on Tian Jiashan's glabella was not an ordinary red mole, but one formed during his early cultivation of the scripture of the dead. Over 100 years had passed, and although Tian Jiashan had not touched the scripture of the dead, the cinnabar mole on his glabella remained. However, at this moment, Tian Jiashan wasn't thinking about these things. He was thinking about how he should act when he encountered that soul seed later. It would be great if all those captured were men, then I wouldn't have to panic so much, Tian Jiashan murmured with melancholy in the quiet night. To prevent senior sister Giao and the other women from being humiliated, he had to act quickly. And given the current situation, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The trial time was nearing its end. If they did not appear soon, once someone participating in the selection crossed the cloud bridge, it might not be a stroke of good fortune awaiting them, but a disaster. But then again, is the Chaosian sect a bit too yin heavy and yang light? And while Tian Jiashan was contemplating how to deal with the enemy in the Chaosian sect's trial ground, far away, Bai Xiu and Qin Baixiao, who had been pursuing Gu Xiannian for several months, finally caught up with Gu Xiannian in painted clothes, the Imperial Circle Hunter, once again. It was also under a dark night sky, but because of the abundant spiritual power overflowing around them, Bai Xiu and Qin Baixiao's surroundings were brightly lit, not appearing dim at all. At this moment, Qin Baixiao was holding the blood-soaked painted clothes, who had already fainted, and looked expressionlessly at the woman in front of him. Bai Xiu, do you want to resolve it yourself, or should we attack together? You keep an eye out. This time, I want to personally settle this grudge, otherwise, it will bother me. Hearing this, Qin Baixiao said no more. He leaped onto a treetop and sat leisurely above, preparing to watch the show. Though young, Bai Xiu, who possessed the demeanor of a war god, surged with spiritual power once more. As a towering divine tree spread its branches behind him, the area behind him immediately became even brighter. Bai Xiu took a step, instantly appearing before Gu Xiannian, whose spiritual light was dim. For over 3 months, I've actually been thinking about whether or not to kill you. But with each battle, my killing intent towards you grows stronger. Do you know why? Gu Xiannian, already severely wounded, had a grave expression but did not speak. However, she showed no intention of giving up resistance or begging for mercy, only looking at the person in front of her with resolute eyes. Bai Xiu merely looked at the 7 treasures wonderful tree, a chaos supreme treasure. Gu Xiannian, every time you use the 7 treasures wonderful tree, I wish I could make you wish for death but unable to die. How dare you ask why Tian Tian forgot you? How dare you appear before Tian Tian again? Bai Xiu said, almost screaming, her tone and the killing intent emanating from her having reached a terrifying level. Every time she recalled the scenes from 100 years ago, Bai Xiu wished she could cut the woman in front of her into 1,000 pieces. Bai Xiu even felt that allowing Gu Xiannian to die peacefully like this was simply a gift. Although part of the reason I became stronger was to kill you for revenge, I don't intend to thank you, Gu Xiannian. Don't act so wronged, don't pretend to be so pitiful, and don't show me how much you love Tian Tian. That only disgusts me more, so, go to hell. As soon as her words fell, the divine tree behind Bai Xiu surged, and spiritual power roared. However, just as Bai Xiu's attack was about to land, a middle-aged man's voice appeared out of thin air. Little friend, you've made my Nianer suffer so much, it's time to calm down. Let's end this matter here. When Bai Xiu saw the middle-aged couple suddenly appear, her eyes became even sharper, and the divine tree behind her gradually faded away. It wasn't that Bai Xiu was afraid of the Gu clan couple, but she knew that since they had appeared, she wouldn't be able to kill Gu Xiannian today, no matter what. Behind them, Qin Baixiao, who was sitting on the treetop, felt an intense pressure from the middle-aged couple. His expression turned solemn as he leaped to Bai Xiu's side, facing the two as if confronting a formidable enemy. As soon as she appeared, the elegant noblewoman immediately went to Gu Xiannian, who was severely injured. Although her heart ached for her daughter's injuries, the woman didn't feel much anger at this moment, because the Gu clan divine race owed Tian Jiashan too much. Clan leader Gu, not presiding over the overall situation in the ancient edict realm, but running so far here, aren't you afraid that the Gu clan in the ancient divine realm will fall apart? Or are you saying, clan leader Gu, that you heard I have a treasure and want to borrow it again? When she said borrow, Bai Xiu deliberately emphasized the word. Bai Xiu, although you have achieved a little success now, don't be too arrogant and overbearing. There are many people in this world stronger than you. But clan leader Gu, just now, your precious daughter, the Dao inheritor of your Gu clan divine race, almost died in my hands. Bai Xiu spoke sinisterly, but as soon as her voice fell, a vast spiritual power stirred up a strong wind, and Bai Xiu was suddenly thrown flying by the middle-aged man's flick of his sleeve. What, does the Gu clan divine race intend to bully the weak with their strength? As Bai Xiu was suddenly thrown back, spitting blood, Qin Baixiao angrily shouted, his calamity transformation realm aura surging immediately. To die without fighting and to die tragically after fighting have different meanings. Gu Tianlin merely gave a cold glance at Qin Baixiao on the ground, then turned his gaze to Bai Xiu in the distance. Don't think that just because you went to Chahasi and gained some reliance in harvest, you can act recklessly. In my eyes, you are no different from Tian Jiashan, whose immortal root was severed. If it weren't for Xianyan's desperate pleas to me, Tian Jiashan would have long been a pile of shattered bones, and you, Bai Xiu, wouldn't be any better off. As for a fight, if in another 10 years, you, Bai Xiu, can still defeat Xianyan, I, Gu Tianlin, will kneel and kowtow to you with a loud thud. After speaking with full disdain, this formidable clan chief of the Gu clan divine race also bothered no longer with the two young upstarts. Although she saw Jiashan when she went to the Chaoxian sect, Jiashan had completely forgotten her, and she hadn't even spoken much to Jiashan before being chased by Bai Xiu for over 3 months. At this moment, all the unwillingness and grievances, upon seeing her parents, finally broke her strong resolve, and Gu Xiannian threw herself into her mother's arms, crying like a tearful child. Father, mother, Jiashan doesn't remember me, he doesn't remember anything, he's forgotten everything about the ancient edict realm, Gu Xiannian said, tears falling in big drops, sobbing uncontrollably. Being forgotten was the one thing Gu Xiannian could not accept. Xiannian, the prenatal care for the 3 treasures Ruhi sword is ready. We should return to the clan. As for Jiashan, with the protection of the Chaoxian sect, he will be safe for now. Once you inherit the 3 treasures Ruhi sword, your father and I will accompany you to see him again. Seeing that her husband was still talking about the 3 treasures Ruhi sword with Xiannian at such a time, not even comforting her, the woman glared straight at him. Glared at by his wife, Gu Tianlin merely stood up, turning his back to the mother and daughter. Mother, I have something I want to say to Bai Xiu, and I want to see Jiashan one last time before returning to the clan. Her father, are you playing deaf and mute? If you heard her, reply to Xiannian. Knowing that although her daughter was speaking to her, she still needed her husband's approval, the woman spoke to her husband, who had his back to her and their daughter. What's wrong with that? In the distance, Bai Xiu, whose lips were stained crimson, had already stood up, and Qin Baixiao had also arrived by Bai Xiu's side. Looking at the approaching family of 3, Qin Baixiao felt only anger and a hint of apprehension. As for Bai Xiu, both in her heart and on her face, there was only a sneer, an unreserved sneer. The Gu clan divine race was like a pot of spoiled overnight soup, just looking at it was nauseating. Gu Xiannian, her eyes still a little red, walked closer to Bai Xiu. I know you hate me, hate what the entire Gu clan divine race did, but I don't blame you. I just want to tell you that regarding the 7 treasures wonderful tree, I will not possess it. After fusing with the 3 treasures Ruhi sword, I will return it to Jiashan. Also, no matter how much you hate me, you cannot question my love for Jiashan. As if hearing the biggest joke in the world, Bai Xiu found it both ridiculous and infuriating, her mouth twitching, wishing she could slap the person in front of her to death. Gu Xiannian, that's really enough. Stop saying such sickening things. How did Tian Tian treat you back then, how did you respond to him, and what did your Gu clan divine race do? You know better than I do, so please don't make it sound so good. Back then, just for a little selfish desire, the ugly face of your Gu clan divine race was fully exposed. Return the 7 treasures wonderful tree to Tian Tian? Gu Xiannian, do you not know that it was precisely because your clan hunted Tian Tian down, stripping him bare, that Tian Tian's supreme immortal root was completely severed, turning him into a cripple? It was because of your so-called love that Tian Tian nearly died, and even suffered more than death. I was too weak back then, but I will never be like that again. Now my father is the clan chief, and I am the Dao inheritor. I have the right to speak, and I can protect Tian Tian. I can protect him for a lifetime. What the hell are you talking about? As soon as Bai Xiu's voice fell, she was sent flying by another slap. Thrown several hundred meters again, crashing heavily into a tree, shaking off many leaves, as she watched the family of 3 leave, Bai Xiu even felt like she was about to suffer a chi deviation. Rushing to Bai Xiu's side, Qin Baixiao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Bai Xiu had only suffered minor injuries, and he simply gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Her parents are right there, and you curse them with what the hell are you talking about, cursing the whole family. Strong. Bai Xiu was too lazy to care at this moment, her mind still replaying Gu Xianyan's hypocritical face, her enraged expression somewhat distorted. Although he admired Bai Xiu's fearlessness just now, having heard too much shocking information during their brief conversation, and knowing that Bai Xiu was in a bad mood, Qin Baixiao didn't say much. The Seven Treasures wonderful tree originally didn't belong to Gu Xiannian, but to Tian Jiashan. For unknown reasons, the Gu clan divine race seized Tian Jiashan's Seven Treasures wonderful tree, severing Tian Jiashan's immortal root. Just hearing about it was cruel enough. With a severed immortal root, even if one enters the immortal realm, there is no true immortal path to speak of. Although he didn't know the detailed course of events, Qin Baixiao could roughly guess how horrifying what happened back then was just by trying to imagine it. How could two young men with nothing contend against an ancient god clan? Let's go back to Chaoxian sect to see Tian Tian one last time, then we'll go to the Shen Li tribe. Shen Li tribe? We're finally going to the Shen Li tribe, then let's hurry back to Chaoxian sect. Qin Baixiao said, his expression eager. The Shen Li tribe is the tribal race where the ice god resides. The Gu clan divine race has once again noticed Tian Tian. Given the Gu clan divine race's nature, who knows what unscrupulous things they might do, so I need to go ask the Shen Li tribe for help. Thinking of the woman in the Shen Li tribe, Bai Xiu smiled knowingly, her mood finally improving. And when Bai Xiu's pursuit of Gu Xiannian abruptly ceased due to the appearance of the Gu clan divine race clan chief and his wife, and she once again headed towards the Chaoxian sect, at this time in the Chaoxian sect's trial ground, with Tian Jiashan's help, 9th senior sister Huang Junyi and Li Zisai's condition had recovered by 80%, and the three finally headed towards the Cloud Bridge. Although as lineage disciples of the Chaoxian sect, the three could pass through the Cloud Bridge unimpeded, doing so at this moment would undoubtedly make them living targets for Soul Seed and others on the Cloud Bridge. After circling around, the three ascended from the rear of the Cloud Bridge. 9th Senior Sister Li, remember not to engage in hard combat. You must act according to the previous plan. Tian Jiashan, hiding in the shadows, cautioned the two senior sisters who were about to make a move, fearing that the two women might get carried away and cause a flaw in his plan. Tian Jiashan did not intend to appear directly, but rather let 9th Senior Sister and Senior Sister Li challenge them, while he supported them from the rear. Junior Sister Junyi, if Junior Brother Jiashan, a person like him, truly wanted to kill someone, do you think that person wouldn't even know how they died? Waving her hand to the back, indicating that she had heard, Li Zisai spoke to Huang Junyi beside her. Senior Sister Li, didn't the more than 100 people from the Hunyang sect who infiltrated the trial ground die silently before? It's a good thing Junior Brother Jiashan isn't an enemy, otherwise we'd truly be restless and unable to sleep at night. With this sense of relief, the two women appeared boldly, then immediately used their cultivation to ascend the Cloud Bridge. At the end of the Cloud Bridge, when Xiaoming returned once again, and still brought back the same heavy news, the hearts of everyone guarding there grew even heavier. About 150 people, not a single one left, and they disappeared so cleanly. There must be something wrong behind this. We can't wait any longer. We'll worry about the other three later. With these lineage disciples, it's enough to negotiate terms with the Chaoxian sect. At this point, that's all we can do. After agreeing to Soul Seed's suggestion, Gong Yangqing turned and walked towards the crowd. The purpose of capturing everyone was to use them as bargaining chips to demand the 10 divine arts of the great beginning from the Chaoxian sect. Now that an unexpected situation had arisen, to avoid prolonged complications, the few decided to leave with everyone ahead of schedule. After all, using the captured individuals to negotiate terms was sufficient. The Chaoxian sect could not afford the loss of such a group of prodigy disciples. However, just as Gong Yangqing approached the captured individuals, a suddenly surging, sharp sword qi, filled with a familiar aura, startled Gong Yangqing with its intensity. Quick as lightning, facing the sudden sword qi, a precious art burst forth behind Soul Seed, firmly catching it. However, just as the sword light shattered, the divine ability precious art that followed closely behind the sword light had already fallen towards Gong Yangqing, causing Gong Yangqing to be sent flying even though he had already condensed a coiled goat for protection. As the dust settled, Hunyang's eyes held both surprise and vigilance upon seeing the two women appear before the captured individuals. And seeing that the two women dared to appear so openly, Gong Yangqing and the other two immediately became vigilant. By all logic, with their combat strength inferior to their own side, there was no reason for the two women to come to the rescue with such a grand display, so they must have had something to rely on to act so boldly. As they became vigilant due to the two women's daring actions, and then recalled the more than 150 people who had mysteriously vanished without a trace in the trial ground, the four individuals' worries grew even stronger. As a super sect like the Chaoxian sect, the Hunyang sect was renowned for its cultivation of the divine soul Dao. Therefore, even upon seeing the two women appear, the imprisoned crowd, whose divine souls were restricted and spirit seas were stagnant with death qi, were no different from mortals. They couldn't even break free from their ropes, let alone help Huang Junyi and Li Zisai. The two women who appeared glanced at the crowd behind them. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, neither speaking, but powerful spiritual qi surged around them. In this tense standoff, a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Rescuing the people was the primary objective, so at the moment of action, the two women cooperated tacitly. One headed towards the trapped individuals, while the other resisted the attacks from Hunzong and the others. Uncertain whether the arriving two women had any other hidden methods, Hunzong and the other three did not act rashly. However, seeing Li Zisai head towards the crowd, the four still attacked immediately. Having already known the terrifying strength of the four individuals in front of her from previous clashes, and with her strength not yet at its peak, Huang Junyi had no intention of clashing head-on with the four. Pieces of broken sword shards suddenly appeared, then condensed into an incredibly ugly short sword. Huang Junyi slashed out with her sword, and as the sword chi surged, it poured towards Zhao Ming like a collapsing mountain. Similarly, having long experienced the strangeness of the peculiar broken sword in Huang Junyi's hand, Zhao Ming did not choose to directly confront the pouring sword chi. There was still a long scar on Zhao Ming's chest, which was inflicted by that broken sword. Many days had passed, and although the wound had healed, the scar remained. One must know that even a foundation establishment realm cultivator, let alone a Jade Void 12th extreme realm cultivator, could nourish their flesh and blood with their internal spiritual chi, leaving no scars. This showed the power of the broken sword in Huang Junyi's hand. After forcing Zhao Ming back with a single sword strike, Huang Junyi produced 5 heavily talisman-reinforced, tattered talismans. As they were scattered and lined up in the air, a spiritual chi disturbance appeared that startled both Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger, and a deafening rumble caused the entire reception hall to subtly tremble. Talismans, which carry the divine power of officials, all display divine power. And after just throwing out 5 tattered talismans, 9th senior sister immediately retreated. 8 array stones, in 2 groups of 4, suddenly lit up around her, and 2 large spirit arrays condensed out of thin air. As the array patterns flickered and shone, vast spiritual chi once again raged throughout the entire reception hall. As for the back, just as 9th senior sister was resisting the 3, Hun Zong had already instantly moved behind Li Zisai. Without waiting for Li Zisai to rescue the crowd, a wolf spirit with crimson eyes, dragging its transparent body, crashed down, immediately sending Li Zisai, who was close to the crowd, flying. Hearing the astonishing commotion in the reception hall, Tian Jiashan, who was hiding in the back, cautiously ascended the cloud bridge. According to his plan, Tian Jiashan wanted his 2 senior sisters to try and rescue everyone directly. If they could, then there would be no need for him to act. He was truly afraid of that powerful expert named Hun Zong. However, this was just one of his hypotheses. If the 2 senior sisters failed to take everyone away, then he would still have to confront the 4 powerful experts of the Hunyang sect. Of course, if he could avoid acting, Tian Jiashan truly didn't want to. Because the 4 Hunyang sect members currently remaining in the reception hall had extraordinary statuses. Even if he eventually managed to capture all 4, just as they wouldn't easily kill the senior brothers and senior sisters of their sect, he similarly couldn't kill the 4 of them. And if they couldn't be killed in the trial ground, once they left, it was estimated that after negotiations between the 2 major sects, the Hunyang sect would exchange a hefty price for the 4. And by that time, he would have formed an enmity with the 4. Leaving enemies alive, especially those with immense potential for growth, was clearly not Tian Jiashan's style. Can some accident happen that causes all 4 of them to die here? Tian Jiashan muttered, quickly heading towards the reception hall. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, after Li Zisai swallowed an Earth Origin pill, her complexion became a bit rosier. The 5 acquired Hushan Supreme treasures around her, which possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, once again emitted bright light. Fighting 1 against 2 in a roundabout manner, she temporarily left Gong Yangqing and Zhao Ming somewhat at a loss. She didn't know until she used them, and once she did, she was astonished. Operating and controlling the 5 acquired Hushan Supreme treasures simultaneously was not as strenuous as she had imagined. Instead, she could command the 5 acquired Hushan Supreme treasures as if they were her own limbs, perfectly coordinating with her in battle. It was then that Li Zisai finally understood what junior brother Jiashan meant by suitable. At this moment, Li Zisai had only one feeling: the 5 acquired Hushan Supreme treasures around her seemed to be tailor-made for Jade Void Realm cultivators, fitting perfectly. On the other side, Huang Junyi's fighting style against Hun Zong and Bai Qianger was similar. She avoided direct confrontations with the 2 powerful individuals, carefully relying on the treasures on her person to defend herself, trying to keep the battle in a one-on-one state. At this moment, the crowd in the back, whose cultivation and movements were restricted, could only stare dumbfounded at the magnificent battle in the hall. Their initial worries, caused by only 2 people appearing, had significantly lessened. Mysterious talismans exploded in the air, showcasing the art of explosions, and their astonishing power caused the hall to tremble intermittently. 4 spirit arrays enveloped the interior of the hall, 2 for offense and 2 for defense. Moreover, senior sister Li and junior sister Junyi were both simultaneously activating 5 acquired Hushan Supreme treasures in battle, and they continuously swallowed medicinal pills to sustain the immense spiritual chi required for such high-intensity combat. The battle before them, which originally had a vast disparity in strength and should have been a one-sided affair, was now not only a draw in a 2-on-4 situation, but the combat of the 2 senior sisters could only be described as perfectly flawless and pleasing to the eye. Also, where did the 2 senior sisters get so many treasures? Just the 5 excellent acquired Hushan Supreme treasures alone were incredibly expensive, and those tattered talismans and powerful talismans were thrown so casually and continuously, as if endless. They ate medicinal pills again and again, and the array stones, who knew where they came from? All these things left the crowd dumbfounded. However, as the crowd was surprised, the 2 fighting women in the front were constantly amazed by Tian Jiashan's power. It was as if this battle, which had only just begun, had already been completely calculated by Tian Jiashan before it even started. The battle grew more and more intense. When both women resorted to using poison pills, the reception hall became murky and chaotic. Using spiritual chi to shield the surrounding poisonous mist, Hun Song's expression darkened as he saw that after fighting for so long, his 4 individuals still couldn't do anything to the 2 women. The spiritual chi on his body surged again. Although the 2 women came prepared, after fighting for so long, no one else has appeared to help. Even if there are helpers, their strength is probably not great, and it's 10 to 1 it's that Tian Jiashan. Go all out, don't give them a chance to wear us down. Also, be wary of Tian Jiashan. As Hun Song spoke, no longer holding back his strength, a vast spiritual chi mixed with dense soul power. A huge bronze seal condensed, and like a bell striking, it smashed onto the spirit array in front of Huang Junyi, instantly shattering the long-depleted spirit array. On the other side, a wild goat's cry echoed. Gong Yangqing, revealing his true form, became a large green-horned goat. His 30-foot-tall body transformed into a green shadow in the reception hall, slamming into the large spirit array in front of Li Zisai, similarly shattering the spirit array. The 4 individuals of Hun Song were already formidable, especially Hun Song, who was a powerful expert who had already opened the 12 divine mansions, only a step away from breaking into the calamity transformation realm. Therefore, fighting without restraint at this moment, their formidable strength immediately caused Huang Junyi and Li Zisai's pressure to surge. Seeing the balance of the battle begin to tilt towards the Hunyang sect's side, the expressions of the crowd in the back once again became solemn. Although they didn't know where senior sister Zisai and junior sister Junyi got so many magic treasures, both of them were already in poor condition, and they had to fight outnumbered. Moreover, the opponent had Hun Song, who possessed incredibly formidable strength, so it was still too difficult. Don't worry about us. It's better for you 2 to escape than for everyone to fall into the Hunyang sect's hands. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the anxious Dong Ta spoke, wanting the 2 women to escape on their own. If it was now, the 2 could still escape, but if they got entangled for too long, they would not only fail to save them but also be trapped here. Yes, senior sister, you still have a chance to escape now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be wood to burn. Just avenge us later. As soon as Dong Ta finished speaking, Xia Yu immediately followed, and the others also showed a resolute will to die. In the front, as ghostly wails echoed around Hun Song, he had just sent Huang Junyi, person and sword, flying. The gloomy soul spirit rapidly expanded behind him, then he threw it towards the crowd who had spoken, telling the 2 women to escape. Noisy. Unable to help herself, Li Zisai could only watch helplessly as Hun Song attacked the defenseless junior brothers and junior sisters. As for Huang Junyi, blood had already soaked through her clothes on her back. The moment she struggled away from the wall, the wailing soul spirit missed its target and slammed into the wall, creating a large crater. However, although she dodged the attack, Bai Qianger had already closed in an instant, leaving Huang Junyi no chance to catch her breath. As Hun Song watched Huang Junyi being forced towards him by Bai Qianger, a confident and sinister smile appeared on his face. As he raised his hands, a death spirit appeared, its double pupils flickering with eerie ghost fire. However, just as Hun Song was about to launch this sure-kill blow, a sudden sense of dread made him retreat abruptly. Hun Song's reaction was already very fast, but 9th senior sister, who had approached under the guise of being forced back by Bai Qianger, still managed to press that 5 times reinforced profound grade tattered talisman close to Hun Song. Although she regretted that she was just a little short of completely sticking the tattered talisman onto Hun Song, Huang Junyi knew that she and Li Zisai had to retreat, so she didn't have time to lament. After scattering 10 powerful talismans in the air, Huang Junyi instantly moved away. On the other side, Li Zisai followed suit, leaving shortly after. Tian Jiashan only dared to show his face after waiting outside the reception hall and seeing 9th senior sister and senior sister Li, both injured, suddenly flee from inside, followed by 2 figures chasing after them. Gong Yangqing was chasing senior sister Li, while the skinny man chasing 9th senior sister was someone Tian Jiashan hadn't seen before, but his aura was very powerful, he should be the mysterious expert soul seed. 2 it is, then. Tian Jiashan said, walking openly towards the reception hall. During the time he spent waiting for 9th senior sister and senior sister Li to lure the others away, Tian Jiashan had already decided in his mind to kill all 4 remaining individuals. As for the excuse for killing them, Tian Jiashan had already thought of it. After all, before he came, the vice sect master had promised him absolute power over life and death. Inside the hall, after the previous battle, Zhao Ming, who had been feeling stifled, looked at the crowd in the distance. He thought that if it weren't for their persuasion, Huang Junyi and Li Zisai might have chosen to fight to the death instead of fleeing. Unable to vent his frustration, Zhao Ming decided to unleash his anger on the crowd. As long as they weren't dead, they could be used to negotiate terms with Chaosian sect. Hey, don't touch my senior sister with your dirty hands. In the empty hall, a calm yet loud voice appeared, making everyone in the hall instantly focus their gaze on the same spot. Oh, isn't this that ground mouse? What, finally got the guts to come out, or are you trying to play the hero saving the beauty? Seeing that the person who appeared was Tian Jiashan, Zhao Ming spoke with heavy sarcasm and sneer, casually throwing the weakened Ren Giao to the ground, and walked towards Tian Jiashan with a playful look. The 4-on-2 fight earlier had been so stifling, Zhao Ming was eager to find someone to toy with to soothe his vanity. And seeing Tian Jiashan indeed appear, Bai Qianger's originally gloomy expression also became interesting. Although Tian Jiashan was powerful before, now she had opened 3 divine mansions, and was no longer a simple Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm practitioner. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who seemed certain they had him cornered, Tian Jiashan merely shook his head helplessly. It is valuable for people to have self-awareness, but clearly, the 2 in front lacked such quality. At this point, if he dared to appear so openly and alone, shouldn't he be showing a cautious and wary expression, as if facing a formidable enemy? If he couldn't take down these two, why would he show his face like this? Was he really just trying to look cool? Tian Jiashan didn't believe there were fools who would throw away their lives just to look cool. Senior brothers and sisters, please wait a little longer, it might take quite some time. Seeing that junior brother Jiashan, who had appeared, was not only not flustered but also composed enough to comfort them, the eyes of the distant crowd, whose faces were pale from the soul seed's attack, were filled with curiosity and doubt. Junior brother Jiashan shouldn't be so confident with just himself, right? Even junior brother Jiashan, someone so afraid of death, is this confident? Could it be that the sect has already realized the changes in the trial ground? Thinking of this, joy immediately appeared on everyone's faces, because only this could explain it. However, if Tian Jiashan knew that everyone had labeled him as someone afraid of death, Tian Jiashan would definitely give them a good lesson, teaching them the difference between being afraid of death and being cautious, which is not just a simple matter of 4 characters versus 2. Facing Tian Jiashan, who was still acting mysterious at this moment, Zhao Ming, who had approached with a sinister smile, instantly moved closer with his cultivation. However, as fast and fierce as the confident Zhao Ming charged, he was sent flying just as fast and fiercely. Don't get so close. I really don't like strangers approaching me, especially enemies. If you get within 100 meters, I feel a chill down my spine. So, don't scare me, I might have an overreaction. 12 earthen yellow jade void grotto heavens unfurled, and a 3-headed, 6-armed divine body stood behind Tian Jiashan, spiritual chi flowing, protecting Tian Jiashan securely. The crowd, who had been somewhat worried, saw Zhao Ming swatted away like a fly or mosquito. The stark contrast between what they saw and what they expected left them staring blankly at Tian Jiashan. A fierce attack from a Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm practitioner was blocked and even countered just like that. Bai Qianger, who had also been full of confidence, gasped as she watched the easily defeated Zhao Ming, and her gaze instantly sharpened. Everyone had underestimated Tian Jiashan. No. They had severely underestimated Tian Jiashan. Seeing Tian Jiashan speak with a calm demeanor, his spiritual chi still surging, even causing the surrounding space to tremble, Bai Qianger's face was aghast as she instantly made her move. Although Tian Jiashan was simply releasing spiritual chi, Bai Qianger had already felt an enormous sense of danger. Avoiding danger is an innate instinct for all living beings. Facing Bai Qianger's attack, Tian Jiashan still made no extra movements. His moves weren't even considered flashy, yet their power was somewhat terrifying. The moment the 12 Jade Void Grotto heavens vibrated in unison, spiritual chi flowed like water, and the 3-headed, 6-armed divine body transformed from tranquil to violent, savagely and brutally shattering the attacks that reached Tian Jiashan. To kill the 2 people in the hall, he needed to display his strength. However, doing so would once again reveal his not-so-weak side, which would then affect his plan of developing stealthily. But because he needed the senior brothers and sisters to be witnesses, he couldn't knock them out. So, after weighing his options, Tian Jiashan decided to display the strength of the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm and then use other means to assist in annihilating the 2. After all, explaining his numerous methods was much easier than explaining the 12th Extreme Realm. Bai Qianger was forced back as soon as she approached. As for Zhao Ming, his fierce attack had no effect, instead, he was sent flying in a sorry state. Now, humiliated and enraged, he charged forward with a furious aura. However, a 40-meter-long great blade descended behind Tian Jiashan as if to execute a sinner. At the end of the cracked gully, Zhao Ming was once again embedded in the wall, with a deep, bone-visible wound on his body. Tian Jiashan's methods were unremarkable, yet the power they contained was too terrifying. And all of this was due to the exceptionally abundant spiritual chi within Tian Jiashan's 12 Jade Void Grotto heavens. Of course, this was also because of the mysterious Great Mill continuously refining the Jade Void Grotto heavens. Although he possessed a physical body comparable to an ancient pure-blood divine beast, close combat was not Tian Jiashan's style. Once again, with an ordinary move, he shattered Bai Qianger's treasure artifact. Then, with intricate and profound array patterns appearing on his prepared palm, a grand formation enveloped both Bai Qianger and Zhao Ming. And when the grand formation lit up, the distant lineage disciples of Chaosian sect, who were considered favored children of heaven, witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. Within the grand formation, talismans rained down from Tian Jiashan, then exploded like beans in a hot pot. 10 acquired Hushan supreme treasures precisely hunted Bai Qianger and Zhao Ming within the formation. Meanwhile, Tian Jiashan, who was simultaneously controlling the grand formation, talismans and all 10 acquired Hushan supreme treasures, was completely at ease. The 12 Jade Void Grotto heavens behind him remained, continuously condensing divine abilities and treasure artifacts to smash into the grand formation. The distant crowd watched this scene, which could only be described as a massacre. While marveling, a chilling sensation rose in their hearts. But junior brother Jiashan was on their side, so why were they afraid? Forget about Zhao Ming and Bai Qianger at this moment, if junior brother Jiashan's methods were unleashed on them, they would surely face certain death. However, what was most terrifying was that from the beginning of the battle until now, Bai Qianger and Zhao Ming hadn't even touched junior brother Jiashan in the slightest. A mysterious grade 5 times enhanced broken talisman, originally prepared for the soul seed, was affixed to Bai Qianger's back when she was caught off guard, and it exploded instantly. She didn't even have time to let out a tragic cry. Bai Qianger, with a bloody hole torn through her body, perished then and there. And as Bai Qianger met her tragic end, in the Chaosian sect's ancestral hall, the elder guarding the soul lantern was deeply shaken and immediately went to Lingju Peak. Similarly, in Hunyang sect, as Bai Qianzhi perished, the soul lantern she had left in Hunyang sect over 100 years ago shattered with a bang. This scene also shook the higher UPS of Hunyang sect. Zhao Ming, who was already at the end of his rope, was already terrified when he saw the scene. Now, he was scared out of his wits. However, no matter how much strength Zhao Ming exerted, he still couldn't escape the entanglement of those talismans and acquired Hushan supreme treasures. At this moment, the fear of death consumed Zhao Ming's mind. When a reverence talisman appeared on his forehead in an extremely bizarre manner, the horrified Zhao Ming's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. A bloody and tragic scene, accompanied by a roaring sound that shook the hall, then erupted, and Zhao Ming was dead beyond dead. When the deafening noise subsided, Tian Jiashan blew away the lingering dust before going to the ground to confirm that the two were indeed dead. Squatting on the ground, confirming that the person in front of him was dead, Tian Jiashan instinctively produced a jade bottle in his hand. However, he suddenly remembered that he had to leave the bodies, which would serve as an explanation, so Tian Jiashan put the jade bottle away again. Senior brothers and sisters, you have suffered. However, at this moment, everyone just stared blankly at Tian Jiashan, their minds still replaying the scenes of Tian Jiashan's brutal massacre, still somewhat unable to recover. Didn't they say that junior brother Jiashan had exhausted his talents and his strength was just mediocre? Didn't they say that junior brother Jiashan wasn't strong at all? What happened to them being able to completely surpass junior brother Jiashan? Also, although junior brother Jiashan was also using formations, talismans, and treasure artifacts in battle just now, his smooth and skillful movements were completely not on the same level as senior sisters Asai and junior sister Junyi's earlier. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Tian Jiashan saw their dazed expressions and simply assumed that they had been imprisoned for days and were somewhat dispirited. After all, they were the pampered disciples of Chao Xian sect. Senior brothers and sisters, these medicinal pills can help you recover your state. You use them first, I need to go help 9th senior sister and the others. After removing the restraints on everyone and leaving some medicinal pills, Tian Jiashan finished speaking and, without waiting for them to reply, went to the center of the hall. 4 array stones were laid down, and as the teleportation array lit up, he instantly vanished from the hall. He came quietly, fought fiercely and then left dashing. This is, an immortal. Su Xian swallowed, then spoke dazedly. Senior brother Dong, can a Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm practitioner control so many things at once? Don't ask me, I don't know either. According to the previous plan, Huang Junyi and Li Zisai would escape separately, and then each go to a designated location to fight, so that Tian Jiashan could support the two in the first instance. After all, with the teleportation array on him, Jiashan could move quickly. Considering that the soul seed was especially powerful, it might take some time to resolve it, so Tian Jiashan, after leaving the reception hall, instantly headed towards Li Zisai's location. If not for being severely injured in the previous encirclement, with Li Zisai's strength, she would not have to fear Gongyang Qing at all. However, in her current poor state, Li Zisai could only rely on the many magic treasures given by Tian Jiashan to maintain a fight with Gongyang Qing. Using talismans was fine, requiring no distraction and not much spiritual power, but simultaneously controlling 5 Hushan supreme treasures consumed a huge amount of energy. Li Zisai couldn't do it like Tian Jiashan. Gongyang Qing, in his true form, was tens of meters tall, and his speed was not affected by his massive body. Each strike was heavy and powerful, constantly knocking away the Hushan supreme treasures in front of Li Zisai. Once fellow disciples, now locked in a deadly battle, neither spoke a word, and both harbored murderous intent towards each other. On the huge green ram horns, circles of patterns lit up. As dense spiritual power condensed a green ram totem above Gongyang Qing's massive body, Li Zisai, knowing the power of this innate divine ability, had a solemn expression and no intention of confronting it head-on. However, even with full defensive efforts, when the giant green ram totem pounced, Li Zisai still spat blood and flew backward, blood flowing from her lower abdomen. Seeing this scene, Tian Jiashan, who had already arrived in the vicinity and was lurking in the shadows, muttered an apology to himself before suddenly appearing. If the senior sisters didn't suffer some serious injuries, it would be difficult to explain with just his word later. Seeing senior sister Li's injuries reach the state he desired, Tian Jiashan appeared with a surging aura. The moment the 12 jade void heavens emerged, a green mantis squatted above his head, its 4 limbs, sharper than swords, slashed down with swift speed, forcing Gongyang Qing, who was pursuing Li Zisai, to change direction. Senior sister Li, do you still have the medicinal pills I gave you? Li Zisai, her face pale and her forehead covered in cold sweat from the pain of her abdominal wound, nodded. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan felt even more guilty and could only apologize several more times in his heart. Senior sister Li, you should go to the side and recuperate first. I'll handle this green ram. Although she knew Gongyang Qing was powerful, at this moment, Li Zisai did not object. On the contrary, Li Zisai was very much looking forward to the upcoming battle. According to the previous plan, if junior brother Jiashan appeared here at this time, it meant that junior brother Jiashan had already defeated Bai Qianzhi and Zhao Ming in the reception hall. However, junior brother Jiashan at this moment showed no signs of heavy breathing or a racing heart, and his body was even spotless, not at all like someone who had just finished an intense battle and rushed over. This meant that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two in the reception hall and junior brother Jiashan. Although junior sister Junyi had not directly answered her question before, by observing her, Li Zisai knew that junior brother Jiashan's strength must be extremely formidable. Hearing that Tian Jiashan actually wanted to deal with him alone, a mocking smile appeared on Gong Yangqing's huge face, and he merely looked at the appearing Tian Jiashan with disdain. You showed off once in the sect grand competition, do you really think you're invincible now? You traitorous dog, no, even raising a dog would be better than you. Calling you a dog is an insult to dogs. Don't bluster anymore, let's finish this fight quickly, I still need to go help 9th senior sister. Tian Jiashan said, and then made the first move. With 9th senior sister's strength, in a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't be defeated in a short time. However, given 9th senior sister's personality, if he arrived late, he would definitely get a scolding. In a one-on-one fight, Tian Jiashan did not use the grand formation, and considering there was still the most powerful soul seed to deal with later, Tian Jiashan also didn't use the tattered talismans and sacred talismans on him. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, Tian Jiashan was a true calamity transformation realm expert, and the most abnormal kind within the calamity transformation realm. Therefore, facing a creature like Gong Yangqing, who had opened 3 divine mansions, he could fight casually. Although his true identity was a Hunyang sect disciple, Gong Yangqing had stayed in the Chaosian sect for the past 100 years, so the divine abilities and precious arts he used in battle were all from the Chaosian sect. And if it came to comparing these, Tian Jiashan had nothing to fear at all. Who was Tian Jiashan? A person well versed in books. A star disc appeared behind Gong Yangqing, and similarly, a star disc appeared behind Tian Jiashan, moreover, it shattered Gong Yangqing's star disc with an even more violent momentum. When a 5-colored glazed pearl condensed behind Gong Yangqing again, Tian Jiashan merely rubbed his hands together and instantly produced 3 identical glazed pearls. After casually throwing them out, their immense power sent Gong Yangqing's massive body flying hundreds of meters once more. He lacked neither talent nor diligence. Tian Jiashan had long mastered the divine abilities and precious arts that could be learned in the Chaosian sect to perfection. If not for this, Tian Jiashan would not have allowed his other spiritual bodies to collect divine abilities and precious arts for his cultivation. Strong, then firepower coverage, weak, then tactical infiltration. But Tian Jiashan clearly belonged to the former. He already disliked getting close to others in battle, and Gong Yangqing was a vicious beast with a high bloodline. His physical body strength was inherently formidable, making Tian Jiashan even less willing to engage in close combat. So Tian Jiashan just kept condensing divine abilities and precious arts to bombard from a distance. Having simply treated her wounds and stopped the bleeding, Li Zisai had now forgotten the pain in her body. At this moment, she stared wide-eyed at junior brother Jiashan, who was suspended in mid-air ahead, with one radiant glow after another lighting up on his body. Every time a radiant glow lit up on junior brother Jiashan's body, it meant a divine ability or precious art was unleashed. Can battles even be fought like this? Li Zisai was shocked. She had imagined junior brother Jiashan's power, but the junior brother Jiashan before her now was not displaying the power she had imagined, but rather confronting his enemy in an even more formidable manner. To fight Gong Yangqing with such ease, what would be the result if junior brother Jiashan wanted to end the battle quickly? However, at this moment, the most shocked person was not Li Zisai, but Gong Yangqing, whose massive body was already covered in blood. The person in the air in the distance was like an emotionless divine ability releasing puppet. Divine abilities and precious arts were continuously shot out. Not only was their power immense, but the speed and fluidity of their release were simply delightful, as if divine abilities and precious arts were just small tricks to entertain a child in his hands. But, every single divine ability and precious art released by Tian Jiashan was a divine ability and precious art recorded in the Chaosian sect. It would be one thing to casually throw out 1 or 2 such divine abilities and precious arts, but the person in front had already casually thrown out 100 or 80 of them. Even the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm, who had already opened a divine mansion, could they achieve such a monstrous feat? As he was shocked by Tian Jiashan's power and abnormality, fear also appeared in Gong Yangqing. In the clash, he couldn't gain any advantage. Facing the endless stream of divine abilities and precious arts, not only could he not get close at all, but he also ended up with injuries all over his body. As Gong Yangqing pondered, a fiery red gear with a sun divine wheel broke through the wind, carving a huge mark in Gong Yangqing's radiant fur and slicing off a large chunk of flesh. He didn't have time to care about the burning wound that had appeared on his body. Seeing 3 new sun divine wheels already following closely behind, Gong Yangqing, cursing inwardly, immediately became frantically busy. However, the more severely he was injured, and the more he was suppressed to the point of being breathless, the more oppressed and angry Gong Yangqing felt. Because this meant a huge gap between him and Tian Jiashan. Suddenly recalling how Tian Jiashan had defeated all the prodigy disciples, including Zhongjian, within the same realm during the previous sect grand competition, a sudden horror filled Gong Yangqing, and his desire to retreat surged. Perhaps Tian Jiashan was inherently terrifying, and his feigned weakness as a team leader before was just waiting for this moment. Thinking this, and then realizing that even Zhongjian was no match for him within the same realm, Gong Yangqing weighed his options and immediately retreated. A wise man knows when to yield. Since he couldn't win, Gong Yangqing chose to retreat. But with things having developed to this point, how could Tian Jiashan let Gong Yangqing live? Junior brother Jiashan, Gong Yangqing. Just as she was about to remind junior brother Jiashan that Gong Yangqing wanted to escape, her gaze shifted to Tian Jiashan, and she was so astonished by what she saw that Li Zisai's voice abruptly cut off. Tian Jiashan, who was in the air, moved as if on flat ground. As spiritual power poured into the 12 jade void heavens like water, Tian Jiashan's muscles glowed, and the divinity and qi of his flesh and blood filled every inch of his body. The surging Tian Jiashan left only white mist in his wake as he sped away. While the air-tearing sound that stung the eardrum still echoed, Li Zisai saw junior brother Jiashan had already turned into a streak of light and sped into the distance. In the distance, Gong Yangqing, who had already harbored thoughts of retreat, was startled when he suddenly saw someone appear in front of him, but his reaction was also very swift. Since Tian Jiashan wouldn't let him leave, this close proximity was perfect for him to unleash his physical body advantage. However, what Gong Yangqing didn't know was that the decision he made in his heart would cause his Dao heart to shatter in the ensuing battle. Tian Jiashan, he was an existence beyond common sense, who could still engage in a mutually destructive close-quarters battle with a thunder beast even after being ambushed by it with 70% of its power. As Li Zisai was immersed in the shock of how simple and unadorned, yet terrifyingly powerful, every move of junior brother Jiashan was, she was startled awake by the ground's tremors and the continuous, rain-like rumbling in the distance. Seeing how intense the battle in the distance had become, she immediately rushed forward. However, Li Zisai, who had endured her pain to rush over, quickly stiffened like a wooden stake again. Li Zisai saw that the comparatively tiny figure sent the tens of meters massive body flying 100 meters with a single punch. She saw junior brother Jiashan grab a green ram horn and swing that massive and incredibly heavy body against the ground. She also saw that the green ram totem was shattered with a single punch just as it appeared. Li Zisai's mouth was agape, and as the scenes before her continuously reflected in her eyes, her constricted pupils were filled only with horror and shock. The massive green goat, its enormous body already riddled with wounds, let out continuous, agonizing screams. In the hands of that tiny figure, countless times smaller than itself, it was utterly defenseless. At this point, such a scene could no longer be described as a battle, it was a complete massacre. Perhaps hunting would be a more apt description. Originally, Gong Yangqing had intended to rely on his powerful physical body for close-quarters combat, but at this very moment, his divine soul was dissipating, and his heart was filled with terror. His Dao heart had completely shattered, rendering him unable to even put up a simple resistance. Gong Yangqing couldn't understand why a human could possess such terrifying physical body strength, or why such a small body of flesh and blood could contain such immense power. On the verge of death, Gong Yangqing no longer cared about any mission. Scenes flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Gong Yangqing thought of the Chihua wilderness where he lived as a child, and of the pure-blooded primordial remnant species and archaic divine beasts. And now, Gong Yangqing once again felt that sensation of his bloodline being suppressed. It wasn't a natural bloodline suppression, but rather that vast, ocean-like life chi and blood chi. Kill me, kill me. Extremely weak, Gong Yangqing spoke in a faint voice, seemingly begging for death, or perhaps for liberation. Hearing this faint voice, like a candle in the wind, Tian Jiashan, covered in blood, once again threw Gong Yangqing's massive body into the air. As the 12 grotto heavens vibrated in unison, a yin and yang fish appeared out of thin air. The yang fish was above, the yin fish below, each rotating in different directions. With a black and white beam of light that shook the surroundings piercing through Gong Yangqing's head, Gong Yangqing finally found liberation. Indeed, at this moment, death for Gong Yangqing was liberation. With his Dao heart shattered, even if he had survived, Gong Yangqing would have wished for death. The enormous corpse crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up another cloud of dust. Tian Jiashan, having reined in his qi, let out a long breath. He glanced at the enormous corpse, its qi extinguished. Tian Jiashan's heart was calm, his expression neither sad nor joyful. Mercy to an enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Senior Sister Li, we should go to 9th Senior Sister's side now. If we're any later, 9th Senior Sister will definitely get angry and start asking me if I'm still her biological senior sister, and if I still care about her. Tian Jiashan was unconcerned by Senior Sister Li's shocked expression. Tian Jiashan knew that his methods of dealing with enemies were always somewhat bloody and cruel, so it was normal for Senior Sister Li to be scared. Hadn't 9th Senior Sister been scared before too? Awakened, Li Zisai nodded stiffly. She couldn't help but glance at the enormous corpse on the ground, blood flowing from it like a trickle. Her mind a blank, she followed Tian Jiashan as he walked away. Is junior brother Jiashan perhaps a bit too bloody and cruel? Chosen by the Chaosian sect from a young age due to her astonishing cultivation talent, Li Zisai had never participated in a real battle, even after cultivating for over 100 years. With a somewhat pampered upbringing, she had heard of the world's turmoil but had never witnessed it. That's why she found Tian Jiashan's methods bloody and cruel. The same reason applied to 9th Senior Sister's fear when she saw youngest martial brother extract the souls of Hunyang sect disciples and destroy their bodies. However, unlike the two women and other lineage disciples, Tian Jiashan, a man already scarred by the world's harshness, no longer had any mercy when facing enemies. In the recent battle, although Gong Yangqing, realizing he couldn't escape, fought back desperately, he still didn't harm Tian Jiashan in the slightest. As for the blood on Tian Jiashan, it was all Gong Yangqing's. And under the purification of his treasured clothes, all traces of blood had vanished completely. The talismans attached to Tian Jiashan's clothes numbered over 1,000 in total, which was why Tian Jiashan appeared somewhat bulky. As Tian Jiashan took Li Zisai and teleported towards Huang Junyi's location, everyone in the trial ground was unaware that when Gong Yangqing died, the soul lamps belonging to Gong Yangqing in the Chaosian sect and Hunyang sect also shattered. Subsequently, elders from both sects simultaneously headed towards the trial ground. With dual identities, and both being lineage disciples in two different sects, the extinguishing of Bai Qianger's and Gong Yangqing's soul lamps made both major sects unable to sit still. Huang Junyi was a powerful cultivator who had opened 11 divine mansions. Although she had injuries, they were not as severe as Li Zisai's. With many magic treasures given by Tian Jiashan, even if she couldn't gain an advantage against the soul seed, in a one-on-one battle, she wasn't at too much of a disadvantage. Especially the ugly, broken sword in Huang Junyi's hand, combined with her sword Dao talent, possessed astonishing power, making the soul seed dare not touch it casually. Another flash of sword chi, like daylight, struck down, leaving a white blade mark in the air, forcing the soul seed to stop midway. Looking at the bloody wound on his arm, the soul seed stared with gloomy eyes at the sword that flowed with sword chi and looked like it was pieced together from scrap metal. He was wary, but also felt a longing. Such a broken sword must have an extraordinary origin. After repeated probing, and having roughly grasped the peak state of ninth senior sister, black mist erupted behind the soul seed. Countless soul spirits with glowing green eyes emerged, trailing black streaks, hissing with eerie, piercing cries. At this moment, it was as if a crack had opened in hell behind the soul seed, allowing countless specters to continuously stream out. As countless soul spirits surged forth, engulfing Huang Junyi, a ghost banner, roaring with chilling whines, unfurled. The soul seed did not seize the opportunity to attack while the soul spirits entangled Huang Junyi. Instead, after summoning the ghost banner, he began to chant incantations. Upon seeing the soul seed's bizarre state, ninth senior sister immediately raised her guard. Soul fixation. However, as the soul seed's eerie voice, like a soul summoning, reached her ears, Huang Junyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. The moment the words soul fixation appeared, an incredibly sinister black banner suddenly manifested in Huang Junyi's soul sea. Immediately after, Huang Junyi found her body beginning to move beyond her control, completely frozen in place. Horrified by the soul seed's strange technique, and caught off guard, Huang Junyi's heart was instantly filled with dread. To be immobilized in such a life and death struggle was tantamount to being at the mercy of others. However, while she was shocked, she saw that the soul seed, standing opposite under a sinister ghost banner, was also motionless. Seemingly understanding some of the drawbacks of the soul seed's peculiar method, Huang Junyi breathed a slight sigh of relief while immediately searching for a countermeasure. As long as she could release a trace of spiritual power to detonate the tattered talisman given by youngest martial brother, all the surrounding soul spirits could be completely annihilated. As Huang Junyi's soul sea violently trembled, the ghost banner suppressing it also began to shake violently. Sensing this, the soul seed marveled that Huang Junyi was indeed a practitioner of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain the complete 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, combined with the Hunyang sect's sacred soul record, the soul spirits he nurtured would undergo an absolute transformation. However, the moment this beautiful thought arose in his mind, he felt a terrifying fluctuation suddenly appear ahead. Exclaiming madman. In his heart, the soul seed, to avoid being affected, had no choice but to retract the ghost banner. A profound rank talisman, inscribed 5 times, exploded suddenly, reducing countless soul spirits to ashes in an instant. Blood also spilled from the corner of the soul seed's mouth. As for ninth senior sister, who had injured the enemy by 800 while losing 1,000 herself, her body was thrown backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Although she had prepared for it, and had tried her best to release the talisman's divine might as far away from herself as possible, Huang Junyi still hadn't expected that a profound rank talisman, inscribed 5 times, would possess such astonishing power. Rushing over, Tian Jiashan happened to see ninth senior sister spitting blood and flying backward, then crashing heavily to the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately went to ninth senior sister's side. Looking at the profusely bleeding wounds on ninth senior sister's body, Tian Jiashan's mood grew even more solemn. After stopping ninth senior sister's bleeding, he immediately took out several earth origin pills and had her swallow them. Tian Jiashan swore he truly hadn't intended for ninth senior sister to be so severely injured. The soul seed is very strong, and his methods are very strange. Youngest martial brother, you must be extremely cautious. The pained ninth senior sister forced herself to speak through the agony, but no sooner had the words left her lips than she felt she was wasting her breath. It was hardly her place to remind youngest martial brother to be cautious. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the soul seed looked impatiently at the crowd in the distance. It was the same in the battle in the reception hall, and it was the same now. Where did these people get so many magic treasures? Such astonishingly powerful profound rank talismans, plus the many broken talismans from before, even lineage disciples of the Chaosian sect shouldn't be so extravagant. While wondering where everyone got so many high-grade magic treasures, the soul seed also grew annoyed by the chaotic array of talismans, formations, and spirit treasures. Logically, he could have defeated everyone long ago with his strength, but they had managed to drag it out until now with these magic treasures. Where's Gongyang Qing? He's dead. Senior sister Li and I killed him together. Li Zisai, who was tending to Huang Junyi behind him, paused slightly but said nothing. However, in her heart, she was criticizing junior brother Jiashan for still playing tricks even at this moment. Looking at Tian Jiashan, who was completely unharmed, the soul seed narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Li Zisai was quite injured, but why was Tian Jiashan unscathed? With Gongyang Qing's strength, even if he died in battle, it would be strange if he hadn't taken anyone down with him. How could Tian Jiashan still be so clean? Could it be that this Tian Jiashan is actually very strong? As the soul seed pondered, his sunken cheeks, made so by his extreme thinness, couldn't help but twitch. This was because in front of Tian Jiashan, there appeared a dense array of at least 100 talismans, all of them extremely powerful destructive talismans and profound talismans. Not only that, but one after another, resplendent Hushan Supreme Treasures and 5 Spirit Rank Grand Formations appeared simultaneously. By the looks of it, Tian Jiashan had no intention of engaging him in a face-to-face battle. Is this guy even a lineage disciple of the Chaoxian sect? He doesn't know any of the Chaoxian sect's treasure arts, just all these messy tricks. Looking at the setup before him, the soul seed felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help but curse. Having just witnessed junior brother Jiashan's awe-inspiring battle prowess as he savagely and dominantly slaughtered Gongyang Qing, Li Zisai had been fantasizing on the way about the earth-shattering battle that would erupt when junior brother Jiashan faced the soul seed. However, what Li Zisai never expected was that junior brother Jiashan would choose to confront Gongyang Qing in such a manner. Similarly, knowing the youngest martial brother possessed such astonishing and terrifying strength, Huang Junyi was also full of anticipation for the youngest martial brother's battle with the soul seed. Huang Junyi had even imagined the youngest martial brother sweeping through with grand and powerful divine abilities, barbaric and domineering. However, the youngest martial brother was now using so many magic treasures, with no intention of engaging the soul seed in a direct, head-on fight. The two women stared blankly at the sky before them, illuminated by talismans, Hushan Supreme Treasures, and spirit arrays. They were surprised, and their eyes were vacant. The scene before the youngest martial brother at this moment was terrifying, and its power was by no means weak. With such a display, if it were them, they would also have to carefully weigh the pros and cons of whether to confront it head-on. Moreover, and most importantly, how much powerful soul power would be needed to precisely control so many treasures simultaneously. As they considered this, they realized that the strength displayed by the youngest martial brother, junior brother Jiashan, in this scene seemed equally terrifying. The two women, like unrelated bystanders, felt their hearts waver, and countless questions surged in their minds. And the one who truly needed to headache now was the soul seed. Facing the stance Tian Jiashan had taken, even before making a move, the soul seed already felt it was troublesome. It even knew that even if it could win, it would surely be covered in wounds. But for the 10 divine arts of the great beginning, the soul seed couldn't care less. Since it couldn't care less, it could only choose to go crazy. As its eyes instantly became resolute and sinister, the soul seed rushed towards Tian Jiashan with lightning speed, followed by continuous rumbling sounds and dazzling light. Dozens of light beams fell in unison, shattering the divine abilities unleashed by the soul seed, making them disappear completely before they even reached Tian Jiashan. As for the soul seed, each attack meant being targeted by Tian Jiashan. So, from the beginning of the battle until now, although the soul seed's posture was fierce and it continuously attacked, it hadn't harmed Tian Jiashan at all. Instead, it had gotten itself covered in wounds. At this moment, there were even bloodstains on the soul seed's wounds, forcing it to use spiritual power to resist the spread of toxicity within its body. Without any help, relying on its own exploration, it opened 12 divine mansions within a few years, infinitely approaching the calamity transformation realm. The soul seed's talent and strength were undeniably powerful, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a trump card against Zhong Jian of the Chaoxian sect. However, unfortunately, the soul seed happened to encounter Tian Jiashan, a cultivator who transcended the normal scope of cultivation. Let alone Tian Jiashan already being in the calamity transformation realm, even in a true battle of equal realms, Tian Jiashan would be invincible. Having learned of a mysterious expert like the soul seed within days of entering the trial ground, Tian Jiashan, with today's situation in mind, prepared for several months. He drew hundreds of broken talismans and reverence talismans, dozens of which were even enchanted 5 times. He also prepared spirit rank spirit arrays for attack, defense, and escape, 50 pills of 10 different types of earth origin pills, and took out most of the Hushan Supreme treasures accumulated from forging in the 9 palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. He also refined divine tier Immortal Gold day and night in one night. Therefore, Tian Jiashan's current situation, though seemingly absurd, was actually perfectly reasonable. Although Tian Jiashan usually enjoyed strategizing, his fighting style at this moment was simple to the point of being mindless and barbaric. Tian Jiashan merely continuously controlled the Grand Formation, talismans, and 15 Hushan Supreme treasures to bombard indiscriminately, not caring if the attacks actually hit their target, just blasting wildly. At this moment, before Tian Jiashan, there was continuous light and roaring. Spiritual power storms stirred up gusts of wind, and aftershocks spread out. Behind him, it was calm, with no wind or rain. Apart from the ground vibrating, it was completely unaffected by the battle. He was clearly just one person standing there, but the scene before and behind him were completely different. The soul seed was indeed powerful, but not as powerful as Tian Jiashan had imagined. So, under Tian Jiashan's full firepower, the soul seed could only end up in an extremely pathetic state. Its own condition was slowly declining, while on the other hand, Tian Jiashan, although fighting with even more astonishing consumption, was calm and composed, showing no signs of exertion. Once again realizing that Tian Jiashan was definitely more powerful than it had imagined, the soul seed, covered in many large and small wounds, already had thoughts of retreat. Although unwilling, the soul seed had to admit that it simply couldn't defeat Tian Jiashan. Not only could it not break through the seemingly chaotic and randomly arranged formations and talismans in front of Tian Jiashan, but after countless impact, the soul seed knew that those spirit arrays, talismans, spirit treasures, and the dense, pervasive poisonous mist were actually a complete entity, interdependent and forming a complex, vast, and intricate combined array. Even if it rushed out of the complex array at all costs, it would surely be severely injured by the time it reached Tian Jiashan, and there would be no chance of victory against a perfectly unharmed Tian Jiashan. Moreover, the soul seed gradually discovered a terrifying reality. From the beginning until now, it had shifted from attacking to defending. The soul seed, of course, knew its own condition, but it knew even more clearly that the reason it had adopted a defensive posture was not because its condition was poor, but because Tian Jiashan, after thoroughly understanding its strength, was increasing the intensity of his attacks. And the facts were just as the soul seed had thought. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to 100 victories in 100 battles, Tian Jiashan always felt that this saying was the great wisdom of military strategists. When 35 plus 1, a total of 36 broken talismans, suddenly disappeared within the grand formation, forming a constellation shape before the soul seed, the moment the apex exploded, it caused the soul seed's surrounding soul spirits to instantly dissipate, and even the spiritual power within the soul seed became chaotic in an instant. With blood and chi churning in his chest, the soul seed, who had been sent flying, had just swallowed the sweetness that had reached his throat when he saw a clearly 5 times enchanted profound rank broken talisman suddenly floating in the dazzling afterglow. His curses were so loud that even hundreds of meters away, Tian Jiashan could clearly hear them. Flesh and blood flew from his chest, and the already emaciated soul seed looked even more terrifying now, but the surging aura from his body indicated that he still had the strength to fight. What's the point of cursing? If you can cultivate that curse technique to perfection, then I'll respect you as a man. As Tian Jiashan muttered to himself, hearing the soul seed cursing him, the sword light, wind blades, and giant Luin birds from the 3 spirit arrays had already headed towards the soul seed. Although it knew it was highly likely not a match for Tian Jiashan, this was the first time the soul seed had fought so frustratingly since it started cultivating. It felt that if it retreated now, its Dao heart would be affected in the future. Unable to even touch the enemy's clothes, what kind of battle was this? With mixed feelings of unwillingness and anger, a hint of madness appeared in its crimson eyes. The soul seed decided to regain some face to prove that there wasn't such a big gap between itself and Tian Jiashan. It only needed to hit Tian Jiashan. As long as it hit Tian Jiashan once, even if it only made Tian Jiashan lose a hair or tear his clothes slightly, it would immediately retreat. So, amidst roars and shouts, the eerie ghost banner reappeared behind the soul seed. Youngest martial brother, be careful. The moment the ghost banner appeared, 9th senior sister immediately cried out in alarm, however. 9th senior sister, careful of what? Tian Jiashan, who had been calm, suddenly became as if facing a formidable enemy when he heard 9th senior sister's urgent voice. His face tense, he guarded his surroundings while asking 9th senior sister, puzzled. Just now, when the soul seed condensed that ghost banner, something seemed to flash through his divine soul see in an instant, but it disappeared so quickly that he didn't even sense it clearly. On the other hand, the soul seed in the distance, looking very imposing, seemed intent on teaching him a lesson, but inexplicably, blood flowed from its nose and mouth, and its face was extremely miserable. Just after giving the warning, Huang Junyi saw the ghost banner behind the soul seed in the distance suddenly explode. The youngest martial brother was unharmed, but the soul seed, suffering a backlash, was instantly severely injured. Huang Junyi was immediately speechless. Looking at the youngest martial brother, who was now acting as if facing a formidable enemy because of her words, Huang Junyi slowly closed her mouth, which had been wide open in tension. It's nothing, youngest martial brother, you continue. Huang Junyi swore that if she ever acted so startled again, if she ever treated the youngest martial brother as a normal person again, she would be a fool. In terms of the strength of the divine soul, how could the soul seed compare to the youngest martial brother? The youngest martial brother was someone who could split into 5 spirit avatars, sending them thousands of miles away to study, staying for nearly 100 years. No, the youngest martial brother wasn't human. First, 9th senior sister's sudden alarm, then the soul seed's inexplicable severe injury, with its divine soul aura instantly becoming weak. When a normal battle suddenly became strange, Tian Jiashan also felt a bit uncertain. There's nothing strange about this battle, is there? Tian Jiashan mumbled, then cautiously scanned his surroundings, but still found nothing unusual. This made him even more uneasy. 9th senior sister, are you really alright? You're so annoying. You, who aren't human, hurry up and finish the battle and come back. Already confused, and now inexplicably scolded, Tian Jiashan dared not speak, and could only do as 9th senior sister said. Seeing junior sister Junyi inexplicably angry, Li Zisai was a bit startled, but also full of curiosity. Junior sister Junyi, are you alright? Li Zisai asked cautiously, afraid of angering junior sister Junyi again. Senior sister Li, I'm fine. I just saw this youngest martial brother, who isn't human, being so powerful, and I'm a bit annoyed, that's all. Huang Junyi still said angrily. Upon hearing this, Li Zisai suddenly realized. She could understand junior sister Junyi's feelings. Being human, such a huge disparity was truly infuriating. Tian Jiashan, who turned his head like a grey cat, looked at the soul seed in the distance, who had suddenly fallen unconscious. Being scolded by 9th senior sister, he dared not delay and was about to use all his strength to kill it, but then he saw the soul seed flee in a flash. Fled? It actually fled. If such a powerful soul seed were allowed to escape, not to mention whether he could sleep, even if he did sleep, he would definitely have nightmares. Though military strategists say not to pursue a cornered enemy, there are also sayings about pressing the advantage and eliminating them entirely. As the saying goes, wildfire cannot be stopped, it springs up again with the spring breeze. If this soul seed were to be reborn in the spring breeze, it would surely come back to kill me. The thought of the various consequences that might arise from letting the soul seed escape sent shivers down his spine, and Jiashan immediately gave chase. Senior sister, help me collect these treasures. Jiashan only had time to put away 15 Hushan Supreme treasures before rushing off, leaving the 4 spirit arrays and talismans still in operation. The events unfolded so suddenly that Huang Junyi and Li Zisai didn't even have time to react. And as the two, one fleeing and one pursuing, instantly vanished into the distance, the once grand and imposing battlefield was now left with only the 4 spirit rank arrays set up by Jiashan, operating autonomously. Streaks of light and sword energy flowed within the arrays, then shot out haphazardly. As for the tattered talismans and the Kongfu floating above the arrays, although they had stopped, under the array's pole, 1 or 2 talismans would occasionally explode under the spirit array's bombardment. Junior sister Junyi, do you understand array Deo? Li Zisai asked junior sister Junyi beside her, looking at the spirit arrays whose offensive power remained fierce even without human control. Besides the Deo of the sword, I'm not good at anything else. Then how are we going to retrieve these magic treasures? Li Zisai spoke in a daze. If they were at full strength, they could forcibly stop the arrays, but in their current state, if she and junior sister entered the array's attack range, it would be a near certain death. Huang Junyi merely watched as well. What else could they do? They could only wait for the array's spiritual energy to be exhausted and for them to stop on their own. However, the two women didn't expect to wait for a full half hour. On the other side, Jiashan was determined to kill the soul seed, so he couldn't let it escape. One ran desperately, one chased desperately, one dodged desperately, one continuously threw out divine abilities and Deo techniques from behind. The two women, who were waiting for the arrays to stop behind them, had now reached a high vantage point, watching the figures of one chasing and one fleeing in the distance, tens of miles away. I've seen fierce people, but I've never seen anyone as fierce as junior brother Jiashan. Junior sister Junyi, you don't know, before coming here to help you, Gong Yangqing had no power to fight back against junior brother Jiashan. The battle between them was simply a one-sided slaughter. Junior brother Jiashan's immortal Deo strength is absolutely formidable, and his physical body strength is equally astonishing, almost like the work of a divine being with every move. Li Zisai spoke, gazing into the distance, still feeling a lingering fear as she recalled the scenes she had witnessed. Before this, Li Zisai had never imagined that a person could be so powerful. So, youngest martial brother isn't human. He's as powerful as a monster. Li Zisai looked at her junior sister, who was much calmer in comparison. Junior sister Junyi, junior brother Jiashan, he. Senior sister Li, I don't know much about youngest martial brother's affairs, but I know his personality very well. Youngest martial brother is genuinely afraid of becoming famous, genuinely afraid of causing trouble, and genuinely ruthless. Upon hearing this, Li Zisai, who had been interrupted, didn't ask further. However, she understood one thing, she could choose to trust junior brother Jiashan, but she couldn't pry into his background. In the distance, it must be said that the soul seed's ability to escape was no weaker than its actual strength. Even under the pursuit of a skilled hunter like Jiashan, it managed to flee for tens of miles, leaving Jiashan somewhat at a loss. The place where everyone was fighting was not too far from the cloud bridge, and since the cloud bridge was high in the air with an open view, the chosen individuals crossing the cloud bridge could all see flashes of divine abilities and treasure techniques appearing in the forest from time to time. In the far distance, two figures, like fish, occasionally leaped out and occasionally dived in as they moved through the forest. However, even from a distance, it was not difficult to see that the two figures in the distance were in a chase and flee situation. Seeing such a scene, the people on the cloud bridge merely shook their heads. The trial time was almost over, and the two were still fighting in the distance. Crossing the cloud bridge was most likely impossible. What kind of deep-seated hatred could not wait until after crossing the cloud bridge to settle? However, while secretly sighing that the two in the distance were foolish, giving up the chance to become a disciple of the Chaosian sect for a temporary gain or loss, the people resting on the cloud bridge watched with great interest as the two figures in the distance circled around, playing hide and seek. And what Jiashan didn't know was that while he was chasing the soul seed, a huge crisis was approaching. First, Zhao Ming, and then Bai Qianger and Gong Yangqing, who were lurking in the Chaosian sect, had their soul lamps shattered and extinguished one after another. This directly infuriated the high-ranking members of the Hunyang sect, who, unsure of the situation within the Chaosian sect's trial ground, had an elder take action. The elder had already arrived outside the trial ground and sent a spy with human immortal realm, third stage of human immortal realm cultivation, hidden within the Chaosian sect, into the trial ground. And not knowing the undercover identities of Bai Qianger and Gong Yangqing, when their soul lamps were extinguished, the elders of the Chaosian sect were alarmed and also came outside the trial ground. They happened to encounter the elders of the Hunyang sect head-on, and a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Knowing that lineage disciples had died in the trial ground, and worried, Jindao Sword Immortal and Venerable Zaimen also came along. The Hunyang sect, having planned this long ago, had many of its members gathered outside the trial ground, waiting for an opportunity. After the elders of the Chaosian sect appeared, these hidden individuals' whereabouts were exposed, and a battle immediately erupted between the two super sects. Not only did enemies meet with extreme hostility, but with lineage disciples from each side dying in the trial ground, they were already filled with rage. Upon arriving outside the trial ground and discovering a large number of Hunyang sect members hidden and lurking nearby, their motives seemed impure and their intentions suspicious. How could the elders of the Chaosian sect tolerate this any longer? And as a chaotic battle was already raging outside the trial ground, inside the trial ground, Jiashan, unaware of the situation, plunged into the forest, his expression vigilant as he observed his surroundings. This soul seed, it was clear that it had been chased many times in the past. Its ability to hide and escape had reached the pinnacle of perfection, becoming truly masterful. If it hadn't encountered him, it probably would have slipped away long ago. Found you. In the silence, Jiashan suddenly spoke, startling the soul seed hiding in the dark. You son of a bitch, you scared your grandpa like that. I can't beat you, but I refuse to believe I can't hide from you. If you can catch this grandpa today, grandpa will reincarnate as your son after I die. The soul seed, almost exposing its tracks from Jiashan's feint, remained motionless, even holding its breath, cursing in its heart. Seeing that his psychological tactics were not working, Jiashan frowned slightly and then instantly ascended into the air. While cursing in its heart, the soul seed, filled with doubt upon seeing Jiashan suddenly go into the air, was wondering whether to take the opportunity to move close to the ground when it suddenly widened its pupils and instantly shot out of the bushes. Jiashan, you son of a bitch. No sooner had the soul seed's words fallen than, with Jiashan as the center in the air, countless dense rays of light, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, shot out indiscriminately, bombarding the ground in a frenzied explosion. The soul seed, with nowhere to hide, could only endure the attacks while fleeing into the distance. Fighting was out of the question. In fact, if its escape speed slowed down even slightly, that monster would mercilessly blast it to death. So, even though its body was covered in blood, the soul seed still dared not slow down its speed in the slightest. After fleeing for tens of miles, the soul seed once again concealed itself and disappeared into the forest. Using a divine ability called Death Breath to make itself appear like a dead person buried on a riverbank, the soul seed, having once again narrowly escaped death, was too lazy to curse the monster behind it. At this moment, the soul seed's Deo heart, which had originally begun to shatter, had inexplicably recovered after such a long chase, and had even become more resolute and confident. Being able to escape from that monster's clutches multiple times, the soul seed not only didn't feel humiliated but even began to admire itself. Sometimes, people don't know how strong they are until they push themselves. Old monster Tian, if you have the guts, kill this grandpa today. If you can't kill me, wait until I break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm and I'll come find you. The soul seed cursed in its heart. After this chase, the soul seed felt that it had turned misfortune into a blessing. At this moment, the soul seed felt that breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm was no longer so out of reach. However, just as the soul seed was thinking that if it could leave alive, it would surely break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, it suddenly saw a palm-sized talisman appear on a stone in front of it. As wisps of spiritual energy began to overflow from the talisman and entwine around its body, its eyeballs trembled instantly, and the soul seed turned and ran without hesitation. And it was at the instant the talisman discovered the soul seed that Jiashan, 500 meters away, once again ascended into the air. Like an eagle hunting prey on the ground, he locked onto the soul seed. Seeing the soul seed's distance from him instantly increase from 500 meters to 1,000 meters, Jiashan did not give chase. Ahead, the soul seed, curious as to why that old monster hadn't pursued this time, quickly glanced back and was instantly on high alert, its scalp tingling, as it shrieked with all its might, wanting only to go faster. Because the soul seed realized that its chi had been locked onto. Because of the cat and mouse game with Jiashan during the escape, after running in circles, the two had now returned to the vicinity of the cloud bridge, so the people around could vaguely see them again. Just as everyone thought the two were truly interesting, watching with great curiosity as the soul seed instantly flew away from above the cloud bridge, stirring up a gust of wind, a sudden horror made everyone on the cloud bridge's hair stand on end. No sooner had the soul seed just flown over the cloud bridge than a roar came from the distance, and a tens of meters long earthen yellow spear arrived in an instant. After stirring up a gust of wind and flying away, it accurately struck the soul seed. The people, stunned by the immense power, looked at the huge crater that appeared several miles away, their eyes wide with shock as they swallowed, then stiffly turned their heads to look at the person several miles away on the other side. From such a distance, to be able to accurately launch such a powerful attack, who was that person in the distance, a divine being? As Jiashan's feat of striking an enemy from several miles away left everyone dumbfounded, after the successful hit, Jiashan quickly approached the soul seed. Whether it was dead or not, he would only know by getting closer. And it was precisely because of Jiashan's fierce strike that the human immortal realm individual who had entered the trial ground immediately sensed the commotion and instantly headed towards the source of the disturbance. After marking the soul seed with a fixed image talisman to precisely lock onto it, and then striking it with one blow, Jiashan immediately arrived from afar. However, when he reached the 100-meter wide crater, he only found a pool of blood and no sign of the soul seed. Jiashan furrowed his brow. According to the state of the soul seed, after enduring the previous attack, even if it wasn't dead, it should absolutely be incapable of further movement. But at this moment, there was only a pool of blood in the pit before him. His expression hardened, and Jiashan was about to launch another large-scale cleansing within a 1 li radius when a sudden, powerful aura behind him caused Jiashan's spirit to tense, and the 12 jade void heavens were instantly unleashed. A flying wheel appeared from Jiashan's blind spot behind him, arriving with lightning speed. Even though Jiashan reacted very quickly, he was still grazed by a corner of the flying wheel. A chill ran through his heart, and Jiashan instantly put distance between them, retreating again and again, moving directly to a distance of 200 meters. Only after seeing talismans flash where the flying wheel had just passed, and realizing he hadn't been injured, did he look with lingering fear at the person who had silently appeared in the distance. Judging by the attire, the person who had launched a sneak attack on him was actually from the Chaosian sect, and even possessed the human immortal realm. Although a shock arose in his heart, after recalling the information he had gleaned from the divine souls of many Hunyang sect disciples, he was not surprised by being ambushed by someone from the sect. Jiashan instantly became wary of his surroundings. The rules within the trial ground did not allow others to intrude, and now a human immortal realm individual had appeared. Moreover, judging by their stance, they were clearly an undercover agent of the Hunyang sect lurking within the Chaosian sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so ruthless as to attack him personally, nor would they have hesitated to save the soul seed. Beside that human immortal realm individual, the soul seed, covered in blood and with half its body shattered by the previous attack, was now gasping for breath, looking as if it might expire at any moment. But thinking that if he only survived, he would have a great chance of breaking into the Calamity Transformation realm, the soul seed, whose pupils had lost focus, struggled with a strong will to live. On the other side, seeing that his sudden sneak attack had been reacted to, the Hunyang sect undercover agent named Zhou Chuan looked at Jiashan with interest. With such formidable strength and being in the Jade Void 12th extreme realm, he must be a lineage disciple in the Chaosian sect. If he could capture him, wouldn't that be a great achievement? As soon as he thought of the merits and generous rewards corresponding to a lineage disciple of the Chaosian sect, Zhou Chuan, who seemed to already see his bright future, had a brilliant smile on his face. Although the person in front was a lineage disciple of the Chaosian sect, Zhou Chuan did not think that his third stage of human immortal realm would lose to someone in the Jade Void realm. Even the Jade Void 12th extreme realm couldn't cross such a significant realm gap as the human immortal realm to kill an enemy, could it? However, what Zhou Chuan didn't know was that the Jade Void 12th extreme realm indeed couldn't cross a major realm to kill a powerful human immortal realm cultivator, but the Calamity Transformation realm could. While Zhou Chuan was pondering, Jiashan was also not idle. The person in front clearly had a human immortal realm cultivation, as for which stage of human immortal realm, it was unclear. According to his previous battle with 8th senior brother, with the battle intent of the Calamity Transformation realm, as long as it wasn't the upper 5 stages of human immortal realm, he wouldn't be completely helpless. Jiashan was rapidly pondering whether to fight or to immediately escape. However, Zhou Chuan did not give Jiashan much time to think. Considering the current situation outside the trial ground, and uncertain whether powerful cultivators from the Chaosian sect would appear in the trial ground, Zhou Chuan chose a quick battle. And with this thought, Zhou Chuan unreservedly displayed the strength of the third stage of human immortal realm, which immediately reduced Jiashan's hesitation. Jiashan did not immediately use his Calamity Transformation realm cultivation, he merely relied on his profound strength and formidable physical body to constantly contend with Zhou Chuan. Junior sister Junyi, should we go look for junior brother Jiashan? After the spirit array finally stopped and all usable treasures in the surroundings were collected, Li Zisai, seeing that junior brother Jiashan had not yet returned, spoke to Huang Junyi. It had been quite a while since she had seen any activity from junior brother Jiashan, and worry was rising in Li Zisai's heart. However, Huang Junyi did not have so many worries. Worrying about youngest martial brother at any time would only seem foolish. Senior sister Li, there's no need to worry about youngest martial brother. Even if everyone in the entire trial ground met with trouble, youngest martial brother might not be in danger. Moreover, in our current state, even if we could find youngest martial brother, we would only be a burden to him. Li Zisai looked at herself, ragged and disheveled, feeling as though her body would tear apart with even a slight circulation of qi. It's most suitable for us to go to the reception hall and meet up with the others, and wait for youngest martial brother there. Facing Huang Junyi's suggestion, Li Zisai nodded in agreement. When the Calamity Transformation realm cultivation was released, even a human immortal of the second stage like 8th senior brother was pressed to the ground and rubbed. If youngest martial brother were truly pushed to the limit, that soul seed would undoubtedly end up without even a corpse remaining. However, Jiashan at this moment was not in the state Huang Junyi imagined. The flying wheels around Zhou Chuan had increased from 1 to 10, but their shapes, sizes, and effects were all different. Activating them simultaneously made Jiashan miserable. Just as 2 black and white fish, representing yin and yang, had shredded a flying wheel resembling a large fan, Jiashan saw a new flying wheel fly out from the other person's Jade Void Grotto heaven. Being blasted away once more, Jiashan was already cursing in his heart. Are the Dao carrying objects in all 10 Grotto heavens wheels? A sea of flying wheels? Although he couldn't help but complain, his body had just slammed into the ground when he saw the new flying wheel arrive in an instant. Jiashan, with golden light emanating from his body, abruptly sprang from the ground, dodging the attack, and at the same time, a boat bone carved with numerous vicious beast patterns appeared in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, facing the instantly arriving flying wheel, Jiashan was quick-witted. He gripped the Hushan supreme treasure forged from the boat bone, his veins bulging on his hands, and terrifying physical body strength was instantly unleashed. Bang! A crisp sound emerged, and then the rapidly approaching flying wheel was thrown back at an even faster speed. The name home run, which should not have appeared in this world, suddenly surfaced in his mind, and a sharp glint flashed in Jiashan's eyes. Hey, take that! Another one! Grand slam! Bang, bang, bang sounds were incessant. Although Jiashan was also leaping left and right, his handling of the flying wheels instantly became effortless. Conversely, Zhou Chuan was thrown into disarray, facing one flying wheel after another being knocked back. Being toyed with like this by a Jade Void Realm disciple, Zhou Quan's patience had reached its limit, and he was practically breathing fire. 10 flying wheels gathered above his head, instantly forming an even larger flying wheel. As it spun rapidly, it even created a chaotic tornado. Facing such a fierce display of aura, logically speaking, the cautious Jiashan should have turned and run. However, after a round of baseball just now, looking at the suddenly appearing large one, Jiashan's mouth was dry, and an inexplicable excitement appeared in his eyes. If he could hit such a large wheel with one swing, it would definitely be exhilarating. As this crazy thought just appeared in his mind, the strong wind slapped his face, instantly sobering up the Jiashan who had harbored improper thoughts. Thinking that he had just had the idea of confronting such an attack head-on, Jiashan broke out in a cold sweat. Playing with trifles saps the will, indeed, playing with trifles saps the will. Muttering this, Jiashan instantly turned and left. Fighting across realms had already violated his cardinal rule of cautious cultivation. Moreover, in such a situation, with various uncertain factors surrounding them, he had tried it out and found that a human immortal of the third stage enemy was indeed still powerful. Jiashan had no battle intent left. However, even after fighting with Zhou Chuan for a while, Jiashan actually didn't have any decent injuries on him, only quite a few talismans under his treasure robe had been annihilated. Seeing that the person in front was only now thinking of escaping, Zhou Chuan, from behind, was unhurried, a mocking smile appearing on his face. The giant flying wheel above his head whistled away, cutting through thorns and obstacles. Even giant trees that would take several people to embrace were easily severed and then crashed down. Don't you like to play? Stay, and I'll play with you to your heart's content. Riding on a distinctly patterned yellow tortoise shell, Jiashan was rapidly fleeing. Seeing the wheel brother behind him relentlessly pursuing, his expression was ferocious. He then looked at the soul seed it carried. After the expected situation did not occur, he abandoned the last thought of killing the soul seed. Focusing on escaping, Jiashan instantly sped away. As long as the person behind him dared to chase him beyond 50 li to the cloud bridge, he would use his calamity transformation realm cultivation. Jiashan decided in his heart. The cloud bridge was the final checkpoint and the end of the entire trial ground, so it was closest to the Chaosian sect. From there, using the spirit rank spirit array teleportation array he had prepared earlier, it would only take 2 teleports to return to the sect. Therefore, striking below the cloud bridge, even if something unexpected happened, Jiashan could ensure that he could immediately flee far away. Seeing that a Jade Void Realm disciple actually possessed so many extraordinary Hushan supreme treasures and had even toyed with him like this, Zhou Quan's anger did not decrease but increased, and he showed no sign of stopping. Thus, in a chase and escape, they still arrived below the cloud bridge. Seeing the cloud bridge appear, Jiashan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting his somewhat depleted treasure robes light dim, and then once again put on that wryly smiling mask. Know yourself and your enemy. Although he would clarify the enemy's strength in every battle, Jiashan himself was unsure of his own true capabilities. If it was a human immortal of the third stage, it would be just right to test his own strength limit. If it really didn't work, he would use the teleportation array to leave. After chasing for 100 li, seeing the young man in front finally stop, Zhou Chuan, with a ferocious expression, once again sneered. What, wearing a mask that's neither human nor ghost, trying to scare your grandpa Zhou by playing tricks? Seeing the person in front fiddling again, Zhou Chuan spoke maliciously in his anger. Having chased all this way, although he did indeed attack Jiashan, the number of hits was negligible, and the attacks that landed effectively didn't even have much effect. Moreover, chasing for over 100 li without even catching a Jade Void Realm disciple made Zhou Chuan feel greatly humiliated, and anger rose from his heart. Zhou Chuan was eager to kill Jiashan to console himself. At this moment on the cloud bridge, Li Zisai, who had already arrived in the reception hall, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Junior sister Junyi, isn't that junior brother Jiashan? Why has he put that mask on again?" In the reception hall, upon hearing senior sister Li's surprised cry from outside, not only Huang Junyi but also all the lineage disciples who had been rescued and then terrified by Tian Jiashan appeared on the cloud bridge. It's indeed youngest martial brother, but at this point, why is youngest martial brother still wearing a mask? Wait, the aura of the person opposite youngest martial brother is actually in the human immortal realm, and he's wearing our sex uniform. What's going on? When her attention immediately shifted to Zhou Chuan, who was in the third stage of human immortal realm, Huang Junyi's expression changed, and she spoke with a mixture of solemnity and anxiety. According to the sex rules, during the trial, no one is allowed to enter the trial ground for any reason. Why is that person fighting junior brother Jiashan now? While everyone was still confused, upon hearing Fuyao's words, they were equally startled, their gazes sweeping over to see that the human immortal realm sect disciple in the distance had already started fighting junior brother Jiashan. Isn't that the soul seed he's holding? Could it be that someone in the third stage of human immortal realm is also a spy from the Hunyang sect? Xiaoyu's words reminded everyone again, and they finally noticed the bloody person in the hands of the human immortal realm cultivator, which was indeed the soul seed. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the mind to dwell on why the soul seed was so severely injured. Everyone was only worried about Tian Jiashan's safety. A cultivation of the third stage of human immortal realm is not something that can be dealt with by the Jade Void extreme realm, even junior brother Jiashan absolutely cannot do it, because there is a huge gap of an entire major realm. No, even junior brother Jiashan absolutely cannot defeat that person in the third stage of human immortal realm. We must go help junior brother Jiashan. After instantly realizing what was happening below, Su Xian also spoke anxiously. After the battle in the reception hall, Tian Jiashan's status and importance in everyone's hearts had clearly undergone earth-shattering changes once again. Facing what Su Xian said, everyone did not feel it was inappropriate, even though they knew their current condition was not ideal, everyone still decided to go help Tian Jiashan. However, just as everyone made a move, they were stopped by 9th senior sister Huang Junyi. Junior sister Junyi, what are you doing? Li Zisai's eyes were filled with anxiety, and her face was full of confusion. Everyone, don't act rashly yet. Let's observe from the side for a bit. If it really doesn't work, then we'll make our move. Junior sister Junyi, what do you mean if it really doesn't work? If this continues, junior brother Jiashan will Rengiao stop speaking at Li Zisai's signal. Seeing junior sister Junyi's expression, Li Zisai, who understood the two of them better, chose to trust Huang Junyi. Although she stopped everyone, Huang Junyi's worry for her youngest martial brother, who was repeatedly sent flying, was more intense than anyone else's. However, seeing that even at this moment, youngest martial brother had not given them any instructions, Huang Junyi chose to believe that youngest martial brother below had his own plan. Huang Junyi speculated that youngest martial brother wore the mask to conceal his identity, and for youngest martial brother to conceal his identity in plain sight, it was very likely that he was going to display his true strength. Although youngest martial brother was currently suppressed by the person in the third stage of human immortal realm, youngest martial brother had not yet revealed his calamity transformation realm cultivation. Tian Jiashan's floating yin and yang fish were sent flying along with him before they could even shoot out, crashing heavily into the river below the cloud bridge, stirring up white waves dozens of meters high. However, merely at the moment of crashing into the water, as if bouncing back from the bottom, Tian Jiashan returned to the air in a breath. As golden red feathers densely appeared around him, they instantly enveloped Zhou Chuan. At this moment, Tian Jiashan had already utilized the full power of the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm, which was why he could contend with Zhou Chuan for so long. However, as everyone on the cloud bridge said, no matter how powerful, even the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm, it is simply impossible to defeat the human immortal realm, let alone the third stage of human immortal realm. Each time Tian Jiashan was sent flying, Zhou Chuan gained immense pleasure, so much so that he now began to enjoy what he believed was the process of torturing and killing Tian Jiashan. On the cloud bridge, the thousands of people currently crossing were all watching the battle below, filled with doubt and confusion. Didn't they say no one was allowed to act during the trial? Why did that human immortal realm expert, dressed in the Chaosian sect's inner sect disciple uniform, appear, and why was he trying to kill that person wearing a strange mask? Could it be that person committed some grave taboo? But then again, that masked person was actually a powerful cultivator of the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm, and even in the face of the Chaosian sect's human immortal realm expert, he could hold on for so long. This was truly terrifying. At the end of the cloud bridge, for the first time in 100 years, Huang Junyi saw youngest martial brother injured and bleeding in a fight. Her palms were drenched in sweat, anxious yet forced to remain calm. Youngest martial brother, what exactly are you waiting for? Huang Junyi could only shout anxiously in her heart. And once again, seeing that huge flying wheel leave a bloodstain on youngest martial brother's arm, Huang Junyi finally couldn't hold back. Just as she was about to leap down, the scene reflected in her eyes made her stop immediately. There was a change ahead. With so many people watching, the person in front of him was still only in the third stage of human immortal realm, and no other human immortal realm cultivators had appeared, so he could act with confidence. After enduring beatings for so long, Tian Jiashan, having dispelled his inner suspicions, broke free from the cliff. As the spiritual energy of the 12 earthy yellow jade void grotto heavens surged even more fiercely, and the 12 divine mansions within his body resonated with them, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. The originally vast 12 jade void grotto heavens immediately condensed to the size of a baby's fist, and then all surged into the masked person's body. Following this, everyone on the cloud bridge felt a strange aura wash over them. The aura emanating from the masked person after this strange phenomenon appeared was not much stronger than that of the human immortal realm, but it was filled with pressure and sacredness, as if a mortal was seeing a monarch, making one feel awe from the bottom of their heart. As waves of qi surged, Tian Jiashan's aura suddenly changed. Zhou Chuan, recognizing what the scene before him meant, was in disbelief, his pupils filled with horror. Calamity Transformation Realm. The person he was chasing was actually a prodigy who had broken through to the legendary Calamity Transformation Realm. When did such a terrifying young prodigy appear in the Chaosian sect? However, although his heart was filled with shock and surprise, upon seeing the figure with an astonishing aura in the distance instantly disappear, Zhou Chuan was startled and immediately attacked. The terror and power of the Calamity Transformation Realm were beyond doubt, but the Calamity Transformation Realm had not yet broken through to the Immortal Realm. With his dignified cultivation in the third stage of human Immortal Realm, he did not need to fear the opponent. However, although he held such thoughts, when the battle resumed, Zhou Chuan's thoughts were gradually overwhelmed by horror and fear. With the 12 jade void grotto heavens contained within his divine mansion, merely the beating of his heart made Zhou Chuan feel a roar. Tian Jiashan drew circles with both hands, and a Qunkanbagua diagram appeared out of thin air. As various 8-phase divine abilities emerged from the formation diagram as if descending from the sky, the oppressive aura had just begun to spread when the unprepared Zhou Chuan was already sent flying. Fighting with the Calamity Transformation Realm, and it being the first true use of the Calamity Transformation Realm after breaking through, Tian Jiashan focused on the enemy while also verifying what kind of strength his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation could possess. The flying wheel had just shattered a fire god divine image when the Zhen character on the Bagua diagram shone brightly, and the thunder god had already arrived in one step, his lightning guiding needle striking directly at Zhou Chuan's crown. The dark and shiny lightning guiding needle did not truly fall, but a terrifying thunderbolt had already crashed down, instantly stirring up a tall wave on the wide river surface. He used a grotto heaven to block the falling lightning. Although he was smashed into the river by the huge impact, Zhou Chuan was not actually severely injured. However, before Zhou Chuan could emerge from the water, the flying waves evaporated into bursts of white mist due to the fire god's divine ability under the Li character. A sun god bird, constantly engulfed in flames, plunged into the river, causing the jade void grotto heaven in front of Zhou Chuan to tremble violently, sending Zhou Chuan flying hundreds of meters along the water surface again. If it were a battle within the same realm, the combat power Tian Jiashan possessed would be legendary. However, in a cross-realm battle, because the immortal Dao rules comprehended within the Jade Void Grotto heavens were ultimately different, Tian Jiashan's divine abilities and precious techniques were greatly reduced in effectiveness. But even so, the advantage Zhou Chuan, in the third stage of human immortal realm, had just possessed, immediately vanished under the Calamity Transformation realm. Zhou Chuan had heard of the renown of the Calamity Transformation realm, but today was the first time Zhou Chuan had seen and had the good fortune to personally experience it. At this moment, even though he knew he had the advantage of the third stage of human immortal realm, and even though he knew he had the advantage in immortal Dao rules, facing that figure like a divine demon, Zhou Chuan found that even though he was frantically encouraging himself, the fear in his heart still couldn't help but show. He should clearly be stronger, yet his body constantly issued warnings, intensely releasing danger signals. But now, with no retreat, Zhou Chuan had no choice but to attack. He could only choose to attack. If he could win, his future would be secure. If he fled now, even if he could leave the trial ground, the result would definitely be utter destruction. And with such thoughts, becoming frenzied under the stimulation of life and death, Zhou Chuan also attacked like a madman, even causing cracks to appear in his Jade Void Grotto heaven, determined to trade injuries to leave wounds on Tian Jiashan. However, while Tian Jiashan indeed did not have an advantage in cultivation, when it came to the physical body, Zhou Chuan was miles behind Tian Jiashan. The 8 Yao divine generals were successively shattered. As a dragon turtle precious technique was unleashed, the mere sound waves of its roar stirred up waves in the river below the cloud bridge. And seeing the opponent resort to the same trick, again intending to injure himself at the cost of damaging his Jade Void Grotto heaven, Tian Jiashan, who had already suffered once, at the moment the dragon turtle precious technique descended, already had 7 silver bloodstreams flowing within his body like surging, roaring rivers, with rays of light overflowing from all his pores. His speed was so fast that Tian Jiashan's disappearance was somewhat eerie. As the afterimage lingering in place was dispersed by the spiritual energy storm, his true body had silently approached Zhou Chuan, who wanted to trade injuries. Although it was just a figure as tall as himself behind him, Zhou Chuan, whose divine soul was trembling and whose vision was cracking, only felt that behind him stood a majestic divine demon, like an unscalable mountain, silently. He didn't even have time to recall his Jade Void Grotto heaven. When his shoulder was locked by an inescapable force, the scene before Zhou Chuan's eyes turned upside down. The movement was not flashy, Tian Jiashan simply threw Zhou Chuan over his shoulder. But with just this one throw, the cloud bridge vibrated violently, and as for where Zhou Chuan landed, a crater with a radius of 100 meters suddenly appeared, with dense, spiderweb-like cracks spreading hundreds of meters outwards. Dense and widely distributed cracks spread from the pit Zhou Chuan had smashed, as if a single light step would cause them to immediately collapse. As those on the cloud bridge who witnessed such a scene had their minds buzzing, they were either dumbfounded or flabbergasted. Who exactly was that person wearing the crying laughing mask? Why did he possess such a terrifying aura? Why could he make a strong cultivator in the third stage of human immortal realm suffer so much, despite clearly not having broken through to the human immortal realm? Moreover, was the physical body strength he displayed not a little too terrifying? Could he be a humanoid manifestation of some primordial remnant species? Countless questions arose in many hearts, yet these doubts coincidentally shared similarities. As for those standing before the reception hall, their previously anxious and impatient moods had gradually disappeared with the battle they witnessed. Now, seeing such a shocking scene again, they couldn't help but swallow. Calamity Transformation Realm. Junior brother Jiashan was actually a supreme prodigy of the Calamity Transformation Realm. No wonder junior sister Junyi had told them to wait before. No wonder Xiaoming, Bai Qianzhi and Gong Yangqing had died so miserably, without any power to retaliate. But while astonished that junior brother Jiashan was the legendary supreme prodigy of the Calamity Transformation Realm, those who witnessed the battle were also horrified, equally amazed that the Calamity Transformation Realm's combat power was perhaps too terrifying, capable of fighting against a strong cultivator in the third stage of human immortal realm across realms. Although she had long known that youngest martial brother had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm and possessed various inexplicable mysteries and strengths, this was also Huang Junyi's first time seeing youngest martial brother use his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation to fight. The shock in her heart was no less than that of those around her. At this moment, youngest martial brother exuded 2 words, unreasonable. Unreasonably powerful. However, as everyone was stunned speechless, they soon gaped and widened their eyes in shock at the astonishing scene before them. The human immortal realm is the human immortal realm. The immortal Dao rules comprehended have already begun to transcend the mortal and enter the immortal, which would have the power of every one of Tian Jiashan's attacks. It was precisely because he knew this that even if he seemingly had the upper hand, Tian Jiashan still did not relax his guard in the slightest. A surging river of spiritual energy, like the river water beneath the cloud bridge, appeared. Under the sunlight, it looked like a ribbon dissipating in the wind. Yet, behind this beautiful scene, there was endless danger. Everyone saw that the moment the long river of spiritual energy appeared, a great sword, over a li in length, suddenly condensed. As it created a white ripple in the air, it suddenly slashed down, lopping off a distant small hill. Beneath the great sword, Zhou Chuan, whose internal organs had already been shattered and murdered and damaged countless times from the heavy over-the-shoulder throw just now, could not dodge in time. His instinct to survive made him use everything he had, once again manifesting a jade void grotto heaven in front of him. The jade void grotto heaven is the foundation of cultivators, as it carries the comprehended and cultivated immortal Dao rules. It is both the source of a cultivator's power and the hardest part, because the jade void grotto heaven is a manifestation of the Dao. Even so, those on the cloud bridge still saw the two jade void grotto heavens, which already had numerous cracks in front of Zhou Chuan, instantly explode as the great sword stirred up a fierce wind and slashed down. To forcefully shatter a jade void grotto heaven with sheer power was already enough to make those who witnessed it tremble with fear. Yet, everyone saw that the masked person did not stop there but moved away the instant he slashed down with the sword. Then, the small hill that had been cut off by the sword and should have fallen to the ground was lifted by that person with sheer human strength, and then smashed down. It was like holding a stone and smashing an insect on the ground, but the stone in the masked person's hand was a mountain peak. The originally towering mountain suddenly became bald, and a small hill appeared in the originally flat forest. Looking from afar, it seemed somewhat abrupt and out of place. A huge tremor arose in the distance, shaking its way over. The river water beneath the cloud bridge, which had been much calmer, instantly stirred up huge ripples again, and even the cloud bridge itself shook violently, making the faces of the people crossing it turn pale. If one fell from the cloud bridge, they would lose their last chance to become a disciple of the Chaosian sect. However, at this moment, witnessing such a scene firsthand, and once again facing and understanding the word insignificant, everyone had only one thought in their hearts. Desperately join the Chaosian sect. Tian Jiashan naturally knew that everyone on the cloud bridge was watching him. Tian Jiashan also disliked the feeling of using all his methods and being witnessed by so many people. However, at this moment, Tian Jiashan, who only wanted to verify what kind of combat power his calamity transformation realm could unleash, focused solely on the enemy. A small hill smashed down. Not to mention the direct impact below, even within 100 meters around, everything was utterly destroyed by the aftershocks. As for Zhou Chuan, who bore the brunt of it, although he was not dead at this moment, his hair was disheveled, and even his stark white bones could be seen exposed in the crimson flesh, a truly gruesome sight. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan, who also had quite a few injuries, took a deep breath. From the beginning of the battle until now, this was the first time Tian Jiashan had taken a breath, and this was also the benefit brought by tempering the physical body. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Tian Jiashan continues to temper himself in this way, he will be able to nurture an innate astral qi within his body, and in fact, Tian Jiashan is doing just that. Tian Jiashan was somewhat involved in everything related to cultivation. Legend has it that the innate astral qi nurtured by an ancient supreme being was so terrifying that a single breath of innate astral qi could even cause stars to fall. After taking a fresh breath, the fatigue in his muscles immediately eased a bit, and his 12 divine mansions became incomparably brilliant under the illumination of rich spiritual energy and divine essence. If one were to look inward, they would see that Tian Jiashan's body at this moment was like the universe in a galaxy. 3 of his 10 jade void grotto heavens had already shattered. At this moment, Zhou Chuan, whose heart was filled with fear, looked at the masked person as if he were a ghost or a god. He could even feel his heart trembling from fear, and Zhou Chuan could no longer hold on. Although he knew that even if he escaped from here, he would likely die, Zhou Chuan couldn't care less at this moment. Escape, and there's a sliver of hope, stay, and death is certain. However, what Zhou Chuan himself hadn't realized was that his current reverence for Tian Jiashan, even to the point of not daring to meet his gaze despite his human immortal realm cultivation, was not due to his fear of death, but because his Dao heart had shattered. With mind and spirit shattered, he was already a ghost, not a spirit. Facing Zhou Quan's escape, Tian Jiashan did not pursue him. He simply let his strength surge to its peak, locking onto Zhou Quan's qi. A massive forging platform appeared beneath the fleeing Zhou Chuan, slowly yet incredibly swiftly lifting him. Above the forging platform, a huge iron hammer appeared. The hammer and the forging platform corresponded vertically, and Zhou Chuan, lifted by the forging platform, was like iron just removed after high-temperature casting, about to be forged by the blacksmith. Although he didn't know what was behind this sudden bizarre scene, he could feel his own qi being locked. Moreover, the hammer floating in the air hadn't even struck yet, but the aura condensed on it was so immense that it suppressed him so heavily he couldn't breathe. Zhou Chuan had a feeling at this moment, that hammer would definitely fall, and it would definitely fall on him. It was this feeling that made Zhou Quan's eyes almost crack, but no matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't escape that forging platform, and that hammer was always suspended above his head. One end was vertically locked onto Zhou Chuan, while the handle remained in front of Tian Jiashan. On the cloud bridge, as everyone wondered about the scene appearing in the distant sky, they only saw the huge hammer being lifted by the tiny figure opposite, and then brought down heavily. Just like a blacksmith hammering iron, this iron was not iron at this moment, but the enemy the masked person wanted to kill. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came from afar. Even several li away, some people on the cloud bridge with weaker cultivation were shaken to the point of bleeding from their mouths and noses. However, at this moment, the trial participants on the cloud bridge were no longer concerned about the blood overflowing from their mouths and noses. Seeing the aftershocks arrive like giant waves in an instant, countless people's pupils dilated, and they immediately used their cultivation to resist. Even so, some people who were only in the first or second stage of the Jade Void were blown off the cloud bridge and fell into the turbulent currents below the cloud bridge. The huge roar subsided, reverberating across the sky and shaking people's hearts. With this strike, the battle finally ended. However, although the battle was over, everyone who witnessed it could not compose themselves. Incomprehensible yet witnessed firsthand, unbelievable yet truly existing, what they saw, the combat power they witnessed surpassed the cognition of the people on the cloud bridge, leading to all sorts of doubts and speculations. Not to mention the trial participants on the cloud bridge, even the lineage disciples of the Chaosian sect gathered before the reception hall were shaken to their core, experiencing a moment of self-doubt. At this moment, except for Huang Junyi, everyone else showed signs of an unstable Dao heart. However, even Huang Junyi's heart was pounding at this moment, as if she was about to suffocate. Youngest martial brother had clearly won, and she had clearly known that youngest martial brother was very powerful, so why did she feel like she was suffocating at this moment? Huang Junyi looked at the distant figure, the scene from just now constantly replaying in her mind. Since ancient times, there have been divine physical bodies, around which the heavens revolve, Huang Junyi murmured, but after all, she was someone who had been constantly undergoing mental tempering by Tian Jiashan's side. Gradually calming her mind, her eyes instantly became resolute again. The more terrifying the Calamity Transformation Realm youngest martial brother displayed, the more she needed to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Even though Huang Junyi knew that even if she broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, she wouldn't be able to achieve what youngest martial brother did. As tumultuous waves surged in the hearts of the distant people, Tian Jiashan held Zhou Chuan, who had already ceased breathing and was barely recognizable as a person. However, because the corpse also needed to be left behind, he did not destroy it. Carrying the dead man, Tian Jiashan quickly approached the cloud bridge, preparing to find the dying soul seed from before, intending to deliver the final blow. However, before Tian Jiashan could return, a sensation of his scalp exploding instantly appeared. As his entire being was enveloped by a sense of crisis in an instant, Tian Jiashan instinctively retreated several li away. No sooner had Tian Jiashan retreated than a beam of light descended from the sky, causing the river water below the cloud bridge to instantly cease flowing. A murky light suddenly shot into the trial ground, startling everyone who was still immersed in shock from junior brother Jiashan's previous battle, while angry shouts suddenly echoed, causing those on the cloud bridge to look out. With the deaths of Bai Qianger and Gong Yangqing, the high-ranking figures of the Chaosian sect and the Hunyang sect clashed immediately after meeting outside the trial ground, both sides filled with rage, even alarming immortal realm powerhouses like Jindao Sword Immortal. And the Hunyang sect member who had just entered the trial ground was a lineage elder of the Hunyang sect, a powerhouse with heavenly immortal cultivation. Following closely behind the Hunyang sect lineage elder into the trial ground and shouting was Master Chu Han, one of the 12 mountain masters of the Chaosian sect, also a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. Facing the sudden turn of events, although he had retreated several miles in a moment of terror, Jiashan still felt his heart pound when the heavenly immortal's earth-shattering blow landed, feeling the violent tremors from the ground. The aftershocks spread at a visible speed, violently striking his face, tearing at the wounds left on Jiashan's body from the recent battle, causing his expression beneath the mask to twitch. He had seen Master Chu Han a few times before, and now seeing that a peak master of the 12 peaks had actually fought into the trial ground, his thoughts raced, and realizing that something major was amiss, Jiashan's expression beneath his mask became incredibly conflicted. Undoubtedly, the heavenly immortal powerhouse from the Hunyang sect who intruded into the trial ground must have come to rescue the soul seed and others. After weighing it in his mind, Jiashan considered whether to risk killing the soul seed, especially since Master Chu could now hold back the Hunyang sect heavenly immortal, but as soon as this thought emerged, he saw the sky occupied by the divine abilities of the two great heavenly immortals, and Jiashan immediately gave up. A single divine ability treasure art could be 100 zhong in size. In a battle between such powerhouses, with each blow and continuous collision, an area of tens of miles could instantly become a battlefield. Although he feared future retaliation from the soul seed, Jiashan retreated, knowing the difficulty. As the ancients said, he who knows the times is a hero. Ancient wisdom, still so useful. But then again, if it wasn't useful, it wouldn't have been passed down to the present. After all, behind these experiences are bloody lessons. We should listen more to what our predecessors said. Muttering to himself as he left, Jiashan took a long detour before heading towards the reception hall on the cloud bridge. With heavenly immortal powerhouses fighting in the trial ground, Jiashan would never believe that everything outside was safe. So, the current situation called for him to huddle together with his senior brothers and sisters. Feeling the soul seed's divine soul suddenly become incredibly weak, the Hunyang sect powerhouses who arrived outside the Chaosian sect's trial ground had exhausted themselves sending a lineage elder into the trial ground. Therefore, the primary task of the person fighting Master Chu was to find the soul seed. Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger had died. If the soul seed also met with misfortune, the Hunyang sect would lose a millennium of luck. Unwilling to be entangled, the Hunyang sect heavenly immortal powerhouse who intruded into the trial ground quickly found the soul seed using his divine soul, and his heart immediately sank. Looking at the sect's Dao seed, who was on his last breath, his vitality like a flickering candle in the wind, Zai Huai's heart tightened. Feeling the immense qi descending behind him, he dared not delay, and with a flick of his sleeve, immediately swept up the soul seed and departed. In this era where Calamity Transformation Realm powerhouses emerged, the soul seed alone represented the hope of a generation for the Hunyang sect. If the soul seed died here, it would undoubtedly sever the Dao root of a generation of the Hunyang sect. And with a generation's decline, the Hunyang sect could fall from a super sect to a third-rate force, or even be uprooted entirely. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Zai Huai was also fortunate that the soul seed, as expected of someone who often pushed himself to his limits, could still be saved. Feeling that he had safely taken away the soul seed, Zai Huai did not immediately withdraw from the trial ground. Instead, he searched for Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger. Although their soul lamps had already extinguished, a glimmer of hope still remained in the hearts of the Hunyang sect elders. Two great heavenly immortal powerhouses fought fiercely in the trial ground, instantly changing the weather, displaying heaven-reaching methods, and continuously unleashing terrifying divine ability treasure arts, making the sky above the cloud bridge seem as if it were about to change. And just as Zaihuai of the Hunyang sect searched for the two, who might or might not be dead, in the trial ground, a sudden aura descended upon the trial ground, causing everyone on the cloud bridge to turn pale with pressure, and an old yet furious voice immediately resounded throughout the entire trial ground. The Hunyang sect acts so rampantly, do they really think my Chaosian sect has a good temper? The person who arrived was none other than the master of the deceased Gongyang Qing, also the lineage elder of the Kun character mountain peak among the four great elders of the Chaosian sect. With the soul lamp extinguished, it meant that his disciple was most likely dead, and the anger in Elder He Miao's heart, who now appeared, was imaginable. Elder He Miao did not choose to suppress his anger. After his furious outburst, with every gesture the wind and clouds changed color, the scattered clouds above the 9 heavens were shattered, and what condensed behind him was a soul herder. The soul herder held a giant soul banner, its canvas 1,000 meters long, hanging from the soul herder's hand like a flying waterfall suspended above the 9 heavens. And as the myriad forms of souls on the canvas twisted, the terrifying chi that overflowed directly made many people on the cloud bridge unable to stand. Seeing that the person who appeared was actually Elder Kun Hun of the Chaosian sect, Zaihuai was horrified. Looking at the soul-herding banner in the soul herder's hand, which permeated the sky, his face suddenly changed, and he fled without hesitation. Attacking with a killing move, Zaihuai knew that Elder Kun Hun intended to kill him. Knowing that the situation in the trial ground had escalated, Jindao Sword Immortal and Master Kun Hun came together. Seeing that the young people in front of the reception hall were in a somewhat bad state, but all were present except for Gongyang Qing and Bai Kainger, whose soul lamps had extinguished, they felt a little more at ease. Wait, where's that brat old Tenth? Jindao Sword Immortal was suddenly startled and searched the crowd again. Still not seeing old Tenth's face, his heart, which had just calmed down, immediately tightened again. He heard from people outside that the Hunyang sect seemed to have sent human immortal realm sect traders into the trial ground before. Jindao Sword Immortal's heart sank, and he immediately went to the front of the reception hall. Old Ninth, where's old Tenth? Jindao Sword Immortal asked anxiously, his old face becoming even more wrinkled from frowning. Master, youngest martial brother just finished a fierce battle with a human immortal realm powerhouse, and then Master Chu came in. Hearing the words fierce battle with a human immortal realm powerhouse, Jindao Sword Immortal's heart tightened again. He'd better not be in trouble, or I'll damn well cut off half of the Hunyang sect's ancestral master's ancestral hall. Jindao Sword Immortal said fiercely, a terrifying aura emanating from him. However, before Jindao Sword Immortal could use his soul power to envelop the entire trial ground, he saw a figure stealthily approaching the cloud bridge. Old Ninth, is that old Tenth? Jindao Sword Immortal pointed at the person in the distance, wearing a mask and sneaking over. The person in the distance was indeed Jiashan. And just as Jindao Sword Immortal had a false alarm, another change occurred above the trial ground. Elder Kun Hun had just sent Zaihuai flying with a single blow, but before the second blow could land, it was blocked by an equally immense chi. The one who appeared in the trial ground this time was a middle-aged man sitting on a Dao platform. Elder Kun Hun, you're so old, and still so hot-tempered. The newcomer sat on a black Dao platform, surrounded by the soul flames of the night, looking somewhat eerie. However, just from the oppressive feeling emanating from him, this person was definitely a terrifying powerhouse who had broken into the immortal realm. Daoist Pantai of the Hunyang sect, Sage of Xiangyang. Sage of Xiangyang? What, even you've come? Could it be that the people your Hunyang sect sent suffered a huge setback in the trial ground? Elder He Miao spoke mockingly, because even after being severely injured by his attack, Zaihuai was still desperately protecting the dying person. That person, with half his body crippled, clearly held extraordinary significance for the Hunyang sect. Old senior, don't be so petty. Since I'm here, you won't be able to kill anyone. Sage of Xiangyang said, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the soul seed into his hand from across the air. Frowning slightly, and using his hand to stabilize the soul seed's chi, Sage of Xianjiang's gaze passed over Elder He Miao and looked at the prodigies of the Chaosian sect in front of the reception hall. Xiaqian couldn't enter the trial ground, so was it senior sister Li Zisai or Dong Ta who severely injured the soul seed. But according to the information he had, the two shouldn't possess such powerful strength. Facing the so severely injured soul seed, Sage of Xiangyang also had doubts. With his disciple dead, Elder He Miao was currently filled with rage. Seeing Sage of Xiangyang so audacious, a giant divine mountain covering an area of 10 miles suddenly appeared, with characters shimmering on the enormous mountain, and countless auspicious birds and beasts circling within it. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. Facing the sudden scene that darkened the heavens and earth, the divine souls of the thousands of people crossing the cloud bridge trembled. And seeing that Elder He's strength had transformed to such a formidable degree after visiting the immortals' cave, Jindao Sword Immortal also enveloped the cloud bridge with his sword chi, protecting the crowd from being affected. He knew the name Daoist Pantai, Sage of Xiangyang of the Hunyang sect, but Jindao Sword Immortal was not worried about Elder He Miao. Seeing that it was already this time, and that brat old Tenth was still cautiously and furtively making his way, the impatient Jindao Sword Immortal directly grabbed him from across the air and pulled him in front of himself. Immortal realm powerhouses are already fighting, what the hell are you still hiding for, kid? The scene before Jiashan suddenly changed, and he was still somewhat caught off guard as he arrived in front of everyone, but he had already heard his master's voice. What a reassuring voice it was. Hearing his master's words, Jiashan immediately exclaimed in his heart. Master had appeared, so danger had nothing to do with him anymore. Compared to the battle between the two immortal realm powerhouses, Jindao Sword Immortal was more curious about what Old Tenth had experienced. The soul lamps of Bai Qianger and Gong Yangqing in the Ancestral Master's Ancestral Hall have extinguished. Do any of you know what happened? Everyone, who had been looking at the battle in the sky with shocked eyes, immediately turned their heads upon hearing Jindao Sword Immortal's words, but their expressions were incredibly complex. Master, I am your disciple, right? Jiashan answered evasively. Jindao Sword Immortal frowned but still nodded. Then Master should think more for his disciple, right? Jindao Sword Immortal continued to nod. Master, you promised to protect me. Spit it out, say something serious. Seeing that the kid in front of him was getting carried away, the impatient Jindao Sword Immortal no longer indulged him. Senior Sister Li, you tell my master. Your words will be more convincing to my master. Seeing junior brother Jiashan act this way, Li Zisai, though heavy-hearted, did not refuse. A good while passed, and half of the trial ground was swept up in the battle between Elder Hemiao and Daist Pantai. Jindao Sword Immortal, who had heard the full story from Li Zisai, looked at Old Tenth beside him with a strange expression. Jindao Sword Immortal first frowned, then pondered, and then narrowed his eyes. You killed them all by yourself. Tian Jiashan nodded. That sect traitor in the third stage of human immortal realm, you killed him by yourself too. Tian Jiashan still nodded. There were a total of more than 220 Hunyang sect disciples who entered the trial ground, but a full 160 to 170 of them were killed by Old Tenth alone. Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger, who were nominally sect disciples but were actually chess pieces planted by the Hunyang sect in the Chaosian sect hundreds of years ago, were also killed by Old Tenth alone. The Hunyang sect's prodigy, whose identity was hidden, was also crippled by Old Tenth himself, and the sect traitor in the third stage of human immortal realm was likewise killed by Old Tenth alone. Without asking for the details of the process, Jindao Sword Immortal simply sighed deeply after summarizing these in his mind. How could he hide Old Tenth's identity now? Even if he pretended to be crazy and foolish, the vice sect master and the elders wouldn't believe him. So many lineage disciples witnessed it with their own eyes. Old Tenth, I'm afraid I really can't help you this time. Your desire for a low-key life is probably over. For this matter, you can only explain it to the vice sect master yourself. Jindao Sword Immortal showed a helpless expression. He truly understood Old Tenth's desire not to be famous, but to cultivate quietly. However, Old Tenth, who was always cautious, was so fierce in the trial ground, doing so many shocking things one after another. How could he smooth things over for Old Tenth? But then again, according to what Junior Sister Zisai said, it seems that all the events in the trial ground over the past 3 months were handled by Old Tenth alone. What were everyone else doing? Junior Sister Zisai, according to what you all are saying, what have you all been doing for the past 3 months? It sounds like almost everything was done by Old Tenth alone. As soon as Jindao Sword Immortal said this, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became extremely quiet. Not a sound was heard. Everyone just showed expressions of deep shame. Junior Marshal Uncle Jindao is really something, why does he always speak such blunt truths? This kind of thing, it's fine if everyone knows it in their hearts, why say it out loud? It's embarrassing enough just hearing it. Indeed, if they thought back carefully, during these 3 months of the trial period, they had done almost nothing. Junior brother Jiashan had been busy all by himself. And what was most shameful was that they had previously rejected junior brother Jiashan due to their ridiculous arrogance and self-confidence, even making junior brother Jiashan step down from his position as squad leader. My senior brothers and senior sisters were all captured, so my going so wild was also to save them. Master, don't worry, when I face the vice sect master, I can handle him myself. For this, I deliberately left the bodies of several people behind. The originally quiet crowd once again looked sideways at junior brother Jiashan. What did he mean by deliberately leaving the bodies? However, Huang Junyi and Li Zisai, who knew junior brother Jiashan's methods of destroying corpses, did not have so many doubts in their hearts. Seeing Old Tenth so confident, Jindao Sword Immortal was naturally happy to see it. If he wanted quiet, let the quick-witted Old Tenth talk to the vice sect master and the grand elders himself. However, the matter of Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger being Hunyang sect spies was quite serious. They had to go back to the sect and discuss it thoroughly. But then again, if Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger were both Hunyang sect spies, wouldn't the events that happened in the trial ground this time mean no loss for the Chaosian sect? On the contrary, the Hunyang sect had suffered a devastating blow. Thinking of this, Jindao Sword Immortal immediately became cheerful. You all wait here. Such a big event has happened this time, allowing the Hunyang sect to run wild on our territory. If we don't kill 1 or 2 people of some consequence and bring their heads back, the Chaosian sect will become a laughingstock. Those who don't know might even think that our Immortal's Cave, after being open for 100 years, only cultivated a bunch of useless people. Jindao Sword Immortal said with a chuckle, his sword chi surging as he instantly departed. As soon as Jindao Sword Immortal left, Tian Jiashan suddenly spoke loudly, Bai Xiu was entrusted by someone. Now that this matter is concluded, I will not delay any further. Fellow Daists of the Chaosian sect, we will meet again. Not only was his voice loud, but Tian Jiashan, wearing a mask, even mixed spiritual power into his voice, so that the thousands of people on the cloud bridge at this moment could hear him clearly. Bai Xiu? That terrifying and exaggerated person was called Baishu. Fellow deists of the Chaosian sect? This Baishu is not a Chaosian sect disciple? So his name is Baishu. A person of such divine demeanor, even if he isn't a Chaosian sect disciple, he must be a top prodigy from some super sect. Hearing the voice of the person wearing the bitter mask in front of the reception hall, countless people participating in the selection on the cloud bridge immediately engraved the name Baishu in their hearts. Baishu, this could very well be the true name of a heavenly immortal in the future. In front of the reception hall, the unprepared lineage disciples first saw junior brother Jiashan's inexplicable actions. Before they could react to what junior brother Jiashan was suddenly up to, they saw junior brother Jiashan turn and leave. The stunned crowd looked at each other, their faces bewildered. Junior sister Junyi, you are familiar with junior brother Jiashan. What is junior brother Jiashan up to again? Dong Ta said blankly, and junior brother Jiashan had already disappeared. Looking at the people around her who had their eyes on her, wanting to get an answer from her, Huang Junyi also had a numb expression. Although Huang Junyi didn't speak, her expression already told everyone that she also didn't know the answer. Baishu? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Fuiao said thoughtfully. What's familiar or unfamiliar about it? Baishu is the Calamity Transformation Realm expert who suddenly emerged a few years ago. The Calamity Transformation Realm was spread from Baishu and a person named Qin Baoxiao. Ming Li said, reminding her youngest martial brother with a helpless look. Junior brother Jiashan is quite bold. Using a name like Baishu as a disguise, isn't he afraid of retaliation? Baishu, that's a supreme expert of the Calamity Transformation Realm. However, Ren Giao did not know that Tian Jiashan was truly not afraid of Baishu. Not at all. Although she knew that Baishu had an extremely close relationship with youngest martial brother, even to the point of unhesitatingly giving a half-saint medicine, Huang Junyi did not explain to everyone at this moment, but was only thinking about the intention behind youngest martial brother's sudden actions. And after calming down and thinking carefully, everyone could roughly guess Tian Jiashan's intention behind this action. Junior brother Jiashan's strength was beyond doubt, but his fear of becoming famous was even more beyond doubt. Using Xiu'er's name as a disguise, and pretending not to be a person from the Chaosian sect, Tian Jiashan, who had pretended to leave, circled around and then quietly returned to the reception hall. At this time, the great battle in the trial ground, with Jindao Sword Immortal also joining, meant that even Daoist Pantai could only choose to retreat. However, although Daoist Pantai retreated with the soul seed, Zai Huai, the heavenly immortal realm elder of the Hunyang sect who had first rushed into the trial ground, was cut down by Jindao Sword Immortal with a single sword, his divine soul completely annihilated. And at this point, the battle between the two sides also came to an end. Even if the two great super sects harbored anger in their hearts, they would not fight to the death before clarifying everything. The matter was of great importance. Although the lineage disciples' injuries were not light, upon returning to the Chaosian sect, everyone was immediately taken to Lingju Peak. And knowing about the traitor, this time, apart from the lineage elders, the other lineage disciples were not even qualified to listen in. Besides the solemn-faced lineage elders, there were also Tian Jiashan and his group in the Great Hall. On the ground were 3 bodies, each with a more gruesome death than the last, especially the Chaosian sect traitor in the 3rd stage of human immortal realm, who was almost unrecognizable as a human. Gong Yangqing's body was too massive and was placed outside the Great Hall at this time. Listening to what the lineage disciples said, and hearing that a disciple cultivated for 100 years turned out to be an ungrateful wretch, Elder Hemiao, who had just been fighting fiercely in the trial ground, furiously shattered the armrest of his chair into dust. And the master of Ganza Peak, who was Bai Qianger's master, also had an extremely gloomy expression. You all continue. Although Elder Hemiao was angry, he also knew that things had right and wrong, so his anger at this moment was not directed at the young disciples. Although they could understand the feelings of the master of Kunzi Peak at this moment, the lineage disciples continued to narrate the events that had occurred over the past 3 months. This time, their descriptions were even more detailed than before. And as they listened to everyone's words, the atmosphere in the originally solemn Great Hall unconsciously became relaxed. Even the 2 peak masters of Gan and Kun, who had lost their personal disciples, had strange expressions. According to everyone's account, although this incident was a big one, the Chaosian sect seemed to have suffered no losses at all. On the contrary, the Hunyang sect had suffered heavy losses. Tian Jiashan, do you have anything to say? Tian Jiashan, who hadn't spoken much just now, immediately brightened his eyes upon hearing the vice sect master's words. How could he have nothing to say? He had a lot to say. Vice sect master, elders, so many things have happened over the past 3 months. I am still shaken and my emotions are fluctuating, so I will make a long story short. Everyone looked at Tian Jiashan, who was the main focus, and the vice sect master, without concealing his excitement, signaled for Tian Jiashan, this sect treasure, to continue. Calamity Transformation Realm. This kid is actually in the Calamity Transformation Realm. Not the kind that has hope of breakthrough to Calamity Transformation, but the kind that has already broken into the Calamity Transformation Realm. If it weren't for considering the feelings of the 2 peak masters and knowing that it was not appropriate at this time, the vice sect master would have even burst out laughing. However, what the vice sect master didn't know was that, knowing Tian Jiashan was actually a supreme prodigy of the Calamity Transformation Realm, and that their disciple was a Hunyang sect spy who deserved to die, the anger in the hearts of the 2 peak masters immediately diminished significantly. Not only the elders, but also everyone who went to the trial ground looked at Tian Jiashan with anticipation. Junior brother Jiashan's actions in the trial ground were simply invincible and impeccable. However, Vice Sect Master, I suffered greatly. I calculated and planned for months, and finally managed to annihilate all those Hunyang sect members lurking in the trial ground. But when I turned around, my senior brothers and senior sisters had all been wiped out. I was terrified at that time. Tian Jiashan spoke, almost crying, and as soon as he said this, the Great Hall immediately fell silent. Not to mention the lineage disciples who were deeply ashamed, even the Vice Sect Master felt a bit embarrassed. The strongest lineage disciples being wiped out in a group was indeed somewhat inappropriate, and he also bore the fault of ineffective guidance. As soon as Tian Jiashan spoke, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly changed. Although everyone looked awkward, especially the lineage disciples who were so ashamed they couldn't lift their heads, they were powerless to refute him. Because what Tian Jiashan said was the truth. And Tian Jiashan just continued to speak. Vice Sect Master, you all know I'm afraid of death. When I first learned about this, I was completely stunned. My hands and feet wouldn't obey, my scalp tingled, and my feet slipped. I almost turned and ran away, but then I thought, I'm also a disciple of the Chaosian sect. If I ran away so miserably, allowing the Hunyang sect to succeed, then where would our Chaosian sect's face be? So I first met Senior Sister Li, and then 9th Senior Sister. Young man, get to the point. Seeing the young man below about to ramble on endlessly, the Grand Elder couldn't help but speak up. However, Tian Jiashan was stunned by the Grand Elder's words. Get to the point? Wasn't what he was saying the point? Life and death matters, of course, had to be discussed from the details. Grand Elder, what exactly does this point refer to? Looking at Tian Jiashan, who genuinely asked the question and wasn't pretending to be foolish or playing tricks on them, even the surrounding elders, who had cultivated for thousands of years and whose minds were as still as ancient wells, felt a ripple in their hearts. This young man's mind seemed to be a bit different from ordinary people. But then, remembering that Tian Jiashan was in the Calamity Transformation realm, the elders understood. Tell us why you killed everyone instead of leaving them alive for interrogation. Tian Jiashan's expression immediately changed, looking at the Grand Elder and the Vice Sect Master with particular terror. Vice Sect Master and Grand Elder, you don't know how dangerous the situation was then. Not only were all the senior brothers and sisters captured, but the senior sisters were all beautiful, with skin like ice and bones like jade, and long, autumn-like eyes. I was so worried. You say, who wouldn't be tempted by such good girls? I was afraid those bastards from the Hunyang sect would humiliate the senior sisters, so I thought of acting immediately. But after I made my move, I found that everyone was incredibly powerful, injuring 9th Senior Sister and Senior Sister Li so badly. Elders, take a look. Tian Jiashan said, pulling out the blushing and indignant 9th Senior Sister and Senior Sister Li. It was precisely because of this that I became even more afraid. And with that fear, I couldn't hold back and ended up killing everyone. After I killed Xiaoming and Bai Qianger in the reception hall, I went to help Senior Sister Li kill Gongyang Qing. Senior Sister Li contributed greatly to being able to kill Gongyang Qing. And after dealing with Gongyang Qing, I went to look for Soul Seed. However, Soul Seed's strength wasn't much, but his escape ability was incredibly strong. I couldn't finish him off in the end. Hearing the words that Soul Seed's strength wasn't much, the lineage disciples who had their heads down lowered them even further. They had no face to see anyone. That Soul Seed had already opened all 12 divine mansions, but when it came to Junior Brother Jiashan, he became not much in strength. However, Junior Brother Jiashan had the right to say that. Tian Jiashan continued to speak. Later, I encountered that human immortal realm sect traitor. After that person appeared, he not only rescued Soul Seed but also kept chasing me. When I saw a strong practitioner of the third stage of human immortal realm, I no longer had any thought of fighting. My guts were scared out of me, so I fled for my life. But that person wasn't willing to give up and chased me relentlessly. This chase and escape led us to the Cloud Bridge. As soon as I reached the Cloud Bridge, I thought, this is bad. If I continued to flee, there were still injured senior brothers and sisters in front of the reception hall. So, to prevent the tragedy of the senior brothers and sisters being wiped out from happening again, I could only brace myself and go. Hearing such words again, the lineage disciples either touched their noses, held their foreheads, or fiddled with their fingers, pretending not to hear what Junior Brother Jiashan was saying. And the expressions of the elders also changed wonderfully again. Listening to what this young man Jiashan said, how could the dignified lineage disciples of the sect not only be useless but also become burdens? However, as Tian Jiashan continued to speak, even the ashamed lineage disciples looked up at Tian Jiashan. A strong practitioner of the third stage of human immortal realm. I can't even tell you how scared I was then, I almost peed myself. But for the senior brothers and sisters, for the sect, I decided to fight with my life. So I used my inexplicable, somewhat sinister and suddenly broken through Calamity Transformation Realm to face the enemy. And so, this sinister Calamity Transformation Realm allowed me to kill this person. Tian Jiashan pointed at the disfigured corpse on the ground. They had hoped to hear some news from Tian Jiashan, whether about the Hunyang sect or the Calamity Transformation Realm, but after listening to what Tian Jiashan said, everyone in the hall was speechless, looking at Tian Jiashan, at this man who could no longer be described by words. How could there be such an eccentric person? We asked you to get to the point, and you, young man, managed to perfectly skip all the important parts. Also, what does it mean to inexplicably break into the Calamity Transformation Realm? Such a sacred thing as the Calamity Transformation Realm was described as sinister by you, young man. Why don't you just ascend to heaven? These were the words everyone wanted to say to Tian Jiashan at this moment, but no one could open their mouth. Even the most unreliable Jindao Sword Immortal's eyes were wandering at this moment, pretending he didn't know what Old Tenth was talking about. In fact, Jindao Sword Immortal truly didn't know what Old Tenth was babbling about. The only thing Jindao Sword Immortal knew was that Old Tenth wanted to make the events of the past 3 months seem calm, and to make himself less scrutinized and controversial. Jiashan, when did you break into the Calamity Transformation Realm, and what is your relationship with that Baishu? Replying to Sect Master, this Calamity Transformation Realm thing was entirely given to me by Xiu'er. Xiu'er and I are good brothers, the kind who would die for each other. Upon hearing Tian Jiashan's words, the atmosphere in the main hall finally underwent another subtle change. Xiu'er, just by the address, one could tell that their relationship was not ordinary. However, after listening to what Tian Jiashan said, everyone also somewhat understood why he had used Bai Xiu's name as a disguise during his time in the trial ground. It was just that everyone was surprised that junior brother Jiashan's relationship with that Bai Xiu was so good. Looking at the expressions of the elders in the surrounding hall, Huang Junyi knew that everyone had been mostly fooled by the youngest martial brother. Truth mixed with falsehood, falsehood mixed with truth. Everyone thought they understood the whole story and knew the youngest martial brother, but in reality, they didn't know him as well as they imagined. The youngest martial brother would always be a mystery to everyone. Even she, to this day, felt that the youngest martial brother exuded an aura of mystery. Perhaps that Bai Xiu could be said to understand the youngest martial brother. That Vice Sect Master, this young man, even if I haven't earned merit this time, I've at least put in hard work, right? Seeing everyone in deep thought, Tian Jiashan began his most skilled routine. The lineage disciples looked at junior brother Jiashan, who chuckled, and only felt that junior brother Jiashan was a bit too modest. If junior brother Jiashan only had hard work to show for this mission, then they might as well dig a pit and bury themselves. In this trial ground mission, you, young man, are the chief contributor. Speak, what reward do you want? The sect will do its utmost to grant it. The Vice Sect Master said decisively. Not to mention that Jiashan was the main meritorious official this time and deserved to be rewarded, even if Jiashan had done nothing, just his identity as a Calamity Transformation Realm practitioner was enough for the Chaosian sect to allocate resources for his cultivation. And the other elders and lineage disciples were thinking that Tian Jiashan truly deserved a great reward, and even if his demands were a bit excessive, it wouldn't be too much. Then, what Tian Jiashan said again made everyone drop their jaws. Vice Sect Master, I want to be unknown. I want to be unknown. Tian Jiashan's words echoed clearly and concisely in the spacious and quiet main hall, making everyone caught off guard look at each other. He didn't want any peerless immortal techniques, nor any heaven and earth treasure, nor did he use his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation to demand any immortal cultivation resources from the sect. What Tian Jiashan wanted was to be unknown. Even knowing Tian Jiashan's timid personality, everyone was still somewhat caught off guard at this moment. It's already come to this, what are you still afraid of, Tian Jiashan? The sect treats you like a treasure and will protect you. How could anything happen to you? If something were to happen to you, Tian Jiashan, the sect would be the first to object. Jiashan, you might still be a bit unclear about our sect's strength, but I can tell you that in the future, you will be protected by the sect. Before you grow up, the sect has sufficient strength to ensure your life safety, so you can be arrogant and a bit wild. Asking the sect for better things is not impossible. The Vice Sect Master at this moment wished he could put all the Chaosian sect's resources on Tian Jiashan and cultivate a person unparalleled in the world. One must know, even before this, Tian Jiashan had already cultivated to the Calamity Transformation Realm on his own. How astounding that was, all the elders present knew better than anyone. Tian Jiashan, this was a wild Calamity Transformation Realm strong practitioner. Before this, he hadn't even been properly nurtured. If the Chaosian sect were to exert its full power to carefully sculpt such a supreme prodigy, what would happen then? However, Vice Sect Master, I don't want anything. I just want to live a peaceful life as before. I'd like the Sect Master to help me hide everything that happened. As for the Hunyang sect, except for Soul Seed, everyone else was killed by me. If Soul Seed identifies me then, our sect just needs to deny it. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that this young man had killed everyone to prevent the matter of his Calamity Transformation Realm from leaking out. Seeing Tian Jiashan's sincerity, the Vice Sect Master also became a bit troubled, looking at the Grand Elder beside him, and then at the Jindao Sword Immortal in the distance. This matter is simple, I will suppress it for you. You all go down and recuperate from your injuries for now. I will summon you again later. As for the rewards, we will discuss them then. The imagined catastrophe turned out to be just a false alarm, and with the Chaosian sect making a great profit, the Vice Sect Master was in an excellent mood. However, at this very moment, the Vice Sect Master had more important matters to discuss with the elders. Regarding Tian Jiashan, the Chaosian sect clearly couldn't just leave him be. Calamity Transformation Realm, in a sense, this was a young god. The young lineage disciples left, but all the elders remained. Although he was the Vice Sect Master, he couldn't make decisions alone, so the Vice Sect Master needed to discuss the matter of nurturing Tian Jiashan with the elders. Just as the young talents had just left, a tall, imposing figure with snow-white hair, yet showing no sign of old age, suddenly appeared in the main hall. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the Sect Master. This was the first time the Sect Master had appeared in 3,000 years. Regarding Tian Jiashan, there's no need to make a fuss, just follow his wishes. Additionally, the Chaosian sect must use its full power to protect him. When I say full power of the sect, I mean the entirety of the Chaosian sect. Jindao, tomorrow you will take Tian Jiashan to the ethereal realm in the back mountain to see me. After that, you can return to Broken Mountain. No problem. Jindao Sword Immortal, who had already risen from his chair, spoke in a natural tone. Sect Master, what is your cultivation now? Everyone, who had thought that today's events were over, was startled by Jindao's words, and countless curiosities arose. I'll soon be able to go to Liangfeng Mountain, but there's no rush. The events in the trial ground were already significant, causing a huge sensation. Even in Kaihui City, which was sandwiched between the two super sects, news of the incident spread everywhere on the second day, especially since many elders from the two super sects had taken action, and even Jindao Sword Immortal, Old Man Kunhun, and Daoist Pantai had appeared together. Shocked by the fact that the two super sects would have such a fierce conflict at this time, the people in Kaihui City were also worried. Chaosian sect and Hunyang sect were the two super sects in this area. If they were to have a major conflict, many small sects in Kaihui City would be caught in the crossfire. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. However, despite their worries, except for a few loose immortals with some reputation and strength, people were not qualified to access more detailed information. And those with some strength and reputation would not be foolish enough to offend two behemoths like Chaosian sect and Hunyang sect. A night passed, and Tian Jiashan still hadn't slept. Instead, he first refined a cauldron of medicinal liquid to soak his physical body during the night, and then cultivated embracing simplicity all night. After all, he was the one who had fought the most in the trial ground, especially the cross-realm killing at the end, which left him with no minor injuries. As a qualified and cautious cultivator, Tian Jiashan would not allow himself to have any flaws or hidden dangers. A dike of 1,000 li can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Tian Jiashan had always taken this saying as his motto in life. And with his powerful physical body and exquisite cultivation, after just one night, Tian Jiashan was already safe and sound, not looking at all like someone who had been fiercely fighting the day before. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the room, meditating, Tian Jiashan, with his eyes slightly closed, knew it was dawn when he felt the subtle changes in the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid qi, and internalizing all his divine radiance, Tian Jiashan still sat blankly on the ground. What he said yesterday, he estimated that the elders and vice-sect master would not entirely believe it. However, his strong desire for a stable and peaceful life should have been received by everyone, so even if everyone had different expectations for him because of the calamity transformation realm matter, and thus paid close attention to him, it didn't matter. The meaning of the word caution is not merely about self-preservation. Words, they are profound, he sighed as he got up, thinking that his master had said last night that he was to meet the mysterious sect master today. Tian Jiashan got up with a complex feeling. However, just as he stood up, his raised foot hadn't even landed when that familiar, oppressive, and suffocating feeling suddenly enveloped his entire body, and Tian Jiashan's face changed drastically. Damn it, because of the special circumstances of the trial ground, I haven't been struck by lightning for 3 months, and I almost forgot about this. It's only the morning of the second day, and the commotion is so great. They aren't trying to strike me dead, are they? Furthermore, I haven't been struck for 3 months. Will the previous lightning tribulations accumulate? Thinking of this, and suddenly feeling that it was very possible, Tian Jiashan's face darkened again. From his understanding of the Heavenly Dao over this period, if it could kill him, the Heavenly Dao would definitely not hold back. Rumble. While Tian Jiashan was still deep in thought, the celestial river rolled, and a muffled thunderclap was so loud that it woke countless lazy sleepers from their dreams, and Tian Jiashan, who was already awake, was startled. No lightning struck. Tian Jiashan, stunned for a moment, was extremely surprised. Feeling curious, he cautiously approached the door. Opening the door, he poked his head out through the crack, peeking around. Seeing that it had started to rain heavily outside, and lightning flashed across the 9 heavens above, Tian Jiashan, holding his breath and relieved from his false alarm, let out a sigh of relief as he patted his chest and went under the eaves. So it's just rain. Damn it, I've been struck by lightning so many times that I think the Heavenly Dao is going to strike me whenever there's a slight disturbance. But rain is good. Sitting on the steps in front of the door, Tian Jiashan looked up at the lightning, which flashed and disappeared like mad dragons, instantly covering thousands of miles, as if opening up the 9 heavens, but it just wouldn't strike him, and he felt inexplicably comfortable. Upon hearing the thunder, everyone on Sword Mountain initially thought their youngest martial brother was about to undergo tribulation again. After hastily getting up, they realized it was just the Thunder God and Electric Mother, the Rain Master and Wind Count, acting in accordance with the Heavenly Dao, and it was a false alarm. 7th Junior Sister, it's still early, let's go back to sleep for a bit, shall we? 7th Senior Sister gave her 2nd senior brother a charming glare. You rascal! And so, thunder roared outside the window, and spring bloomed again inside the house. Never had Tian Jiashan felt that sitting and watching the wind and rain was such a pleasant thing. He sat under the eaves for a long time before going to find Jindao Sword Immortal. However, things are unpredictable, especially the Heavenly Dao, which is the hardest to guess. Tian Jiashan, who thought he had escaped a tribulation, was heading to Jindao Sword Immortal's residence in the rain when a thick, dragon-like bolt of lightning suddenly descended on Sword Mountain, parting the sea of clouds in the mountain and causing the entire Sword Mountain to shake violently. 7th Junior Sister, why did this lightning strike our mountain peak? The second senior brother spoke in a daze, but just as his voice fell, a golden light twisted and descended, striking Sword Mountain again with an especially wild and violent posture. Tiny, hundreds of miles long golden lightning arcs scattered chaotically across the 9 heavens. Stunned by the scene, 7th senior sister immediately headed towards where the lightning had struck. This time, it really was their youngest martial brother undergoing lightning tribulation. Not only 7th senior sister and 2nd senior brother, but all the other senior brothers and sisters also realized that their youngest martial brother was undergoing lightning tribulation. Their expressions changed, and they immediately headed towards the sea of clouds where the lightning had struck. Such things had just happened, and if the news of their youngest martial brother undergoing lightning tribulation were to reach the people in the sect again, then their youngest martial brother would truly have no connection with peace. However, when the second golden lightning bolt struck, Tian Jiashan could no longer hide. Above the sea of clouds on Sword Mountain. At this moment, the entire Sword Mountain was enveloped by a majestic qi, and not to mention the 12 peak masters, even the other 4 great elders were shielded by the sect master of Chaosian sect. Apart from the senior brothers and sisters who were already on Sword Mountain and rushed over immediately, at this time, due to the descent of the lightning tribulation, only Jindao Sword Immortal, Grand Elder, Vice Sect Master, and the Sect Master were above the sea of clouds, where lightning arcs constantly overflowed. Although he knew that the commotion of the lightning tribulation's descent would inevitably be impossible to hide, at this moment, besides feeling bitter, Tian Jiashan was powerless to do anything else, because when the lightning tribulation, which was many times fiercer than a torrential downpour, descended, he once again felt the fragility and insignificance of humanity after 3 months. The clouds within a 10-mile radius were blown open, and Tian Jiashan, whose qi was locked, was like another core of the lightning. The lightning from the sky fell, and then was completely gathered by him. Like scraping flesh and carving bones, under the lightning tribulation, Tian Jiashan's physical body, which could be called abnormal, was extremely fragile. It either directly annihilated under the lightning tribulation or turned into a charred mass. Silvery red blood splashed around like stones thrown into a pond, and the divine essence in the blood shimmered with the lightning arcs. However, having been struck by lightning so many times, if this time was just like before, Tian Jiashan wouldn't be so overly alarmed. At most, he would worry about the exposure of his undergoing tribulation, and that the sect would again use him as a guinea pig. But at this moment, seeing the lightning tribulation about to descend from the 9 heavens, actually devouring and merging the lightning that was originally no less powerful than the tribulation lightning, and then smashing down together, Tian Jiashan lost flesh and blood, and his lower jaw, which had lost many front teeth, trembled violently. Because of anger. This is not how you bully people. This heavenly Dao is trying every trick in the book to strike him dead. Leaving a 20-mile empty space for Tian Jiashan to undergo tribulation, the people in the distance, watching the scene of countless lightning bolts, which were originally no less powerful than the tribulation lightning, being devoured and then falling, also felt their faces twitch. Their youngest martial brother was simply a myth, a legend in the world of undergoing tribulation. This was the first time they had seen someone undergoing lightning tribulation like this. Although they had lived countless years and possessed astonishing cultivation, the 3 stable vice sect masters, seeing Tian Jiashan's lightning tribulation for the first time, were not even as composed as the disciples on Sword Mountain. Even though they had seen many strange things in their long lives, at this moment, looking at the scene in the 9 heavens and the figure enveloped by dense lightning arcs in the sea of clouds, Grand Elder and Vice Sect Master felt huge waves rising in their hearts. Jindao, how long has Jiashan been like this? The Sect Master, standing with his hands behind his back and radiating immortal qi, asked. Sect Master, it's not that I disrespect you, old man, but it's best if you proactively ask old 10th about this. It's just that old 10th and I have an agreement, and you, old man, can't force me to be unrighteous, can you? So, this is not the first time. The Sect Master said faintly, not intending to blame Jindao Sword Immortal. Sect Master, you're tricking me. Jindao Sword Immortal, suddenly realizing, spoke indignantly. However, seeing the Sect Master's profound eyes, like stars, he immediately wilted. If the Sect Master really wanted to trick him, what could he do? Sect Master, what do you plan to do about old 10th? Putting away his frivolousness, Jindao Sword Immortal spoke seriously. He had already told the Sect Master back then that Tian Jiashan was someone he had rescued from the gates of hell. Didn't I already say yesterday that the sect will not interfere with Jiashan's Dao, and while providing all cultivation resources, will only do its utmost to protect Jiashan's safety? Jindao Sword Immortal, quite surprised by the Sect Master's answer, brightened. Even after seeing this lightning tribulation now, it's the same. The same. Sect Master, Jiashan is such a prodigy, he needs to be prioritized. Xiaogang, when have you ever seen truly powerful beings constrained? The Grand Elder, who had originally intended to suggest protecting Jiashan within the sect for cultivation, was shocked by these words and stopped speaking, only looking with astonishment at the young man in the distance who was constantly undergoing the baptism of the lightning tribulation. Not only the Grand Elder, but Jindao Sword Immortal and Vice Sect Master also had their hearts stirred. The Sect Master said that Tian Jiashan was a truly powerful being. With each lightning bolt that fell, the sea of clouds would tremble violently. And the senior brothers and sisters, who were counting one by one, had already reached the number 15, feeling their hearts pound and their mouths agape in astonishment. In this world, how many beings can undergo tribulation more than 10 times in the human immortal realm? And now, their youngest martial brother has not truly entered immortality, yet he has already undergone lightning tribulation 15 times at once. Rumble. Another one, now 10 lightning bolts. Although the tremor was slight, the entire Chaosian sect could still feel the vibrations coming from Sword Mountain. However, because the sect master of Chaosian sect used his cultivation to obscure the heavenly Dao, the disciples in the sect did not know what was happening on Sword Mountain. But while the disciples in the sect did not know what was happening, everyone on the cloud sea of Sword Mountain at this moment saw everything clearly. 33. As 8th senior brother Zhuang numbly uttered this number, the thick thunderclouds shrouding Sword Mountain above the 9 heavens gradually receded, and the pouring rain finally had a chance to fall over Sword Mountain once more. But at this very moment, not only were the senior brothers and sisters already numb, but even the sect master of Chaosian sect and others were breathing rapidly. Everyone was breathing rapidly because of the scene they had witnessed. The sect master of Chaosian sect, whose pupils showed no signs of aging or decay from his immense age, but instead were profound and dazzling, now only saw the golden skeleton in front of him, bathed in dense divinity. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have dared to believe that a being who hadn't even broken into the human immortal realm, or even truly become an immortal, could already attract a full 33 heavenly tribulations, and most terrifyingly, completely withstand them. Jindao, I will not question anything about Tianjiashan. I can agree unconditionally to everything, but I have one request now. Although he somewhat understood why Old Tenth was suddenly struck by so much lightning, he hadn't expected Old Tenth to be able to endure all of it. At this moment, Jindao Sword Immortal, immersed in shock, turned his head blankly upon hearing what the sect master said. Forget about showing off Old Tenth to the sect master and the others, he himself was numb now. Sect master, take it easy with your conditions. I can't quite control this little god, Old Tenth, either. My request is not high. After Tianjiashan returns to Broken Mountain, he must take 10 young lineage disciples from the sect and instruct them in cultivation during their daily lives until they either break through to the Calamity Transformation realm or break through to the human immortal realm. Seeing that the sect master's condition was indeed not difficult, Jindao Sword Immortal also breathed a sigh of relief. Old Tenth should compromise on this matter. However, sect master, you must know Old Tenth's character more or less. Besides himself, he views everyone else as a burden. So, if you speak to him personally, it needs to be authoritative, and also send Old Tenth some treasures or something. Under the difficulty of refusing such generosity, Old Tenth will find it even harder to decline and will be more dedicated. The sect master of Chaosian sect turned to look at the unnaturally smiling Jindao Sword Immortal. Is this 3 immortal spirit gathering Dao root enough? He had originally only thought the sect master would give some good life-saving treasures, or some rare secret arts and immortal techniques, but at this moment, looking at the palm-sized yet intricately intertwined root in the sect master's hand, even Jindao Sword Immortal was startled. But thankfully, it was only a Dao root. If it had been a 3 immortal spirit gathering flower, that would be a legendary divine medicine and immortal medicine that even mortals could consume, and upon consumption, would immediately elevate them to heavenly beings. The vice sect master and the grand elder were also slightly surprised, not expecting the sect master to be so generous. Sect master, if you really give him this Dao root, that kid might just cultivate a Calamity Transformation realm expert for you. Although he wanted to exaggerate more, remembering that the Calamity Transformation realm was indeed somewhat uncanny, as Old Tenth had said, Jindao Sword Immortal, who was only confident in 9th senior sister, only dared to guarantee that Old Tenth could cultivate one more Calamity Transformation realm expert. And as everyone was speaking, Tianjiashan in the distance finally stood up, though his flesh and blood had not yet regenerated. Senior brother, send me some clothes. Soon, my flesh and blood will grow back, and I'll be stark naked. Tianjiashan, who was currently just a golden skeleton, shouted from a distance. Although his jawbone was moving, his voice came from his divine soul, which was on the verge of overflowing with soul power. Seeing Old Tenth, who had just experienced such an earth-shattering heavenly tribulation, appear so calm and unbothered afterward, the senior brothers and sisters in the distance, who had unconsciously tensed their spirits, felt their hearts tremble. Old Tenth, can't you act a little more surprised? You were just baptized by 33 heavenly tribulations for over half an hour. If you acted a little terrified, it would at least give us brothers and sisters some comfort. Your composed demeanor makes us look like failures. Shameless and vulgar. 9th senior sister exclaimed indignantly. Everyone groaned in their hearts, and the senior brother, equally shaken, shook his head with a helpless smile as he still walked forward. It was only because it was him. If Old Tenth had chosen anyone else, he definitely wouldn't have been bothered with. Although they knew Old Tenth wasn't that kind of person, 9th senior sister and the other women still turned their backs. And seeing Tianjiashan's flesh and blood regenerate, everyone did not go forward to disturb him. After the lightning tribulation, only pouring rain fell, and everything seemed calm. However, only Tianjiashan, who was currently comprehending himself, was startled. Looking at his body with his divine soul, Tianjiashan surprisingly found that golden threads, like roots, were spreading across his bones. After being struck by lightning so many times, he had actually been struck into having a spiritual root. With a mix of surprise and joy, Tianjiashan confirmed again and found that although it was only a tiny bit, it was indeed a spiritual root, causing his divine soul to tremble slightly. Having a spiritual root or not, cultivating immortals are two different things. Although it wouldn't have much impact before entering immortality, after entering the immortal realm, a spiritual root becomes too important. How can the ditch be so clear? Because there is a source of living water. If there is no source of living water, no matter how clear a pond is, it will become stagnant water and eventually rot, and the function of a spiritual root is precisely this. It's not that one cannot cultivate without a spiritual root, it's just more strenuous and yields half the results with twice the effort. This is also an important reason why Tian Jiashan worked tirelessly day and night, extensively cultivating immortal techniques. After all, to keep the pond water clear, besides having a source of living water, one can also constantly change the water. However, the superiority of one over the other is obvious at a glance. Although he knew that spiritual roots were also divided into the most basic spiritual roots, Dao roots, and immortal roots, Tian Jiashan at this moment did not hope for any Dao roots or immortal roots, because it was unrealistic. Moreover, Tian Jiashan was very satisfied just having a spiritual root. However, what Tian Jiashan didn't know was that the spiritual root in his body was not appearing, but regenerating, rebirth like a withered tree meeting spring, only he had long forgotten all of this completely. Although surprised, Tian Jiashan still did not plan to tell his master and the others about the appearance of his spiritual root. For him, without a spiritual root, to break through to the calamity transformation realm, this matter sounded somewhat uncanny. The people in the distance didn't want to congratulate Old Tenth because they were already tired of it. And after another round of mental competition, the senior brothers and sisters, whose mindset was much calmer now, were composed. Only those with too much time on their hands would compete with Old Tenth. A monster like Old Tenth was simply not on the same level as them. Although he wanted to carefully sense the mysteries of the spiritual root, seeing his master and the vice-sect master and others in the distance, and also a person who was clearly a top expert, Tian Jiashan still went to everyone's front immediately after his flesh and blood had fully grown back. Not long after, Tian Jiashan, holding the three immortal spirit-gathering Dao root, agreed to the sect master's conditions. If he didn't agree to such good conditions, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself. Regarding Old Tenth, the senior brothers and sisters had nothing to say, nor did they know what to say. After silently digesting their shock and various emotions, they returned to their normal lives. As for Tian Jiashan, after undergoing tribulation, he burrowed into his room under the pretext of comprehending the Dao and was not seen again. However, although Tian Jiashan was fine, the Chaosian sect became busy again, but the busy people were limited to the high-ranking officials. The 10 slots for cultivating with Tian Jiashan needed to be earned by the lineage disciples themselves. And to prevent any complaints from the disciples, this competition for the slots was personally announced by the sect master of Chaosian sect. Still in the Lingju Peak main hall, which symbolized the power and authority of the Chaosian sect, the 10 peak masters, the 4 great mountain masters, and the 4 great elders were all present. A total of 51 lineage disciples below the human immortal realm also gathered here, not even daring to look up at the majestic figure on the platform. It was like a towering mountain with its peak shrouded in clouds, even looking up would only add to their reverence and sense of insignificance. However, those from Broken Mountain were slightly better off. Firstly, because they didn't need to participate in the selection competition, and secondly, their Dao hearts had already been tempered to be sufficiently resilient by Tian Jiashan. They could barely withstand facing a behemoth like the sect master of Chaosian sect. After all, it was a Dao heart that had been repeatedly trampled by the youngest martial brother's overbearing aura. The rules are as follows: only the top 10 will be selected for cultivation. During the competition, if any cheating is discovered, whether direct or indirect participants, I will personally deal with it. The calm voice contained an imposing presence that left no room for resistance. After leaving this last sentence, the sect master of Chaosian sect disappeared from the hall out of thin air. The calamity transformation realm was indeed powerful, but it was no longer suitable for those with too high cultivation, as there was no turning back. Therefore, the sect master of Chaosian sect had his own path to follow. When the sect master left, the atmosphere in the hall finally eased. Thinking of the 10 mysterious cultivation slots the sect master had just mentioned, among the more than 50 people, some had fervent eyes, some shook their heads and sighed, and some were already full of unwillingness before the competition even began. The Immortals' Cave had just closed, and the sect was holding such a mysterious selection competition. One could imagine how astonishing the cultivation intensity of those 10 slots would be with eyes closed. Looking at the complex expressions of the people in the hall, the 9 people from Broken Mountain felt only relief, grateful that Old Tenth was their youngest martial brother. When it came to cultivating the Dao, they could ask if they didn't understand. Tian Jiashan did not participate in this meeting, his position was occupied by Little Youngest. Although Little Yaoer was only 5 years old now, he was already the second little monster on Broken Mountain, and Tian Jiashan contributed half of that success. Before he even began to cultivate, Little Yaoer's spiritual root had already autonomously revived, automatically absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi to nourish himself, making it not an exaggeration to call him an innate Dao body. Of course, more importantly, Little Yaoer also had Tian Jiashan paving the way for him at all times. If he could choose, Tian Jiashan would even return to Broken Mountain after undergoing tribulation, as too much had happened in the half-year he had been at the sect, and he had expended a lot. Tian Jiashan needed time to regulate himself once again. And precisely because he knew this, the selection competition for the 10 slots was immediately put into preparation once announced. If it weren't for the consideration that Li Zisai and others were seriously injured in the trial ground earlier, the competition might even have been held the very next day. However, while everyone else was busy, Tian Jiashan was quietly cultivating his 3 Yuan cultivation method. Currently, many matters related to Tian Jiashan in the Chaosian sect are already the sect's most vital secrets, so the impression Chaosian sect disciples have of Tian Jiashan still remains at the sect grand competition several months ago. If he won every battle, Tian Jiashan could be considered a qualified lineage disciple, but only just qualified, without any sense of brilliance. Therefore, compared to his identity as a lineage disciple, Tian Jiashan seemed somewhat unremarkable, and the Chaosian sect disciples did not pay much attention to him, even gradually forgetting such a person. However, recently, the name Tian Jiashan has begun to reappear in the discussions among Chaosian sect disciples. The reason for these discussions about Tian Jiashan is not because the Chaosian sect failed to maintain secrecy, but because these rumors about Tian Jiashan originated from Kaiyi City. Tian Jiashan's status in the Chaosian sect has long risen significantly, simply based on his calamity transformation realm. Even the elders are particularly concerned about him. So, when rumors appeared in Kaiyi City, the Chaosian sect immediately took action, albeit covertly. If the Chaosian sect made too much of a stir, wouldn't that be an admission of guilt? However, because only some rumors were circulating, the Chaosian sect did not disturb Tian Jiashan. Besides some rumors about Tian Jiashan, the most widely spread news in Kaiyi City was about a person named Baishu. However, Tian Jiashan was unaware of these things. At this moment, he was quietly continuing to read books in the scripture pavilion. In a blink of an eye, although he had been struck by lightning tribulation for a year, not only did it show no harm, but his spiritual root was even nourished during the last lightning tribulation. Yet, the worry in Tian Jiashan's heart still had not disappeared. On this day, while Tian Jiashan was still poring over ancient texts in the scripture pavilion, a very important person arrived at the Chaosian sect, and due to the distinguished status of the visitor, the vice-sect master even had to personally come out to greet him. The forces of the human race in the world are mainly divided into the three sovereigns: the human sovereign whom Tian Jiashan had met before, the Azure Emperor entrenched in the south of Shui Tu Jibin, and the martial god in the north. The person who arrived at the Chaosian sect today was a fierce general from under the northern martial god, a martial god who came from the Huai sacred palace, a place whose scale and grandeur were no less than that of the imperial capital, and also Huang Junyi's uncle. Huang Junyi's distinguished status was not granted by the human sovereign, but by the martial god, and Huang Junyi's father was the right divine court general in the Huai sacred palace. According to Huang Junyi's previous agreement with her family, she was to return home after the Chaosian sect grand competition. Now that the calamity transformation realm had reappeared, and the Chaosian sect grand competition had just ended, someone came to pick up Huang Junyi. As the daughter of the dignified right divine court general of the Huai sacred palace, Huang Junyi must strive to break through to the calamity transformation realm. Although Jindao sword immortal sword Dao is formidable, he is equally ignorant about the calamity transformation realm. Therefore, after consideration, the right divine court general only wanted to bring his daughter home first for cultivation, and it would not be too late to continue learning sword Dao from Jindao sword immortal after she break through to the calamity transformation realm. Although she initially planned to go back home after the grand competition, Huang Junyi has now changed her mind, because the recent calamity transformation realm is right before her eyes. However, she cannot privately reveal that her youngest martial brother is in the calamity transformation realm and is very strong, so Huang Junyi can only go to Jindao sword immortal at this time. Ninth senior sister, it's good to go back to the sacred palace for a while. In that vast Huai sacred palace, there must be calamity transformation realm experts. Can't you learn from them too? What's wrong? Afraid they won't teach as well as old 10th. Master, I know there must be experts who have entered the calamity transformation realm in the sacred palace, but I just don't want to go back. Can't I break through to the calamity transformation realm outside and then go back? Jindao sword immortal turned his head upon hearing this. What, you want to bring honor to the right divine court general? Huang Junyi intertwined her fingers, not speaking, clearly thinking so. Although he could keep ninth senior sister, Jindao sword immortal did not intend to do so. With a background like ninth senior sister's, if she went home, the right divine court general in the sacred palace could pave a smoother immortal path for her, and he, apart from sword Dao, could not help ninth senior sister that much. Girl, why don't you ask old 10th what he thinks, and then decide whether to go back to the sacred palace? After all, on our mountain, no one is stronger in the calamity transformation realm than old 10th. Not to mention the entire mountain, no one in the entire Chaosian sect understood the calamity transformation realm better than Tian Jiashan. Hearing her master's words, after some thought and realizing there was some truth to it, Huang Junyi also turned and left. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that youngest martial brother hadn't taught her anything particularly special or profoundly mysterious, yet she just felt that cultivating by youngest martial brother's side was exceptionally easier. And when Huang Junyi went to the scripture pavilion, Tian Jiashan, who was sitting on the ground flipping through books, curiously looked at the person in front of him. The little person on his shoulder, seen again after several months, also looked up. He looked back and, seeing no one behind him, Tian Jiashan closed the book in his hand. It seems he's looking for me. The attire was not that of a sect disciple, but from his appearance, he should be someone of no small background. Moreover, the person in front seemed quite gentle and cultivated, not like a bad person. Are you looking for me? Yes, my name is Yu Shizheng. May I ask if your excellency is Tian Jiashan from Sword Mountain? The person named Yu Shizheng was polite and courteous, clearly a well-read and learned individual. Then the person you're looking for must be me. Yu Shizheng smiled slightly. This person is indeed humorous. It's not surprising that Junyi might like him. I come from the Huai sacred palace in the north. Junyi and I are childhood sweethearts, and I like Junyi. While still curious about the identity of the person in front, Tian Jiashan suddenly realized upon hearing these words. You like ninth senior sister? That's great, ninth senior sister is a beautiful person, and a good person. Wait, what does your liking ninth senior sister have to do with me? Are you two getting married, and you've come to invite me. Yu Shizheng frowned slightly. How could Tian Jiashan's reaction be completely different from what he expected, and entirely unlike what was rumored? By all appearances, Junyi's youngest martial brother didn't seem to like Junyi at all. The two, meeting for the first time, were both filled with confusion by each other, and immediately began to clear up their misunderstandings. A short while passed. What? Such rumors can exist? My goodness, do people not need to cultivate anymore, or have their brains gone bad, that such rumors can appear? Who will be responsible for ruining my reputation for chastity? Upon hearing what Yu Shizheng said, Tian Jiashan only then realized that someone was actually spreading rumors that he liked ninth senior sister, and immediately became furious. Pairing people up is wrong, pairing Dao companions like this is based on personal preference and baseless rumors, isn't it? What if those secret admirers of ninth senior sister hear about this, get angrier the more they think about it, and come to fight him to the death? Maybe there would even be some fangirls. Seeing Tian Jiashan so agitated, Yu Shizheng only found the person in front of him amusing, and his heart immediately relaxed. It seems I was overthinking things a bit. Shizheng, why are you here? Oh, ninth senior sister, this fellow Daoist says he's your childhood sweetheart, and he says he likes you. Tian Jiashan spoke indifferently, but no sooner had his words fallen than the expressions of both Yu Shizheng and Huang Junyi changed instantly. One was scared, the other was angry. So Huang Junyi beat both of them up. Outside the scripture pavilion, Tian Jiashan was applying ointment to the bumps on his head. It seems I'll have to train this head in the future too. Brother Jiashan, what are you muttering about? Yu Shizheng, who was right beside Tian Jiashan, was no better off than him. His originally handsome and spirited face was now bruised and swollen, also from Huang Junyi's beating. Nothing much, just that ninth senior sister's vicious habit of striking is too severe. Brother you and ninth senior sister are childhood sweethearts, was ninth senior sister like this before? Yu Shizheng, a fellow sufferer, looked bitter. Brother Tian, actually, Junyi was even more savage before, otherwise I wouldn't be so afraid. Right, I was wondering why ninth senior sister always acts like an iceberg, temperamental and unpredictable. It turns out it's a bad habit cultivated since childhood. Someone like ninth senior sister must have been slapped hard by her parents when she was little, I wouldn't dare. The right divine court general is fine, still very strict, but his wife is not. His wife has a gentle disposition and an even softer heart. Speaking of which, ninth senior sister takes after her father, not her mother. But brother you like someone so fierce, can you tolerate it? I like her. Ah, what a bold and decisive answer. Looking at the expression of the person beside him, Tian Jiashan knew that this Yu Shizheng must truly like ninth senior sister. However, liking such a thing comes quickly and disappears even faster. One must test it many times to know. As the youngest martial brother, I must certainly vet him for ninth senior sister. With this thought in mind, Tian Jiashan decided to take Yu Shizheng to carouse in Qing City, and while they were at it, listen to the rumors circulating in the city. She originally wanted to ask youngest martial brother about the Calamity Transformation Realm, but in the end, she just gave the two of them a good beating and then left indignantly. To go to a place as chaotic as Qing City, Tian Jiashan naturally had to prepare thoroughly. And while Tian Jiashan was unhurriedly preparing to take Yu Shizheng to experience the wonders of mortal world life and vet him for ninth senior sister, another distinguished guest arrived at the Chaosian sect, a person whom the vice sect master still had to personally receive. After being hunted by Bai Xiu for several months, Gu Xiannian, rescued by her parents, returned to the Chaosian sect, only wishing to see Tian Jiashan one more time before leaving. Even though she knew from Bai Xiu that Jiashan had completely forgotten her, Gu Xiannian still wanted to see Tian Jiashan. Clan leader Gu, you've come from afar, may I ask if there's anything specific about seeing Jiashan? Jiashan's identity is particularly sensitive now, and seeing the clan chief of the ancient god clan, a person of great background, wanting to see Jiashan as soon as he appeared, the vice sect master had to be extra cautious. Ha ha ha, I have no personal ties with Tian Jiashan. It's just that my humble daughter is an acquaintance of his and wishes to see him once before leaving. We left in a hurry before and didn't have much time to meet. Regarding the previous incident, the person who made a move was Bai Xiu. His identity is sensitive, and it was inconvenient for me to intervene. I hope clan leader Gu doesn't take it to heart. Ah, vice sect master is too polite. Although Bai Xiu is a junior, his status is extraordinary, even I have to tolerate him. So, vice sect master, please don't worry, it's only human nature. Hearing the clan chief of the ancient god clan speak in such a manner, the vice sect master also smiled slightly. It is best to befriend such a person, making an enemy would be the worst choice. Although he also wanted to see up close what Tian Jiashan had become, at his daughter's suggestion, the Gu clan chief and his wife did not step forward. Instead, they watched from a distance. After 100 years, seeing the person from back then again, apart from his physical appearance still being Tian Jiashan, the Gu clan chief could no longer sense the soaring qi and youthful vigor that Tian Jiashan once possessed. The current Tian Jiashan was unremarkable. Having learned about his relationship with Bai Xiu from Tian Jiashan, and also knowing about Bai Xiu's pursuit of Gu Xiannian in the past, the vice sect master had suppressed Tian Jiashan's cultivation to the 11th realm of Jade Void to avoid any incidents after learning that the Gu clan chief wanted to meet Tian Jiashan. This was a reasonable cultivation realm that also conformed to the lineage disciples of Chaosian sect. How did Jiashan become like this? What did he go through after narrowly escaping death back then? A look of unbearable pity appeared on the palace-dressed woman's face. No matter what, the Gu clan divine race's actions towards Tian Jiashan were inexcusable. Tian Jiashan's past dangers were all thanks to the Gu clan divine race. No one in the Gu clan divine race can escape responsibility for Jiashan falling to this state. No wonder Bai Xiu hates us so much. Looking at his wife, who was filled with unbearable pain and pity, the Gu clan chief merely smiled faintly. He did not possess such feminine compassion. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, Tian Jiashan was innocent, but possessing a treasure made him guilty. However, how could someone who possessed the 7 treasures wonderful tree be an ordinary person? In the future, the Gu clan divine race would compensate Tian Jiashan. Perhaps the clan's actions back then were a bit inappropriate, but isn't everything fine now? As long as Niana returns to the clan and refines the 3 treasures Ruyi sword, and both Chaos Supreme treasures recognize her as their master, Niana's heavenly Dao will be infinitely elevated. In the future, granting Tian Jiashan eternal life can be considered compensation. Looking at her husband beside her, the palace-dressed woman remained silent. Her husband's and the divine race's actions were indeed wrong, but as a part of the god race, as Nianar's mother, she needed to have a selfish heart. It was just hard on that child. In the distance, Tian Jiashan looked at the woman in front of him, who, from every angle, could rival Yang Luyi, and spoke proactively for once. Is Bai Xiu all right? Tian Jiashan knew about Xiu'er's pursuit of Gu Xiannian. He's fine. My father didn't do anything to him. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan breathed a sigh of relief. His most reassuring refuge in this life was Xiu'er. If something happened to Xiu'er, then he would truly be alone and helpless. Tian Jiashan, my name is Gu Xiannian. I know. We met once before. No, twice. Not knowing why this young miss was looking for him, Tian Jiashan merely humored Gu Xiannian. Actually, we've met more than twice. A long time ago, 100 years ago, we had already met, and many times. Back then, we were good friends, very, very good friends. Gu Xiannian bit her red lips and struggled to speak, but when it came to her lips, the words Dao companion were still replaced with good friends. Seeing the change in the person in front of him, it was Tian Jiashan's turn to be confused. Good friends from 100 years ago? None of his spiritual bodies had ever made a good friend named Gu Xiannian, had they? Furthermore, someone like Gu Xiannian, though a typical rich woman, was also his number 1 taboo in his cautious cultivation. So, he had no reason to become good friends with her. And before this, he had never remembered having a good friend named Gu Xiannian. What, after being chased by Xiu'er until she cried for her parents, now she's pretending to be his good friend again, trying to scheme something. Fairy Gu, are you mistaken? 100 years ago, I was still an ignorant youth. Let alone going to the ancient edict realm, I hadn't even heard of the ancient god clan. Tian Jiashan chuckled, but he saw tears, large and small, falling from the person in front of him. Tian Jiashan was completely bewildered. What kind of act was this now? A self-inflicted injury ploy? Tian Jiashan, if you ever need anything in the future, you can find me at the Gu clan divine race in the divine realm. Once I return to the clan and complete my breakthrough, I will come back to find you. She finished speaking with a firm, tearful voice. Without letting the bewildered Tian Jiashan speak again, Gu Xiannian turned and left. The wind blew coolly through his pants. The inexplicable Gu Xiannian left Tian Jiashan completely baffled. However, the one thing Tian Jiashan was certain of was that Gu Xiannian was definitely not his friend from 100 years ago, otherwise Xiu'er wouldn't have been chasing her. Forget it, forget it. It's better to stay far away from such important figures. One must learn to give up on unattainable things early and avoid anything with safety hazards early. Tian Jiashan dismissed Gu Xiannian's inexplicable words, believing that she was setting a trap for him to scheme against Xiu'er. After all, Tian Jiashan was quite confident in his cautious Dao. If a person had never appeared in his memory, then he definitely didn't know them before. After a night passed, Tian Jiashan made some more preparations overnight before finally deciding to take Yu Shi's Hung to Kaiyu City. Tian Jiashan was somewhat surprised that none of the lineage disciples had come to find him during this time, but he was happy about it. Brother Tian, I heard that the precious daughter of the Gu clan divine race specifically asked to see you yesterday. On the way to Kaiyu City, Yu Shi's Hung asked curiously. That ancient edict realm was a lawless zone, and each of the ancient god clan within it possessed absolutely formidable strength. There were even rumors that within those ancient god clan, there was a sitting ancient god, and these ancient gods were all supreme experts who could ascend to the heavenly court. Seeing curiosity practically overflowing from Yu Shishan's eyes, Tian Jiashan immediately frowned. Brother Yu, if you love someone, you must love all of her. Your love for her must be unwavering. Besides ninth senior sister, you must have no other women in your heart. Brother Tian, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious. The Gu Xiannian you met yesterday, I heard she is the wielder of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree. I was just a little curious. With the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree, Gu Xiannian is completely a young god, and in the future, she will inevitably be able to ascend to the heavenly court and be conferred as a true god. No one can say for sure what the future holds. People can scheme a myriad of things, and even if a myriad of schemes are correct, as long as heaven accounts for one, it can render all of a person's myriad schemes futile. Originally, he was still lamenting Gu Xiannian's unique blessings, but upon hearing Brother Tian's words, a sense of reverence immediately arose in Yu Shishan's heart. Just by these words alone, it could be seen that Brother Tian was no ordinary person. Brother Tian, you are so powerful and charming. Do many women pursue you? Frowning as he watched the sky gradually darken, Tian Jiashan was suddenly startled by Yu Shishan's words. Brother Yu, why do you say that? A moment passed. It seems I need to change. Charm is the most fatal thing. Brother Yu, it's going to rain, we need to walk faster. Whether it rains or not doesn't affect us much. We have our cultivation to protect us anyway. However, Tian Jiashan couldn't be so composed. At this moment, he was even a little nervous, the thunderclouds in the 9 heavens were getting thicker and thicker. Brother Yu, this isn't a matter of cultivation or not. If it rains, there will be thunder. Isn't thunder and rain normal? Brother Tian, walking in the rain also adds a bit of concept. In my view, it's a beautiful thing. Tian Jiashan looked disdainfully at the person in front of him who spoke without a care. Never been struck by lightning, so you're not afraid of rainy days, hey. Although he thought walking in the rain was quite nice, seeing that Brother Tian was truly so unmanly, even afraid of thunder and rain, Yu Shisheng immediately sped up his pace. The truth was, if he didn't speed up to keep up, Brother Tian would just leave without waiting for him. 2 people strolling in the rain was leisure and elegance, a sign of refined character. But 1 person walking in the rain, in the eyes of outsiders, would most likely be suspected of being crazy. And when Tian Jiashan and Yu Shisheng were mingling in Kaiyou City, Baishu and Qin Baoxiao also returned to Kaiyou City. However, just one day after entering the city, many doubts immediately arose in their hearts, and after a brief inquiry, they became even more curious. Baishu, how did you become such a famous person? And what's this about helping Chao Xian sect repel Hunyang sect? Thinking of the rumors and gossip he had heard, Qin Baoxiao was a little dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, Tian must have done something attention-grabbing and deliberately used my name to cover his tracks. The only one who could and dared to do something like that is probably Tian Jiashan. But if that's truly the case, it means that the one who crossed realms to kill someone in the 3rd stage of human immortal realm was Tian Jiashan. That's a bit too powerful. Draining the wine in his hand, Bai Xiu merely looked calmly at the frowning Baoxiao beside him. What's so excessive? I think, if it's Tian, he could kill someone in the human immortal 4th realm while in the calamity transformation realm. Seeing Bai Xiu so calm, composed, and confident again, Qin Baoxiao's aura also became sharp. If that's truly the case, then I really must find an opportunity to seek guidance from such a supreme expert, after all, they are rare and hard to come by. Qin Baoxiao spoke with intense battle intent. Challenging stronger individuals was his path of cultivation, and Tian Jiashan was undoubtedly one of the supreme experts. Although he was also in the calamity transformation realm, Qin Baoxiao knew that he could fight a strong person in the 3rd stage of human immortal realm, but he couldn't kill them. The difference between being able to fight and being able to kill was not far, yet also very far. You won't have a chance. Tian's personality won't accept your challenge, but you can watch me and Tian fight. Qin Baoxiao, who had been filled with battle intent a moment ago, instantly deflated. If Bai Xiu said Tian Jiashan wouldn't accept, then he truly wouldn't accept. However, watching Bai Xiu and Tian Jiashan fight would definitely be very beneficial. Although the calamity transformation realm did not have the 10th realm divisions like other realms, it was a particularly special realm. Therefore, neither Bai Xiu nor Qin Baoxiao, nor even Tian Jiashan, were in a hurry to break through to the human immortal realm. Instead, they wanted to accumulate more in the calamity transformation realm. Only with a sufficiently solid foundation can a tall building stand 1,000 feet high. For the beings of the primordial world, cultivating immortality is a habit, and the human race is no exception, because cultivating immortality brings 100 benefits and no harm. However, even if everyone cultivates immortality, there are ultimately more ordinary people in the world. Countless people can only cultivate to the quenching spirit realm, and countless others cannot even reach the quenching spirit realm. This is also why the 3 sovereigns opened up such vast territories for humanity to rest and recuperate. Kaiyou City is one such city, housing 300,000 people, but 250,000 of them only possess basic cultivation. As a calamity transformation realm cultivator, Tian Jiashan is already a master in this city. Otherwise, Tian Jiashan would not have brought Yu Shisheng to the city. Of the Hunyang sect members he dealt with in the trial ground, only the soul seed survived. Therefore, Tian Jiashan speculates that the rumors about him in Kaiyou City are likely related to that soul seed. Although he could return to Broken Mountain once 10 people were selected from the sect, Tian Jiashan felt uneasy at the thought that a formidable entity like the Hunyang sect might be targeting him. Brother Tian, do we really have to go into a place like this? In a bustling area, in front of a pink and purple high-rise adorned with beautiful things, Yu Shisheng frowned, looking at the people going in and out. The men, one by one, had depleted yang qi but brilliant smiles, while the women were all flamboyantly dressed, alluring and charming. A spring brothel. Brother Tian actually brought him to a spring brothel. He truly couldn't judge a book by its cover. Brother Yu, a person with a clear conscience fears no slander. We're just going in to drink, listen to songs, and watch dances. There's no need to feel guilty. Don't worry, I won't tell 9th senior sister. Yu Shisheng was still somewhat hesitant. Going into such a place, he wasn't thinking about a clear conscience. Rather, going into such a place was inherently problematic, like stirring mud in water, only making it murky. Oh, Brother Yu, you're so scared. Actually, the reason I want to go into this spring brothel is because there's an underground auction happening tonight. They're auctioning off some good stuff, and I'm going for the auction. Yu Shisheng, who was originally still hesitant, understood a bit more upon hearing this. Such occasions would indeed have such dealings, after all, there was a large flow of customers and ample information. Brother Tian, I can go in with you, but first, I'm accompanying you, and second, you can't tell Junyi. Not a single word. Don't worry, let alone a single word, I won't even mention half a word. After some persuasion from Tian Jiashan, Yu Shizheng finally entered the spring-full brothel when he was no longer so resistant. Smelling the rich but naturally aphrodisiac fragrance, Tian Jiashan, walking into the building, sighed, thinking it truly lived up to its reputation as a place of romance. The women, with their magnificent bosoms and meticulously maintained skin, seemed as if water could be squeezed from them. Long dresses covered their delicate bodies, a mix of pink and white. Any man who was capable would swallow a few times, dry-mouthed, upon seeing such an enchanting sight. I heard that the owner of this spring-full brothel is a man, Tian Jiashan said cautiously, trying to avoid entanglement with the heavily made-up women. Brother Tian, is there anything wrong with a man being the owner? It was his first time in such a place, and Yu Shizheng was also very nervous and afraid. At this moment, he no longer had that poised and self-assured demeanor. Brother Yu, haven't you seen these women? Each one is so alluring and charming, stirring the heartstrings. This must all be due to the owner's excellent training. Indeed, men understand men better. Yu Shizheng secretly glanced at those courtesans, who smiled enchantingly, stirring spring desires. Brother Tian, first let me state one thing, I am absolutely loyal to Junyi. However, these women are indeed enticing. But then again, why are you so nervous, Brother Tian? Tian Jiashan, who was carefully listening to the discussions around him, turned back unnaturally. Brother Yu, do I look unnatural? Shouldn't you be the one who looks unnatural, Brother Yu? Yu Shizheng looked helplessly at the person in front of him, wondering where Brother Tian got his blind self-confidence. Brother Tian, I know I'm a bit nervous, but Brother Tian, you're definitely not better than me. Look at your hand. Yu Shizheng pointed to Tian Jiashan's hand, which was tightly clutching his robe. Tian Jiashan immediately froze. Isn't it because there are so many people around? And those women are like wolves, pulling people so fiercely. I was afraid of getting lost from Brother Yu. Brother Yu, aren't you from that sacred palace? Is there no such place in that capital city? There are, and I heard from a friend that they are quite large and magnificent, quite influential forces, but I've never been there. Brother Yu, aren't you from a wealthy family? Why don't you explore such places more? It turns out I brought you out for nothing, I didn't expect you to truly have no experience. Brother Tian, you're talking about me, but isn't this your first time too? Brother Tian, look at your uneasy demeanor, you're like a little kid who's lost his family. Just at the entrance, Brother Tian, you were so calm and composed. When Yu Shizheng said this, Tian Jiashan, unable to retort, fell silent. He should have swallowed his pride and gone to third senior brother. Third senior brother would surely be at ease in such a place. With both of them exposed, and their last bit of divine qi gone, the two flustered young men took a long time to get from the first floor to a quiet private room. Such an occasion, it turns out to be so dangerous. The way those elder sisters looked at me, it was as if they could eat people. I'm only a little over 100 years old, I'm still a child. Yu Shizheng, as if he had experienced some life and death ordeal, said, looking at the women below. Behind him, Tian Jiashan, his back drenched in cold sweat, drank cup after cup, calming his emotions. This kind of place goes against his cautious Dao. Brother Yu, you've been staring there for a while. Aren't you scared too? Why are you still staring at those women? Brother Yu, could it be that you're not as straight as you claim? What are you saying, Brother Tian? Am I that kind of person? I just want to look more, so I won't be ridiculed again in the future. Brother Tian, do you think we should also call 2 dancers to accompany us? I see that everyone who comes in is embracing someone, as if that's the custom here. If we don't do anything, won't we seem a bit odd? Tian Jiashan, whose mood was gradually calming down, could no longer tolerate it when he heard this. To blend in with the crowd is to appear unremarkable. He came here to gather information and buy some books, to come and go silently. So Tian Jiashan also leaned over and watched for a while. It really is, hey. So, Brother Yu, should we also call 2 to put on a show? Tian Jiashan, after observing for a while, frowned and said. Those men entering the brothel, embracing women, were already considered good. Just by watching, one could tell that many men wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms to embrace all the women around them. A gentleman is open and poised. Call them. But Brother Tian, you can't tell Junyi, that's my happiness for the rest of my life. A gentleman's word is his bond. Besides, I wouldn't dare to tell her either, otherwise 9th senior sister would beat me black and blue. Brother Yu, which type do you like? Yu Shizheng pondered for a moment, then pointed to a woman below and said, Brother Tian, find one like that. Tian Jiashan looked over. That woman had a rather striking figure. Brother Yu, 9th senior sister and this type are 10,000–8,000 miles apart. That's why I need to find someone like this, otherwise, with a wandering mind, I might not be able to control myself. That makes sense. Then I'll go call them. Brother Tian, which type do you like? Show me too, so I can help you find someone in the future. I'm not saying this lightly, but those fairies in the sacred palace, although they can't compare to Junyi, are all beauties. When I go back this time, I can help you vet them first. Which type I like, brother you will know later. Seeing brother Tian being so mysterious, Yu Shizheng didn't say anything more, but he felt a little anticipation in his heart. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Yu Shizheng found that he particularly liked this Tian Jiashan. He was clearly very powerful, yet very timid and very interesting. Then again, wasn't he the same way? This was probably what they called kindred spirits. Tian Jiashan left quickly and returned quickly, and not long after, at Tian Jiashan's request, two women, feigning modesty, were brought into the room. One dancer played music, the other danced, but they kept looking at the two men sitting in the corner in the distance, wondering why the two men looked so wary of them. Don't people come here for a night of pleasure? But they always felt that the two men, who were hiding far away, regarded them as if they were floods and beasts. Brother Tian, you like this type? Yu Shizheng asked, looking at the woman who did not have an outstanding figure. I don't like her. If you don't like her, brother Tian, why did you call for this type? Even if we don't get physical, we should at least feast our eyes, right? And this cannot be told to Junyi either. The person I like, brother Yu, can be described with a poem. This object should only exist in heaven, how many times can it be heard in the human world? Oh, so you like little fairies, that's a bit difficult, you'd have to go to the heavenly court. I didn't expect brother Tian's ambition to be so lofty, it makes me seem vulgar. Brother Tian, a gentleman toasts you. Hey, what are you saying, brother Yu? Ninth senior sister will become a little fairy sooner or later. I should praise brother Yu for his discerning wisdom. Come, let's finish this cup. The two men, having moved the table to a distant spot, talked and drank by themselves, while the two women playing music and dancing in the distance were like moving decorations in the room, present yet without any sense of existence. By this time, the two women had doubted their own charm again and again. However, upon hearing the whispered conversation of the two guests below, even the two women, whose temperaments had been cultivated to be docile, felt a surge of anger. Brother Tian, to be honest, the music and dancing of these two are really mediocre, barely entry level. I think, in fact, I even dance better than them. Yu Shizheng, slightly tipsy, spoke. Drunk words are true words, he felt that the two women on stage were not good enough. Brother Yu, to tell you the truth, I've read widely and have a good understanding of music. The two on stage are truly mediocre among the mediocre. If the two young masters do not like us sisters, then please say so directly. We sisters will refund the spirit stones to the two young masters. Why must you slander and humiliate us sisters like this? Sister, they are guests. The slightly more timid woman, startled to see her sister being so offensive, immediately tried to dissuade her, but it was no use. Guests are guests, but we sisters cannot endure such humiliation from guests. The owner did not teach us this way. Two young masters, since you claim to be proficient in singing, dancing, and music, would you mind demonstrating a little? If you can convince us sisters, I will compensate the two young masters tenfold in spirit stones. The two of them had no intention of offending, but they never expected the woman on stage to be so forthright and unrestrained. At this moment, Tian Jiashan and Yu Shizheng, who had been suddenly reprimanded, were also somewhat bewildered. What, we can't even talk about it. Are people who make money lying down all that arrogant? Brother Yu, what do you say? Brother Tian, I can't swallow this. Such skill, yet they dare to show off. Their skill is inferior, yet their temper is like this. I can't stand it. If you can't stand it, why endure it any longer? Let's do it. Brother Tian, you dance and I'll play the music. In the shadows, the hidden figure, who had originally developed a killing intent towards the two lowly women, immediately became filled with anticipation after seeing the prince roll up his sleeves, clearly ready for a big fight. Two young ladies, humility leads to progress. If your skill is inferior, you should learn and observe more. People grow old, but skills only become more refined. Learning a skill is enough to benefit all beings. You two, go downstairs, drink, and eat. Watch as brother Yu and I play a tune and dance for you. Although they were resentful, thinking that the two young masters on stage were a bit too arrogant and conceited, daring to think they could surpass their sisters in music and dance, which was simply asking for humiliation. Playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, music, and dance, these were their sisters' means of livelihood. But as the two women angrily thought about how they would surely humiliate the two young masters, who were drunk and overly confident, when the singing and dancing suddenly began, the two women were stunned. Just the opening alone, the two men on stage shocked the two women. The feeling was like a spring breeze awakening all things. Sister, are they also in our line of work? Did other establishments deliberately send them to cause trouble? A moment ago, she was afraid of offending guests, but now, witnessing it firsthand, completely captivated by the singing and dancing skills displayed by the two on stage, the more timid woman spoke in disbelief. When did men become capable of playing music so beautifully and dancing so gracefully? The anger she had felt earlier completely vanished due to her shock, and the curvaceous woman was also speechless. Outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders understand the craft. The singing and dancing skills of the two on stage, the more one savored them, the more astonishing and captivating they became. Perhaps the two of them really are colleagues, the elder sister also spoke, stunned. At first, the two women were still worried about being held accountable by the two men, as their sister's attitude had been somewhat stiff. However, gradually, their attention was completely drawn to the singing and dancing on stage, and the two women had completely forgotten about the matter. As for musical instruments, Tian Jiashan was extremely knowledgeable. It was true that he read widely, and when forging treasure artifacts on weekdays, he also needed to deal with various kinds of objects, and musical instruments were naturally one of them. Tian Jiashan possessed acquired supreme treasures similar to zithers, pipas, and flutes, which were spirit treasures with powerful destructive capabilities, modified from musical instruments. As a nobleman, Yu Shizheng had seen no less than 800, if not 1,000, dances. Even if he couldn't grasp the essence, he could master the movements. Now, as he danced, it truly had a certain flavor to it. The old man, secretly responsible for guarding the second prince's safety, watched the strange scene in the room, sighing that he had truly lived long enough to see such oddities, and was also somewhat surprised that Tian Jiashan could actually get the second prince to do such a thing. To make the second prince so unreserved, Tian Jiashan could certainly be considered a remarkable individual. However, being able to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm was already a young supreme. The second prince had only opened 10 divine mansions, and his progress was even behind that of Princess Junyi. After quite a while, Tian Jiashan and Yu Shizheng, who were enjoying themselves, finally stopped. However, the two of them did not quibble with the two women in the slightest, merely departing with a sense of unfinished business. Tian Jiashan came here not only for the auction that night but also to inquire about how the rumors concerning himself had spread. Sister, they are truly amazing. To have mastered singing and dancing skills to such an extent, they must have worked very hard every day. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that flowing, natural feeling that comes from practice making perfect. They are indeed amazing, but they seem to have forgotten our agreement for 10 times the spirit stones. At this moment, the elder sister only felt fortunate. 10 times the spirit stones it would take her and her sister a month of hard work to earn that many spirit stones. I don't think they're the type to be petty, and they look very wealthy. However, Tian Jiashan, who had already left the room, suddenly stopped in the hallway. Brother Yu, did we forget to collect our payment? Those two owe us 10 times the reward as a wager. At Tian Jiashan's words, Yu Shizheng also suddenly realized. Look at my memory, I completely forgot. We are the guests, and not only was their service inadequate, but we also had to pay them to perform. This isn't how you do business. Let's go back and demand our spirit stones. Right? I think so too. If we don't give them a little punishment, I always feel like they'll think we're easy to bully, that we're fools. The two women had just come out of the room when they saw the two men turning back. Swiftly collecting their wager, the two men, who had hurried back, turned and left again, leaving behind the two women who had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept their loss. So stingy. They definitely won't have any women who like them outside. Even if they do, I curse that it will disappear. Sister, but I think those two are quite charming. Just now, with that music and dancing, they could probably capture the hearts of many girls. The elder sister, still fuming, glanced at her younger sister and left even more indignantly. After their duel with the two women, the two felt less apprehensive about the brothel, being newcomers, and went to a crowded place to drink, as Tian Jiashan had other intentions. Brother Tian, why are there so many rumors about you in this city? Did you provoke some great enemy, Brother Tian? The Chaosian sect is already a behemoth in this region, and those who can rival the Chaosian sect are only the Hunyang sect and the Jingxiang sect. The Hunyang sect has always been at odds with the Chaosian sect. Could your enemy, Brother Tian, be from the Hunyang sect? Before Tian Jiashan could speak, Yu Shizheng had already analyzed it, almost hitting the nail on the head. Brother Yu, how much do you know about my affairs? Not much, but I should know everything that needs to be known. Junyi told me. You heard it from 9th senior sister, not from others, so that means 9th senior sister trusts you very much, Brother Yu. Hearing such an evaluation, for some reason, Yu Shizheng felt that the Brother Tian in front of him was even more likable. Something happened at the Chaosian sect before. I originally wanted to kill a strong expert from the Hunyang sect, but that person wasn't very good at fighting, but he was extremely skilled at escaping, and ridiculously tough. In the end, I just couldn't kill him. The rumors in the city should all have originated from him. Tian Jiashan knew 9th senior sister's personality, and since 9th senior sister had even told Brother Yu about his Calamity Transformation realm, it meant Brother Yu could be trusted. The normally composed Yu Shizheng suddenly frowned, but after carefully observing the Brother Tian in front of him, he only saw a sincere face, completely devoid of any hidden intent to show off. Yu Shizheng then recalled what Junyi had told him earlier. According to Junyi, that soul seed from the Hunyang sect was a powerful expert who had opened 12 divine mansions. Even Junyi was no match for him, yet such a powerful expert, when it came to Brother Tian, became a weakling who wasn't very good at fighting. Brother Yu, is there anything wrong with what I said? Seeing the change in Brother Yu's expression, Tian Jiashan also asked curiously. Ah, nothing's wrong. I just suddenly remembered Junyi's evaluation of Brother Tian, and I find it too apt and accurate. How did 9th senior sister evaluate me? I'm a bit curious. Thinking of what Junyi had told him earlier, Yu Shizheng could only smile bitterly. How could he possibly say such words? He and Brother Tian hadn't reached that level of friendship yet. She just said that Brother Tian is a monster. It's a pity this is the human emperor's territory, otherwise I could help Brother Tian say hello to the Hunyang sect. Fearing that Brother Tian would continue to ask about this matter, Yu Shizheng immediately shifted the topic to the Hunyang sect. Actually, it's fine. I'll be leaving here anyway, so I'm not that afraid. But if I get the chance, I'll still find an opportunity to eliminate the soul seed. Achoo. In Kyoyu City, but dozens of miles away from Spring Return Tower, a gaunt figure that looked somewhat malnourished suddenly sneezed. Feeling a chill down his spine, the soul seed looked back, and finding nothing, he frowned and continued to listen to the distant crowd's wild boasting. The people at the next table were actually exaggerating about what happened in the Chaosian sect trial ground, and there were especially many listeners around. Bullshit. The one who severely injured the soul seed in the Chaosian sect trial ground wasn't those insignificant people like Li Zisai and Dong Ta, and it had nothing to do with that Baishiu either. The strongest in the Chaosian sect is that Tian Jiashan. Hearing the crowd's increasingly absurd claims, the soul seed finally couldn't hold back. Other things were fine, he could tolerate them all, but when he heard people wildly boasting that he had been beaten into a hasty retreat by Li Fairy and young master Dong Ta, the soul seed immediately lost his temper. If it weren't for that monster Tian Jiashan jumping out, he would have already ravaged all the Chaosian sect lineage disciples. Facing the suddenly furious gaunt man, the dozens of people in front of him all turned their heads in unison. Kid, don't you dare disbelieve. Are you a worshipper of the Hunyang sect? If so, listen carefully to me. That guy called Soul Seed was beaten into a hasty retreat by Fairy Li and young master Dong Ta. My brother just became an intersect disciple of the Chaosian sect not long ago, how could this be false? Ignorant child, just spreading rumors. The Soul Seed scoffed, too lazy to argue with the ignorant crowd, and turned to leave. Are these people fools? He spread rumors about Tian Jiashan, but why are they getting more and more outrageous? They actually dare to say that Tian Jiashan is a frail fake lineage disciple? If that damn Tian Jiashan was associated with the word weak, he, the Soul Seed, would die immediately. Could a weakling break through to the Calamity Transformation realm? Could a weakling slaughter those prodigies like chopping melons and dicing vegetables? Could a weakling force the dignified Soul Seed to the brink of death? Those so-called 1 in 10,000, once in a century prodigies, if they still had any shame, shouldn't consider themselves geniuses in front of Tian Jiashan. Otherwise, it would simply be a joke, the kind that makes people die of laughter. The Soul Seed muttered to himself as he left. Although he had been brutally thrashed by Tian Jiashan, even nearly dying and having his Dao extinguished, the Soul Seed swore that he would absolutely not seek out Tian Jiashan until he broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Otherwise, he too would be a huge joke. Hey, brat, who did you just call an ignorant child? The Soul Seed looked at the crowd suddenly blocking his path, his expression gradually turning gloomy. What, he couldn't beat that monster Tian Jiashan, and now he was going to be bullied by a bunch of ants. I said, haven't I been too lenient with you all? With a chilling voice that pierced the Soul Seed did not hide his ferocity. After a short while, the Soul Seed left, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. As for places like the brothel, which he was experiencing for the first time, Tian Jiashan gradually became less intimidated. He began to converse with people in the bustling, diverse hall. However, in the end, Tian Jiashan, who had initially been a bit worried, found that the rumors about him, whose origin he didn't know, were becoming increasingly exaggerated. He didn't even need to worry, the rumors had already made him out to be quite unremarkable. Although Yu Shizheng wasn't entirely clear about what had happened in the Chaosian sect's trial ground, after listening to those rumors about Brother Tian with him, Yu Shizheng felt that the propagated rumors were somewhat absurd and comical. Brother Tian, why do these people just follow the crowd? They don't have any opinions of their own. If someone says 1, it's 1, if they say 2, it's 2. They even add fuel to the fire on the basis of 2, coming up with a new one. Yu Shizheng, now seated in the auction house, spoke, his mind on the rumors he had just heard about Brother Tian and Junyi. It's good that people follow the crowd. What were originally somewhat true events, after being spread like this, become more and more outlandish. No one even knows the truth anymore. I'm afraid if I were to shout now, I am Tian Jiashan. I am the one who killed Gong Yangqing and the others, the people around me would only look at me as if I were an idiot. Yu Shizheng nodded. Brother Tian, with your personality and shrewd mind, have you ever thought about seeking an official position under the human emperor? No, what kind of place is the imperial capital? It's where the world's strongest gather. If a small fry like me dared to use these petty schemes against those powerful figures who can shake heaven and earth, wouldn't I be crushed to death? So, no. Hearing this, Yu Shishan's expression brightened. Brother Tian, then why don't you come with me to the sacred palace? I guarantee the situation you described, Brother Tian, would not occur. Tian Jiashan, whose attention was diverted to the auction stage, became interested in the newly appearing triple gold pattern armor. He frowned and turned his head. A dignified sacred palace, Brother Yu, on what do you base your guarantee? Brother Yu, you have a problem. Tian Jiashan spoke in a meaningful tone, also showing a wary expression. The Huai Sacred Palace, that was another imperial capital immortal palace. How could a mere cultivator like Brother Yu dare to say he could ensure his safety? Therefore, Brother Yu, who was by his side, must have hidden something from him. 1 million spirit stones. While pondering, Tian Jiashan, seeing the time was right, called out this number. He didn't need the triple gold pattern armor itself, but half of the materials for this triple gold pattern armor were innate fish pattern gold, which were innate materials. Tian Jiashan needed these innate materials. Magic treasures are also divided into innate and acquired. As for the difference, it's as the name implies. Among all magic treasures of the same rank, innate treasures are definitely more precious than acquired treasures. Hearing a figure like 1 million, even knowing that the triple gold pattern armor was not an ordinary acquired supreme treasure, the surrounding bidding still temporarily ceased. Brother Tian, I actually have no ill intentions. I truly feel that Brother Tian possesses such talent, and not putting it to great use would simply be a waste of heaven and earth treasure. 1,500,000. Seeing that someone was still raising the price, Yu Shizheng directly raised the price by 400,000. Brother Yu, you also want this triple gold pattern armor? It's not worth this much. I don't want it. I'm buying it for Brother Tian. Listening to the final gavel sound on the auction stage, Tian Jiashan put away the wariness he had deliberately shown. Brother Yu, under the human emperor, there is a great general Shen Yu. That great general Shen Yu has an only son, who was enfeoffed as the little divine marquis by the human emperor. At this, the person whose face changed was Yu Shizheng. Could it be that Brother Tian knows the little divine marquis? Although he is far away, the name of the little divine marquis Li Tianming is known by many in the sacred palace, and there are even rumors that he can sit with the human emperor's imperial sons. That kid and the human emperor, it seems there really is some unclear relationship. I don't know either, but he also invited me to the imperial capital, but I refused. Yu Shizheng was not foolish. Hearing Brother Tian's words, he immediately understood the meaning behind them. As a subject of the human emperor, he had refused the invitation of the little divine marquis. Thus, Brother Tian would not go to the sacred palace with him. Brother Tian's character was cautious. The little divine marquis must have also made promises to Brother Tian, but Brother Tian was still sitting here, which indicated that Brother Tian truly had no interest in the imperial court. That's a bit of a shame. However, a person like Brother Tian will shine brightly wherever he goes. Brother Yu, your little mouth is smeared with honey, you speak so sweetly, sweetie. Sweetie, he wondered how silly bird Ju Er was doing. Unconsciously, it had been more than 2 years since they parted. Without Ju Er chattering, his blood and flesh occasionally felt a bit unaccustomed. Those flowers and plants on Broken Mountain should still be fine, after all, with the 36-star constellation talisman taking care of them. Inadvertently mentioning the word sweetie, Tian Jiashan was momentarily lost in thought. Only 2 people who called him sweetie appeared in his mind, one was silly bird Ju Er, and the other was Yang Luyi. Brother Tian, are you all right? I'm fine, I just thought of a few ancients for a moment. Brother Yu, sweet words are only effective when spoken to 9th senior sister. Also, Brother Yu, please don't use such words of praise to describe me, it will lead to lifelong misfortune. Yu Shizheng looked puzzled, this time he truly didn't understand. How could words of praise lead to misfortune for all beings? Brother Yu, you should have known more or less from 9th senior sister that I am a cautious person, right? Yu Shizheng nodded. It wasn't more or less, when Junyi spoke of Brother Tian, 9 out of 10 sentences revolved around the word cautious. That's right then. I uphold the principle of cautious cultivation. If you praise me, Brother Yu, it will cause me to misjudge myself, and these misjudgments will lead to major errors at critical moments. Conversely, if you don't praise me, Brother Yu, I will be more careful and meticulous in everything I do. I will never think I've done enough, I'll only feel I've done too little. Only then can I better adhere to the Dao of caution. Yu Shizheng nodded again. Brother Tian's words seemed very reasonable, yet there seemed to be something not quite right, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. Yu Shizheng remembered that Junyi seemed to have said that Brother Tian was a person who never truly understood himself. In the shadows, the old man who had been hiding and protecting Yu Shizheng heard Tian Jiashan's words and couldn't help but click his tongue. How could this cultivation genius of the Chaosian sect feel so fresh and unconventional? His thoughts and ideas were always so novel. And this was Tian Jiashan's good fortune that he didn't know the old man had such thoughts, otherwise Tian Jiashan would definitely rate himself highly. Tian Jiashan lived in this life, but his mind still contained things from his previous life. How could his ideas not be novel, and his thinking not be transcendent? Although he knew that Brother Yu beside him was hiding something, Tian Jiashan didn't truly dig deep. The reason why the always cautious Tian Jiashan wasn't so wary of Yu Shizheng wasn't because their friendship had deepened after a few days of getting along, nor was it out of fear of Yu Shishan's identity, but simply because he trusted his 9th senior sister. After merely teasing Yu Shizheng, he refocused his attention on the auction. Not to mention ordinary items, even unusual and extraordinary ones, Tian Jiashan could find in the Chaosian sect's treasure vault, and with his current status, he could use them unconditionally. However, the item Tian Jiashan wanted to buy today, the Chaosian sect truly did not have. After so long, Tian Jiashan had already flipped through most of the books in the Chaosian sect's scripture pavilion, but he still hadn't found what he was looking for. So Tian Jiashan was still collecting books. And today, in the Huishan Tower, it was said that a set of books unearthed from a secret realm would be auctioned. The books were not some immortal cultivation manuals, but merely recorded how to undergo tribulation. As for treasures in heaven and earth treasures, Tian Jiashan definitely had many. Not only could he himself create all sorts of treasures, but the items gifted by his incredibly extravagant friends alone were supreme treasures that countless people would never obtain in their entire lives. The half-saint medicine, 3-strand water jade cup, given by Bai Xiu earlier, Tian Jiashan hadn't used yet. The Nirvana gold essence that Lu Chuan won from White Kylan and was then taken by Tian Jiashan still had a little left. Enlightenment tea, Tei cold ice, the divine tier immortal gold given by the vice sect master previously, any one of them, when taken out, would be a heaven and earth treasure that would drive countless people crazy. As for other treasures, spirit arrays, medicinal pills, talismans, treasure artifacts, Tian Jiashan could completely be self-sufficient. Therefore, this option was rather dull for Tian Jiashan. Until that stack of books appeared. Looking at the stack of old books under the light, Tian Jiashan's eyes suddenly lit up. Based on years of experience exploring caves and secret realms, Tian Jiashan guaranteed that the set of books was definitely unearthed from a secret realm. Seeing Brother Tian, who had been disinterested for a long time, suddenly show a flicker of excitement, Yu Shizheng also became interested. An item that a person like Brother Tian would fancy must be extraordinary. Brother Tian, is there something special about this set of books? No, it's just an ordinary set of books unearthed from a secret realm. I heard it records some matters about lightning tribulation. Then why are you so excited, Brother Tian? I love to read. Just as a gentleman loves fine jade, I love to read. Looking at Brother Tian's almost fanatical appearance, Yu Shizheng once again felt a surge of reverence. There was a reason why Brother Tian could be so powerful. In this materialistic world, Brother Tian could still maintain his true heart and adhere to his great Dao, which was truly rare. It's good to love reading. Travel 1,000 miles, read 10,000 books, and then become a god in the heavens. Brother Yu, I am not as great and noble as you say. I am simply timid, which is why I read more. After all, reading can make me know more. Although interacting with people also works, that is too dangerous. Hearing this, the reverence in Yu Shizhen's eyes grew even stronger. Brother Tian, you are even greater than I imagined. Yu Shizheng, if you keep flattering me like this, I'm going to think you have ulterior motives for me. Not swayed by others' words, I keep my original heart. Brother Tian, a role model for our generation. Yu Shizheng, if I, Tian Jiashan, can call you a friend, I'll write my name Tian upside down. If the character Tian is written upside down, isn't it still Tian? Then turn the character Shen upside down. Brother Tian, even if Shen is turned upside down, it's still Shen. Tian Jiashan, busy quoting prices, turned his head with disdain. Yu Shizheng, if you want to be my 9th senior sister's husband, then shut up. Hitting the snake at its 7-inch mark, Yu Shizheng dared not speak another word. A person's heart is hidden behind their belly. To truly know someone, you must look at their heart. Although it had only been a few days, through their interactions, Tian Jiashan had come to understand Yu Shizheng a little. Based on his performance during this time, Yu Shizheng had done quite well. As for the future, he would continue to observe him slowly. Marriage is not just a lifelong commitment, but a commitment to lifelong happiness. If Yu Shizhen's heart were to change in the future, she would simply kill him. To prevent any mishaps, she needed to cultivate diligently, otherwise, it would be hard to say who would kill whom. Yu Shizhen's background was not small. Brother Tian, what are you thinking about again? On the way back to Chaoxian sect, seeing Brother Tian beside him lost in thought again, Yu Shizheng asked curiously. He was gradually coming to understand Brother Tian's cautious nature, and Brother Tian always seemed to be pondering problems, often falling into deep thought and staring blankly. I wasn't thinking about anything, just how to kill. The words almost slipped out, and Tian Jiashan, startled by a cold sweat, immediately held back. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he almost said it. Brother Tian, who do you want to kill? Of course, it's that soul seed from Hunyang sect. It couldn't possibly be Brother Yu, could it? Ha ha ha, I never realized Brother Tian was such a humorous person. Seeing Brother Yu's innocent heart beside him, Tian Jiashan felt a pang of guilt but also chuckled along. Upon hearing the rumors spreading in Kaili City, he had originally intended to inquire about them, buy some books, and then decide on his future plans. However, once in the city, Tian Jiashan found that the news, whose source was unknown but most likely from Hunyang sect, had become bizarre due to people repeating it, and he himself had even become just an ordinary 10th realm person in people's mouths. Tian Jiashan rejoiced internally but did not add unnecessary details. Instead, he bought the books and returned. Hunyang sect wanted to use public opinion to scheme against him, but they had not managed to wield public opinion effectively. For spreading rumors, one needed someone to secretly fan the flames and guide the flow of information. Hunyang sect's approach was simply too poor. However, even though the situation was not severe, a sense of worry still arose in Tian Jiashan's heart. The trial ground incident had caused such immense losses to Hunyang sect, culminating in his master beheading a heavenly immortal realm elder of their lineage. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the army. Yet, even so, Hunyang sect had made no moves afterward, merely spreading some meaningless rumors in Kaili City. Behind this silence, he always felt that Hunyang sect was brewing something. He hoped it was just his overthinking, otherwise, with two major super sects making moves, as the situation escalated, no one would be willing to back down easily. However, despite these worries, thinking of the many powerful experts in the sect, and how there would always be someone taller to bear the burden if the sky fell, Tian Jiashan breathed a sigh of relief. And as Tian Jiashan returned to Chaoxian sect with much more peace of mind, in Kaili City, the soul seed still had not left. Of all the Hunyang sect disciples who went to the trial ground, he was the only one who left alive. Therefore, only he knew that Tian Jiashan was a supreme expert of the calamity transformation realm, and what the soul seed needed to do was spread this news. Wasn't that Tian Jiashan afraid of trouble? Didn't he want to cultivate in peace? If he couldn't defeat him, wasn't he allowed to disgust him to death? However, although that was his initial intention, gradually, the soul seed discovered that the rumors he spread seemed to have the opposite effect. Have you heard? Recently, people in the city are saying that Tian Jiashan of Chaoxian sect is actually very strong, and that the person who defeated the soul seed in the trial ground was Tian Jiashan, not that Bai Xiu who appeared out of nowhere. Where did you hear that rumor? Don't spread such irresponsible words, or if people from Chaoxian sect hear it, they might accuse you of having ulterior motives, wanting to belittle Fairy Zhongjian to elevate Tian Jiashan. Exactly, Gushi, don't just repeat what others say. Who is that soul seed? He's someone Hunyang sect cultivated to deal with Fairy Zhongjian. If he could be severely wounded and on the verge of death by Tian Jiashan, I'll immediately kneel and kowtow to you. Appearing once again in such a setting, an inconspicuous, scrawny figure listened quietly from the side, his expression shifting darkly due to what the surrounding people were saying. Hearing what everyone said and thinking about the rumors he had spread in Kaihui City during this time, the soul seed's brows furrowed repeatedly. What exactly did that monster do in Chaoxian sect to leave such a deeply ingrained impression of weakness on people? Hey, brothers over there, don't just follow others in spreading rumors, you might bring trouble upon yourselves. A friend of mine happened to participate in that Chaoxian sect disciple selection and was fortunate enough to witness that earth-shattering, ghost-crying battle on the Cloud Bridge. According to my brother, it was that unparalleled genius Bai Xiu who defeated the soul seed. Gu Shi and his table of people looked over at the sound, and upon hearing that the person at the next table had a friend who witnessed that battle of young supremes, their eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Elder brother, how exactly was that battle fought? Please tell us in detail. This round is on us. The group moved closer, speaking with eager anticipation. This is easy to talk about, after all, admiring the demeanor of young supremes is what we enjoy. Seeing so many people suddenly gather around, the feeling of being the center of attention made the speaker immensely enjoy himself. With a radiant face, the speaker began to put on airs. He picked up a peanut, tossed it into his mouth, washed it down with the fine wine bought by the crowd, and with one foot on the stool, he instantly transformed into a storyteller. Listening to the endless chatter from afar, the soul seed, who did not join the crowd and sat alone, furrowed his brow repeatedly. Are people nowadays really so brainless? Hey, brother over there, don't sit alone, come join us and listen. Drinks are free. Suddenly hearing such a shout, the soul seed looked around. He was the only one left. Still not believing the person opposite was talking to him, the soul seed just looked at everyone with skeptical eyes, then pointed to himself with his finger. Who else could it be but you, brother? You're the only one around. Come, come, let's listen to a grand and magnificent tale of prodigy battles together. It will be easier to forge connections when we meet disciples from the two great sects in the future, won't it? The person who had turned into a storyteller took another big gulp of aged wine, his face slightly flushed as he looked at the scrawny and shabby soul seed. Brother, hurry up and move over, next, we're getting to the exciting part where Supreme Bai and Supreme Soul are all lovey-dovey. No, it's the exciting part where you flee and I chase. The soul seed took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to slaughter everyone, then stood up and left without a word. Lovey-dovey your grandma, I'll lovey-dovey your whole family. How did he get involved with that Bai Xiu out of nowhere? Also, why was he accused of killing Gong Yangqing and Bai Qianger? Although it was highly probable that Tian Jiashan killed them, he actually didn't even know how the two died, so why was the blame ultimately placed on him? A bunch of idiots, if I hadn't been ravaged by that Tian Jiashan, listening to you all, I'd almost think I was invincible. The soul seed, too lazy to waste time with a group of ignorant people, grumbled as he departed. Although he had found some opportunities to break through to the next realm after his battle with Tian Jiashan, the time was clearly not ripe. So, the soul seed planned to continue finding ways to discuss Tian Jiashan. Oh, isn't this our Lord Soul Seed? Why the long face? That's not like Lord Soul at all. Not long after the soul seed left, a sarcastic voice came from the branches of a tree behind him. Without holding back, the soul seed, without even turning his head, directly threw a treasure art behind him. As if she had long anticipated the soul seed's reaction, the umbrella-wielding woman beside the speaking youth merely twisted the handle of her umbrella. As the umbrella surface, adorned with a magpie, rotated, it effortlessly blocked the incoming attack. Soul seed, don't be so agitated. My brother and I came to tell you some good news. The woman's slender and soft voice flowed into the soul seed's ears like a thread, completely unfazed by his actions. Turning to look at the siblings who had appeared, the soul seed frowned. What good news? Did the sect master's old black give birth to cubs? Upon hearing this, Xu Wen, who was squatting on the branch, abruptly stopped twirling her umbrella. This soul seed, why was he so strange? That Yellow Springs dog did indeed have cubs. Congratulations! As soon as Xu Chang's voice fell, a dazzling light flared up, and a soul spirit roared forth, completely destroying the tree where the two were and forcing them back into the distance. Soul seed! Are you crazy? How did I provoke you? Didn't provoke me? What does old black having cubs have to do with me? Why are you congratulating me, as if they're my cubs? Xu Wen, if you ever insinuate things like that again, I'll sew your mouth shut. Xu Wen, who had been furious at the mad soul seed's actions, looked at her brother beside her with a ashen face after hearing this. This soul seed, he's beyond saving. Whether the Yellow Springs dog having cubs has anything to do with you, I don't know, but I do know that Tian Jiashan definitely has something to do with you. Xu Chang, too lazy to argue with the soul seed, whose thought process was bizarre, about such inexplicable matters, spoke meaningfully. However, as soon as Xu Chang finished speaking, the siblings were once again forced back by a sudden attack. This time, Xu Chang couldn't hold back either. Soul seed, are you effing crazy, or do you really want to fight? I'm crazy? It's already good enough that I haven't beaten you two siblings black and blue, how dare you say I'm crazy? That monster Tian Jiashan just ravaged me a while ago, almost literally blasting me to death. You said you had good news to tell me, and this is it. As long as Tian Jiashan isn't dead, everything concerning Tian Jiashan is bad news for me. Xu Chang's face trembled with anger. Tian Jiashan came to Kaili City earlier and is now on his way back to Chaoxian sect. We can ambush him on the way. Isn't this good news? Good news? Good your mother's head? Do you really think you two siblings are so formidable? It's not that I look down on you two, but I truly do. If you two can even scratch Tian Jiashan, I, Soul Seed, will take the same surname as your father. Too lazy to waste any more words with the idiotic siblings, the ill-tempered Soul Seed turned and left. As for ambushing Tian Jiashan on the way, who knows who would ambush whom? Perhaps Tian Jiashan deliberately exposed himself to lure him out and then kill him. After such a thought suddenly sprouted in his mind, and he immediately felt it was highly possible, the Soul Seed shivered and hurried away. Before breaking into the Calamity Transformation Realm, the Soul Seed would rather die than see Tian Jiashan again, otherwise, his Dao heart would truly shatter. Sect Master, I heard that big old blackhead cubs. The Soul Seed, who had previously ignored Xu Chang and Xu Wen, went straight to the Hunyang sect master after returning to the Hunyang sect. He had long since reserved the Yellow Springs dog's cub. Yes, it had cubs, but only one. Male or female? Male. That's perfect, give it to me. We agreed on this before. Although the person in front of him was the sect master, a super powerful expert who could reach the heavens and earth, the Soul Seed showed no tension at all. His words and actions were very normal. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the Dao field frowned slightly at the Soul Seed's words. Soul Seed, there was a precondition for me to promise you the Yellow Springs dog cub. You haven't forgotten, have you? How could I forget? I remember it clearly. I came back this time to go into seclusion and breakthrough. I've already found clues to the Calamity Transformation Realm. But speaking of which, I still have to thank Tian Jiashan. Otherwise, even if I had opened the 12 divine mansions, it would probably have taken several years to consolidate. The Hunyang sect master, whose state of mind was originally as calm as an ancient well, heard the Soul Seed's words, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He stared at the Soul Seed with excitement. You really have a feeling? Why would I lie to you, sect master, about this? Before long, the Soul Seed got the Yellow Springs dog cub as he wished. Although it was only a cub less than a month old, its size was surprisingly large, already as big as a domestic pig. The Soul Seed looked at the cub, whose fur was shiny black and whose third eye on its forehead had not yet opened. From now on, I'll call you Tian Jiashan. Tian Jiashan, come over, I'll take you to cultivate immortality. Its intelligence had not even begun to sprout, the Yellow Springs dog cub merely followed its instincts and left with the Soul Seed because the Soul Seed held a piece of rich spiritual meat. While the Soul Seed returned to the Hunyang sect, outside Kaili City, Tian Jiashan and Yu Shizheng were still on their way back to the Chaoxian sect. In terms of age, the Chaoxian sect's history was much longer than that of the Hunyang sect and the other dominant power here, the Tianling sect. Thus, the Chaoxian sect's location was the farthest from the later developed Kaili City. Originally, they wanted to invite the Soul Seed to deal with Tian Jiashan together, but the Soul Seed suddenly went crazy. Xu Chang and Xu Wen were too lazy to argue with the madman Soul Seed, so they found Tian Jiashan alone. Although they didn't have much affection for the Soul Seed, after so many years as fellow disciples, the siblings recognized the Soul Seed's strength and power. So, when they learned that the Soul Seed had been defeated, they were surprised. However, upon hearing that the person named Tian Jiashan from the Chaoxian sect was a young supreme in the Calamity Transformation Realm, the siblings had different thoughts. Especially after hearing the Soul Seed say that after a life and death battle with Tian Jiashan, he had actually grasped the opportunity to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, the siblings wanted to fight Tian Jiashan even more. Although they had already opened 10 and 9 divine mansions respectively, the siblings were still incredibly confused about the Calamity Transformation Realm. Therefore, the Soul Seed's words were a huge temptation for them. Brother, you said Tian Jiashan is so powerful, why does he deliberately hide his name? He should know the influence of the Calamity Transformation Realm. Xu Wen, hidden on Tian Jiashan's inevitable path, spoke. Her curiosity about Tian Jiashan was about to explode. People cannot be compared. Perhaps this is Tian Jiashan's Dao of cultivation. But I am very curious, what kind of strength can make a madman like the Soul Seed genuinely admire him? Xu Wen didn't speak, she looked up at the parasol in her hand, deep in thought. To almost kill the Soul Seed in a one-on-one fight, Tian Jiashan must be very strong. If I were to face such a person alone, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. I wonder if this Tian Jiashan is a master who cherishes women. Such a thought appeared in Xu Wen's mind, but she quickly dismissed it herself. I heard that Bai Qianger, who was lurking in the Chaoxian sect, died very miserably. Just as Xu Wen's attention was shifting to strange places, the person who appeared in her line of sight immediately pulled her back from her wild thoughts. Tian Jiashan appeared. However, besides Tian Jiashan and his companion, an unexpected person appeared. Ma Mingzhu and Shang Qi from the Jingxiang sect, why are they here? They probably heard some rumors and are also here for Tian Jiashan. After all, he is a living young supreme in the Calamity Transformation Realm. Who wouldn't be tempted to hear about that? Then how do we make our move? No rush, let's first see what Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi want to do. Among the three major sects, the Jingxiang sect has always maintained neutrality. Now, Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi, representing the younger generation of the Jingxiang sect, chose to meet Tian Jiashan under such unknown circumstances. If they weren't here to seek guidance, it would be worth considering. And at this moment, in front, Tian Jiashan, who was walking, saw a man and a woman suddenly appear. Seeing their extraordinary demeanor and that they were wearing the Jingxiang sect's attire, he began to guess their identities in his mind. My name is Ma Mingzhu, and this is Shang-Chi. We are both disciples of the Jingxiang sect. Fellow deist, are you brother Tian Jiashan from the Chaoxian sect? If you're talking about that unremarkable Tian Jiashan on Sword Mountain of the Chaoxian sect, then that would be me. Hearing Tian Jiashan's self-introduction, Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi were greatly surprised. If they hadn't known some unknown things from their sect, they would have really believed him, because the face in front of them was full of sincerity. Seeing brother Tian able to evaluate himself so calmly and naturally, a voice of slander also appeared in Yu Shishan's heart. Brother Tian is indeed as humorous as the rumors say. If someone like brother Tian is merely unremarkable, then wouldn't we be utterly useless? The delicate Shang-Chi spoke with a smile. If it were just anyone else, with that sweet smile alone, she would have garnered a lot of goodwill. However, in Tian Jiashan's eyes, it would only be counterproductive. Fairy, whether you are useless or not, I don't know. Anyway, I am really just that unremarkable Tian Jiashan. Hearing brother Tian's words, and seeing the awkward expressions of the two people opposite him, Yu Shisheng was almost cringing. So, this is what Junyi meant when she said brother Tian had a silver tongue. Brother Tian has read so many books, but hasn't he learned any social etiquette? Across from him, Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi, who hadn't expected the rumored Tian Jiashan to be like this, were momentarily at a loss. They just smiled awkwardly but politely. I heard some rumors in Kaihui City that brother Tian is a supreme expert in the calamity transformation realm. Brother Tian. Fellow deist Ma, don't believe those rumors that mislead people and spread everywhere. They are all false. I am myself, how could I not know what my strength is? Those people talk nonsense with their mouths, and what they say is even fouler than what they excrete. Fellow deist Ma and fairy Shang-Chi, please don't mind it. It's getting late. If the two of you are going to Kaihui City, you'd better hurry. We also need to rush back to the Chaoxian sect, so let's part ways here. Interrupting Ma Mingzhu, Tian Jiashan spoke a string of words, then cupped his fists and prepared to continue on his way. Yu Shisheng also cupped his fists to the two with an apologetic look, then reluctantly followed and left. Seeing Tian Jiashan leave like that, Shang-Chi was about to speak again when she was stopped by Ma Mingzhu. Why are you pulling me? That person is clearly Tian Jiashan, and what the sect master said can't be wrong. He is clearly hiding his strength and pretending to be humble, can't you see? Shang-Chi's tone was anxious. That was a living calamity transformation realm expert. A battle with him might allow her to find an opportunity to break through the Dao. Ma Mingzhu looked back at the retreating figures. To be honest, I really can't tell if he's putting on an act. Can you? Shang-Chi was instantly speechless. It seems pretty convincing. If I hadn't heard it directly from the sect master, I would almost doubt if he was the Tian Jiashan the sect master spoke of. Seriously, we didn't even say what we wanted to do, and he didn't even admit his identity. Why? Ma Mingzhu, why don't we rush up and fight him? Fight him? Didn't you hear the sect master say that the soul seed almost died in his hands? Challenging him without reason would lead to misunderstandings. Tian Jiashan is now a treasure of the Chaoxian sect, and his identity is very sensitive. Making a move rashly would be mistaken for plotting something. The current Chaoxian sect should clearly be befriended, not antagonized. So, we just watch him leave like this. Ma Mingzhu shook his head. No need, we'll follow. Xu Chong and Xu Wen, the siblings from the Hunyang sect, aren't they also looking for Tian Jiashan? I don't believe they'll give up such a good opportunity. Reminded of this, Shang-Chi immediately understood the meaning and her eyes lit up. The Hunyang sect wouldn't be so particular, they could attack Tian Jiashan freely. And if it's Xu Chong and Xu Wen, there'll be a show to watch. Although he could guess why Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi from the Jingxiang sect were looking for him, Tian Jiashan knew that they wouldn't easily offend him, so he hastily refused them and left. No interaction is the best way to avoid trouble. We've already passed the necessary path, but instead we met the unexpected Ma Mingzhu and Shang-Chi, and didn't encounter any danger. But speaking of which, that Ma Mingzhu is quite handsome and sharp, a bit like third senior brother. Fairy Shang-Chi is also very beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, a delicate beauty. Is that so? I didn't look at her face, I just thought she was a bit short. Hearing this, Yu Shisheng frowned again. Brother Tian, what do you mean by didn't see? Weren't you just talking face to face with them? Yes, but I didn't look at Shang-Chi. What's so strange about that? In my life motto, if it's a woman, I don't look if I can avoid it. Whether she's good looking or not, I don't look. Yu Shisheng, completely confused, looked puzzled. Why was Brother Tian always so mysterious? Brother Tian, then before, in the brothel. I didn't look then either, I just adopted the posture and direction of looking at the two women. Then Brother Tian, what did you base your type that you mentioned before on? Her figure. Yu Shisheng held his forehead and scratched his head. Then why doesn't Brother Tian look at women? Brother Yu, asking that question shows you're still young. Women are like floods and fierce beasts, they are like femme fatale. They are to be respected but not approached. Yu Shizheng, who had never heard such absurd remarks, felt utterly disheartened, and looked at the solemn Brother Tian with dim eyes. There are indeed rare gems in the world, and Brother Tian is one of them. I've never seen anyone describe women so refreshingly and uniquely. Then this humble girl today must let fellow Daoist Tian have a good look and help fellow Daoist Tian break this curse. A strange voice suddenly appeared. Following the sound, no one could be seen, only a parasol and a graceful figure partially hidden beneath it. Facing the suddenly appearing stranger, and hearing an unusual tone in his words, Tian Jiashan became vigilant, but also felt a hint of pleasant surprise. If the soul seed appeared at this moment, that would be perfect. There was no one around, only desolate mountains and wilderness, perfect for killing and burying people. Tian Jiashan, do you think I'm beautiful? As Tian Jiashan was pondering, Xu Wen's parasol lifted slightly, revealing the tip of her small, peach-like face. She had originally intended to remain hidden for a while longer, but after hearing Tian Jiashan's fresh remarks, Xu Wen couldn't help herself. To describe women as floods, ferocious beasts, and calamitous beauties, and thus keep a respectful distance, this Tian Jiashan was probably one of a kind. Those men, whenever they saw a beautiful woman, didn't their legs just refuse to move? Xu Wen wasn't just saying she wanted Tian Jiashan to take a good look, she was now standing directly in front of Tian Jiashan, her parasol tilted, her brows and eyes flirtatious, and her crystal shoes looking somewhat avant-garde. However, Tian Jiashan only looked at Xu Chong, who appeared later, and said, "A fairy of such beauty, how could she be associated with the word ugly?" With the embellishment of this floral parasol, it's simply adding icing to the cake, dotting the eyes of the dragon, truly beautiful. Hearing this praise, if it weren't for the fact that Tian Jiashan was looking at her older brother behind her, Xu Wen would have almost believed him. Intent on teasing Tian Jiashan, and curious if he truly never looked at women, Xu Wen used her cultivation and instantly appeared directly in front of Tian Jiashan. Tian Jiashan didn't deliberately dodge, but although he was looking straight ahead, Xu Wen was clearly just reflected in his pupils like the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. This is getting interesting, Xu Wen muttered, looking at the indifferent eyes in front of her. Tian Jiashan did see her, but he also didn't see her. Tian Jiashan, my name is Xu Chong. Xu Chong, ah, that's a good name, it sounds very smooth and comfortable. Since your name is Xu Chong, then this fairy must be Xu Wen. The renowned Xu Chong and Xu Wen of the Hunyang sect, just like senior sister Zhong and senior sister Li of the Chaoxian sect, since they had come to him, they must have learned about what happened in the trial ground from the soul seed. Had the soul seed arrived after all? Tian Jiashan, you're quite clever, you actually know I'm Xu Wen. Don't bother looking, that madman soul seed has already returned to the Hunyang sect. We did invite him earlier, but he cursed us out and left. I'm very curious, Tian Jiashan, how exactly did you manage to make the soul seed so afraid of you? Xu Wen said, and the floral parasol in her hand suddenly flared with light. The magpie embroidered on the umbrella surface suddenly flew out, heading towards Tian Jiashan with astonishing aura. When it came to sneak attacks, Tian Jiashan was well versed in this Dao, and having been on guard for a long time, he dealt with this sudden attack with surging spiritual power and a sudden burst of precious light, making it seem effortlessly easy. And the moment Xu Wen made her move, Xu Chong, who was beside her, also launched an attack. As the 12 jade void heavens appeared simultaneously, powerful spiritual power vibrated the surrounding space, making the wind slow down. The soul seed hadn't appeared, and his opponents were the contemporary faces of the Hunyang sect, so Tian Jiashan had no intention of fighting. Brother Tian, do you need my help? Seeing the three suddenly erupt into battle, Yu Shizheng quickly spoke up, even though he knew Tian Jiashan possessed the formidable cultivation of the Calamity Transformation realm, even far stronger than himself. Brother Yu, run quickly, what are we fighting for? Tian Jiashan shouted, his voice hoarse, as he fled in disarray rather than fighting and retreating. At this moment, he absolutely could not get involved with the Chaoxian sect again, otherwise, the two great sects might truly be unable to hold back. Facing enemies, Tian Jiashan either didn't attack, or he attacked to kill. However, the current situation clearly didn't support Tian Jiashan doing so. In fact, it wouldn't matter if Tian Jiashan truly killed the brother and sister behind him, he was just afraid of the Hunyang sect coming to settle the score. Feeling the powerful aura from Xu Chong and Xu Wen, who were clearly strong cultivators who had opened their divine mansion, Yu Shizheng still wanted to take this opportunity to witness Brother Tian's strength. But Brother Tian always made some unexpected decisions. Looking at the figure fleeing in disarray in the distance, Yu Shizheng smiled helplessly. Such a Brother Tian was truly interesting. Although Xu Chong and Xu Wen were also lineage disciples of the Hunyang sect, for now, they didn't have such a deep blood feud with him, so Tian Jiashan simply didn't want to antagonize these two powerful individuals, but the soul seed was different. However, even if Tian Jiashan wanted to kill the soul seed, he couldn't even see the soul seed. After escaping a certain distance and seeing that the soul seed truly hadn't appeared, knowing that the soul seed really wasn't going to show up, Tian Jiashan set up a teleportation array and instantly disappeared from the spot with Yu Shizheng. In the empty mountain hollow, Xu Chong and Xu Wen, the brother and sister, stared dumbfounded at the two who had suddenly vanished without a trace. They looked at each other, and confusion was visible on both their faces. In her anger, Xu Wen haphazardly blasted the precious art she had condensed behind her but hadn't had time to unleash, onto the ground. Damn it, this Tian Jiashan, he has no demeanor of a strong cultivator. The more Xu Wen thought about it, the angrier she got. Although it was clearly she and her brother who were chasing Tian Jiashan just now, she just felt that she and her brother were incompetent. Putting away the 12 jade void heavens, Xu Chang also took a deep breath, calming the emotions in his heart. A contact that couldn't even be called a battle made Xu Chang even more interested in Tian Jiashan. And behind the brother and sister, Ma Mingzhu and Shang Qi of the Jingxiang sect, who had secretly followed, were also somewhat dumbfounded at this moment, completely unable to react. They had clearly been engaged in such a fierce chase and escape, but suddenly Tian Jiashan left via a teleportation array, and Xu Chang and Xu Wen of the Hunyang sect didn't even touch the hem of Tian Jiashan's clothes. That Tian Jiashan, he clearly didn't make much of a move, but he still gives off an unfathomable feeling. The Immortal's cave just closed, and now another young supreme like Tian Jiashan appears. The Chaosian sect's aura is magnificent. Only when he calmed his emotions did Ma Mingzhu speak with mixed feelings. Shang Qi also looked worried. In this world, it was the law of the jungle, the weak could only choose to submit. He had met Xu Chang and Xu Wen, but not the Soul Seed, and knew that the Soul Seed was no longer likely to ambush him. For the rest of the journey, Tian Jiashan used teleportation arrays to travel. Time was precious, one had to seize every moment, every second. Because she wanted her youngest martial brother to help her oversee her calamity transformation realm, Huang Junyi had been waiting for Tian Jiashan to return these past few days. Now, as soon as Tian Jiashan returned, she came to find him. You went to Kaiyue City, nothing unexpected happened, right? What kind of accident could happen? On me, Tian Jiashan, there are no accidents. Ninth senior sister, let's step aside and talk. Seeing her youngest martial brother, who had just returned from Kaiyue City, acting mysterious, Huang Junyi looked at Yu Shizheng in confusion, but only saw him smile slightly. Ninth senior sister, I have tested this Yu Shizheng, and for now, he's not bad. He's very loyal to ninth senior sister, which is a rare quality. Huang Junyi scrutinized her youngest martial brother, who was standing beside her with a serious expression. I don't recall asking you to do that. Oh, ninth senior sister, what are you saying? Marriage is a lifelong matter, how can I not help you vet him? Huang Junyi looked back at Yu Shizheng behind her, who still smiled slightly. But this thing called love, while it won't disappear, it can transfer. So, if ninth senior sister ever finds that Yu Shizheng has wronged you, just tell me, I have 100 ways to kill him. Youngest martial brother, he's a member of the royal family in the Huai Sacred Palace, do you dare to kill him? Why wouldn't I dare? But that might take a bit longer. I'll kill him after I cultivate to the point of being immortal and invincible. If anyone else had said this, Huang Junyi would at most have chuckled and then forgotten about it. But coming from her youngest martial brother, Huang Junyi knew that such a day would truly come. An invincible posture, the posture of a great emperor, wasn't her youngest martial brother the most vivid embodiment of that? After chatting with her youngest martial brother about some matters concerning the calamity transformation realm, Huang Junyi left, feeling content. Seeing Junyi so happy, her joy even undisguised on her face, Yu Shizheng also felt extremely good. Junyi, what did Brother Tian tell you? Although he had pleaded with Brother Tian to speak well of him all the way, thinking of Brother Tian's unfathomable thoughts and his blunt way of speaking, Yu Shizheng was still a little worried. Because she was happy, she now found Yu Shizheng much more pleasing to the eye. Youngest martial brother said you're quite good, but if you ever dare to treat me badly in the future, he'll kill you. Yu Shizheng was instantly stunned. To kill himself, that was truly something Brother Tian would say. But to treat Junyi badly, didn't that mean Junyi also agreed with that point? Yu Shizheng was overjoyed, feeling for the first time that meeting Brother Tian was such a great fortune in his life. He had just returned and was immediately sought out by ninth senior sister. After learning from ninth senior sister that Baishu was also in the Chaosian sect, Tian Jiashan didn't even rest and immediately went to see Baishu. On the other side, in the Hunyang sect. In front of the sect gate, shrouded in clouds and mist, although he claimed to have found clues to the calamity transformation realm and had hope of a breakthrough, the soul seed did not enter seclusion to cultivate. He simply lived leisurely. Tian Jiashan, catch. The soul seed threw a 10-pound piece of spiritual meat to the Yellow Springs dog, calling Tian Jiashan's name very familiarly. Oh, isn't this our brother and sister Shu? Why the long faces? Let me guess what happened. I guess our Shu family's great prodigies not only didn't harm Tian Jiashan at all, but they couldn't even make Tian Jiashan attack, right? Feeling stifled? Feeling uncomfortable? Looking at their faces, which looked as if they had eaten a dead rat, the soul seed felt extremely pleased. People like them, wanting to make Tian Jiashan attack, were dreaming. Soul seed, what did you just call it? Xu Chang asked, looking at the three-eyed Yellow Springs dog. I called it Tian Jiashan. It's not impossible to give it a nickname like Xu Chang either. Xu Chang looked at the madman in front of him. It's not a real person, you're a real dog. The soul seed pouted. You don't live as comfortably as it does, because its name is Tian Jiashan, you're not even as good as a dog. Xu Wen, holding her floral parasol, squatted down and gently stroked the Yellow Springs dog's fluffy ears. Tian Jiashan, oh Tian Jiashan, you're so small, only a month old, how did you beat the soul seed so badly he couldn't even catch his breath? Xu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Disciples passing by listened to the three powerful individuals bickering, passing by in silence, not daring to breathe loudly. At Tian Jiashan's residence on Sword Mountain, knowing that Baishu and Tian Jiashan had important matters to discuss, Qin Baoxiao wisely went to the side and was currently playing with little youngest. Yaoer, what's that thing stuck on your arm? Qin Baoxiao, who was sitting on the ground playing with mud with Yaoer, asked curiously when he saw something with flowing runes stuck to Yaoer's fair arm. The thing on Yaoer's hand felt somewhat extraordinary. The runes on its surface could actively absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth, which was not an ordinary talisman. Yaoer, playing with her sleeves rolled up, looked at the warm thing on her arm. Although Tian Jiashan said to stick it on her back, because there were too many warm things, 7th senior sister simply had Yaoer stick some on her arm as well. This was specially made for Yaoer by little martial uncle. I call it warm thing because it feels warm when stuck on. Daddy and mommy say it's very good for the body, and Yaoer has to wear it every day. Yaoer, whose attention was fully on the little mud figure in her hands, spoke. Since it was something little martial uncle gave her, it must be a good thing. Hearing that it was made by Tian Jiashan, Qin Baoxiao was also a little curious. According to Baishu, Tian Jiashan was not only extremely knowledgeable but also particularly good at concocting miraculous items. The warm thing on Yaoer was probably one of them. But then again, after not seeing her for a few years, Yaoer's physique had transformed so astonishingly. The current Yaoer could already be considered an innate treasure body. Amazed by the changes in the little girl, Qin Baoxiao simply attributed all of these to Jindao Sword Immortal's doing. However, what Qin Baoxiao didn't know was that half of Yaoer's subtle physical transformation came from her own considerable talent, and the other half came from Tian Jiashan's meticulous cultivation, having nothing to do with Jindao Sword Immortal. Jindao Sword Immortal had also thought about cultivating little youngest from a young age, but seeing how well old 10th was cultivating Yaoer, Jindao Sword Immortal didn't interfere. On the other side, Tian, regarding Gu Xiannian, aren't you curious why I want to be so ruthless? I am curious. After all, you're not the type to hold grudges, but since you've made such a decision, there must be a reason. I trust you. Besides, I haven't had a chance to ask you. But then again, that Gu Xiannian is a bit strange. Not long ago, she came to Chaoxian sect again and said some inexplicable things to me, claiming that she and I had known each other for a long time and were good friends. Baishu, whose mood was originally calm, heard this and his qi instantly became somewhat violent. She really doesn't know her place. I clearly warned her, but she seems to have completely disregarded my words. Thinking of how he had threatened her before, and Gu Xiannian still met Tian and said those words, considering the slim possibility of something going wrong, Baishu wished he could grind Gu Xiannian's bones to dust. Xiu'er, what crime did that Gu Xiannian commit that makes you want to kill her so badly? This is the first time I've seen you harbor such hatred for someone. Tian Jiashan, resting his head on a stone, leisurely watched the sunset over the mountain, painting the entire sky red. Calming his turbulent emotions, Baishu took a deep breath. Why do I hate Gu Xiannian so much? I can't describe it. Anyway, to me, Gu Xiannian, the entire Gu clan divine race of the Gu divine realm, deserves to die. So, in the future, if you encounter anyone named Gu, Tian, either stay far away or kill them cleanly and decisively. Ancient God clan, then I'll choose the former for now. Once I'm immortal, invincible in heaven and earth, then I'll step forward to support you. So before that, Xiu'er, you can take it easy. Qin Baoxiao, not far from the two, handed the mud ball in his hand to Yaoer, looking at the two behind him with a bewildered expression. Who could imagine that these two seemingly ordinary youths were casually discussing how to eliminate an ancient god clan? But Qin Baoxiao couldn't bring himself to mock them for not knowing their place. Yaoer, is this little martial uncle you've molded? Yes, isn't it? Yaoer looked at the mud figure in her hand, then at little martial uncle in the distance, clearly comparing them. It's very similar, but Yaoer, why did you draw so many lines and boxes on his clothes? These lines and boxes symbolize the talismans and treasures under little martial uncle's precious robes, there are so many. Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. Tian Jiashan in the distance heard Yaoer accidentally revealing his secret, was startled, and immediately spoke to warn her. Yaoer just grinned at little martial uncle. I won't say it, I won't say it. It was a slip of the tongue just now. Little martial uncle, pretend you didn't hear it. Talismans and treasures? Qin Baoxiao turned back to look at the mysterious Tian Jiashan. Upon closer inspection, Tian Jiashan indeed looked a bit bulky. Yaoer, does little martial uncle really have so many treasures under his clothes? Qin Baoxiao asked curiously in a lowered voice. More than that. Yaoer also whispered cooperatively. Silly girl. Startled, Yaoer immediately shut her mouth, not daring to reveal any more of little martial uncle's secrets. This little girl, she's small but clever, a little smartpants. Tian Jiashan, who had heard their whispers, muttered, but he didn't really blame Yaoer. Baishu also smiled slightly. He liked that little girl very much. As for the reason, it was probably because of the clear and transparent affection the little girl had for Tian. By the way, Tian, regarding your undergoing tribulation, I haven't rested these past 2 years, but based on the information I've gathered, there's only one reason why you underwent tribulation in the Jade Void Realm and then frequently underwent lightning tribulation. Tian Jiashan, whose doting gaze at Yaoer suddenly turned to surprise at Xiu'er's words, held his breath and listened intently. Don't be so nervous, it's not a bad thing, but a great good thing. Baishu said, taking out an old, ancient book. The cover of the book was even mostly decayed. Based on the information I've collected, all of this stems from you being too powerful, Tian. The records in this book are quite convincing. Tian Jiashan, whose heart had constricted, let out a sigh of relief, but soon looked puzzled again. Very strong? That shouldn't be. If anything, I'm at most a strong person, but I'm not the type of prodigy or unparalleled genius that even the heavens would target. Anyway, all the information I've gathered points to this. This book explains it most clearly. I will continue to gather information later, and I'll tell you if I find a more reliable explanation. Tian Jiashan nodded, looking at the book in his hand as if it were a priceless treasure. Oh, Xiu'er, I have something else to tell you about the lightning tribulation. Seeing Tian suddenly become so serious, Bai Xiu also frowned slightly. Baoxiao, we're leaving for a bit, keep an eye on Yaoer. Oh. Qin Baoxiao just said oh as he watched the two mysteriously depart. Yaoer, where did Fairy Yi stay during the 2 years she was on Broken Mountain? She stayed in the same house as little Martial Uncle, and her bed and everything were in little Martial Uncle's room. How strange, 2 years and they couldn't stir up anything, yet he's so intimate with Bai Xiu. Could Tian really have some peculiar fetish? Qin Baoxiao, muttering to himself, was startled and thought that when he went to the Shen Li tribe later, he must tell the ice god about this. After walking a bit further away from Qin Baoxiao, Tian Jiashan stopped, activated Embracing Simplicity, and extended his hand to Bai Xiu after the spiritual chi flowed through his meridians. Xiu'er, sense this. Seeing Tian's sudden alarm, Bai Xiu became even more curious, but when Bai Xiu sensed the changes within Tian's body, his pupils widened in shock, and he even forgot to breathe. There was absolutely no mistake, the immortal root within Tian's body had regenerated. Although it was just in its initial state, it was indeed immortal root regeneration. No one understood Tian Jiashan's past better than Bai Xiu, and no one was more horrified by the regeneration of the immortal root within Tian Jiashan's body than Bai Xiu. I stayed in the sex trial ground for 3 months before. After 3 months without undergoing tribulation, as soon as I came out of the trial ground, I was hit by 33 bolts of lightning at once, and then a spiritual root was nourished. Spiritual root. Just as he questioned, he remembered that Tian had forgotten that period of time, so Bai Xiu added, yes, spiritual root, a spiritual root is good. With a spiritual root, there's even more hope for being deified in the heavenly court. But what was inside Tian's body was not a spiritual root at all, it was the highest grade immortal root, and it was immortal root regeneration. After 100 years, the immortal root that had been completely destroyed had regenerated. Bai Xiu didn't know what this meant, but Bai Xiu dared not tell anyone about it. Such an astonishing feat, no matter who knew about it, Tian would undoubtedly be coveted. Could it be that Tian's frequent lightning tribulations were also related to the regeneration of his immortal root? Tian, besides me, who else knows about this? No one else. I felt that if this got out, it would make me even less peaceful, so I didn't tell my master. Tian, this time you must listen to me. Regarding you having a spiritual root, do not tell anyone else, not even Yang Luyi or Zhu Er. Bai Xiu said gravely. There are no impenetrable walls in the world. If the news of Tian's immortal root regeneration reached the Gu clan divine race, who knew what inhumane things those people would do to Tian again? Even if you didn't say anything, Xiu'er, I've decided not to tell anyone else. I plan to keep it as my trump card for survival. With a spiritual root, after breaking into the immortal realm, my cultivation of the scripture of the dead will also have more assurance. Seeing Tian like this, Bai Xiu smiled helplessly. Such a Tian was truly good, only considering himself, only considering cultivation, truly very good. The rumors coming from the trial ground, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Seeing Bai Xiu bring this up, Tian Jiashan chuckled, feeling a bit unkind for dragging Xiu'er out to clean up his mess. In the future, if you encounter such things again, just drag me to take the blame. One by one, anyone who dares to cause me trouble, I will deal with them all cleanly. Of course. If I didn't know your strength, Xiu'er, I wouldn't have dragged you out to take the hit, would I? But Xiu'er, regarding this lightning tribulation, I have one more thing to say. Seeing Tian tense up again, Bai Xiu also became nervous. What, the matter about the lightning tribulation isn't over yet? Actually, after I underwent the lightning tribulation before, I accidentally said 8 words, and then the lightning tribulation fell again. After that, let alone saying them out loud, as long as I dared to think those 8 words in my mind, the lightning tribulation would suddenly appear. Tian Jiashan spoke with a distressed and melancholy expression, but Bai Xiu beside him was already dumbfounded, his mouth wide open in surprise. After undergoing tribulation through the Chaha Sea and returning transformed, Bai Xiu believed he had witnessed great storms that many people wouldn't see in a lifetime. Yet, at this very moment, Bai Xiu found himself constantly astonished by Tian. Every time he met Tian would always bring him unexpected and horrifying surprises. It wasn't just surprise, it was sheer horror. Not only did his immortal root, which had been completely destroyed 100 years ago, undergo rebirth under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, but he even uttered forbidden Dao principles that could resonate with the heavenly Dao. If he hadn't known Tian for so long, having grown up together since they were very young, he would have started to suspect that Tian was a supreme god from the 9 heavens descending to experience the mortal realm. Xiu'er, don't scare me like that, your expression makes me very uneasy. Seeing Xiu'er's expression, Tian Jiashan immediately felt guilty. After inexplicably obtaining those 8 characters, he had also consulted many books and understood some of their implications. Tian, can the 8 characters you inadvertently spoke truly summon a lightning tribulation? Otherwise, how could it be false? I've tried it many times before, so now I don't even dare to think about it. Also, although my master heard the 8 characters I spoke before, afterwards my master said he forgot them. Hearing that he forgot again, and it was an existence like Jindao Sword Immortal, it meant that the 8 characters Tian Tian spoke were too taboo. Even a powerhouse like Jindao Sword Immortal had his memory of those 8 characters erased by the great Dao. The 8 characters can reach the heavens. Tian Tian, I suddenly realize that your choice to cultivate cautiously is incredibly suitable for you. Any one of these things that happen to you would be enough to cause a huge stir in the world. It's good that others don't know. Let alone 8 characters, some words involving heavenly Dao taboos, even just one, I've heard my master say, often relate to the fundamental Dao. If a supreme powerhouse grasps their essence, even the rules of the heavenly Dao would be affected. Hearing Bai Xiu say this, Tian Jiashan was terrified. Xiu, if I become stronger and stronger, will the heavens directly try to kill me because I know these 8 characters? Seeing that Tian Tian showed no sign of having stumbled upon a treasure, but rather looked only anxious and fearful, Bai Xiu immediately gave him a look of disdain. Such a great fortune appearing on you, to put it plainly, is a blessing from heaven. What's wrong with giving you a little tempering? If you can't even withstand tempering, why should such lofty heavenly Dao rules allow you to inadvertently utter them? That seems to make some sense. After all, he who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. Xiu, do you want to hear these 8 characters too? What if you're also a chosen one and accidentally remember them? Tian Jiashan was eager to try. He certainly wanted to keep such a good thing for himself, but if it was Xiu, he wanted to share it with her. Of course, there was also the idea of verifying whether these 8 characters only existed within himself. Share it with me? I think you want to use me as an experiment, don't you? Tian Jiashan chuckled, but didn't hide it. Besides Xiu, he couldn't trust anyone else with this. But come on, I'm also quite curious, what kind of prodigy are you, kid, to be such a troublemaker? Although he saw through Tian Tian's thoughts, Bai Xiu was still very interested. 8 characters that could reach the heavenly Dao, just thinking about it was exciting. Having just been struck by a lightning tribulation not long ago, and an unprecedented 33 consecutive strikes at that, to avoid attracting the attention of the sect master and others, Tian Jiashan took Bai Xiu and teleported hundreds of miles away to a desolate place. Xiu, stand a bit further back. The lightning brought by these 8 characters will be very violent, the kind that indiscriminately bombards everything. Seeing Tian Tian describe it so ominously, Bai Xiu, half believing, half doubting, still retreated several miles. And when Xiu reached a suitable distance, Tian Jiashan looked up at the cloudless clear sky. Even though he had experienced countless lightning tribulations, the thought of being struck by lightning again still made Tian Jiashan a little nervous. To prevent being struck too suddenly, Tian Jiashan first activated his cultivation, then fully activated his physical body strength, making the quiet, floating divine essences within his body become active. When Bai Xiu, several miles away, could clearly feel the majestic aura emanating from Tian Tian, Tian Tian's voice, uttering the 8 characters, also reached her ears. All things are void, all things are permitted. As soon as the sacred, Dao-like voice appeared in Bai Xiu's mind, the 9 heavens thundered, and with a bolt from the blue, a lightning tribulation, like a furious green dragon, descended instantly from the 9 heavens. Surrounded by tens of thousands of tiny lightning arcs, it violently crashed to the ground in an instant, catching everyone off guard. Boom! Countless birds and beasts in the forest were startled and scattered in all directions, letting out uneasy roars. A huge aftershock swept over, like a great wave crashing against her chest. Bai Xiu, unmoved, stared dumbfounded ahead, her mind roaring. She had indeed heard Tian Tian say something just now, but after the lightning struck, her mind was completely blank. And as Bai Xiu was astonished that the 8 characters connecting to the heavenly Dao could stir such mysterious heavenly Dao power, a huge sense of oppression suddenly rose again. A green lightning bolt descended once more, carrying countless tiny lightning arcs that rained down like a shower, with a few even heading towards her. The booming sounds were continuous, and each time a roar sounded, the ground would shake violently, until the 10th green lightning bolt, like a torrential downpour, crashed onto Tian Jiashan, destroying most of his broken yet crystal clear flesh and blood, before the overcast sky gradually returned to calm. Having just undergone tribulation, although the flesh and blood on his body were regenerating at an astonishing speed, and he was continuously digesting the fortune gained after yet another lightning tribulation, Tian Jiashan, though somewhat dispirited, was already accustomed to all of this. He immediately went to Bai Xiu's side, stepped onto the prearranged great formation, and instantly vanished from his original spot. Although he had gone several hundred miles away from the Chaosian sect to attract lightning and undergo tribulation, with the teleportation array, transportation was convenient. Xiu, how was it? Did you remember it? Although his physical body had regenerated, Tian Jiashan's body clearly still had a rich essence of immortals flowing through it, and he was still digesting what he had gained from the recent tribulation. Looking at such an unconcerned Tian Tian, Bai Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Such terrifying things, Tian Tian could face with calm and indifference, yet he would be startled and jumpy over trivial matters. I didn't remember. I clearly remember hearing you say something, but after the lightning tribulation fell, it completely disappeared. However, the 8 characters you possess are undoubtedly those that reach the heavenly Dao. This matter must not be known to others in the future. Don't worry, I'm good at caution. Tian Jiashan patted Bai Xiu's shoulder and spoke confidently. After the recent experiment, it was indeed proven that only he could remember those 8 characters. As he thought this, Tian Jiashan's expression suddenly changed drastically. And Baishu, feeling herself also being locked onto, instantly looked up with a horrified expression. Tian, you didn't just think about that word in your heart, did you? Looking at the thunderclouds appearing above the Chaoxian sect, and the violent lightning bolts dancing within them, Baishu also cried out in horror. Tian Jiashan cursed, damn it, and didn't even have time to tell Xiu'er that it was just a thought, when the lightning tribulation descended furiously. A startling bolt of lightning fell out of nowhere on the Chaoxian sect. Everyone in the entire sect saw a flash of lightning strike down, followed by a dull rumble. Seeing that the lightning tribulation landed in the direction of Sword Mountain, the disciples of the Chaoxian sect were curious as to which lineage disciple had broken through. The aura of this lightning tribulation is so majestic, worthy of a lineage disciple. A disciple in the sect exclaimed in horror. Although heavenly tribulation is terrifying, in reality, for those who are not undergoing tribulation, it is the most spectacular and magnificent sight in the world. But for those who are undergoing tribulation, it is not so. At this moment on Sword Mountain, everyone was alarmed and immediately headed towards where the lightning tribulation had fallen. Unable to dodge in time, although he wasn't the one being struck by lightning, he was still severely impacted. Baishu, who was frantically escaping from the lightning tribulation, was already covered in blood and gore, with countless tiny lightning arcs still dancing on his body. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tribulation struck, sending earth and rocks flying. Baishu, who hadn't yet escaped the central area, didn't even have time to catch his breath before being flung away again. A group of people who had come at the sound had just appeared when they saw a bloodied figure thrown out from the densely packed lightning. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Baishu was thrown right in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded watching Baishu being thrown out. Cough, cough, cough. This Tian, what kind of unparalleled monster is he? Cough, cough, cough. Baishu, affected by the tribulation, coughed up blood incessantly, but divine essence also flowed through his body, and his flesh and blood were recovering at a visible speed. Little friend, is Jiashan undergoing tribulation again? The Grand Elder asked in a daze, his voice already trembling. It had only been about a month since Jiashan's last tribulation, hadn't it? Who else could it be but Tian? It's really bizarre. I've never seen anyone treat undergoing tribulation like eating and drinking. Baishu's complaint was heard, but no one around spoke. Comparing oneself to others can truly make one furious. On Lingju Peak, the lineage disciples who were competing for the 10 mysterious slots also felt their emotions fluctuate when they saw the lightning tribulation descend on Sword Mountain, curious as to who on Sword Mountain had broken through. 15 bolts of black water lightning, that's already very strong. Having just been struck by 10 bolts of lightning, he returned to Sword Mountain without even catching his breath, only to summon another lightning tribulation with an unintentional thought, and was once again baptized by 15 bolts of black water lightning. The dull sound finally disappeared, and as the sunlight shone down again, a golden skeleton emerged from the area enveloped by countless lightning arcs. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. I'm tired, I'm numb. Xiu'er, don't leave the Chaoxian sect, I'm going to recuperate first. As Tian Jiashan's voice came from the dense divine soul within the skull, a golden, yet intensely divine, skeleton thus departed under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Dad, why does that golden skeleton talk exactly like little martial uncle? The numb second senior brother looked at his daughter, the only one present with a normal state of mind. That is your little martial uncle. The second senior brother said, almost shedding tears like a tough man. Old Tenth's actions were even more cruel than tormenting his senior brothers and sisters. It was too damn demoralizing. The vice sect master turned to look at the gradually receding golden skeleton, momentarily speechless. I finally understand why those rascals came out of the trial ground with such unstable Dao hearts. So this kid is the culprit. The Grand Elder was lost in thought, but seeing the numerous Sword Mountain disciples beside him, who were heartbroken, he spoke with great concern. It must be hard for you all to be fellow disciples with this kid. Jiashan's undergoing tribulation directly flattened a small hill on Sword Mountain, but Jiashan clearly didn't care about these things. After enduring so many lightning tribulations in a little over a month, even Jiashan felt extremely weak, so even though he knew Baishu wouldn't stay in Chaoxian sect for long, he still chose to recuperate first. For 10 consecutive days, Jiashan was in seclusion, and because of Jiashan's instructions before entering seclusion, Baishu also didn't rush to leave. However, Qin Baoxiao couldn't help but feel curious about Jiashan's second undergoing tribulation. When Jiashan accidentally attracted the lightning tribulation before, Qin Baoxiao was still playing with mud with Yaoer, so even though the vice sect master immediately covered up everything that happened on Sword Mountain, Qin Baoxiao still saw it. It was precisely because of this that Qin Baoxiao had been wondering for the past 10 days why Jiashan could undergo tribulation a second time while still in the calamity transformation realm. Facing Baoxiao's questions, Baishu naturally chose to be perfunctory, and Qin Baoxiao didn't know that this was actually Jiashan's multiple undergoing tribulations. Baishu, didn't you say you wanted to have a match with Jiashan? When will it start? My curiosity is almost uncontrollable. Tian is in seclusion adjusting, so it will start after he finishes his seclusion. Seeing Baishu say the same thing again, Qin Baoxiao could only sigh. He knew that one would undergo tribulation when breakthrough into the calamity transformation realm, and he had experienced it himself, but a second undergoing tribulation was truly incredible. Historically, those beings who underwent multiple undergoing tribulations, which one of them wasn't a supreme, a great master, or a god king if they managed to grow up and survive. These days, whenever he asked about Tian Tian, Bai Xiu would stammer and be mysterious, only telling him that Tian Tian was very strong, with no other explanations, and he was already very impatient. Very strong, how strong can he be? Since I left Chahasi, the number of strong peers I've met doesn't even exceed the fingers of one hand. Bai Xiu turned his head. Baok Xiao had the right to say that. How strong? Bai Xiu murmured to himself, then gave a helpless bitter smile. He wouldn't even mention Tian Tian from 100 years ago, that wasn't something that could be described by strong or not strong. As for now, 100 years later, he still didn't know how to describe Tian Tian. He started undergoing tribulation from the Jade Void Realm, and now, he undergoes lightning tribulation almost every month. A mortal body, tempered to be as terrifying as a divine body, with 8 characters connecting to the heavenly Dao, the shattered divine immortal root regenerating, and that great grindstone that only the 5 of them knew about. Moreover, Tian Tian is cultivating many things now, Array Dao, Alchemy Dao, Talisman Dao, and Artifact Refining Dao. Tian Tian is proficient in all of them. After recalling and summarizing in his mind, Bai Xiu continued, how strong Tian Tian is, I don't know either. Anyway, Baok Xiao, just imagine as much as you can. As Bai Xiu spoke, he saw someone approaching from the front and stood up from the ground. Chao Xian Sec's highly renowned number 1, Zhong Jian. Fairy Zhong is looking for us. Bai Xiu smiled as he looked at the person in front of him. From Tian Tian, he knew that this woman also had some connection with Tian Tian, so he didn't act too stiffly. I apologize for disturbing you two so abruptly. I hope you don't mind. Actually, I came here to ask for your guidance regarding the Calamity Transformation Realm. Facing Bai Xiu, Zhong Jian was clearly a bit flustered, as she and the two of them barely even knew each other. I know it's a bit presumptuous, but if you two are willing, I will be eternally grateful. Although she was already a spirit immortal in cultivation, Zhong Jian could completely use the spiritual body cultivated from the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning to recultivate the Jade Void Realm and then charge into the Calamity Transformation Realm. Zhong Jian possessed such aptitude, and Chao Xian Sect had the strength to support Zhong Jian in doing so. Behind him, Qin Baok Xiao, who had been pondering Bai Xiu's words and was now walking forward, looked at Chao Xian Sect's top seed who was constrained and nervous. Fairy Zhong, doesn't your sect have a Tian Tian? Why don't you go find him? To be honest, I have already competed with junior brother Jiashan before, and junior brother Jiashan has always disliked being disturbed, so. Zhong Jian looked embarrassed. Zhong Jian knew that her sudden request was inevitably a bit demanding. Baok Xiao, since we have nothing else to do, why don't you spar with Fairy Zhong? Bai Xiu said to Baok Xiao beside him. Qin Baok Xiao pondered for a moment. Alright, I guess, since there's nothing else to do. However, Fairy Zhong, to help you better experience the Calamity Transformation Realm, I suggest you suppress your cultivation to the human immortal first realm, you don't need to suppress it to the Jade Void Realm. Just as she was thinking in her heart whether she was being too pushy, seeing the two in front of her agree so readily, Zhong Jian's face immediately showed boundless gratitude and excitement. Although it was only Zhong Jian's personal request, when the news of the two sparring spread, it immediately attracted many spectators, including the 10 who had already been selected. After some time, the competition among the lineage disciples finally ended. The 10 individuals in the quota, besides Zhong Jian, were Li Zisai, Dong Ta, Ren Giao, Wise Hongruyan, Xia Yu, Su Xian, Fui Ao, Zhang Yi, and a person named Su Yu, who came from under the master of Ganza Mountain, with the cultivation of the Jade Void 12th Extreme Realm. Knowing that the senior sister was going to fight the famous Calamity Transformation Realm expert Qin Baok Xiao, the 10 who had just finished their selection all came to watch the battle. On Sword Mountain, when Jiashan, who had finished his seclusion, basked in the sunlight again after 10 days, he happened to see 9th senior sister hurriedly flying overhead. 9th senior sister, where are you going? Qin Baok Xiao and the senior sister are sparring on Lingju Peak. Surprised that the youngest martial brother had come out of seclusion, Huang Junyi quickly replied and left, without calling the youngest martial brother, because Huang Junyi knew that the youngest martial brother would not be interested in these matters. In fact, it was true. Jiashan, who probably knew why such a competition was happening, had no intention of joining the fun and prepared to go see Jindao Sword Immortal. Having delayed for so long in Chao Xian Sect, Jiashan was eager to return to Broken Mountain. He had to ask if the 10 individuals had been selected yet. And as Jiashan headed towards the small bamboo house on Jindao Sword Immortal's mountain, he happened to see a handsome and imposing figure sitting opposite his master, drinking wine. Old 10th, you came at just the right time. Come here, I'll introduce you. Seeing Jiashan appear, the majestic man under the bamboo pavilion, who looked like a divine weapon, also cast a curious gaze. This is old 9th's uncle, the great general Hu Shao from Huai Sacred Palace. Seeing that what his master said matched what he had thought, Jiashan quickly saluted. Jiashan greets the great general. Ha ha ha, no need for such formalities. To be honest, I should thank you even more for helping that girl Junyi so much. 9th senior sister treats me like a brother. It is my fortune to be able to share some of 9th senior sister's burdens. Jindao Sword Immortal looked surprised, old 10th's words today were exceptionally pleasant to hear. And seeing the young man in front of him speak so eloquently, the great general, whose background was extraordinary, showed an even stronger expression of appreciation on his face, finding Jiashan even more pleasing to the eye. Jiashan, I know some things about Junyi. This time, I came at the behest of my elder brother to take Junyi back for training, to see if she can break through into the Calamity Transformation realm. However, Junyi found an opportunity with you. In your opinion, which has a greater chance of breakthrough into the Calamity Transformation realm, Junyi staying here or returning with me? Jiashan glanced at the great general in front of him, who was awe-inspiring without being angry but was now smiling, and then at his master. Great general, I don't need to speak of the sacred palace's strength, but regarding the Calamity Transformation realm, I'm afraid even the right divine general in that great sacred palace wouldn't dare to guarantee it. That is indeed the case, but from what the young friend says, the young friend seems to have a peculiar confidence. Great General Hu Shao spoke meaningfully, while Jiashan showed a shy expression. This scene immediately stunned the two in the pavilion, and Jindao Sword Immortal even cursed inwardly. This kid, why is he suddenly so shy? No one can guarantee that this will definitely work, but if it's ninth senior sister, I can promise the great general that if ninth senior sister cannot break through into the Calamity Transformation realm within the next year, I will apologize with my death. This time, Great General Hu Shao became interested. Soon, Jindao Sword Immortal under the pavilion became an outsider, watching blankly as the two in front of him exchanged cups, regretting that they hadn't met earlier, like bosom friends regardless of age. So, I'm an outsider, am I? Then I'll leave? They didn't realize it until they talked, but the more they talked, the more they found each other pleasing to the eye. The young and old under the pavilion linked arms, talked about everything, and were very happy. On Lingju Peak, when an extremely exciting competition ended, all the spectators felt both exhilarating and endlessly memorable, and then left in contemplation. Huang Junyi, who witnessed the battle between the senior sister and Qin Baoxiao, was also deeply moved. While marveling at the power of the Calamity Transformation realm, she secretly resolved in her heart that no matter what, she must strive to break into the Calamity Transformation realm. While thinking about diligently cultivating, Huang Junyi headed towards Jindao Sword Immortal's bamboo pavilion, and Yu Shizheng was also with her. Still some distance away, Huang Junyi and Yu Shizheng heard intermittent laughter. Feeling it was somewhat familiar, they approached, and then they became a little flustered. The two who were exchanging cups and linking arms in front, weren't they the youngest martial brother and his uncle? When did their relationship become so good? As Huang Junyi and Yu Shizheng were surprised, they looked at each other and saw the confusion on each other's faces. Huang Junyi, full of doubts, came into the pavilion and saw her master drinking alone. Master, what is this? Why ask me? Ask old tenth, ask your uncle. Huang Junyi looked at the two with slightly flushed faces. How much had they drunk? Yu Shizheng was also a bit caught off guard, but he could only sigh in his heart that Brother Tian was indeed charismatic, able to get along so well with Great General Hu Shao whom he had just met for the first time. Youngest martial brother, stop drinking. Bai Xiu went to your mountain to look for you. Jiashan had been approached by the Gu clan divine race again and had been seen by Gu Xiannian multiple times. To ensure Tian's safety, Bai Xiu rushed to Shen Li tribe, hoping to put pressure on the Gu clan divine race through Shen Li tribe. Bai Xiu is looking for me. Jiashan first asked in confusion, shaking his heavy head. Remembering what Bai Xiu had said about sparring with him, he immediately realized. New love is good, but old love is the best. Great General, my brother probably has an urgent matter, I have to go first. Youngest martial brother, just go. We'll drink and chat again tomorrow. Looking at her uncle in front of her, Huang Junyi was deeply ashamed. The uncle she knew wasn't like this. And, youngest martial brother, when did youngest martial brother become such a straightforward and cheerful person? The battle between Qin Baoxiao and Zhong Qian was still vivid in memory, but just one day later, the important figures of the Chaoxian sect gathered once again, solely to witness a contest between young supreme beings. Bai Xiu, who emerged from the legendary Chahasi and made his debut in the Calamity Transformation realm, was grandly received by the human emperor upon his appearance and had already gained considerable fame in this world. Tian Jiashan, though his reputation was limited to the core figures of the Chaoxian sect due to his personality, possessed undeniable strength. Just by imagining the clash between these two, everyone found it impossible to conceive how astonishing and terrifying their battle would be. However, everyone was prepared to be greatly surprised. Ostensibly, only a group of young lineage disciples were observing the battle, but if one looked further afield, they would see all the core figures of the Chaoxian sect present. Great General Hu Shao, who came from the sacred palace, stood shoulder to shoulder with the vice sect master and others, showing keen interest in the upcoming battle. In the vast forest, Tian Jiashan and Bai Xiu now stood. The battleground was chosen by Tian Jiashan and was not within the Chaoxian sect. According to Tian Jiashan, a larger space was better for him to display his skills. Bai Xiu agreed with this view. It's just a competition, yet so many people are watching. Is it that important? Seeing Tian complain, Bai Xiu merely smiled slightly. Indeed, with Tian's current personality, he would rather have just the two of them within a 100-mile radius. If it weren't for everyone's extraordinary status, I'd really want to charge them a viewing fee. Each of them is a renowned elder of the Chaoxian sect, or a lineage disciple who will cultivate with you later. Can you really ask for money? True enough. Tian, since you've agreed to compete with me, you won't hold back just because people are watching, will you? If so, I'll turn around and leave right now. The distracted Tian Jiashan retracted his gaze from the distance. If I had such a thought, I wouldn't fight you. To be honest, after fighting freely in the trial ground before, I've always had a surge of qi pent up inside because the battle wasn't satisfying. Even though that third stage of human immortal realm was very strong, I always felt something wasn't quite right. No sooner had Tian Jiashan's voice faded than everyone in the distance heard Bai Xiu's arrogant laughter. Hearing Tian's words, Bai Xiu burst into unrestrained laughter. This was the Tian he was most familiar with. Without further ado, with battle intent soaring, 12 massive jade void heavens appeared above Bai Xiu's head, and majestic spiritual power flowed like a crystalline river of stars. Tian, to be honest, even though I've met many strong individuals in the Chaha Sea, my goal has never been to surpass them. Taking a deep breath, relaxing his body for an instant, then tensing it in a flash, as 12 earthy yellow jade void heavens also surged forth, Tian Jiashan spoke calmly. You never targeted them simply because they weren't strong enough. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he gently clenched his 5 fingers, and as his voice faded, he casually threw a punch. Boom! A dull sound suddenly erupted. When the vegetation within 10 meters of him was shattered by the force of his punch, Bai Xiu was sent flying at an astonishing speed. In the air, everyone, who had expected the two to accumulate power for a while, suddenly witnessed this scene and couldn't help but swallow. But before anyone could marvel at the terrifying explosiveness of Tian Jiashan's physical body, Bai Xiu, who had been sent flying several miles away, unleashed his treasure art, and a beam of light streaked across the sky. Whoosh! A whistling sound appeared in the air. Facing this descending divine ability, Tian Jiashan merely exhaled a golden protective aura, completely shattering it. Everyone didn't even have time to exclaim about the innate astral chi. As countless cracks appeared beneath Tian Jiashan's feet, he ascended into the air. A Bagua diagram covering a mile in radius slowly revolved, and with each emerging trigram, a divine general would appear. On the other side, Bai Xiu also held nothing back, nor did he intend to probe. A sky-obscuring Jianmu divine tree emerged from his jade void grotto heaven. As its branches spread, it shattered the divine generals with magnificent auras and nullified countless attacks that fell before him. A Dao-bearing object, truly wonderful. Seeing Bai Xiu release the Dao-bearing object from his jade void grotto heaven, Tian Jiashan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The worm-like runes on Tian Jiashan's jade void grotto heaven twisted, and the spiritual power on his body reached an exaggerated concentration. And with the help of this spiritual power, combined with his physical body, Bai Xiu's indestructible divine wood branches couldn't even break through Tian Jiashan's defense. Tian Jiashan's speed was as swift as lightning. The 1-mile distance instantly closed, but before he could get close, he was sent flying by a 3-legged golden crow and crashed into a mountain. Bai Xiu also showed no mercy. Simultaneously activating the Jianmu divine tree and the Fuzang divine tree, he instantly enveloped the mountain where Tian Jiashan was, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Watching the mountain, which had been more than half eroded in less than 10 breaths, everyone observing was dumbfounded, holding their breath. But even more terrifying was that almost all of Bai Xiu's dense attacks were blocked by Tian Jiashan, and even when attacks landed on Tian Jiashan, they couldn't injure him. Without a Dao-bearing object, Tian Jiashan was indeed at a disadvantage in battle, but this was never an excuse for Tian Jiashan. The spiritual power was so dense that it even collided with itself, causing the space around Tian Jiashan to constantly rumble and vibrate, as if a primal chaos was spontaneously appearing. And with it, a massive spirit array emerged. Although it was only a spirit rank grand array, it was frighteningly enormous. As the giant spirit array blocked the attacks of both divine trees, Tian Jiashan's 12 jade void heavens behind him instantly disappeared. Only at this moment did the two truly begin to use the real power of the calamity transformation realm. As the jade void heavens just merged into the 12 divine mansions, Tian Jiashan's flesh and blood glowed with treasure light, and the divine essence accumulated from multiple undergoing tribulations filled every inch of his flesh and blood with rich spiritual and divine power. Tian Jiashan's speed was so fast that after images appeared, blurring, and one could hear the air being torn apart. Although he knew that no matter what had happened in the past, Tian's strength would never change, Bai Xiu was surprised to see Tian so precisely pass through the 2 divine trees and instantly appear before him. The sudden emergence of a chi mechanism made him suddenly feel a chill. After several years, Bai Xiu, who had left the Chaha Sea, once again experienced that urgent sense of imminent danger. However, Bai Xiu felt no panic, only joy and wildness. The moment Tian Jiashan clenched his fist, 100 jung tall, armored divine general behind him also assumed the same posture. Tian Jiashan threw a punch, and the condensed divine general also threw a punch. As the lush branches and leaves of the defensive Jianmu divine tree became somewhat sparse from a single punch, the Fuzang divine tree, seemingly carrying the sun, blazed with fire. Countless fireballs shot forth, like rounds of suns crashing down. However, as this astonishingly powerful and even more terrifying attack just landed, everyone in the distance saw a giant, ancient jade disc appear above Tian Jiashan's head. Simultaneously, a towering ancient god also condensed and appeared with the jade disc. The ancient god who opened the heavens, great god Pangu. Everyone was not surprised that the treasure art behind Tian Jiashan was great god Pangu, but rather that Tian Jiashan, a person who had not yet broken into the human immortal realm, possessed such vast spiritual power to condense such a divine ability. A cultivator's divine abilities and treasure arts are all condensed with spiritual power as support. Therefore, for a cultivator cultivating divine abilities and treasure arts, comprehending immortal techniques is the first step, and having sufficiently abundant spiritual power to fully unleash the power of the divine abilities and treasure arts is another crucial step. Great god Pangu, as tall as the sky. Just to condense such a divine ability, an ordinary human immortal realm cultivator would find it incredibly strenuous. Yet, Tian Jiashan moved his hands and feet with ease, even condensing the creation jade disc, rumored to be great god Pangu's companion object. The ancient god, reaching through heaven and earth, held the creation jade disc. His sky-covering hand pressed down like a five-fingered mountain, causing countless firelights descending from Baishu to explode in the air. As for Baishu himself, he was completely pressed into a mountain. In the eyes of Baishu and Tian Jiashan, the competition was not defined as it was by others, because both were very strong, and both knew that if they didn't go all out, the battle would end with no benefit to either. So, Tian Jiashan also held nothing back. No sooner had the large hand holding the creation jade disc slammed Baishu into the mountain than the primordial patterns, like fetal lines, on the creation jade disc, which seemed to block even the sun's brilliance, suddenly lit up. Rather than beams of light, it was more like immortal light leaking from an opened heavenly gate. The moment the creation jade disc enveloped the entire mountain, a towering mountain instantly shattered by more than half. However, before Tian Jiashan could do more, a violent dragon roar echoing across the fields instantly cleared the minds of those observing at close range. A giant dragon rushed out from a suddenly appearing body-tempering dragon blood tree. The stream of light spat from its giant mouth instantly pierced through the ancient god's body behind Tian Jiashan. The dragon's tail and scales, which were originally illusory but appeared incredibly real due to the immense spiritual power, pulsed in layers. The moment Tian Jiashan was swept by it, the treasure light on his body instantly dimmed, and he was sent flying, skidding along the ground. Along the way, whether it was trees or rocks, anything he touched was shattered. Tian Jiashan only managed to stabilize himself at the end of a several-mile-long trench he had carved into the ground. Although it was just a trench, it was several meters deep. At this moment, Tian Jiashan was like someone standing in an underground tunnel. He glanced at his bloody arm, seeing fine cracks even on the crystalline bones. He slowly unclenched his fist, relaxed his muscles and bones, then clenched it tightly again. Looking at the divine trees and immortal trees appearing above him, the smile on Tian Jiashan's face grew even brighter. The Wenyu divine tree, the undying divine tree, the bitterwood divine tree, the profound splendor yellow fruit, the divine branch, the shaking pillar, the emperor house, the Bodhi, plus the Jianmu and Fuzang. Good heavens, one by one, all 10 great divine trees have been gathered. You truly live up to your name, Baishu. Tian Jiashan, now in the air, called out from several miles away. However, no sooner had his voice faded than scriptures appeared on the branches of the Wenyu divine tree. A refined great scholar appeared holding a book, and with a swing of his wide sleeve, Tian Jiashan was once again sent flying several miles. Damn it, you're getting carried away, aren't you? I don't have Dao-bearing objects, but I have endless talismans, grand arrays, and treasure artifacts. As Tian Jiashan, disheveled in the wind, just cursed, the 12 jade void heavens rumbled in his divine mansion. Then, countless massive talismans, the god-slaying immortal destroying killing arrays recorded in books, and the pictographs of gradually appearing chaos supreme treasures were all condensed and manifested. For a time, an area of several miles was completely enveloped by the divine abilities of the two. If Baishu's 10 great divine trees were large, then Tian Jiashan's divine ability, condensed with immense spiritual power, was simply many. Looking around, talismans, spirit arrays, and spirit treasures, all condensed by Tian Jiashan's spiritual power, covered the sky and earth. Their astonishing number, coupled with the dense, continuous pressure they exuded, and the pressure from Baishu's 10 great divine trees, caused the lineage disciples of Chaosian sect, even 10 miles away, to feel an astonishing surge of qi constantly washing over them. Even though they knew that such a vast and profound qi surge had nothing to do with them and would not threaten their lives, an unsettling feeling still arose in their hearts. Including Zhongjian, who was already in the spirit immortal realm, all the young people involuntarily held their breath as they watched the scene in the sky, where countless objects rained down upon the 10 great divine trees. However, as everyone was shocked by the magnificent spectacle in the sky, they were soon startled awake by the enormous commotion caused by the collision of the two distant figures. The battle between Tian Jiashan and Baishu forced everyone to remain focused at all times, because no one knew what unprecedented or unparalleled actions these two would take next. To possess such a grand aura at such a young age, if this were in the past, they would surely be crowned as divine children. But even in the current era of the calamity transformation realm, these two are absolutely at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The great general Hu Shao, sitting on a cloud higher in the sky, spoke with emotion. Even though he could easily crush the two juniors below, the great general Hu Shao felt a spontaneous sense of reverence. Jindao, you've kept us in the dark so cruelly. This Tian Jiashan, he's not just in the calamity transformation realm, he's practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hearing the great general Hu Shao's exclamation, the vice sect master, who had been intently watching the battle, also complained to Jindao Sword Immortal. At this moment, the combat power displayed by Tian Jiashan was simply comparable to a minor war god. That Baishu, whose origins were already mysterious, was also ridiculously strong, actually using 12 divine trees and immortal trees as the vessels for the Dao of the 12 Jade Void Grotto Heaven. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. So fierce in the calamity transformation realm, the vice sect master of Chaosian sect felt a ripple in his heart as he tried to imagine the power of the 12 Dao-bearing trees once Baishu fully matured in the future. Such young people, if any one of them fully matured, could absolutely ascend Liangfeng Mountain and be granted a formal divine position in the heavenly court. And they would definitely not be the most ordinary and simple divine soldiers. Though a myriad of emotions swirled in his heart, the Grand Elder, seated beside the two, was hot-blooded as he watched, merely stroking his long white beard. The younger generation is formidable, formidable indeed. And as everyone exclaimed in surprise, the battle between the two distant figures showed no signs of stopping. Countless talismans, condensed from dense spiritual power, appeared. Although not as powerful as those carved on golden paper with added enchantments, they were simple and convenient. The same applied to the spirit arrays and spirit treasures. What was clearly just a talisman was tens of meters large, smashing down head-on, instantly shattering countless branches of the Daiwu divine tree near Baishu. And as countless talismans rained down upon the divine woods and immortal trees, in the far distance, behind Tian Jiashan, who was the eye of the formation, countless spirit rank formations were operating, layered upon each other, even creating a mesmerizing visual effect. Their number was uncountable, and the light emitted when all these spirit arrays converged caused everyone around to change color. Beams of lightning and fire shot from the grand formation, dazzlingly bright, while the immense Dao principles they contained became the most lethal destructive force, just like a maddened vicious beast with bloodshot eyes intent on tearing its enemy to shreds. Moreover, hundreds of spirit treasure artifacts also floated in the air, either shooting out precious light or directly smashing towards Baishu with dazzling brilliance. The divine woods and immortal trees, which covered several miles, varied in shape, their extraordinary branches constantly being shattered and then reborn. Facing Tian's swift offensive, Baishu responded methodically, not falling into a disadvantage in the slightest. In fact, Baishu even had the power to counterattack. Just as the Wenyu immortal tree was half destroyed by countless grand formations, the dragon blood forging body tree, whose entire trunk and branches resembled a giant dragon and countless smaller dragons, suddenly erupted with overwhelming blood-red light. A blood-soaked giant dragon roared, its ancient cry like a declaration at the dawn of creation, the very beginning of the grand mist. Not to mention the beasts within 10-odd miles, even the onlookers, some of them, felt as if they had returned to that ancient era when heaven and earth were a blur, and there was no distinction between humans, beasts, demons, or gods on earth, everything being called spirit. The scene on the dragon blood forging body tree was fleeting, and Tian Jiashan became the sole victim. As if a giant dragon had crossed the sea, a gaping passage was plowed open in front of Tian Jiashan, and then a Bodhi seed, the size of an eyeball but with countless great Dao rules faintly visible upon it, appeared before him. Seeing the Bodhi seed appear before him, and feeling the terrifying Dao principles it contained, Tian Jiashan's expression grew more solemn, but it was already too late to retreat. And in the distance, everyone only saw that after the blood-soaked giant dragon shattered countless spirit treasures and talismans in front of Tian Jiashan, he was suddenly entangled by countless bright great Dao rules. Chanting sounds echoed, so much so that even though muffled roars continuously came from beneath the halo, Tian Jiashan was still unable to break free from the restraints. And before everyone could even marvel at Tian Jiashan's terrifying physical body strength and spiritual power, which couldn't even break through the Buddhist Dharma on that Bodhi seed, the profound splendor yellow fruit, a divine tree with a sky-obscuring canopy adorned with black 8-petaled flowers, swayed slightly. As if the tree moved gently with the wind, everyone saw the sky instantly darken. In the sky, countless black flowers fell from the profound splendor yellow fruit. Not only did they show no signs of decay like autumn leaves leaving their branches, but the Dao principles displayed on their 8 petals were visible to the naked eye. After rapidly draining the surrounding spiritual power, they overwhelmingly surged towards the bound Tian Jiashan. Before the countless black flowers fell, Tian Jiashan's location, though somewhat pitted and broken, could still be recognized as a flat ground. However, when Baishu's attack, after activating the profound splendor yellow fruit, concluded, the area within a mile of Tian Jiashan had turned into scorched earth, devoid of any green. Although there was no green symbolizing vitality and life, Baishu could still feel a dense divine nature, so rich it made him salivate, surging within the thick dust of the scorched earth. Before the smoke had dispersed, a golden light, like the sharpest sword, split it in two. Tian Jiashan, his clothes torn but now enveloped in divine radiance, raised his hand and hurled a long spear. The immense power of the spear was evident from the dust behind Tian Jiashan, which was instantly scattered clean. The speed of the spear was evident from the streaking light that crossed several miles. The astonishing might of the spear was evident from the divine woods in front of Baishu, which were successively pierced through. Although the thrown strike failed to hit Baishu, it prevented him from pressing his advantage, allowing the previously suppressed Tian Jiashan to continue the battle, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The phrase play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses applies to all success. Knowing that he had no Dao-bearing object, and unable to use the great mill from the 12th Jade Void Grotto Heaven, which even he was unsure about, in front of so many people, he could only leverage his strengths to fight against Xiu'er. Tian Jiashan's strengths lay in his physical body, honed to an astonishing degree by himself and the lightning tribulation, in his vast and profound knowledge of the great Dao, and in his 12 Jade Void Grotto Heaven, which, though lacking a Dao-bearing object, had been crushed and polished countless times by that great mill, causing earthworm-like runes to appear. Tian Jiashan once again refined artifacts, drew formations and painted talismans out of thin air. However, this time, even the vice-sect master and others in the distance, who had gradually calmed their surging emotions, were so astonished that they immediately drew closer to watch the battle. Because Tian Jiashan was manipulating the great Dao rules in the void realm, and then using these great Dao rules as materials to refine artifacts, draw formations and paint talismans. He wasn't using spiritual power, but rather the fundamental source of spiritual power, the great Dao rules. Witnessing such a scene, no one, save for the ignorant, could possibly remain calm. He who obtains the Dao obtains the world. Any immortal cultivator surely knows this saying. Although Tian Jiashan could perceive and manipulate the great Dao rules hidden between heaven and earth with astonishing perception, he could only perform simple processing, much like a novice disciple just learning to forge a sword. Even though he held a piece of profound iron, with all his strength, he could only barely forge it into a bar, unable even to forge a tip, let alone sharpen an edge. However, Tian Jiashan is currently only in the calamity transformation realm, not even a true immortal in the genuine sense. Even his crude utilization of Dao principles is enough to give Bai Xiu a hard time. Bai Xiu is just a young immortal cultivator less than 150 years old, and only in the calamity transformation realm. However, his experiences in the Chahasi dictated that even if he wasn't born extraordinary, he was already an acquired divine prodigy. So how could he not know the terrifying nature of Tian's action? Even with divine trees, the attacks falling at this moment could not immediately shatter the divine ability Tian Jiashan condensed from Dao principles. It wasn't until Tian Jiashan broke through layers of protection and arrived before Bai Xiu that he still had a thin layer of outerwear on him. This outerwear was stitched together from talismans condensed from Dao principles, as thin as a silkworm's cocoon, yet it allowed Tian Jiashan to pass safely through the divine woods and immortal trees to stand before Bai Xiu. Although they were in battle, the two, now less than a meter apart and gazing at each other, both broke into sincere smiles. They were happy for each other's transformation, for they deeply understood that weakness, for them, was the greatest sin. Because of weakness, one could not even choose how to die, and even living and breathing depended on the charity of others. Though he smiled faintly, Tian Jiashan showed no restraint whatsoever. Everyone was horrified that Tian Jiashan could get so close to Bai Xiu under such circumstances. They all thought that Tian Jiashan, having gotten close, was about to launch an attack on Bai Xiu with his indescribably powerful physical body. However, they saw a dense spiritual energy instantly condense on Tian Jiashan's forehead, which he then swallowed. He then exhaled a stream of innate astral qi, countless times more powerful than before. To compensate for insufficient nurturing of innate astral qi, he used pure spiritual energy to strengthen it. This method was something even the vice sect master and others had never seen before. Swallowing such highly concentrated spiritual energy and then transforming it so quickly within the body, if anyone else tried this, they would have exploded themselves. Although Bai Xiu defended at the first possible moment, he was still sent flying by Tian Jiashan's unbelievable attack, and a series of blood spatters from his chest caused the onlookers to slightly avert their gaze. Despite the fierce intensity of their battle, it was only at this point that one of them finally sustained an injury. However, even after being sent flying by Tian Jiashan's immensely strengthened innate astral qi, Bai Xiu's injuries were not severe. While enduring a heavy blow from Tian, Bai Xiu was not idle. Before the protective aura, which was almost upon him, landed, the 10-day tree that constantly enveloped him was already blazing with towering flames. Therefore, after the protective aura landed, Tian Jiashan was also instantly sent flying, losing the opportunity to press his advantage. His chest was bloody, as if a vicious beast had gnawed at it, but Bai Xiu, who had finally stabilized his body after being sent flying thousands of meters by that single blow, didn't care at all, not even frowning. Let alone losing a bit of flesh and blood or breaking a few bones, he had fought with a half-shattered body in the Chahasi before. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid qi, Bai Xiu, who had endured a terrifying blow, finally relaxed his tense body and mind. However, a genuine smile appeared on his face, which was splattered with a little blood. Just now, he had even used the Book of the Living, yet Tian's incredible attack still carved a bloody gash in his chest. In the distance, Tian Jiashan, who also sensed Bai Xiu using the Book of the Living, likewise had a smile on his face. By now, Xiu can use the Book of the Living with such mastery, indicating his cultivation has advanced another level. Although he had never cultivated the Book of the Living, Tian Jiashan himself had cultivated the Scripture of the Dead, and he knew how difficult it was for a celestial art of that level to advance further. In the intense clash, Tian Jiashan held a slight advantage, but he was also sent flying by the 10 Yang divine tree, which looked like 10 large lanterns from afar and 10 suns up close. Thus, the two were now several miles apart. But the distance of several miles instantly shrunk as the two moved, their thoughts momentarily paused. There were no Dao-bearing objects in the Jade Void Grotto heaven, and with Bai Xiu, though struggling, ultimately able to block his attacks, Tian Jiashan's advantages of a powerful physical body and dense spiritual energy temporarily seemed less significant. Moreover, as Bai Xiu used the Book of the Living, Tian Jiashan even appeared to be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Bai Xiu's body surged with boundless vitality, green fluorescent light swirling around him like a long river of fireflies. Strands of Dao, like long rulers with distinct joints, appeared within the fluorescent light, providing Bai Xiu with immense life force while also exuding spiritual energy as dense as Tian Jiashan's. The vitality and spiritual energy surrounding Bai Xiu were so immense that even the vegetation destroyed by their battle regenerated and even grew wildly. Although it was his first time seeing the Book of the Living after 100 years, and he knew Xiu had undergone unimaginable transformations during that century, Tian Jiashan showed no signs of backing down in the face of the lush 12 divine immortal trees. However, this time, no matter how Tian Jiashan charged, he simply could not break through to Bai Xiu's front. Repeatedly sent flying, blood began to flow from his seemingly unyielding physical body. Facing these two young supreme beings, the vice sect master and other powerful figures were at a loss for words, while the young lineage disciples dared not speak, for without reaching their realm, it was difficult to comprehend their power. So everyone simply watched, only occasionally cheering to liven the atmosphere, playing their role as spectators to the fullest. And precisely because of this, everyone saw every scene unfold with perfect clarity. To not miss a single detail of the battle between the two supreme beings, the young lineage disciples even used their cultivation, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to track the two figures instantly. Looking at Bai Xiu, whose vitality was so immense that he seemed to form his own world, everyone was both deeply shocked and filled with apprehension. Although they didn't know what celestial art Bai Xiu was using at the moment, just by observing the power of the great Dao rules displayed, they knew that the cultivation technique Bai Xiu employed must be of astonishing origin. Because even the powerful Tian Jiashan couldn't get within 500 meters of Bai Xiu. Vice Sect Master, do you know the method Bai Xiu is using? Great General Hu Shao, clad in golden patterned armor, asked with a frown. The power of the Dao had already affected the surrounding environment, preventing even Elder Tian's fierce attacks from dispersing that immense vitality, allowing the 12 divine trees to regenerate continuously. The Vice Sect Master shook his head, then looked at the Grand Elder beside him with an inquiring expression. The Grand Elder had lived longer than him and should have seen it before. Then the Grand Elder also just shook his head. Although I don't know its origin, the immortal Dao aura emanating from Bai Xiu is too astonishing. It can even resonate with the Dao, so it must be no lower than elementary level. But why hasn't Jiashan used any Dao-bearing objects from the Jade Void Grotto heaven from beginning to end? The Grand Elder then asked, puzzled. Earlier, when Jiashan had the advantage, not using Dao-bearing objects made sense, but now that he's being suppressed like this, there's no reason not to use them, is there? Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Vice Sect Master and Great General Hu Shao also looked puzzled. But then again, Elder Tian can fight Bai Xiu, who is at full power, to this extent without even using the Dao-bearing objects of the Jade Void Grotto heaven. Isn't that even more astonishing? The Vice Sect Master turned to look at Great General Hu Shao, who was lost in thought beside him, his pupils wide. It really seemed to be exactly as Great General Hu Shao said. However, while everyone was still surprised, an unusual fluctuation appeared, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Then, not only the powerful figures, but everyone present saw a gigantic figure appear behind Tian Jiashan, identical to Tian Jiashan yet somewhat different. The reason it was said to be identical to Tian Jiashan was that the towering figure indeed had Tian Jiashan's face. The difference was that the figure's aura was too stunning. He wore a long robe, his clothes flowing, his eyes like entrenched stars, and a royal crown on his head, as if the great Dao itself was floating there. Such an appearance of a great emperor, if not seen with one's own eyes, who would have thought it would be someone as timid as Tian Jiashan, who had actually condensed such a primordial spirit statue with the bearing of an emperor using the 3 Yuan cultivation method. Although the powerful figures couldn't identify the cultivation technique Bai Xiu was using, the 3 Yuan cultivation method that Tian Jiashan employed was recognized by everyone. However, because Tian Jiashan only displayed the upper part of the 3 Yuan cultivation method, the human Yuan cultivation method, no one knew whether he had mastered the entire 3 Yuan cultivation method. Although the rank of the 3 Yuan cultivation method was very high, for someone like Tian Jiashan, who never lacked talent or effort, it didn't seem so difficult. And this was also the reason why Tian Jiashan could master so many miscellaneous immortal arts and treasures. Although he had already used the Book of the Living and saw Tian employ countless methods but still unable to get close to him, Bai Xiu did not feel he had a sure victory. Instead, he waited with anticipation, because Bai Xiu knew that if it was Tian, he wouldn't end the match with him like this. Even without using that stone mill, even if he hadn't cultivated the scripture of the dead for 100 years, Tian would surely find an alternative method, or even a more powerful means. Therefore, upon seeing Tian actually use the 3 Yuan cultivation method, Bai Xiu showed no surprise, only joy. As for the emperor's body that Tian condensed, Bai Xiu felt it was only natural. The 3 Yuan cultivation method is divided into human Yuan, divine Yuan, and immortal Yuan. The statues condensed in each stage are the most essential and true inner forms of the cultivator. Just like Tian Jiashan, even if his personality changed after experiencing a great life and death calamity, the most authentic image of his inner self is the emperor's body behind him. Although he hadn't directly faced it yet, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the emperor's body, which seemed to suppress heaven and earth, Bai Xiu felt both a pounding heart and an urgent desire, so he actively moved towards Tian Jiashan. Without any flashy moves, the human Yuan emperor's body behind Tian Jiashan, identical to him but immensely tall and divine might, simply raised its large hand. A great emperor's sword appeared in its hand, and it slashed down. A storm suddenly erupted, the 12 divine immortal trees were instantly split apart, and a sword trench several miles long instantly appeared on the ground. As for Bai Xiu, who had charged furiously, he was sent flying back just as quickly as he had come. And in this back and forth, Bai Xiu's body now bore a bloody sword mark. Despite the green divine light swirling around it, the wound stubbornly refused to heal. However, in the distance, the human Yuan emperor's body behind Tian Jiashan had already dissipated, and at this moment, Tian Jiashan himself even had a penetrating wound. While taking a sword strike, Tian Jiashan's shoulder was also pierced by the branch of a divine tree named Divine Branch. Near silver-white blood continuously flowed from his shoulder, and as it splattered on the ground, those watching Tian Jiashan could even see the dense divinity contained within each drop of silver blood. When struck by lightning, let alone flesh and blood, even bone fragments would be blasted out, so Tian Jiashan likewise ignored such a bowl-sized scar. Xiu'er, you truly live up to your name. Even this can't defeat you. It seems I'll have to get serious. Tian Jiashan said this with a smile. In the distance, Bai Xiu casually wiped away the blood on his body. Although he didn't speak, his aura did not diminish, instead, it grew stronger, as if in response to Tian Jiashan. Afterward, everyone saw multiple Tian Jiashens appearing continuously, until the phenomenon stopped when exactly 6 Tian Jiashens had appeared. Seeing that Tian Jiashan could cultivate the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning to such an extent, everyone except the informed 9th senior sister was amazed by the scene before them. However, when each of Tian Jiashan's spiritual bodies had 12 Jade Void Grotto heavens, identical to his main body, floating behind them. The vice sect master felt his blood boil. It was all out of excitement. And by the vice sect master's side, everyone, including Jindeo Sword Immortal, felt their spiritual energy becoming somewhat uncontrollably chaotic. He hadn't even reached the true immortal realm, yet he could already condense 5 such spiritual bodies, and each spiritual body had 12 jade void grotto heavens floating behind it, exuding a mighty and vast aura, clearly indicating the 12th extreme realm. No, the power of those spiritual bodies had already surpassed the jade void 12th extreme realm, but had not yet reached the terrifying level of the calamity transformation realm. They must have all opened the 12 divine mansions. After careful sensing, the vice sect master came to this conclusion in his heart. At this moment, everyone had forgotten to breathe due to the scene they witnessed. The lineage disciples, the senior brothers and sisters of Broken Mountain, Qin Baoxiao who came with Bai Xiu from the TC, Great General Hu Shao and Yu Shizheng who came from the Imperial Palace of the Nine Heavens. Everyone's eyes held only shock, terror, and blankness. Why did Jindeo Sword Immortal have such a great reputation? Why was the sect master of Chaosian sect so concerned about him? Why would Huang Junyi, the only daughter of a top figure in the heavenly palace, travel thousands of miles to become his disciple? It wasn't just because of his unparalleled swordsmanship, but also because of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning that Jindeo Sword Immortal mastered. With the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning already perfected, Jindeo Sword Immortal could fight against peerless masters of the Immortal Realm 9th level with his Immortal Realm 6th level cultivation and not be defeated. This had already happened, so there was no doubt. However, Jindeo Sword Immortal's power was accumulated over thousands of years of cultivation, but the Tian Jiashan before them was merely a young man who had cultivated the Dao for no more than 200 years, yet he had already cultivated the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning to such an astonishing level. The Vice Sect Master, the Grand Elder, and Great General Hu Shao were all looking at the equally dumbfounded Jindeo Sword Immortal, seemingly wanting to find answers from him. However, Jindeo Sword Immortal realized that he also didn't know that Old Tenth had become so abnormal. Although he knew that Old Tenth had already separated 4 spiritual bodies 80 years ago to study in 4 different places, simple study and spiritual bodies with such cultivation as they now possessed were clearly not comparable. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Jindeo Sword Immortal just shook his head blankly. If Old Tenth could grow up safely like this, let alone just ascending Liangfeng Mountain and then entering the heavenly court, he might even become a god king in the heavens. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, looking at the scene before him, Bai Xiu, who also knew that such a display was enough to prove how terrifying Tian Tian was, felt his heart pounding involuntarily as he sensed the vast aura rushing towards him past the divine trees, and he smiled even more brightly. What if his creation was taken? What if his immortal root was severed? Tian Jiashan was still Tian Jiashan, and he had become even more terrifying. Such a Tian Tian would one day make even the Gu clan divine race tremble. Thinking this, and then realizing that Tian Tian hadn't even used the scripture of the dead and that mysterious large stone mill, Bai Xiu actually burst into wild laughter, looking up at the sky. If it were anyone else, he, Bai Xiu, would surely feel jealousy, but if this person was Tian Tian, his brother, it was a stroke of heavenly luck. That's it. Tian Tian, show all your power, I will take it all. Bai Xiu's arrogant voice, along with his spiritual power, spread out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. As the Book of the Living operated to its extreme, and the surrounding green glow became as dense as flowing water, the ethereal forms of the 12 divine wood immortal trees solidified a bit further, and the oppressive feeling emanating from them also grew stronger. 6 Tianjia's hens, 1 in the calamity transformation realm, and 5 in the 12 divine mansion realm. Except for the main body's 12 grotto heavens hidden within his divine mansion, the other 5 spiritual bodies all had 12 jade void grotto heavens floating behind them. Each spiritual body was a genuine 12th extreme realm, and all had opened the 12 divine mansions. Everything displayed at this moment perfectly explained why Tian Jiashan, a cultivator who had not yet entered the immortal realm, could absorb a piece of 9 heavens breathing soil, a half saint medicine, and half a piece of divine tier immortal gold. What Tian Jiashan could do, the 5 spiritual bodies could also do, and with the 5 spiritual bodies also possessing intelligence, they fought individually while cooperating with each other, blocking many attacks for the main body. With minds connected but controlled by the main body, when Tian Jiashan repeated his old trick, opening his mouth to swallow a massive ball of spiritual qi in front of him, the other 5 spiritual bodies did the same, and the next moment, 6 streams of innate astral qi shot out. Using the 6 streams of innate astral qi to cleave open the obstruction in front of them, when Tian Jiashan's main body once again rushed into the 12 divine wood immortal trees, even the glowing meridians on his body could be seen. The 5 spiritual bodies each transformed into a dense ball of soul light, and the 5 spiritual bodies identical to the main body instantly vanished, but the 60 jade void grotto heavens floating in the air did not disappear. Bai Xiu, who was surrounded, frowned again, wondering what Tian Tian was up to now. And behind, Jindeo Sword Immortal also looked puzzled. Those spiritual bodies, condensed from the 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits, had once again transformed into their soul state, but the jade void grotto heavens condensed by each spiritual body did not disappear with them. This method of using the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, he himself didn't know, let alone taught it to Old Tenth. So, Old Tenth himself had developed a new way to use the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning. That was a grand mist cultivation technique, and Old Tenth had actually discovered a new Dao method for it just like that. However, even as his heart was shaken by his thoughts, upon seeing Old Tenth make a move that made everyone tremble, Jindeo Sword Immortal could no longer stay calm. What kind of monster is this Old Tenth? Meanwhile, in front, as the 5 spiritual bodies returned to their most fundamental divine soul state, the 60 Jade Void Grotto heavens did not become ownerless, instead, they were instantly controlled by Tian Jiashan. Moreover, Tian Jiashan was swallowing and absorbing them like a whale, pulling all 60 Jade Void Grotto heavens into the 12 divine mansions within his body. In a flash, the 60 Jade Void Grotto heavens that had occupied a portion of the sky had all disappeared into Tian Jiashan's 12 divine mansions, and at this moment, the aura emanating from Tian Jiashan had turned the faces of the young disciples, who were observing the battle from a close distance to comprehend the calamity transformation realm, Ashen. At this moment, everyone redefined the word power. Although Tian Jiashan was still a flesh and blood body at this time, due to the overly vast and terrifying spiritual power in his body, the rules of the great Dao even appeared faintly amidst the spatial vibrations, like a son of Dao, or like the ancient beings born of heaven and earth during the primordial Grand Mist era. After absorbing the 60 Jade Void Grotto heavens, the human Yuan cultivation method among the 3 Yuan cultivation method was used again. When a tall and robust Tian Jiashan, crowned with an emperor's diadem, reappeared, Bai Xiu's expression also changed drastically. Tian Jiashan, like a divine body, merely waved his hand to strike, and the emperor's body behind him moved in the same way. This time, those nearby did not hear any huge rumbling sounds. As their ears and eyes went deaf and blind for an instant, they only felt the violent tremor from the ground. A terrifying aftershock swept out in an instant. The originally vibrant vegetation was instantly destroyed, and the indestructible rocks shattered into pieces, quickly scattering with the strong wind. When the 12 immortal trees in front of Bai Xiu also shattered under one blow, his main body was also sent flying by the strike. Everyone's minds reeled, and no one moved, they just stared blankly at the scene unfolding before their eyes. It wasn't until everything gradually became clear that everyone saw that in front of Tian Jiashan was a desolate land devoid of any life, while behind him, everything was intact. Bai Xiu, who had taken the blow, had been sent flying very far. The mountain range that had stood behind Bai Xiu earlier had a huge skull-shaped hole opened in it, and Bai Xiu's aura came from the other side of the broken mountain. After delivering the final blow, Tian Jiashan, knowing the match was over, slowly reined in his aura, then let out a long breath of turbid qi before quietly looking ahead. At this moment, a figure was rapidly passing through the large hole blasted by the strike, quickly approaching the location. The person who arrived was Bai Xiu, who had just been sent flying. Tian, it truly is you, as always. At this moment, Bai Xiu's aura was also completely reined in, but he didn't have any serious injuries. Although his aura was somewhat weak, he was still able to move around. As for Tian Jiashan, although his aura also fluctuated somewhat, he was likewise fine. Just now, in the final clash, Bai Xiu lost. Xiu, you know me, praise makes people foolish. Seeing Tian like this, Bai Xiu, with 2 bloody wounds on his body, just laughed heartily, then helplessly spread his hands. Behind them, little youngest, who had also been awed by the battle, was the first to regain his senses. He looked at his unharmed little martial uncle in front with lingering fear, then at his indifferent parents beside him. Seeing that everyone was lost in thought, little youngest pouted and pondered for a moment, then he was the first to run towards his little martial uncle in the distance. Little martial uncle was bleeding a lot. Bai Xiu and Tian Jiashan, whose match had ended, did not leave immediately but sat down to talk. Little martial uncle, are you okay? Little martial uncle, you're bleeding so much. Uncle Bai Xiu too. Looking at little youngest who ran over first, Tian Jiashan, with doting eyes, pulled him to sit beside him. Little martial uncle and Uncle Bai Xiu are both fine, Yaoer doesn't need to worry. Saying this, Tian Jiashan took out some fresh and delicious treats from his storage device for Yaoer, then resumed chatting with Bai Xiu. Staring at little martial uncle's profile for a while, and confirming that little martial uncle was truly fine, Yaoer then opened the package in his hand. Sure enough, seeing many things he had never seen before, his eyes lit up, and he began to taste them on his own. As for what little martial uncle and Uncle Bai Xiu were saying, he could hear it, but didn't understand it, so Yaoer simply focused on tasting. In the distance, even though the battle had ended for a while, everyone still stood rooted to the spot like wooden stakes. Jindao Sword Immortal and the Vice Sect Master exchanged glances, wanting to speak but hesitating, and in the end, said nothing. At this moment, the people on Broken Mountain were somewhat better, but the 10 lineage disciples who had just been selected felt their Dao heart already wavering. Although the battle between Tian Jiashan and Bai Xiu was only at the human immortal realm, it left all observers in awe. After witnessing a truly meaningful calamity transformation realm for the first time, the younger disciples' Dao hearts had undergone a subtle transformation. Even half a month after witnessing such a battle, the Dao hearts of the lineage disciples of Chaosian sect were still unstable. As a result, Tian Jiashan had a relaxed time during this period, even the vice sect master and others from the sect did not seek him out. With the command from the sect master of Chaosian sect, no one was allowed to inquire about or interfere with anything concerning Tian Jiashan. The Chaosian sect's only task was to protect Tian Jiashan with all its might. The reason Bai Xiu returned to Chaosian sect was due to concern for Tian. After warning Tian and engaging in a battle with him, Bai Xiu, who was eager to go to the Shen Li tribe, finished recuperating after the battle and was also preparing to leave Chaosian sect. Tian, I won't interfere with any of your other decisions, but regarding the Gu clan divine race in the ancient edict realm, you must keep your distance if you encounter them. If there's danger, you must first protect yourself, then find a way to locate me. At the moment of parting, Bai Xiu's admonition still revolved around the Gu clan divine race. Bai Xiu knew perfectly well how despicable the methods of the Gu clan divine race, who thrived in the ancient edict realm, truly were. Alright, I understand. Xiu, you yourself need to be most careful. Be a bit more reserved when you're out, don't act like no one dares to claim to be number 1 in the world because you're number 2. I will definitely keep my distance from the Gu clan divine race you mentioned. I handle things, aren't you at ease, Xiu? Looking at Tian Jiashan, who spoke with a smile, Qin Baixiao found himself completely unable to refute his words. If it were before, hearing Tian Jiashan say this to Baishu, Qin Baixiao would only laugh in his heart, thinking Tian Jiashan didn't know what a true strong person was. However, after personally witnessing such a competition half a month ago, Qin Baixiao had nothing more to say about Tian Jiashan. The two brothers parted decisively, exchanging words of care before separating, without any lingering reluctance. Two grown men, being overly sentimental was inappropriate. Baishu, I haven't bothered you for the past 10 days, but my curiosity is practically devouring me. Who exactly is this Tian Jiashan? On the road away from Chaoxian sect, Qin Baixiao, finally having the chance to ask, spoke impatiently. Even though the previous battle had taken place half a month ago, every recollection was still vivid and still stirred his spirit. Every time Qin Baixiao recalled scenes from the previous battle, he would occasionally lose himself in thought. And this state was not only evident in Qin Baixiao but also among the lineage disciples of Chaoxian sect. Baishu, leisurely traveling, looked at the solemn-faced Qin Baixiao beside him with a teasing gaze but did not immediately answer his question. Who is Tian Tian? Tian Tian isn't anyone special, he's just my brother. But I doubt you'd believe me if I told you that now. How could I possibly believe that? Anyone who witnessed the previous battle wouldn't believe what you're saying, would they? It sounds completely perfunctory. Does Tian Jiashan really have no special background? Qin Baixiao simply didn't believe it, partly because Tian Jiashan was too extraordinary, and partly because Qin Baixiao wanted to find some reason to comfort himself. For example, perhaps Tian Jiashan was actually someone who emerged from a long-lost ancient tribe, or some extraordinary being with an incredible origin. In any case, whatever it was, it just couldn't be a common background. Having spent a long time with Baixiao, Baishu naturally knew what was on Baixiao's mind. Baishu stopped and looked back at Qin Baixiao. Baixiao, if you're talking about being ordinary, Tian Tian is truly very ordinary. Baishu was referring to Tian Jiashan who survived after a near-death experience. But if you're talking about being extraordinary, Tian Tian is also very extraordinary. And by this, Baishu was referring to Tian Jiashan before the changes he experienced 100 years ago. Baixiao, if you want to prove Tian Tian's strength is due to external factors, you're underestimating him and looking down on him too much. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that Tian Tian can still transform and become even more terrifying. Hearing this, Qin Baixiao's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Baishu with sharp intensity. Baixiao, you might not know this, but 100 years ago, Tian Tian could easily manipulate me. When I competed with him back then, I only got beaten, but every time I got beaten, I grew a little stronger. Furthermore, Baixiao, you can compare yourself to anyone, but don't compare yourself to Tian Tian. As for why? Baishu looked at Qin Baixiao, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Baixiao, have you ever seen the Lord of Hell? The great emperor of Fengdu, who is said to control all the Dao of Death. Although he didn't know why Baishu suddenly asked this, Qin Baixiao still shook his head. It's good that you haven't seen him, I haven't either. But Tian Tian has. Qin Baixiao's expression finally showed a subtle change. What do you mean? Tian Tian saw that great emperor of Fengdu. He said that the great emperor's body was vaster than 10,000 towering mountains, trampling countless spirits underfoot, with 2 pieces of purgatory hanging from his 2 giant horns, and his eyes contained the manifestation of the Dao of destruction. Tian Tian saw this great emperor of Fengdu, and then Tian Tian came back alive. After speaking, Baishu ignored the stunned Qin Baixiao and simply continued on his way. Watching the leisurely departing Baishu, Qin Baixiao stood rooted to the spot, his expression constantly changing. What Baishu said was even more incredible than the previous battle. Qin Baixiao didn't know whether he should believe it. After pondering for a moment, and only after Baishu had walked some distance, Qin Baixiao, who decided to believe what Baishu said, continued on his journey. However, when he caught up with Baishu again, Qin Baixiao asked nothing. Qin Baixiao knew that Baishu had already told him everything he needed to say. Therefore, he couldn't ask about what Baishu hadn't said, otherwise, he would be crossing Baishu's bottom line. Even after 100 years, Qin Baixiao still remembered what Baishu looked like when he first met him a century ago. At that time, Baishu was like a wounded beast, exuding a dangerous aura that threatened to kill everything. And as Baishu and Qin Baixiao left Chaoxian, Tian Jiashan once again ascended Lingju Peak. He hadn't left Chaoxian sect earlier because he was waiting for the lineage disciples to select 10 people. Now that the deficit from his battle with Baishu had been replenished and the 10 spots had been chosen, Tian Jiashan planned to ask everyone when they would depart. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. I wonder how the flowers and plants at home are growing. As Tian Jiashan, who was muttering to himself while ascending the mountain, thought this, he recalled the person who could suppress him. Yangshu Liashu, you really are something. While muttering, Tian Jiashan quickly headed towards Lingxiao Pavilion. Lingxiao Pavilion, resplendent like a heavenly palace amidst the clouds, was empty. Apart from an immobile vice sect master lying on a chair on the high platform at the very front, there was no one else. Although he noticed Tian Jiashan's arrival, the vice sect master merely moved his eyeballs and then couldn't be bothered with Tian Jiashan. The vice sect master still remembered what Jindao sword immortal meant when he said his Dao heart would shatter. This was after girl Qian, Zhong Qian, was defeated by Tian Jiashan in a realm-suppressed battle, and he himself had told Jindao sword immortal that he also wanted to suppress his realm and fight Tian Jiashan. Caution is the parent of safety, ah. It's a good thing I didn't do that back then, otherwise, my Dao heart really would have shattered. The vice sect master murmured, completely unaware that he was talking to himself. Vice sect master, what are you muttering about? Did I just speak? Seeing the vice sect master's distracted appearance, Tian Jiashan sighed in his heart. Could such a vice sect master truly protect his safety? Forget it, he never really thought of relying on the sect to protect his safety. Vice sect master, it's been so long, and the 10 spots for the senior brothers and sisters have been selected. Can I take them back to Broken Mountain now? I'm a little homesick. Hearing Tian Jiashan speak, the vice sect master above gradually regained some spirit. It was fine when this kid Tian Jiashan didn't mention this matter, but as soon as he did, the vice sect master got a headache. A group of originally promising prodigies, after witnessing the battle between the two half a month ago, all found their Dao hearts unstable, even showing faint signs of collapse. Even girl Qian, who had the most resolute Dao heart, wasn't much better off. All the lineage disciples were currently trying to calm their Dao hearts. However, thinking of the other disciples on Sword Mountain, the vice sect master felt a slight comfort, but then quickly sighed. They themselves were so flustered after witnessing the battle half a month ago, yet the people on Sword Mountain remained so calm, especially the simple and ordinary senior brother. He could even be described as unmoved. How much hardship had the people on Sword Mountain endured from this kid normally, for their Dao hearts to be tempered so resiliently? Jiashan, those 10 senior brothers and sisters of yours are actually very delicate. After you take them to Broken Mountain, remember to treat them gently. Don't let their Dao hearts all shatter and send them back. They are the future hope of Chaosian sect, understand? The vice sect master spoke earnestly, his tone even gradually showing a hint of pleading. The vice sect master was truly afraid that Tian Jiashan, through carelessness, wouldn't just fail to cultivate them into calamity transformation realm experts, but would also shatter all their Dao hearts. The vice sect master believed that the boy in front of him was fully capable of doing that. Vice sect master, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Besides, they are all senior brothers and sisters, I revere them too much to do anything to them. Although Tian Jiashan was speaking truthfully, when the vice sect master heard it, his heart became even more uneasy. However, no matter how worried he was, Tian Jiashan's terror was evident to all. So, for the sake of Chaosian sect potentially having more calamity transformation realm prodigies, the vice sect master still gathered the 10 selected individuals. In Lingxiao Pavilion, the 10 individuals, who were originally exceptionally brilliant, now showed no trace of the spirited vitality that sect disciples spoke of. Each of them, upon seeing Tian Jiashan, averted their gaze. Vice sect master, what's wrong with the senior brothers and sisters? Tian Jiashan, noticing that their situation wasn't quite right, asked cautiously. However, upon hearing this, the vice sect master's liver and guts trembled, and he almost slapped the brat next to him flying. What's going on? Do you really have no self-awareness, you little rascal? Lingxiao Pavilion, the most sacred place in Chaosian sect, is a place that ordinary people are not qualified to set foot in, and can only look up to it. It is precisely because of this that this palace, which symbolizes the most sacred and majestic authority of Chaosian sect, has always been particularly desolate and quiet. However, the usual desolation and quietness were due to the absence of people, but even with a group of people in the hall at this time, it was still incredibly quiet. Knowing Tian Jiashan's background from Jindao, and also knowing what Tian Jiashan experienced 100 years ago, even though he knew Tian Jiashan was extraordinary, the sect master of Chaosian sect had never interfered with any of Tian Jiashan's affairs. However, after witnessing Tian Jiashan undergo the lightning tribulation with the bearing of a god in his battle with Baishu, the sect master of Chaosian sect couldn't help but harbor some selfish thoughts. Even though his own Dao cultivation was already impressive, and he was even close to being able to ascend Liangfeng Mountain, the sect master of Chaosian sect still planned to have the 10 most outstanding disciples in the sect cultivate with Tian Jiashan. It was precisely because of this that the special competition among the Jade Void Realm lineage disciples took place earlier. At this moment, 10 people stood in the magnificent hall, the same 10 who had won the previous grand competition. Because they saw the figure standing beside the vice sect master at the high platform, the 10 people who were already somewhat dispirited were now surrounded by an atmosphere of decay and loss. Not to mention seeing junior brother Jiashan, ever since witnessing junior brother Jiashan's battle with Baishu, the lineage disciples couldn't sleep every night. As soon as they closed their eyes, scenes from junior brother Jiashan's battle with Baishu would clearly appear. And regarding the previous battle, each recollection was a great test for the Dao heart of all those present. Before witnessing junior brother Jiashan's battle with Baishu, the lineage disciples knew that the legendary calamity transformation realm would be very powerful, but after experiencing it firsthand, everyone realized that the calamity transformation realm was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Half a month later, seeing junior brother Jiashan again, the 10 summoned individuals were not at all curious why Jiashan would appear here. Some were downcast, others were absent-minded, and many were even unwilling to make eye contact with Tian Jiashan. In fact, everyone wanted to have a good exchange and learn from Tian Jiashan, but as soon as they thought of junior brother Jiashan's face, and the prodigy-like methods junior brother Jiashan displayed in the previous battle, Everyone felt themselves to be incompetent and mediocre. At the high platform, Tian Jiashan, standing beside the vice sect master, was also full of doubts at this moment. The senior brothers and sisters seemed to be in a strange state. When he first arrived at Chaosian sect and met the senior brothers and sisters for the first time, they were all radiant and spirited, so why do they now look like defeated soldiers who have lost their armor and abandoned their weapons? Vice sect master, nothing happened during the half-month I was in seclusion for recuperation, right? He was still wondering why Jiashan suddenly asked this, but when he saw Jiashan signaling him with his eyes, the vice sect master immediately felt annoyed. Is this kid in front of me truly ignorant or just pretending to be? Given the earth-shattering and ghost-wailing calamity transformation realm battle this kid had with Bai Xiu half a month ago, it's already quite good that the disciples below can maintain their Dao heart. How dare this kid ask why? Although he really wanted to scold, "You kid are the culprit," looking at the sincere face of the kid in front of him, and knowing that the kid truly didn't understand what was going on, the vice sect master just sighed deeply. Everyone has those few days a month, you know. Tian Jiashan frowned. Those few days every month? Vice sect master, are those few days you're referring to physiological? Probably. Finding himself slowly disliking the kid beside him, and casually replying, the equally dispirited vice sect master descended from the high platform to stand before the 10 individuals. Looking at the people with grim faces or vacant eyes, the vice sect master originally wanted to offer some words of comfort, but after recalling the battle half a month ago, he still refrained from speaking. Do not advise generosity to one who has not suffered your plight. As the most outstanding lineage disciples of Chaosian sect, who among them was not proud and arrogant, and who did not have their own grand blueprint in their hearts. It was just their misfortune to encounter a monster like Jiashan. However, encountering a monster like Jiashan, their luck definitely outweighs their misfortune. That kid Jiashan is a monster, you all saw it yourselves. Vice sect master, you can't just insult people like that, Tian Jiashan said from the high platform. You kid, shut up. Facing the vice sect master's reprimand, which carried no trace of blame, Tian Jiashan merely looked up at the ceiling. Seeing the vice sect master once again giving the senior brothers and sisters a break, he idly glanced at the throne beside him that was the vice sect master's seat, and the position in the entire hall that symbolized power and authority. He wondered what kind of view it offered from up there. However, such a prominent position seemed unsuitable for him. While muttering in his heart as he looked at the throne, which was overflowing with radiant light and depicted lifelike divine beasts, he felt a gaze from afar. Turning his head, Tian Jiashan saw the vice sect master and all the senior brothers and sisters looking at him. Vice sect master, why are you all looking at me like that? I was just looking, I wasn't thinking of trying to sit on it. Everyone continued to just look. Including the vice sect master, everyone at this moment believed that Tian Jiashan wanted to sit on that throne symbolizing power and authority. However, let alone the lineage disciples, even the vice sect master had lost his temper when it came to Tian Jiashan. The vice sect master didn't care what Tian Jiashan was thinking while looking at his throne, even if Tian Jiashan actually sat on it, he would be too lazy to bother. In short, you have all witnessed the power of Jiashan and Baishu, and the terror of the calamity transformation realm. After this, the sect will invest the maximum resources in you 10, you just need to do your best to break through to the calamity transformation realm. Hearing the vice sect master's words, their attention finally shifted away from junior brother Jiashan, and everyone remembered that the 10 people ultimately selected by the sect master's personal decree in the grand competition were the sect's ultimate cultivation targets. And as the 10 individuals were wondering if the mysterious sect master would personally cultivate them, the vice sect master immediately spoke again. Selecting the 10 most outstanding lineage disciples was the sect master's intention, and having you cultivate with Jiashan was also the sect master's intention. Hearing this, the expressions of those who were still fantasizing suddenly stiffened. It wasn't the sect master personally cultivating them, but junior brother Jiashan. It was junior brother Jiashan. Although they had previously revered Tian Jiashan like a ghost or god, upon hearing that they could actually cultivate with junior brother Jiashan, their eyes once again gleamed with brilliance. If they could cultivate with junior brother Jiashan, it might not be worse than cultivating with the sect master. From the high platform, seeing the senior brothers and junior brothers suddenly staring at him with incredibly fervent eyes, Tian Jiashan also felt a bit uncomfortable. This kind of fervent gaze, full of longing, was quite unnerving. Jiashan, don't you have anything to say? After giving a few more instructions to everyone, the vice sect master finally spoke to Tian Jiashan. Looking down at the crowd in the hall, Tian Jiashan was about to casually reply that he had nothing to say, but upon seeing the eyes of the 10 individuals, the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. The conditions on Broken Mountain are not good, so I might have to inconvenience the senior brothers and sisters then. Also, I'm not very good at teaching people how to cultivate immortals, so I might not be able to teach the senior brothers and sisters much. In short, the senior brothers and sisters are all so strong, so after we go to Broken Mountain, let's just make progress together. Facing junior brother Jiashan's encouraging and thoughtful words, the lineage disciples felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. As long as they cultivate with junior brother Jiashan, they will definitely make progress together. Then, as this thought arose in their minds, what they didn't know was how difficult life on Broken Mountain would be later on. They shouldn't have, under any circumstances, taken Tian Jiashan's words seriously. Progress together? Any progress would be minimized, and then minimized again in front of Tian Jiashan. His desire to return to Broken Mountain had always been strong, so after the vice sect master had arranged everything, Tian Jiashan was unwilling to stay any longer. In 3 days, Tian Jiashan led the 10 most outstanding young people selected from Chaosian sect on their journey to Broken Mountain. Of course, along with Tian Jiashan, the senior brothers and sisters from Broken Mountain also returned. And besides the young people, Jindao Sword Immortal still only sent a spiritual body to accompany everyone back to Broken Mountain, while his true body remained in Chaosian sect. However, to protect everyone, Daoist Lichen also accompanied them to Broken Mountain. On a great sword condensed from spiritual chi, Jindao Sword Immortal's spiritual body and Daoist Lichen sat at the very front, reeking of alcohol, while at the very back of the great sword, there was only Tian Jiashan. The 10 selected individuals were full of curiosity and yearning for their future cultivation life on Broken Mountain, and were currently excitedly discussing and inquiring with the people from Broken Mountain. As for Tian Jiashan, he sat alone at the very back of the great sword. At this moment, Tian Jiashan appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was simply calculating his gains and losses over the past year or so. Tian Jiashan was summarizing the gains and losses of his trip to Chaosian sect. There's still some divine tier immortal gold left by the vice sect master, plus the cultivation resources given by the sect when I left, that should be enough to transform all my blood to silver. However, to be safe, I need at least 30% more than the estimated amount. The continuous battles have consumed a lot of talismans, medicinal pills, and formation stones. I need to replenish them immediately when I go back. However, with the forging materials given by the sect, I can make some Hushan Supreme treasures to sell, so I don't have to worry about talismans. And the Dao root of the 3 immortal spirit gathering flower, I need to find some Huang earth. Just as he muttered this in his heart, Tian Jiashan felt his mouth go dry. The 3 immortal spirit gathering flower, that is an supreme immortal medicine. Even if he only possessed its Dao root, as long as he could find Huang earth, he would have a chance to cultivate it and attain longevity. However, as soon as he thought of the preciousness of Huang earth, Tian Jiashan felt a little disheartened again. But even though he thought this in his heart, upon realizing he had a goal, Tian Jiashan temporarily stopped thinking so much. And as Tian Jiashan and his group headed towards Broken Mountain, in the distant south, in the Chihua wilderness where Yao beasts resided, within the territory of the Phoenix Ancestor, Feng Yuju, the Phoenix Ancestor's most beloved and youngest Phoenix, finally break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. A clear Phoenix cry resounded across the wilderness, making the vicious beasts with weaker cultivation in place immediately restless, because these vicious beasts knew where this crisp cry came from, and what this Phoenix cry symbolized. Place was the Phoenix Ancestor's territory in the Chihua wilderness, and although many vicious beasts lived around it, they all had to obey the Phoenix Ancestor. Therefore, Feng Yuju's clear cry at this moment made all the vicious beasts on this land restless. Feng Yuju, the Phoenix Ancestor's youngest daughter, and also the Phoenix Ancestor's most beloved offspring. At this moment, on a towering mountain peak in place, a divine phoenix bathed in nirvana flames, its massive body fully displayed in the air. Its magnificent and sacred wings spread, and the powerful aura emanating from it filled its senior brothers and sisters, who had transformed into human form on the ground, with awe. The Phoenix Ancestor had 9 children, with Feng Yuju being the youngest. Yet, Feng Yuju was now the second to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, besides eldest brother Huang. The Phoenix Ancestor, also in human form, wore a golden red feathered immortal robe. He stood before his children, his vermilion eyes, like 2 miniature suns, contained within his sockets. As a hegemon in the Chihua wilderness, the Phoenix Ancestor merely smiled, his face serene, as he watched his youngest daughter successfully break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm in the sky. I'm actually a little curious about that human named Tian Jiashan now, said Zhao Feng, the third ranked, looking at his little sister who had successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm in the sky. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy, and of course, doting affection. Although he was already an Earth Immortal, Zhao Feng was still startled by the sacred aura, unique to the Calamity Transformation Realm, emanating from his little sister in the sky. Calamity Transformation Realm, a divine posture. I didn't expect that among our 9 siblings, Zhu Er, who was always the most troublesome, would be the first to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. It seems that human named Tian Jiashan indeed has some tricks up his sleeve. No sooner had third senior brother Zhao Feng's words fallen than Cui Hao, the second ranked among the siblings, also spoke with great surprise. In fact, it wasn't just second senior brother Cui Hao and third senior brother Zhao Feng. At this moment, seeing that Zhu Er had truly followed Tian Jiashan's instructions and successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm after cultivating, not to mention the siblings, even the Phoenix Ancestor began to feel curious about Tian Jiashan. The Phoenix Ancestor knew more secrets about the Calamity Transformation Realm, and therefore, he understood Tian Jiashan's extraordinary qualities even more clearly. Zhu Er has always been thinking about Tian Jiashan. Now that she has successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, she really needs to take a trip to Shui Tu Bin. Xian, ranked 8th, spoke. After Zhu Er returned from the Thunder Marsh in Shui Tu Bin, she had always been eager to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm as soon as possible, and then have that human named Tian Jiashan come to the Chihua wilderness to celebrate with her. A human who can be so good to Zhu Er, and who also truly possesses strength, even if he is a young man, what's wrong with inviting him? Huang, what do you say to going to Broken Mountain outside of Thunder Marsh? The Phoenix Ancestor asked, his gaze still fixed on his youngest daughter. That Tian Jiashan is so special to Zhu Er, and now Zhu Er has broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm more smoothly because of him, so of course we should invite him as a guest. Eldest brother Huang, the eldest of the 9, spoke, showing no dissatisfaction at his mother asking him to condescend to travel thousands of miles to invite a human. The junior brothers and sisters listened to their eldest brother's calm words. Although eldest brother's answer was very bland, all the siblings detected a strong sense of curiosity in his words. After briefly sensing the subtleties of the Calamity Transformation Realm and confirming that she had indeed broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, Ju-er in the sky transformed her true form into a human and instantly arrived beside her mother and her senior brothers and sisters. Mother, I heard everything. You're letting eldest brother go invite Sweetie, and I want to go with eldest brother to invite Sweetie too. Sweetie is shy, and eldest brother always looks unapproachable, which will definitely scare Sweetie. Hearing his little sister describe him in such a way, and only thinking of that Tian Jiashan, Huang was torn between laughter and tears. It's such a long distance from here to Shui Bin. If you go with your eldest brother, how long will it take to go back and forth? Ju-er, who was originally excited about finally breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, recalled the time she and White Kylan spent traveling back and forth to Thunder Marsh when she heard her mother's words. When she realized her mother was right, she could only pout and sigh. Eldest brother, Sweetie is really shy. When you see Sweetie, don't put on such a dignified look, or you'll definitely scare him. Although Ju-er knew that eldest brother only looked dignified but was actually very gentle, she couldn't help but remind him. Huang merely smiled faintly. Mother, why don't you let third senior brother go instead? Eldest brother is too imposing, even when he smiles. The smile on Huang's face immediately turned into a wry smile. Seeing Ju-er like this, the Phoenix ancestor also just smiled dotingly. In the Chihua wilderness, you're the only one who dares to dislike your eldest brother so much. Just let your eldest brother go. Isn't your eldest brother the most reliable when it comes to getting things done? The wavering in her heart disappeared because of her mother's words. Looking at her eldest brother's wry smile, Ju-er stepped forward and tugged at the corner of his mouth. This way, your smile looks a little better. All right, you little rascal, aren't you still at ease with what eldest brother does? Eldest brother promises to bring Tian Jiashan. It's a deal. Looking at his little sister's extended pinky finger, Huang, though finding it childish, did the same. Having made the agreement with her eldest brother, and thinking that she would soon see Sweetie, the joy in her heart completely spilled onto her face. Ju-er, who was already a chatterbox, now talked even more as she returned with the Phoenix ancestor. However, after walking a short distance, Feng Yuju turned back to look at her eldest brother. Eldest brother, why are you still here? I'm going home too, so of course I'm here, Huang replied, puzzled. Eldest brother, why are you going home? Go to Shui Bin to pick up Sweetie now, hurry up, hurry up. Ju-er said, pushing her eldest brother, urging him to leave immediately. Helpless, Huang had no choice but to depart immediately. And when Huang succumbed to his little sister and set off for Shui Bin that very day, Tian Jiashan's group, who had left the Chaoxian sect, traveled intermittently. After half a month of journeying, they finally arrived at Broken Mountain. In the sky above Broken Mountain, even at a distance, the peak of Broken Mountain was clearly visible. Tian Jiashan, eager to return home, also rose and went to the front, gazing at the familiar mountain peak in the distance. Just seeing the peak of Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan felt countless comforts. It was their first time visiting Broken Mountain, and seeing its desolate appearance, the 10 people carefully selected from the Chaoxian sect were somewhat surprised but not resistant, their enthusiasm remaining strong. For cultivators, cultivating immortals is paramount. A place like Broken Mountain, far from the hustle and bustle of the mundane world, without its noise, allows one to cultivate in peace. The great sword was very fast. As Broken Mountain grew larger and larger in their pupils, the great sword plunged into the mountain protection array, and the group finally landed on Broken Mountain. All right, all of you were brought by Old 10th. From now on, if you need anything, just find Old 10th, don't come looking for this old man. Jindao Sword Immortal's spiritual body said, then prepared to leave with Daoist Lichen. Judging by their posture, it was clear they were going to get thoroughly drunk again. Junior Marshal Uncle, where do we stay then? Senior Sister Zhongjian, the great senior sister, asked after looking around. She didn't see any accommodation nearby. Girl Jian, 100 jong tall building rises from flat ground. With your abilities, isn't it simple to build a house to live in? You can choose any of these surrounding mountain peaks. Just build a house and cultivate on whichever peak you like. Jindao Sword Immortal finished speaking and left with Daoist Lichen, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Jindao, isn't it a bit inappropriate to not even have a place to stay? Daoist Lichen asked. What's there to fear? A bunch of youngsters are here to cultivate, not to enjoy themselves. Besides, for a place to stay, as long as you can lie down, why so many demands? Behind them. Broken Mountain is a bit simple, and Master never asks about these things. Everyone will have to make do for now, but we will help you later. If you need anything, just ask us for help. With Master gone, the great senior brother of Broken Mountain spoke to everyone with deep regret. After all, they were guests from afar, and Broken Mountain couldn't even provide accommodation, which was indeed a bit shabby. Although they were fellow senior brothers, if Master was so hands-off, it was indeed a bit unreasonable. Senior brother Ban, you're too serious. Just as Junior Marshal Uncle said, we are only here to cultivate, so we don't need those illusory things at all. However, if we need help later, please Senior brother Ban and everyone take good care of us. At this moment, they were in Broken Mountain, so even though Zhong Jian was the great senior sister of the Chaosian sect in name and in reality, she did not display any arrogant behavior at this time. Brother Zhong, where is your residence? Take me to see it. Ren Giao, who had arrived at Broken Mountain, was not worried at all about not having a place to stay. She simply asked third senior brother Zhang Junyi with a curious expression. With mutual affection, third senior brother and Ren Giao quickly left together. Little martial uncle, wait for Yaoer, I want to go play on little martial uncle's mountain too. Seeing little martial uncle leave, little youngest said as she quickly went to Tian Jiashan's side. Second senior brother and seventh senior sister naturally didn't mind their daughter going to Old Tenth's mountain to play. And with Yaoer's shout, all the idle lineage disciples immediately turned their gaze to Tian Jiashan. Everyone wanted to know everything about junior brother Jiashan. Senior brothers and sisters, my house doesn't receive guests. Knowing what everyone was thinking, Tian Jiashan immediately spoke with an apologetic tone. No visiting either. Seeing the change in expression on the faces of the lineage senior brothers and sisters, Tian Jiashan spoke decisively again, making everyone give up their thoughts. Tian Jiashan spoke, then immediately left with little youngest. Not to mention not being that familiar or trusting, just the matter of Gong Yangqing and Bai Kaianzher before gave Tian Jiashan 100 reasons to refuse the lineage disciples from visiting his house. Although they knew junior brother Jiashan's personality, being rejected at this moment, the lineage disciples were somewhat disappointed. Everyone, don't mind Old Tenth. Old Tenth's personality is just like that. Let alone you, even we have been on Broken Mountain for over 100 years, and the number of times we've entered Old Tenth's house can be counted on one's fingers. Fearing that everyone might misunderstand and feel alienated, fifth senior sister also spoke. And hearing fifth senior sister say that, everyone's hearts indeed relaxed a lot. Yaoer was going for the beautiful flowers on the mountain, while Tian Jiashan wanted to go home and see what his mountain looked like. However, when he arrived at his mountain, Tian Jiashan immediately froze. After more than a year, the entire mountain was lush and green. All poplars and willows. More than a year later, returning to Broken Mountain, although his own mountain peak didn't have the unexpected events he imagined, an unexpected surprise did occur. Because Yang Luyi had planted too many flowers, plants, and trees around the house, and because a spirit array was in place, causing the spiritual qi around the house to be very dense, these plants, which were not ordinary flora to begin with, grew ferociously. At this moment, Jiashan couldn't even see the small section of his house that was exposed above ground. In 1 year, the flowers, plants, and trees planted by Yang Luyi grew wildly, completely covering Jiashan's house. Following little martial uncle, clearing thorns and thistles through the great array, Yaoer, upon seeing the lush scene, frowned. Although there were all sorts of flowers, plants, and trees, and the sight was splendidly beautiful, she couldn't find little martial uncle's house after looking around. Little martial uncle, your house is gone. Facing Yaoer's innocent remark, Jiashan automatically chose to ignore it. Children have no worries. Although she said little martial uncle's house was gone, Yaoer wasn't flustered at all. She just carefully stepped over the spreading vines and branches on the ground, heading towards the profusely blooming flowers. Sister Yi had said before she left that she could pick any flowers on little martial uncle's mountain peak. Jiashan didn't have the hard nature of a child like Yaoer. Looking at the wild growth around him and thinking of the countless dense poplars and willows that still needed pruning in the distance, Jiashan felt a headache coming on and constantly complained inwardly about Yang Luyi, who had just left without a care. How about calling the senior brothers and sisters to help? Jiashan muttered, and finding it feasible, immediately turned and left. The group of people who had just arrived from Chaosian sect hadn't dispersed yet when they saw junior brother Jiashan return. Senior brothers and sisters, I have an important announcement. Seeing junior brother Jiashan return with such solemnity, the lineage disciples immediately became interested, and the 8th senior brother and others from Broken Mountain who stayed with them were also full of curiosity. Could it be that the youngest martial brother was about to announce the cultivate tasks to everyone? After all, everyone had traveled all the way from a prosperous place like Chaosian sect to this desolate Broken Mountain just to cultivate. As the 8th senior brother mused, Jiashan, who had returned, spoke. Everyone has come from thousands of miles away to Broken Mountain to cultivate. I will do my best to help the senior brothers and sisters cultivate. As cultivators, we must seize every moment, so I have decided that cultivation starts now. Upon hearing junior brother Jiashan's inspiring words, the eyes of the lineage disciples, including Zhong Jian, gleamed with excitement. As expected of junior brother Jiashan. With such a cultivation attitude and such a Dao heart, how could he not be strong? If they humbly learned from such a junior brother Jiashan, even if they couldn't break through to the calamity transformation realm, their foundation would definitely be elevated to a higher level. However, the moment their ambition and fighting spirit rose, a subtle change occurred after Jiashan led them to the lush mountain peak. The first step of immortal cultivation was to make everyone prune branches and leaves. The newcomers to Broken Mountain hadn't even sat down to rest before Jiashan, under the guise of cultivation, led them to prune the poplars and willows that had been neglected for over a year. Zhang Yi, why do I feel that junior brother Jiashan is just too lazy to take care of these himself, which is why he called us. Pruning branches, what kind of cultivation is this? Squatting on a poplar tree, Xiaoyu, who was pruning branches and leaves as junior brother Jiashan instructed, spoke to Zhang Yi, who was squatting on a willow tree across the path. Across the path, Zhang Yi was currently squatting on a willow tree, meticulously and enthusiastically pruning the excess willow branches. In Zhang Yi's eyes, Boss Tian was already a true boss among bosses. Having been selected as one of the 10, and personally witnessing Boss Tian's previous battle with Bai Shu, Zhang Yi, in awe of little divine Marquis's discerning eye, already revered Jiashan like a ghost or a god. Xiaoyu, just this Dao heart of yours isn't enough. We're here to cultivate with Boss Tian. Whatever Boss Tian says, goes. Maybe Boss Tian is testing us right now. Although Zhang Yi was speaking, his work did not stop. From the beginning, Zhang Yi's morale had not waned, as if each wild-growing willow tree had become an imaginary enemy in his cultivation. Seeing Zhang Yi so enthusiastic, Xiaoyu felt there was some truth in what he said, and his recently diminished interest surged again. Not far from the two, the senior sister, whom all lineage disciples greatly revered, was also floating in the air, pruning the willow tree in front of her as junior brother Jiashan had instructed. Around Zhongjian were Li Zisai and Dong Ta. Junior brother Jiashan spoke with such high spirits just now. I thought he was going to assign us some astonishing trial, but I didn't expect it to just be pruning branches and leaves. Dong Ta didn't stop, but he was clearly distracted. I also thought junior brother Jiashan would show us something extraordinary, Li Zisai quickly added, her tone also filled with disappointment. Having witnessed Jiashan's terror, everyone inwardly believed that a young supreme being like Jiashan must have earth-shattering cultivation practices on a daily basis. It was precisely because of this expectation that everyone felt so dejected at this moment. What, complaining on the very first day? I heard that you were like this with Jiashan in the trial ground before, not even respecting Jiashan's position as captain. Upon hearing the senior sister's words, the two, who were somewhat disheartened, immediately felt shy and guilty, and thus dared not complain any further. Aren't you curious why Jiashan's mountain peak has so many poplars and willows? Aren't you curious about the unfathomably deep-nested great array in front of Jiashan's house? Reminded by the senior sister, Li Zisai and Dong Ta immediately recalled the great array they had seen from the air when they came to this mountain peak with junior brother Jiashan. That impenetrable great array, they heard, was the work of junior brother Jiashan alone. Furthermore, junior brother Jiashan planted so many poplars and willows, and even required them to prune them so meticulously. Could this be a way for junior brother Jiashan to cultivate his heart nature in his daily life? After thinking this, the negativity in Li Zisai and Dong Ta's hearts immediately vanished, and they immediately corrected their attitudes. However, what everyone didn't know was that Jiashan made everyone prune the poplars and willows so carefully entirely because he was afraid that if these poplars and willows didn't grow well, that madwoman Yang Luyi would hold him accountable. It was precisely for this reason that Jiashan alone took care of all the flowers and plants around the house. With his main body and 6 spiritual bodies, the area around the house was now filled with Jiashan. As for Yaoer, rather than helping, she was more like playing. And as Jiashan pruned the wildly growing plants, muttering and grumbling about the culprit who caused all this, in a distant place, in the Bushan sect where number 2 once stayed, Yang Luyi, the culprit, reappeared in people's sight. After returning to Bushan sect from Broken Mountain, Yang Luyi began to fusion with the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Green Lotus. For over a year, with large and small closed-door cultivations added together, she was almost always in a state of closed-door cultivation. Now, after more than a year, she finally reappeared in people's sight. And Yang Luyi's reappearance meant that she had successfully completed the fusion with the 36-rank creation Green Lotus. Successfully fusing a Chaos Supreme Treasure is a monumental fortune for any Dao cultivator, but Yang Luyi, now out of closed-door cultivation, wasn't overly surprised. Stepping out of her closed-door cultivation, Yang Luyi looked at the long unseen blue sky, puffed out her cheeks, and gently exhaled. I wonder how the flowers, plants, and trees on Broken Mountain are growing. Sweetie only wants to cultivate, so he probably won't have time to tend to them. Muttering with worry, Yang Luyi walked a few steps then stopped again. I also wonder if Zhu has breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm yet. Muttering again, just as she was about to go ask her father for news from the outside, she saw streaks of long rainbows breaking through the sky ahead, so Yang Luyi simply stopped and waited for everyone. The arrivals included her father, mother, grandparents, 7 aunts, and 8 uncles and aunts, A&D. Shang He and Uncle Shang's family, who were always pestering her. Although the 36-rank creation Green Lotus was innate close to Yang Luyi, it was ultimately a Chaos Supreme Treasure. If fully developed and used, it was a supreme treasure capable of slaying gods, so the entire family was very concerned about Yang Luyi's closed-door cultivation. Upon sensing that the violent chi belonging to the 36-rank creation Green Lotus in the spiritual valley had completely hidden itself, the group of people who had been worried day and night quickly rushed towards the spiritual valley. I said my daughter would be fine, but you all had to be so nervous, making me unable to eat or sleep for over a year. Sect Master of Bushan Sect Yang Chen said, sounding like he was complaining, but also like he was relieved. How could I not know what kind of ability my niece has? You, big brother, are the only one who's nervous. Exactly, exactly. Our Yi is blessed by nature, a heaven-sent girl. What could possibly happen? Big brother, you're always being so mystical, making us all nervous. With the weight off their minds, the group was not quiet on their way, chattering away. Yang Luyi heard them from afar. And behind the group of elders, a handsome, dashing young man with flamboyant eyebrows had a face full of joy, his eyes fixed only on the graceful woman ahead. He had waited half a year, and finally saw Yi again. Shang He was very strong, already a supreme being in the Calamity Transformation realm, and his family's power was also very strong, not at all weaker than Bushan sect. Shang He, possessing such strength and background, had always been arrogant, thinking himself above others and looking down on everything, until he met Yang Luyi. Although he really wanted to talk to Yi immediately, facing Yi's enthusiastic elders, Shang He couldn't squeeze his way in even if he tried his hardest. Facing the group of elders, the unruly Shang He was helpless. Is the Calamity Transformation Realm very strong? Strong. Absolutely strong. But in the eyes of the elders at this moment, the Calamity Transformation Realm was nothing but a fart, gone once released. However, Shang He still didn't give up fighting. He also struggled in the crowd, eager to talk to Yang Luyi and ask her when she would marry him. Regarding Shang He's affection for Yang Luyi, not only sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen knew, but all of Yang Luyi's elders knew, and everyone in Bushan sect knew. However, at the same time, everyone also knew that Yang Luyi seemed uninterested in this renowned young supreme. For this, anyone with even a slight understanding of Yang Luyi wasn't surprised, as Yang Luyi always seemed nonchalant about everything. For example, even now, after successfully fusing a Chaos Supreme treasure like the 36-rank creation Green Lotus, Yang Luyi remained composed. Facing her enthusiastic elders, Yang Luyi, though helpless, could only bear the weight of their profound love. After a round of warm greetings, knowing Shang He's deep feelings for Yi, the elders deliberately moved away, leaving space for the two young people. A young supreme who had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm could not be underestimated, even by Bushan sect. Furthermore, Shang He's family possessed immense power, not at all inferior to Bushan sect, and the Shang clan was also very concerned about this matter. Shang He's father, who was also the clan chief of the Shang clan in this generation, was currently sitting and chatting with Yang Chen and other direct descendants of Bushan sect. Behind them. Shang He, why are you still at my house? You haven't been freeloading here for half a year, have you? Yang Luyi looked at the exceptionally handsome man in front of her and spoke, her eyes as calm as ever. She showed neither affection nor disgust towards Shang He. In Yang Luyi's eyes, Shang He was no different from anyone else. I'm not freeloading, I've been helping to impart Dao to the people in your sect. Yi, you've successfully fused the 36-rank creation Green Lotus. Do you want to go out and explore? Seeing that Yi wasn't interested in his previous words, Shang He immediately spoke. Shang He knew that Yang Luyi disliked staying put. After more than a year in seclusion, I do want to go out and explore. Hearing Yang Luyi's words, Shang He's heart swelled with joy. Then let's go to. I want to go to Chihua Wilderness. Before Shang He could finish, Yang Luyi interrupted. Hearing Chihua Wilderness, Shang He was slightly stunned. Chihua Wilderness, that's a bit far. But as long as Yi wants to go, no distance is too far. You want to go to Chihua Wilderness? Then let's go. We'll go together. Shang He said excitedly, not even bothering to ask why Yang Luyi wanted to go to Chihua Wilderness. He just wanted to seize any opportunity to be alone with Yang Luyi. However, facing Shang He's enthusiasm, Yang Luyi merely spoke calmly. I didn't say I was taking you. If you want to go, go by yourself. I need to go to Broken Mountain first. Hearing the name Broken Mountain again, Shang He's curiosity rose once more. However, before Shang He could ask Yang Luyi why she was always so preoccupied with that unknown Broken Mountain, Sect Master Yang Chen's voice came from behind. Daughter, you can go to Broken Mountain, but why do you want to go to Chihua Wilderness? Hearing that his daughter wanted to go to the distant Chihua Wilderness, a place even he could barely reach, Yang Chen couldn't help but speak. If something were to happen to his daughter in such a faraway place, he wouldn't be able to get there immediately. Realizing this as well, the elders around Yang Chen immediately looked at Yang Luyi with expressions of curiosity and worry. Having fused the 36-rank creation Green Lotus, Yi was a walking chaos fortune. If she were targeted by some deranged or powerful individuals, the consequences would be unimaginable. I promised Ju Er before that once she broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, we would go see her. So much time has passed, and Ju Er, being the young phoenix of the Phoenix ancestor, must have already broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. We have to go see her. Shang He frowned, surprised that Yi knew the young phoenix ancestor, but even more curious about the we in Yi's words. Could it be that the others in that we were in that place called Broken Mountain? And as Shang He began to ponder whether the them in that we were men or women, Sect Master Yang Chen, who knew the identities of them, immediately turned grim. The Phoenix ancestors' territory had already reached the core of Chihua Wilderness. The vicious beasts living there had no dealings with him. If Yi were to go in, it would inevitably cause a huge stir. Yi, you've just fully fused a Chaos Supreme treasure like the 36 creation Green Lotus. Going to a distant place like Chihua Wilderness, where we can't protect you, I'm afraid it will attract the covetous eyes of some ancient great fiends. This absolutely cannot happen. The one who spoke this time was an elegant noblewoman with an outstanding temperament beside Yang Chen, who was also Yang Luyi's mother. Shui Tu Jibin and Chihua Wilderness were already two different territories. Within different territories, no immortal realm expert was allowed to cross borders privately. Otherwise, it would be considered a provocation and malicious intent, which would lead to a great war. After all, the power possessed by an immortal realm being was too terrifying and immense. Yang Luyi was only uninterested in some ordinary people and things, but that didn't mean she was foolish. She understood what her mother was saying. Considering what her mother said, Yang Luyi didn't speak immediately, falling into brief contemplation. Seeing Yi lost in thought, the elders behind them all breathed a sigh of relief. Yi had always been resolute, whatever she said she would do, she would do. The key was that even if they refused, Yi's persistent persuasion would eventually soften their hearts. Shang He, who had been listening all along, saw Yi Yi lost in thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately puffed out his chest and spoke to the elders in front, Uncle Yang and Aunt need not worry. If Yi Yi wants to go, just let her go. I will go with Yi Yi, and I will definitely ensure Yi Yi's safety. Shang He's tone was resolute and forceful, as if he were an immortal realm expert, capable of swaggering through Chihua wilderness. No, even an immortal realm expert couldn't swagger through Chihua wilderness. Being in the same province, Shang Ganjia naturally understood Yang Lu Yi's personality and was also aware of the risks of Yang Lu Yi going to Chihua wilderness. And as he also quite liked Yang Lu Yi, even considering her as his future daughter-in-law, Shang Ganjia naturally didn't want Yang Lu Yi to venture to such a distant place. After all, those ancient great fiends and Yao beasts in Chihua wilderness might not necessarily fear Bushan sect. But, his own boy apparently didn't realize the gravity of the situation and kept adding fuel to the fire. Seeing that he wasn't helping to persuade, but instead adding fuel to the fire, Shang Ganjia merely tactically supported his forehead. How did his usually clever son suddenly turn into a fool? Here, this is not a time for childish games. Yi Yi has the 36 rank creation green lotus on her, which easily attracts covetousness. This is not something you can mess around with. Hearing his father's words, Shang He, who was about to speak, saw his mother constantly giving him signals, and finally swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Although immortal realm experts couldn't cross borders, wouldn't it be fine to bring a few heavenly immortal experts? But it was a good thing Shang He only muttered to himself. Otherwise, if those words were heard by the esteemed people present, they wouldn't dare to openly mock him, but they would certainly laugh at Shang He for being a greenhorn in their hearts. If a few heavenly immortal experts could protect Yang Lu Yi after crossing borders, then those people sent out by the 3 sovereigns for pioneering wouldn't have had such a hard time. Chihua wilderness must be visited, because she had promised Ju Er. Actually, it seemed okay not to go, but Sweetie would definitely go to see Ju Er, so she would have to go along too. However, as everyone worried, going to Chihua wilderness now would indeed be too risky for her. Mother, I can go to Broken Mountain to find Sweetie first, and then go to Chihua wilderness with him. After weighing for a while, Yang Lu Yi said. Everyone, who had been hoping that Yi would give up going to Chihua wilderness after weighing the pros and cons, was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Who exactly was this Sweetie that Yi spoke of, who could give Yi such great confidence? Looking at Yi's thoughtful expression just now, she didn't seem unaware of the dangers of Chihua wilderness. As their expressions changed, the relatives turned their questioning gazes to sect master Yang Chen, because only Yang Chen knew the Sweetie who lived in Broken Mountain. Hearing Tian Jiashan's name again, and facing the stares of his siblings around him, Yang Chen also helplessly held his forehead. That boy was indeed powerful, but Shang He couldn't do it, so why could Tian Jiashan? Even if he had some dealings with the young phoenix ancestor, Tian Jiashan wouldn't be able to swagger around Chihua wilderness. Just as he thought of this, Yang Chen's train of thought was suddenly interrupted. With that boy's cautious personality, coupled with his dealings with the young phoenix ancestor, perhaps he really could take Yi for a stroll around Chihua wilderness. After seeing all the changes in Yang Chen's expression, everyone around became even more curious about the person named Tian Jiashan. Is there really such an immortal-like person? Yi, what is your relationship with the Sweetie you mentioned? We are. Yang Lu Yi's voice stopped abruptly. What was her relationship with Sweetie? She didn't seem to know either. What is our relationship? I haven't asked Sweetie yet. Yang Lu Yi showed a thoughtful expression, but soon became enlightened. Never mind, I won't think about it. I can just ask him in person when I see him later. Seeing Yi like this, Shang He instinctively tensed up. Although he couldn't say why, Shang He knew that he and that person named Sweetie probably wouldn't become friends. Sect Master Yang, is there anything special about that person named Tian Jiashan? Out of curiosity, Shang Ganju also asked. Seeing the Shang clan chief ask what was on everyone's minds, the aunts and uncles all became interested. That boy's special qualities? That boy is also a Calamity Transformation Realm expert. He was already in the Calamity Transformation Realm a year ago. Hearing words like Calamity Transformation Realm, everyone's expression subtly changed. Every Calamity Transformation Realm expert should not be underestimated. However, after some thought, Yang Chen continued, but if we're talking about special, I think that boy's cautious personality is even more special than his Calamity Transformation Realm. Seeing Yang Chen's thoughtful expression and surprisingly high valuation, everyone became even more curious about Tian Jiashan. A cautious personality more special than Calamity Transformation Realm? How cautious, how careful. To make Yi mention him so much, he must not be simple, at least he's an interesting person. Fine, this time, I, an old woman, will go with Yi to Broken Mountain to see this Tian Jiashan. An old woman spoke with great interest. As soon as her voice fell, it immediately drew responses from her children around her. In front, seeing her grandmother speak like this, and all the uncles and aunts looking so excited, Yang Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. Sweetie was very shy, and everyone else was such powerful strangers. But could she persuade her grandmother and the others? Yang Lu Yi glanced at her relatives in front and quickly came to a conclusion, she clearly couldn't. Yang Lu Yi's resolute and decisive character, doing whatever she wanted, was more or less inherited from her family bloodline, so when her grandmother wanted to take all her uncles, aunts and their wives to Broken Mountain to see Sweetie, and after multiple attempts to dissuade her failed, she ultimately chose to give up. Because of Yang Lu Yi, all the elders became endlessly curious about Tian Jiashan of Broken Mountain and decided to personally go to Broken Mountain to see who Tian Jiashan truly was. After all the elders could tell that Yang Luyi and Tian Jiashan's relationship was clearly out of the ordinary. There was Huang, who came from afar from the Chihua wilderness, and a group of core figures from Bushan sect, who also came from afar from Bushan sect, all to see Tian Jiashan. However, both Huang and the group from Bushan sect were the kind of people Tian Jiashan, in his cautious cultivation dao, most respectfully kept his distance from. Because everyone was too powerful. However, Tian Jiashan, who was in Broken Mountain, was completely unaware that a group of important figures would soon come to visit him. Otherwise, with his personality, he would probably dig 9 into the ground and hide there for a year and a half. At this time, on Broken Mountain, after several days of tidying up, everything finally became orderly, and as a result, the lineage disciples who had arrived with Tian Jiashan suddenly found themselves idle. On Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, after several days, many simply constructed houses appeared, which were temporary residences casually built by the lineage disciples. But even though they were residences, they merely provided shelter from wind and rain. What exactly is junior brother Jiashan doing? It's been so many days, and he hasn't given us anything to do. Do you think junior brother Jiashan has forgotten about our cultivation? Su Xian asked, looking at the brightly glowing grand formation in the distance, full of melancholy. Tian Jiashan isn't someone with such a bad memory, he shouldn't forget that we came here to cultivate. Although she said this, Fuiao also looked melancholic. After tidying up those poplars and willows, she had been freeloading for 8 days. Was it 8 or 7 days, or even 9? Anyway, she had never felt life so boring. Zhongjian, as the senior sister and the most dignified among them, simply sat cross-legged to the side, spiritual qi flowing like 2 small white dragons perpetually between her nostrils, quietly breathing in and out. However, what was strange at this moment was that there were 2 Zhongjians in front of everyone. The 2 Zhongjians were one true body and one spiritual body. The spiritual body was condensed through cultivating the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. Although she heard the complaints of the junior brothers and junior sisters around her, Zhongjian remained silent until she sensed ripples appearing in the grand formation ahead. As Zhongjian's true body opened her eyes, Tian Jiashan's figure also appeared before everyone. Seeing junior brother Jiashan, who had finally reappeared after disappearing for several days, everyone immediately rose from the ground, their eyes gleaming, even though they could all see that junior brother Jiashan seemed a little tired. Because she herself had not break through to the calamity transformation realm, Huang Junyi also stayed with everyone, both to cultivate with them and because Tian Jiashan instructed her to communicate some cultivation experiences with everyone in advance. After all, Huang Junyi was the closest to the calamity transformation realm among them. Seeing that even someone like the youngest martial brother showed a rare tired expression, Huang Junyi also felt surprised. After spending so much time together, this was the first time she had seen the youngest martial brother look so weary. Coming before everyone, Tian Jiashan glanced at senior sister Zhongjian's spiritual body, which was almost indistinguishable from her true body. While marveling at Chao Xiansek's abundant resources, he also marveled at senior sister Zhongjian's astonishing talent, being able to condense such a solid spiritual body in such a short time, and its cultivation had already reached the Jade Void 12th extreme realm. And she had opened the 12 divine mansions. By the way, how long did it take him to condense his first spiritual body back then? A day or half a day? He vaguely recalled, but after forgetting such trivial matters, Tian Jiashan was too lazy to bother. Senior brothers and sisters, these are my calamity transformation realm cultivation insights that I've written for you over the past few days. You must finish reading them within 10 days. Tian Jiashan said, and a thick stack of books already appeared in his hand. Seeing this and hearing the words calamity transformation realm cultivation insights, the lineage disciples wasted no more words and each took a stack. Soon, everyone had 3 thick books in their hands, with Huang Junyi being an exception because she already had hers, and Zhang Yi also had his. And the excitement and fervor in the eyes of those who received the 3 peerless cultivation techniques were quickly replaced by solemnity. 3 such thick books, to be finished within 10 days? If they just schemed through them, they could finish in a day, but junior brother Jiashan clearly meant for them to comprehend the essence within, otherwise what was the point? But, to master what was said in 3 books within 10 days, wasn't that a bit difficult? Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind, and Zhongjian was no exception. Is there any problem? If you think the time is too long, we can also reduce it to 9 days. Seeing everyone, Tian Jiashan's heart also skipped a beat. He also had many things to do. Before he finished his own tasks, how could he have so much time to help everyone cultivate? Hearing the number 9 days, everyone frowned again. Seeing everyone frown, Tian Jiashan also frowned. Then how about 8 days? 8 days was the absolute minimum. He had to refine artifacts, replenish the talismans and formation stones he had consumed earlier, and also busy himself with tempering his physical body. If he had less time, it wouldn't be enough. After such a long period of accumulation and being tempered by the lightning tribulation so many times, Tian Jiashan was already preparing to break through to the human immortal realm. The lineage disciples, who had been frowning tightly because of 9 days, all felt their hearts tremble when they heard 8 days. Junior brother Jiashan, to carefully read everything in the 3 books in 8 days might be a bit rushed, what do you think? Hearing senior sister Zhongjian's words, Tian Jiashan, who had been looking solemn, suddenly brightened. So, they thought the time was too short. Oh, is that so? Then 10 days it is. Zhong Jian and everyone else still looked troubled. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan was already cheering inwardly. How about 15 days? Although he said 15, Tian Jiashan still felt a lack of confidence. After all, just reading these 3 books, 15 days was truly too much. But if he had 15 days, he could at least adjust all his own states. Zhong Jian looked back at the junior brothers and junior sisters behind her, gritted her teeth, and said, then 15 days it is. All right. Then I'll see you in 15 days. After 15 days, I will take everyone deep into the 100,000 great mountains once. However, I have one condition, those who haven't memorized everything after 15 days cannot go with us. Hearing junior brother Jiashan's words, everyone was surprised but immediately reignited their fighting spirit. Going to the 100,000 great mountains, that definitely meant there was something big to do. Coming and going in a hurry, Tian Jiashan, who had important matters to attend to, quickly left again. Junior sister Junyi, what is junior brother Jiashan doing? Li Zisai asked, looking at junior brother Jiashan, who had gone to the grand formation, his spiritual power fluctuating as he randomly fiddled with the astonishingly spiritual Chirich grand formation, a puzzled expression on her face. How do I feel like junior brother Jiashan is closing the grand formation, like closing a door? Dong Ta pondered aloud, and he was actually right. Teaching his senior brothers and senior sisters to cultivate was fine, but Tian Jiashan couldn't bring himself to let everyone enter the grand formation. Only those whom Tian Jiashan trusted from the bottom of his heart could enter that castle. Everyone has seen how cautious the youngest martial brother's personality is back in Chaosian sect. You can just understand the youngest martial brother's actions as his spirit. As soon as Huang Junyi finished speaking, the moment Tian Jiashan disappeared behind the grand formation in front, the outer grand formations immediately shone brightly. The grand formation was clearly activated. The lineage disciples narrowed their eyes. Why did they have the illusion that junior brother Jiashan was guarding against them? Junior sister Junyi, junior brother Jiashan is. Oh, everyone, don't mind it. This is the youngest martial brother's old habit, what we commonly call closing the door behind him. Complaining inwardly that the youngest martial brother was being so obvious, Huang Junyi, who was usually so serious, forced a laugh and spoke. Hearing junior sister Junyi's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement, not taking it seriously. Closing the door behind him, that really is a good habit. As expected of boss Tian. Zhang Yi, who worshipped Tian Jiashan wholeheartedly, said without a doubt. But as soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the grand formation in front, which was composed of hundreds of overlapping and interlocking formations covering an area of over a li, all lit up. The grand formation was fully activated by Tian Jiashan. Junior sister Junyi, junior brother Jiashan is guarding against us, isn't he? Ren Giao looked at the interconnected grand formation in front of her, speaking blankly. Haha, senior sister Giao, what are you saying? Closing the door behind him, the youngest martial brother built so many grand formations, there are just a lot of doors to close. Huang Junyi continued to speak awkwardly, but even Huang Junyi herself didn't believe what she was saying. And as everyone looked at the countless grand formations shimmering with light, marveling at their power, they also sighed that it was indeed junior brother Jiashan, so cautious even with them. How much Tian Jiashan feared trouble and how cautious he was, everyone had already witnessed in Bushan sect. Although they were surprised now, it wasn't to an unacceptable degree. Activating all the grand formations was not Tian Jiashan deliberately showing off to the lineage disciples, it was truly just a habit of Tian Jiashan's. Indeed, when he walked to the couplet with the cautionary words, he suddenly remembered that there were still senior brothers and sisters outside. The slow-witted Tian Jiashan then immediately retracted all the activated grand formations. And when everyone was curious why the grand formation was fully activated in an instant and then quickly subsided, Tian Jiashan, who had just disappeared for a moment, reappeared. I was just testing if the grand formation could still operate normally. Please don't mind it, everyone. Appearing in the distance and shouting this sentence across the air, Tian Jiashan turned and left again. Junior brother Jiashan is indeed a bit different from ordinary people, hey. Xia Yu said with a sigh. However, Huang Junyi just helplessly held her forehead. The senior brothers and senior sisters' adoration for the youngest martial brother had already made them unable to view him correctly. Wait. Could it be that she, who often stayed with the youngest martial brother, was the one who couldn't view him correctly? When she vaguely thought of this, Huang Junyi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Not being able to correctly understand someone like the youngest martial brother was definitely a huge hidden danger. During this year at the Chaosian sect, Tian Jiashan spent almost no time cultivating himself. He was either competing in the martial arts arena for trials and to figure out why his cultivation was so low yet he frequently attracted heavenly tribulations, or he was poring over books in the scripture pavilion, in addition to spending so much time in the trial ground of the Chaosian sect. However, during this year and more, the number of times Tian Jiashan was struck by lightning and the number of heavenly tribulations he endured were by no means few. Therefore, Tian Jiashan is now in a state of perfection and must seize the time to recuperate. Most importantly, Tian Jiashan is already preparing to break through from the Calamity Transformation Realm to the human immortal realm. While the Calamity Transformation Realm is indeed filled with various legends and mysteries, for someone like Tian Jiashan, when he decides to break through, he clearly no longer needs to accumulate more. And even if one were to compare accumulation, in this vast and boundless world, whether in the explored regions or the unknown ones, few beings can compare to Tian Jiashan, because he is currently undertaking a horrifying endeavor. After giving his Calamity Transformation Realm Experience Trilogy to his senior brothers and sisters, Tian Jiashan went alone to his underground castle to seclude himself for cultivation. Although he only set a time limit of 13 days, 15 days and nights were enough for him to initially attempt his plan. Although he closed all the outer spirit arrays because he didn't want his senior brothers and sisters to feel alienated, Tian Jiashan did not close the spirit arrays that were inherently attached to the walls of the room. Thus, these spirit arrays, which covered the room like an invisible outer garment and were attached to the walls, automatically revived upon sensing the spiritual qi fluctuations emanating from within the room. They absorbed all the faint spiritual qi overflowing from the underground castle, preventing any spiritual qi from leaking out. Consequently, the outside world could not perceive the slightest movement within the underground castle. Inside the underground castle, in front of the wall inscribed with the two large characters for caution, two Tianji's hands sat quietly in meditation, one true body and one spiritual body. However, the true body at this moment was merely a husk. Tian Jiashan's divine soul had all entered that spiritual body. Although the true body lacked a divine soul, due to its astonishingly refined physical body, it did not appear lifeless. On the contrary, without the control of the divine soul, the divine nature and vital blood qi within its muscles involuntarily overflowed, making it glow resplendently. In the eyes of vicious beasts, Tian Jiashan's true body of flesh and blood would be a living, great tonic. However, even so, if anyone were here, their attention would certainly not be on this astonishingly beautiful physical body, but rather on the spiritual body beside it. At this moment, the spiritual body inhabited by Tian Jiashan's divine soul exuded a majestic qi, surpassing the Jade Void realm but not yet reaching the Calamity Transformation realm, though its aura was already very close to the Calamity Transformation realm. The 12 Jade Void heavens, condensed to palm size, one after another, disappeared into the body of the one Tian Jiashan called number 1, under his careful control. After a short while, 10 Jade Void heavens had completely merged with the divine mansion, and the spiritual qi in the room became even more turbulent, causing all the talismans and spirit arrays Tian Jiashan had set up around him to be activated. Tian Jiashan's true body is already a supreme being of the Calamity Transformation realm, but to stabilize his breakthrough to the human immortal realm and to solidify his foundation, Tian Jiashan intends to have a spiritual body also become a Calamity Transformation realm practitioner. This idea and approach are not inherently exaggerated, because the method of using the spiritual body condensed with the help of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning to cultivate from scratch and attempt to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm is being tried by everyone who has breakthrough to the human immortal on Broken Mountain, except for Tian Jiashan. Zhong Jian, who had already breakthrough to the spirit immortal due to her extraordinary physique, is also doing the same, and she is the fastest among them all. It's just that, while such an idea isn't exaggerated, when this matter falls to Tian Jiashan, it's completely different. Because Tian Jiashan himself is already in the Calamity Transformation realm, if one of his spiritual bodies also breakthroughs to the Calamity Transformation realm, this matter would be enough to shake the entire primordial world. However, Tian Jiashan didn't think that much, nor did he have any thoughts of becoming famous throughout the world or being unparalleled. The reason Tian Jiashan made this decision was simple: he was scared of being struck by lightning and wanted to make preparations before breakthrough to the human immortal realm. He was struck by lightning when he was still in the Jade Void realm, and during his breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm, he was cleansed by the 12 constellation thunder, a type of lightning that hadn't appeared in an entire epoch. After that, he was struck by lightning from time to time, even saying 8 casual words could bring about a lightning tribulation. Tian Jiashan dared not imagine what kind of lightning tribulation the heavens would send down when he breakthroughs to the human immortal realm. To be precise, Tian Jiashan felt that the heavens didn't even want him to live. Therefore, Tian Jiashan decided to cultivate a Calamity Transformation realm spiritual body in addition to his true body, so that if his true body really couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation at that time, he could let the spiritual body take the blame and then escape like a cicada shedding its skin. Tian Jiashan's idea is terrifying, but he is about to achieve it. One by one, the condensed Jade Void heavens continuously disappeared into the spiritual body, then perfectly merged with the divine mansion within the spiritual body, becoming unique great hearts. It wasn't until the 11th Jade Void Grotto heaven was being integrated that number 1 speed finally slowed down. The 11th Jade Void Grotto heaven, the size of a baby's fist, continuously trembled violently, and the condensed spiritual qi also began to appear turbulent, causing the talismans and other items arranged by Tian Jiashan in the room to conceal the overflowing spiritual qi to also shine brightly. Soon, the time for 1 stick of incense passed, yet even so, Tian Jiashan still hadn't successfully integrated the 11th Jade Void Grotto heaven into the divine mansion. As so much time passed, the spiritual body, whose refinement level was already inferior to the true body, also began to experience a decrease in its majestic spiritual qi. If the spiritual qi were to become scarce, the difficulty for Tian Jiashan to successfully guide the spiritual body into the Calamity Transformation realm would increase. Immersed in the spiritual body, the divine soul and divine thought governing it circulated. A pile of heaven and earth treasure stacked beside the true body was instantly drawn away, quickly losing its original divine essence and radiance. As the pile of heaven and earth treasure vanished in the blink of an eye, the diminished spiritual qi on number 1 spiritual body once again became abundant. And this was the 10th day after Tian Jiashan had made the agreement with the lineage disciples. On Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, even with the addition of a group of people, it remained as peaceful as ever. Only little youngest occasionally appeared. Not seeing little martial uncle, she looked at the junior martial uncles engrossed in their studies, her phoenix-like eyes with single eyelids filled with confusion as she glanced at everyone, then floated away on a cloud by herself. Although Yaoer has not officially cultivated yet, she already possesses a cultivation at the perfection of the quenching spirit realm, and her physique has reached a level far beyond the reach of her peers. All of this cannot be attributed solely to Tian Jiashan's efforts, but at least half of it is due to him. Her parents and other junior martial uncles have been diligently cultivating recently, and Grandmaster and Grandfather Lichen are drunk and unconscious every day. For a time, Yaoer, who had become the freest and most carefree on Broken Mountain, once again came to little martial uncle's mountain peak. Like a little white rabbit, she gracefully and nimbly leaped down from what appeared to be clouds, but was actually a Hushan supreme treasure custom made by Tian Jiashan. She gazed into the distance and saw that the junior martial uncles who had come from the Chaosian sect were still engrossed in their studies. Yaoer, with her baby fat still on her face, ran with her skirt quickly fluttering behind her. Arriving at a dirt pit, Yaoer skillfully took out a shovel and other tools she had prepared earlier, and began digging soil to make figurines. The soil here is very sticky and easy to mold into figures, so Yaoer always comes here to play with her little people. Just as Yaoer was having a lively time amusing herself, Huang Junyi, who had been stuck at a bottleneck and chose to walk around due to anxiety, happened to pass by. Seeing Yaoer humming a cheerful self-made tune, enjoying herself carefree, she smiled knowingly and was about to approach Yaoer. However, when Huang Junyi was still 100 meters away from Yaoer, her expression suddenly changed. Broken Mountain is part of the 100,000 Great Mountains, so it's normal for vicious beasts to appear around it. The moment Huang Junyi's expression drastically changed, a branch black sparrow at the perfection of the quenching spirit realm clearly took Yaoer as its prey, and its massive body instantly swooped down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Huang Junyi cried out in alarm and instantly made her move. Yaoer, be careful. Yaoer, who was completely immersed in her own world, was startled by the shout and suddenly turned around. She then saw the large black bird, with a wingspan of 10 meters, swooping down at her with sharp talons extended. A sword light arrived instantly from a distance, reaching before the black sparrow's talons could land on Yaoer. The astonishing sharpness startled the black sparrow, forcing it to dodge. Although she wasn't directly attacked, Yaoer was still blown to the ground by the powerful gust of wind after being hit by it. Yaoer, still holding a half-finished clay figurine, had a look of terror on her face. But when she looked down and saw that the sun-dried figurines she had so painstakingly molded were now shattered, the terror on her face was instantly replaced by anger. Thus, Huang Junyi witnessed an incredible scene. After forcing back the flat-feathered beast that intended to harm Yaoer with a single strike, Huang Junyi was about to approach Yaoer when she saw a nimble figure shoot up from the ground, with majestic spiritual qi and blood qi surging freely within that tiny body. In her anger, Yaoer subconsciously activated the potential within her body. With an astonishing burst of power, she leaped onto the back of the black sparrow that had ruined her hard work, then unleashed a furious barrage, forcefully smashing the black sparrow, which was in the perfection of the quenching spirit realm, from the sky to the ground. However, Yaoer didn't seem to be satisfied. After landing on the ground, she continued to violently attack the black sparrow. Yaoer hadn't even officially cultivated, so how could she know any ideas or combat techniques? At this moment, she was simply relying on pure strength to pummel the black sparrow. However, what shocked Huang Junyi was that the black sparrow, whose cultivation was clearly higher than Yaoer's, was completely defenseless against Yaoer. In the distance, the crowd who had come upon hearing the commotion, in order to memorize the Calamity Transformation Realm trilogy within the deadline, were also amazed by the scene they witnessed. Junior sister Junyi, is Yaoer undergoing a trial? Seeing such a black sparrow completely helpless in the hands of the little girl, and even watching the little girl swing and smash the black sparrow, which was a giant in comparison, as if it were a toy, Zhang Yi spoke in a daze. Is this still considered a child? More than 10 days might seem like a long time to ordinary people, after all, it's 10 days to half a month. But in the eyes of cultivators whose lifespans easily reach thousands of years, 10 days is merely a fleeting moment. And for the lineage disciples who received the Calamity Transformation Realm trilogy, those 10+ days felt like yesterday. The agreed upon time vanished as the lineage disciples immersed themselves day and night in comprehending the texts. At this moment, the group of 10, even as they lined up waiting for Tian Jiashan to appear, were without exception holding one of the Calamity Transformation Realm trilogy books, using the last moments to review and fill in any gaps. Fuiao and Su Xian, among others, were even muttering to themselves, repeatedly chanting certain phrases to deepen their memory. Their appearance was much like scholars punished by a master to memorize texts. However, as everyone was seizing the last moments to recite for Tian Jiashan's review, for Tian Jiashan himself, those 10+ days also passed in the blink of an eye. During those 10+ days, Tian Jiashan did only one thing, and it hadn't even succeeded. Tian Jiashan had exhausted all his efforts but still couldn't integrate the last Jade Void Grotto Heaven into the number 1 spirit body's divine mansion, thus failing to make the number 1 spirit body successfully break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. In the underground castle, after his aura was completely retracted and the talismans, treasure artifacts, and spirit arrays used to absorb spiritual energy gradually quieted down, the light in the room was finally not so bright and dazzling. Tian Jiashan's divine soul then returned from the number 1 spirit body to his main body, and then he merged with the number 1 spirit body using his main body. Looking at the heaven and earth treasures behind him, which had originally piled up like a small mountain but were now completely depleted, Tian Jiashan merely let out a long sigh. Refining the physical body, nourishing the spiritual root that appeared due to frequent lightning strikes, and preparing to break through to the human immortal realm, each step was indispensable, and each step required an astonishing amount of cultivation resources. Alas, it seems I still need to break through to the human immortal realm as soon as possible, and then send out the spirit bodies to collect cultivation resources. Tian Jiashan sighed with melancholy, thinking about how his centuries of accumulation had been depleted by 70 to 80% in just a few short years. The reason Tian Jiashan chose to stop cultivating today was because it was the day he had agreed upon with his senior brothers and sisters. The preciousness of the 3 flowers gathering at the top Dao root given by the sect master aside, just the sect master's promise not to let him become famous, and actually fulfilling that promise, made Tian Jiashan not dare to relax his guidance to the lineage disciples. Although it was guidance, Tian Jiashan was also transmitting the Dao and imparting knowledge for the first time, so he merely guided everyone's cultivation according to his own understanding of the Dao. He saw the group lined up in a row from a distance, each holding a thick book. Upon approaching and seeing that his senior brothers and sisters were indeed anxiously reciting, a long-forgotten scene in his mind almost perfectly matched what he saw before him, and a smile appeared on Tian Jiashan's face. Isn't this just me reciting classical Chinese in class? Humans are born good, beautiful women bathe, I peak. I'm getting off track. Cough cough. Tian Jiashan coughed a few times in a deliberate manner. The 10 people, completely immersed in their own worlds, were startled awake and then looked up at the appearing Tian Jiashan. Looking at their dispirited faces, Tian Jiashan recalled something from another world. That year, he was in his 3rd year of high school, earning the title of 3rd year high school dog. Wasn't he just like this back then, sleeping later than chickens and waking earlier than dogs? Familiar, it was too familiar. But then again, why are you all so dispirited? You are all prodigies, and your cultivation is not weak. It shouldn't be that 3 books would wear you out like this, right? Senior brothers and sisters, the agreed time has come. How much do you remember? Everyone looked troubled. Junior brother Jiashan, let's start with me for the test. Although her complexion was also not very good, she was, after all, the eldest, so Zhongjian spoke first. Still pondering whether the time he gave wasn't too much, but too little, Tian Jiashan immediately abandoned that thought in his mind upon hearing Great Master Zhongjian's words. Everyone here is the most outstanding young generation of the Chaosian sect, I am looking down on everyone. This thought of mine is very dangerous. As he belatedly realized his arrogance, Tian Jiashan constantly reminded himself never to underestimate anyone, not to be proud, and not to be conceited. Be humble. But in Huang Junyi's eyes, Tian Jiashan was no longer human. All right, then great senior sister, you go first. Everyone, please spread out a bit. Tian Jiashan said, gesturing with open hands for everyone to disperse and not crowd too closely. Zhongjian, who was ready to recite 3 books, frowned slightly. If it was just to test her recitation, why separate everyone? Great senior sister, there might be some offenses later, so I apologize in advance. Tian Jiashan said, bowing deeply and respectfully to the confused great senior sister in front of him. The others, who had stepped back a bit, were equally bewildered, their eyes full of questions. However, just as everyone was still wondering what junior brother Jiashan was up to this time, a sudden surge of sacred and familiar aura immediately startled them. After finishing his bow, Tian Jiashan instantly released his cultivation. 12 earthy yellow jade void heavens suddenly floated, and dense spiritual energy stirred up gusts of wind. Junior brother Jiashan, what is this? It's to test your comprehension of the calamity transformation realm. Just reading without acting, if you can't achieve the unity of knowledge and action, then it's meaningless. Upon hearing junior brother Jiashan's words, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that junior brother Jiashan's so-called test was not simply to check their recitation, but to test their comprehension of the Dao. Understanding the meaning of junior brother Jiashan's so-called test, Zhongjian felt both surprised and delighted, and a smile appeared on her face. Cultivation, this is how it should be to be meaningful. Moreover, if the opponent is junior brother Jiashan. Recalling junior brother Jiashan's posture when he displayed the calamity transformation realm, Zhongjian felt her blood boil. I trouble junior brother Jiashan to give me guidance. Zhongjian bowed slightly, but her face suddenly changed even before she straightened up. As the 12 jade void heavens condensed in an instant, causing a spiritual energy storm from the violent spiritual energy concentrating together, she was already alarmed. Seeing that junior brother Jiashan was going to use the calamity transformation realm against her right from the start, Zhongjian's face showed horror. Having already witnessed the divine might possessed by junior brother Jiashan's calamity transformation realm, Zhongjian naturally knew what she was about to face. Zhongjian was, after all, the face of the younger generation in the Chaosian sect. The moment she felt horror in her heart, she immediately mobilized all her cultivation. However, when a terrifying sense of oppression surged from all directions, Zhongjian, who could only hastily meet the attack, was instantly sent flying. As the wind tore and roared in her ears, Zhongjian was even a little slow to react, but before she landed, a familiar voice came to her ears. Great senior sister, your talent is very strong. What I wrote in that book is simple and clear enough. Not to mention so many days, even just glancing through it, you would all remember it. So now, try your best to recall and apply what you've learned. Because he was imparting the Dao, Tian Jiashan, who had caught up, did not immediately attack but first gave a reminder. But even so, by the time Zhongjian reacted, a divination general had already ruthlessly shattered the divine ability she had condensed, and she was heavily smashed into the ground. Finally understanding junior brother Jiashan's intention for them to spread out a bit, and surprised that junior brother Jiashan's so-called test was such a method of testing, everyone felt their hearts pound with fear. To be able to fight junior brother Jiashan, everyone felt excited. However, seeing that even great senior sister's condensed spirit body was so vulnerable in junior brother Jiashan's hands, everyone felt a little apprehensive in their hearts. Watching the battle unfold, and seeing that junior brother Jiashan showed no mercy towards senior sister Zhongjian, only continuously unleashing violent attacks, the people on the ground kept gulping. If it weren't for junior brother Jiashan always knowing when to stop at the appropriate moment and not leaving any fatal injuries, some people might even have thought junior brother Jiashan intended to kill great senior sister Zhongjian. Zhongjian was very strong, there was no doubt about that, but everything was relative. Even though she had opened 12 divine mansions, she still had no resistance whatsoever in front of Tian Jiashan. In less than half an incense stick's time, Zhongjian, who was originally full of vigor, now lay in a large pit with a faint aura, her body covered in bloody wounds, bones and flesh visible. After looking at great senior sister Zhongjian, who was already unable to fight, Tian Jiashan's gaze shifted to the group of people in the distance. Next, who's coming? With their attention so focused, everyone was startled when they suddenly heard junior brother Jiashan's voice. With lingering shock in their eyes, and after a complex glance at the bloody great senior sister in the distance, Dong Ta stepped forward, and his cultivation erupted as he suddenly moved away. And when he arrived next to Tian Jiashan, Dong Ta's eyes, apart from fanaticism, were devoid of any other thoughts. Fighting someone like junior brother Jiashan was a fortunate event in itself. Moreover, junior brother Jiashan wouldn't actually kill him, his superfluous thoughts were merely self-inflicted worries. With this thought, Dong Ta's attacks became even more fluid and violent, but the ultimate result was that he was beaten like a dead dog. That's right, just like a dead dog. This time, Dong Ta didn't even last for half an incense stick's time. And upon seeing Dong Ta's miserable state, everyone suddenly realized that junior brother Jiashan had actually been very lenient with great senior sister. Because at this moment, Dong Ta was no longer recognizable, most of his ribs had been brutally shattered, and one of his eyeballs was even completely destroyed by a breath of innate astral chi spat out by Tian Jiashan. After sensing the commotion on Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, the local senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain also gathered, and even Jindao Sword Immortal and Deist Li Zhen appeared together. Brother Zhang, junior brother Jiashan is a bit too ruthless, isn't he? When he tests me later, can you ask him to go a little easier? Looking at Xiaoyu, who was already covered in blood and gore after only a short battle, Ren Giao spoke with a worried expression to third senior brother Zhang Junyi beside her. Third senior brother merely smiled slightly. Dao, I've been on Broken Mountain for 100 years, and Old Tenth has never beaten us like this. Not everyone is worthy of Old Tenth treating them this way, Old Tenth has been very patient with you. In the air, Deist Li Zhen also saw everything happening on the ground. This is the Calamity Transformation Realm. If Jiashan were to let loose, all those below combined probably wouldn't be a match for Jiashan alone, would they? That's right. Not to mention Old Tenth is already a supreme prodigy of the Calamity Transformation Realm, Old Tenth is also an outstanding figure within the Calamity Transformation Realm. However, if Jindao Sword Immortal knew what Tian Jiashan was doing for caution's sake, the evaluation of outstanding figure would have to be changed. Starting with Zhongjian and ending with Zhang Yi, all 10 lineage disciples underwent Tian Jiashan's examination within a single day. It was still on Tian Jiashan's mountain, but now that the examination was complete, the previous commotion had entirely subsided. As for the 10 who were examined, not a single one could stand steadily, they were either sprawled out in various directions or had simply been beaten unconscious. The few women tried to maintain their composure, but they were still incredibly weak, only able to huddle together, leaning back to back, supporting each other. And Tian Jiashan, the culprit behind all this, had not yet stopped. Due to the excessive commotion, the native senior brothers and sisters of Broken Mountain had also gathered on the mountaintop. Watching the miserable state of the lineage disciples, everyone, though not surprised by the outcome, couldn't help but click their tongues. Just how powerful was the youngest martial brother? It was now extremely clear. The Chaosian sect was a super sect within Immortal's Cave, and the lineage disciples were its most outstanding young generation. Any one of the 10, if thrown into the vast primordial world, would undoubtedly be a renowned prodigy. Yet, these very 10 people were beaten by Old Tenth to the point where none of them could stand upright. Jindao, why do I feel that Jiashan is even more terrifying than I previously saw and imagined? Li Zhendaist in the sky frowned and said, as far as I know, the Calamity Transformation Realm is indeed powerful, but after such a short battle with the lineage disciples, Jiashan shouldn't still possess such a strong aura. Didn't I tell you before? Don't assume that just because you've seen him, Old Tenth is as he appears to you, even though you've already witnessed the battle between Old Tenth and Baishu. Jindao Sword Immortal spoke with a calm demeanor. No matter what Old Tenth did, he wouldn't be surprised anymore, whoever was surprised was a fool. And as Jindao Sword Immortal muttered to himself that Old Tenth was an unfathomable anomaly, on the ground, Tian Jiashan, who had finished examining all 10, did not retract his Calamity Transformation Realm aura. Instead, he turned his head to look at 9th Senior Sister, who had been watching from beginning to end. 9th Senior Sister, it's your turn. Hearing the youngest martial brother call her, Huang Junyi showed no surprise, hesitation, or fear. Dozens of broken sword fragments surged out, then, under the condensation of spiritual energy, coalesced into an incredibly ugly sword, and Huang Junyi instantly moved away. And with Huang Junyi's move, the mountaintop, which had just calmed down, immediately roared again. The native senior brothers and sisters watched the battle between Old Tenth and the junior sister, surprised that the junior sister had already cultivated and utilized the 12 divine mansions so skillfully, and also surprised by the object in the junior sister's hand, which couldn't even be considered a sword. Her own strength was already infinitely close to the Calamity Transformation realm, coupled with the mysterious broken sword fragments Tianjie collected. Huang Junyi's battle did not immediately become a one-sided affair. Watching the strange sword in the junior sister's hand, third senior brother Zhang Junyi also frowned slightly. The aura released by those originally inconspicuous broken sword fragments, after being infused with spiritual energy, gave people a chilling sensation. In the sky, after also noticing that the sword in Huang Junyi's hand was somewhat special, the two immortal realm elders also watched with interest. From the looks of it, each of those sword fragments has a profound origin. Jindao Sword Immortal, who was very knowledgeable about swords, said. He could even sense the aura on some of the fragments. If I'm not mistaken, that rusty sword fragment came from that immortal sword of the lesser divine realm, didn't it? Li Zhendaist, also very knowledgeable, asked curiously. The immortal sword named Lesser Immortal Realm was a Dao grade treasure. Besides the sword body fragment from the lesser divine realm, there are also sword body fragments from the spirit connecting sword, the solitary blazing sword, and the Han Huang sword. I heard that all these fragments were collected by Old Tenth. It seems Old Tenth has been traveling extensively outside for the past 100 years, unbeknownst to others. Hearing his friend's words, Li Zhendaist understood the implication but did not voice his question. The owner of the solitary blazing sword perished in the Great Nine Lands, and the owner of the Han Huang sword transformed into a cave in the Dragon Map realm. The straight line distance between the two places is more than 8,500 li. And as the two elders talked eloquently in the sky, pointing out the landscape, as Tian Jiashan, who was guiding ninth senior sister, gradually exerted more force, Huang Junyi's decline became increasingly apparent. She opened her mouth, swallowed the spiritual chi mass condensed to the extreme in front of her, then spat it out again. As a unique, strengthened innate protective aura from Tianjie shot far away, Huang Junyi, who was swept and thrown flying, crashed into the forest filled with poplars and willows. And seeing that ninth senior sister was actually sent flying into the forest by his careless strike, Tianjie was also startled. The power of that strike was so great, it would be bad if those poplars and willows were broken. With tension in his heart, Tian Jiashan instantly sped away, then plunged into the forest. Looking at the willow stump behind ninth senior sister, which was now only a section long, Tian Jiashan's heart was startled. That woman, Yang Luyi, was famously close to heaven, earth, and nature. Otherwise, a chaos supreme treasure like the 36-petal world transmitted green lotus wouldn't have actively chosen her as its master. If that woman sensed this, he would surely be lectured for not taking good care of these flowers and trees. Seeing the youngest martial brother follow closely, Huang Junyi, whose face was pale and bloodless, felt a warmth in her heart, and she barely managed to support her injured body, leaning against the tree stump. Indeed, her status and that of the other lineage disciples were different in the youngest martial brother's heart. When the lineage disciples were beaten earlier, the youngest martial brother wasn't this nervous. Youngest martial brother, you don't need to worry. I'm fine, these injuries will heal after a few days of rest. Tian Jiashan just nodded as he approached. Ninth senior sister, lean over here, Tian Jiashan said, moving ninth senior sister's body. Then, his divine sense entered his storage artifact, searching for the best spirit medicine to repair the broken and destroyed willow trees. Still curious in her heart, Huang Junyi watched as the youngest martial brother took out an exquisite medicine bottle, poured its contents onto the broken wooden stump, and then the broken willow tree grew wildly, quickly becoming lush and green again. Huang Junyi was completely stunned. The youngest martial brother was so nervous, it turned out he wasn't nervous about her, but about these broken willow trees. By the way, when the youngest martial brother asked the senior brothers and sisters of the lineage to prune these poplars and willows earlier, his requirements were equally strict. Huang Junyi roughly knew why the youngest martial brother cared about these poplars and willows, and she was also a bit puzzled as to why the youngest martial brother was so wary of that Yang Luyi. However, at this moment, Huang Junyi, furious that she wasn't even as important as a few trees, was too lazy to care about these things anymore. Huang Junyi, who had originally been beaten to the point of being unable to move and whose spiritual energy was depleted, was driven by anger to uncharacteristically get up from the ground, then glared with wide eyes and went behind Tian Jiashan. Without mercy, she used all her strength and suddenly kicked the unprepared Tian Jiashan. However, Huang Junyi's silent sneak attack caused her to be thrown flying instead. Just as Huang Junyi was about to kick Tian Jiashan, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on Tian Jiashan's robe. The dense talisman stick underneath the robe automatically defended. You could sneak attack anyone, but to sneak attack Tian Jiashan, you'd know it wouldn't work just by thinking about it, because this was a monster whose mastery in caution was so profound it was supernatural. Thrown flying abruptly and unexpectedly, Huang Junyi, who had now taken a face plant, had her entire face in intimate contact with the ground. Completely bewildered, her mind was blank. She could roughly figure out that being bounced back wasn't intentional on the youngest martial brother's part, but rather due to the robe's effect, a result of the youngest martial brother's usual cautious nature. After cursing in her heart, the innocent Huang Junyi fainted. Still wondering if restoring the willow tree like this would be noticed by that woman, Tian Jiashan, turning around, looked at the unconscious ninth senior sister in the distance, his face bewildered. Ninth senior sister also has moments of such exasperation. But muttering aside, knowing the power of his treasure robe and knowing that ninth senior sister had no strength left after the previous battle, Tian Jiashan quickly got up. Tisk tisk tisk, to be so severely injured and still be able to strike so heavily, it seems sometimes you don't know your own potential until you push yourself. Tian Jiashan muttered again, marveling at ninth senior sister's strength during her sneak attack in that state, which resulted in such a powerful rebound. The force rebounded by Tian Jiashan's robe was exactly the same as the force received, and Huang Junyi's single blow knocked herself out. Carrying ninth senior sister out of the forest and reappearing before everyone, Tian Jiashan gently handed ninth senior sister to fifth senior sister before looking at second senior brother. Why are you looking at me? Second senior brother's gaze was a little evasive. Second senior brother was a little scared, afraid that he would be severely beaten by the youngest martial brother. Second senior brother, haven't the spiritual body you cultivated from the 10 divine arts of the great beginning already opened 10 divine mansions? I'll spar with you. Looking at the bleeding 7th junior sister in 5th senior sister's arms, second senior brother simply turned around. 7th junior sister, it's getting late, we need to go back and prepare dinner. Yes, Yaoer is growing, we need to make more delicious food today. Second senior brother and 7th senior sister, like a harmonious couple, covered Yaoer's mouth and picked her up just as she was about to speak, then instantly departed. Seeking guidance from old 10th? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Hadn't they seen the others, all bloody and beaten beyond recognition? Dad, the sun is still high in the sky, it's only noon, and Yaoer isn't hungry. Tian Jiashan heard second senior brother speak again after Yaoer's outburst, but he didn't hear clearly what was said because second senior brother slipped away too quickly. Seeing that second senior brother was so unwilling to spar with him, Tian Jiashan turned his gaze to the people in front of him, but none of them dared to meet his eyes. 6th junior sister, 9th junior sister is so badly injured, let's quickly take her back to rest, 5th senior sister said, then hurried away with 6th junior sister. Ah, I just remembered today is the first day of my cultivation plan, so I'll go back to cultivate first, okay. 8th senior brother left before finishing his sentence, his voice an echo from the sky. Soon, only 1st senior brother and 3rd senior brother remained in front of Tian Jiashan. 1st senior brother smiled slightly. Old 10th, guide me. Among the 10 people of Broken Mountain, besides Huang Junyi and Tian Jiashan at the very end who hadn't broken into the human immortal realm, only 1st senior brother Ban Jian remained. He had originally wanted to take advantage of his free time to help his senior brothers and sisters as much as possible, so Tian Jiashan showed no mercy to 1st senior brother either. And after 1st senior brother was beaten down, 3rd senior brother gave a helpless bitter smile, then a majestic spiritual body emerged from his body, once again becoming Tian Jiashan's object of instruction. Not long after, 3rd senior brother, who was handsome and elegant, also lay on the ground, only able to move his eyeballs. 3rd senior brother, whose body felt as if it had been dismantled by old 10th, was now filled with regret, regretting that he hadn't slipped away immediately. After helping 3rd senior brother also test his cultivation achievements, Tian Jiashan, having finished in the air, was about to return home, preparing to continue his preparations for his breakthrough to the human immortal realm, when his body, suspended in the air, suddenly staggered, and his chi instantly became chaotic, almost causing him to fall from the sky. Continuously dealing with a group of young prodigies, Tian Jiashan was also somewhat overwhelmed. More precisely, it was number 1, Tian Jiashan's spiritual body, that was somewhat overwhelmed. That's right, the one who beat everyone to the ground was just one of Tian Jiashan's spiritual bodies, but it was the number 1 spirit body that Tian Jiashan had meticulously cultivated. Feeling a little dizzy, Tian Ji, as the number 1 spirit body, instantly landed on the ground and circulated embracing simplicity to calm the fluctuating chi within his body. It seems it was a bit overconfident to test everyone with such a spiritual body, number 1 Tian Ji muttered as he landed, then walked towards his own room. His main body and other spiritual bodies were still fighting, as number 1, he also had to return immediately to refine medicinal pills, after all, the consumption of medicinal pills was highest when he was in the sect previously. Behind him, although no one heard number 1's murmur, the sight of number 1 staggering in the air and almost falling did not escape anyone's eyes. However, at this moment, after being brutally beaten and covered in injuries, which of these prodigies was not a genius? With their profound understanding of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning, they naturally saw the clue. Everyone realized that junior brother Jiashan, old 10th, who had brutally beaten them, was only a spiritual body. But even though they saw it, no one could believe it. At this moment, the lineage disciples gathered together, all who could still open their eyes and were conscious, widened their disbelieving eyes. Dong Ta, whose body was half destroyed, had bloodshot eyes as white as copper bells, looking somewhat eerie and terrifying. There was absolutely no mistake, the chi that junior brother Jiashan displayed when his chi was chaotic was indeed the chi of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. That was a spiritual body of junior brother Jiashan. But, just before, everyone clearly watched that spiritual body collect each jade void grotto heaven into its divine mansion, and during the battle just now, the strength displayed by that spiritual body was indeed at the calamity transformation realm. Wait. Could it be that one of junior brother Jiashan's spiritual bodies has already broken through to the calamity transformation realm? As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the lineage disciples all felt they were going crazy. However, just as the lineage disciples, who had the same thought appear in their minds, were silently calling themselves crazy for daring to entertain such a ridiculous idea, number 1 Tianjia in the distance staggered again and fell directly to the ground. Damn it, it was just 2 hours of pseudo-calamity transformation realm, why are the after effects so severe? Number 1 muttered as he fell, then rolled up from the ground and quickened his pace towards the grand array. He was so weak now, he had to hurry back to let his main body properly nourish him, or he would regret it if any after effects remained. Number 1's second instance of chaotic chi exposed the chi of the 10 divine arts of the great beginning, which was even stronger, more obvious and more intense than before, Not only did all those who were beaten see and feel it, but Jindao Sword Immortal and Dea Lichen in the air also saw and felt it. Although they could already guess what was happening, Jindao Sword Immortal and Dea Lichen instantly appeared before number 1, feeling shocked and even a bit absurd by the thoughts that arose in their minds. Knowing Old Tenth's character, Jindao Sword Immortal did not directly try to sense whether the person in front of him was Old Tenth's main body or truly just one of Old Tenth's spiritual bodies, but chose to ask. Old Tenth, is this just one of your spiritual bodies? That's right, I'm number 1, and my main body is still cultivating in the room. Master, number 1 has not truly entered the Calamity Transformation realm yet. I fought with all the senior brothers and sisters for so long using a pseudo-Calamity Transformation realm, so now I must hurry back to recuperate, otherwise, it will be troublesome if flaws remain. After number 1 finished speaking, he bowed slightly to the dumbfounded Dea Lichen and then left first. Not stopping number 1, Jindao Sword Immortal and Dea Lichen only exchanged glances, seeing the shock on each other's faces and the blankness in their eyes as they watched his rapidly departing figure. A spiritual body is almost capable of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Has such a thing ever happened in the era when the ancient gods were born from heaven and earth? Feeling utterly horrified, Jindao Sword Immortal suddenly remembered that a group of disciples in the distance were looking at the two of them with eager anticipation, so he also turned his head. Looking at the dispirited prodigies of the sect, who now appeared hopeful and pitiful, Jindao Sword Immortal felt a pang of unwillingness. That kid Old Tenth, no wonder he's going to suffer divine retribution. Old Deist, you tell them, I can't bring myself to say it, it's too cruel for everyone. Jindao Sword Immortal looked at the young disciples, hesitated, and finally, unable to bring himself to speak, decided to let Dea Lichen be the one to hurt everyone. All of them were geniuses, all were powerhouses, and before this, they were all revered and admired existences, but now, this group of people was beaten so badly by one of Old Tenth's spiritual bodies that they couldn't even stand up. Most hateful of all, the Calamity Transformation realm, which these exceptionally talented individuals painstakingly pursued, was achieved by Old Tenth's spiritual body. Is it tragic? Extremely tragic. Utterly inhumane. Looking at the group of young children, Dea Lichen, who had escorted them from the Chaosian sect, let out a long sigh. No wonder Jindao always said before that he hoped the children's Dao hearts would be firm, so that's what he meant. If he were to switch places with the children, he estimated his Dao heart would shatter. As you might suspect, the one who defeated you just now was Jiashan's spiritual body. But you don't need to be discouraged, Jiashan's spiritual body also said just now that he hasn't truly broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm, so don't lose heart. Fearing that everyone couldn't bear it, Dea Lichen quickly added. However, upon hearing Dea Lichen's words, the prodigies, who were already battered and bruised from the brutal beating, immediately fainted one after another. Even third senior brother, with an unstable Dao heart, immediately had his chi, which he had barely managed to maintain in his weakened state, disperse. After spitting out a mouthful of heart's blood, he completely lost consciousness. Among the 12 young people remaining here, only senior brother Banjian still retained consciousness. Great Master Banjian had long accepted his own mediocrity, so when faced with his youngest martial brother's extraordinary nature, he appeared particularly calm and composed. Seeing everyone faint one after another, Dea Lichen merely sighed again. By now, Dea Lichen finally understood why a young man like Jiashan could be so valued and regarded by someone like the sect master. Jindao, your eldest disciple seems to be more than meets the eye, Dea Lichen said, full of surprise, as he sighed inwardly and saw that great master of Broken Mountain still maintained a stable Dao heart, merely smiling. And to this, Jindao Sword Immortal was not reserved. Of course. You don't think about whose disciple he is. Each of my disciples has their strengths, it's just that kid Old Tenth is too much of a prodigy. Originally, he wanted to slander Jindao for getting ahead of himself, but when he heard Jiashan's name, Dea Lichen lost the inclination. This Jiashan, he couldn't see through him at all. Jindao, if Jiashan really makes his spiritual body break through to the Calamity Transformation realm, then this matter. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I don't even know what the Calamity Transformation realm is like myself, but this kid is good, directly creating 2 Calamity Transformation realms by himself. Just thinking about Dea Lichen's question gave Jindao Sword Immortal a headache, so he didn't bother to consider it too much. The Calamity Transformation realm, that is the Dao of the ancient gods. Those who can break into this realm are already as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns, yet Jiashan is cultivating one person with 2 realms. If Jiashan truly achieves this, do you think he will encounter any heavenly Dao anomalies? Jindao Sword Immortal, who had just turned to leave, heard this, looked up at the cloudless sky. Given this kid's prodigious nature, coupled with the power of the Calamity Transformation realm, it's quite possible he'll encounter anomalies. We really should prepare in advance, hey. Jindao Sword Immortal said, and then left thoughtfully. When number 1 Tianji returned to the underground castle, Jiashan was soaking in a large medicine cauldron, his meridians clearly visible, but upon closer inspection, those golden thread-like meridians were not blood vessels but Jiashan's immortal root, which was being nourished and reborn. With the immortal root, the divine tier immortal gold, which was originally difficult to absorb, was now being absorbed effortlessly by Jiashan. As expected, the pseudo-calamity transformation realm still has too many flaws, he muttered, letting number 1 go to the side to recuperate alone. With no extra energy to spare, Jiashan's main body's efficiency in absorbing the medicinal pill's power from the medicine cauldron rapidly increased. And in the refining pavilion of the underground castle, spiritual body number 4 was forging iron, the sound of hammering strong and resonant. In the talisman room, spiritual body number 3 was repeatedly adding talismans to talismans. In the array room, number 2 was concentrating on engraving arrays onto array stones one by one. As for spiritual body number 5, which had already been nurtured in the Chaosian sect, because it only possessed the Jade Void 12th extreme realm and had not yet opened its divine mansion, it was too fragile. At this moment, it was merely preparing the medicinal ingredients for alchemy in the pill room in advance, so that number 1, returning from battle, could more conveniently get started. Although he had said that after testing all the senior brothers and sisters, he would take everyone to the 100,000 Great Mountains, it was clear that those who were brutally beaten after the test would not be able to move for a short period. And while Tian Jiashan was systematically proceeding with his cultivation plan in his underground castle, on another mountain peak of Broken Mountain, 9th senior sister, who was severely injured from the battle, heard that the one who defeated her was merely her youngest martial brother's spiritual body. After regaining consciousness, she immediately fainted again. Not just those who were brutally beaten, but after hearing that old 10th spiritual body was almost breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm, everyone on Broken Mountain, except for the carefree Yaoer, fell silent. Thus, Broken Mountain was enveloped by an unseen, heavy atmosphere. Undeniably, apart from senior brother Banjian, all the young people on Broken Mountain at this time were undisputed prodigies, and their cultivation had never been neglected. Yet now, this group of people was being subjected to invisible pressure by Tian Jiashan, constantly oppressing them. Ever since Yaoer unleashed her potential and killed the black-spotted finch, the power of her physique and the astonishing aspects of her talent gradually revealed themselves. During this time, Yaoer even bothered to use her cultivation when going to Little Martial Uncle's mountain peak. Instead, she used her physical body strength to run wildly on the mountain, swiftly moving back and forth through the mountainous terrain. Children are naturally restless, and now that Yaoer's physique is gradually showcasing her talent, a powerful and abundant physical body strength fills her young body, making Yaoer even more unable to stay still. On several occasions, while Yaoer was playing in the forest, she even clashed with some vicious beasts inhabiting the edge of the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, the final result was Yaoer, with her tiny body, knocking down those behemoths, countless times larger than herself. After the lineage disciples and the people on Broken Mountain were once again heavily struck, they are now all shamed into bravery, cultivating diligently day and night, so Yaoer suddenly returned to a state of being left to her own devices. However, despite being left to her own devices, with Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Lich Hen on Broken Mountain, senior brother and 7th senior sister were not afraid of anything happening to Yaoer. Furthermore, even if Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Lich Hen were not on Broken Mountain, senior brother and 7th senior sister would not worry about Yaoer's safety. This is because Tian Jiashan had already tinkered with many things on Yaoer, as long as Yaoer did not venture deep into the 100,000 Great Mountains, and as long as any danger arose for Yaoer, Tian Jiashan would arrive at the first possible moment. There were not many people on Broken Mountain to begin with, and he was the youngest, so the only person he could look after was Yaoer, such a lovable little girl. Therefore, Tian Jiashan's cautious nature was fully demonstrated in his care for Yaoer. Normally, Tian Jiashan would tinker with things for Yaoer whether there was a reason or not, which is why Yaoer, not even 10 years old, could possess a cultivation at the quenching spirit realm, and her physical body physique was even more astonishingly terrifying. Having grown tired of playing on Little Martial Uncle's mountain peak, and with Little Martial Uncle still in seclusion, a bored Yaoer jumped down the mountain peak one day and once again came to a riverside to play in the water. Playing with Yaoer were also a group of vicious beasts she had tamed. Once Yaoer, the only active presence on the various peaks of Broken Mountain, went to play in the forest, the entire Broken Mountain instantly became silent, as everyone was diligently cultivating. However, if one were to speak of diligent cultivation, no one on Broken Mountain could compare to Tian Jiashan. On the 10th day after thoroughly beating up all the senior brothers and sisters, in the underground castle, number 1 spirit body exuded an incredibly dense chi of the Calamity Transformation realm. However, judging from the chaotic and turbulent spiritual power, it was clear that number 1 had not truly mastered the Calamity Transformation realm. After struggling for a while and still being unable to perfectly fuse the 12th Jade Void Grotto Heaven with the Divine Mansion, Tian Jiashan, in his helplessness, could only let the last Jade Void Grotto Heaven separate from the Divine Mansion. Number 1, inhabited by the main body's divine soul, looked up at the condensed Jade Void Grotto Heaven, the size of a baby's fist, before him. Just now, when he had taken the last Jade Void Grotto Heaven into the Divine Mansion, the previous feeling became even stronger and more obvious. Just now, as number 1 was about to successfully break through to Calamity Transformation, Tian Jiashan clearly felt a mysterious sense of repulsion between his main body and number 1, even though his main body was just a shell at that moment, without any divine soul inhabiting it. Although spiritual bodies have independent consciousness, they are all controlled by the main body, so they shouldn't repel each other. Could it be because of the Calamity Transformation realm? Number 1, inhabited by the divine soul, pondered aloud, still unable to understand why such a situation would occur. A spiritual body, derived from the main body, possesses everything of the main body, including the immortal root nurtured by the main body. This is also the most astonishing aspect of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning. However, a spiritual body is ultimately a spiritual body. If it could be exactly the same as the main body, that would be somewhat heaven-defying to the heavenly Dao. How about I try to impact it again with abundant spiritual power? Just as he said this, Tian Jiashan's aura quickly retracted. Tian Jiashan gave up on the idea he had just muttered. Cultivating immortals requires caution. Using abundant spiritual power to forge the divine mansion and the last jade void grotto heaven, and making their Deo principles fuse, is too risky. Moreover, number 1 is only a part of the main body, his physical body is not as powerful as the main bodies and might not be able to withstand the impact of the violent spiritual power. After cautiously abandoning the idea in his mind, number 1 returned to the body, and the main body also woke up. Not long after number 1 returned to the body, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 also returned to the main body. Tian Jiashan planned to let his divine soul achieve perfection and rest for a period of time, and then let number 1 attempt to break through to the calamity transformation realm. If the people on Broken Mountain knew that Tian Jiashan was not only having a spiritual body breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm but also simultaneously splitting off multiple spiritual bodies to do other things, the Deo heart of everyone, which had just barely calmed down, would surely be shaken again. Thinking of the willow tree that ninth senior sister had broken earlier, Tian Jiashan made his way to the ground, opened the door, and was greeted by birdsong, fragrant flowers, and vibrant colors. This doesn't seem bad either. Looking at the scene before him, Tian Jiashan muttered to himself before heading towards the distant willow grove. And as Tian Jiashan, with a clear mind, patrolled his mountain peak, checking if any of the flowers and plants planted by those crazy women had gone wrong, in the forest on the outskirts of the 100,000 great mountains, by the sparkling riverside, Yaoer, with her trouser legs rolled up, playing happily in the water, was suddenly grabbed by a white-headed bear from behind and violently thrown to a safe spot behind him. And it was precisely at the moment Yaoer was thrown out that the white-headed bear, with a body 10 meters tall, was torn apart by a huge creature that leaped out of the river, letting out a mournful wail. Seeing its precious food slip away, the water snake, whose body was even larger than the white-headed bear, became enraged. Its tail instantly stirred up huge waves, sending the white-headed bear that saved Yaoer flying again. Yaoer hadn't quite reacted to the sudden appearance of the vicious snake when she saw the miserable state of her friend, Bye-Bye, and her eyes were immediately filled with anger. Besides the white-headed bear, playing with Yaoer were also several vicious beasts like the golden-armored mountain demon, the wind-chasing sparrow, and the earth dove. However, compared to the huge water snake that appeared in the river, the cultivation of these vicious beasts was clearly too weak. Their intelligence was already low, and now they were intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from the water snake's body. Although the group of vicious beasts around Yaoer protected her, they only showed fierce eyes, facing the big snake in the river as if facing a formidable enemy. However, before the big snake in the river could make a move, Yaoer, seeing her friend severely wounded and on the verge of death, had already leaped out. However, Yaoer had only just break through to the quenching spirit realm, while the big snake in the water was already close to break through to the jade void realm. On Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan was squatting in the flower bed next to his house, weeding, when a burning sensation suddenly appeared on his side under his clothes. He lifted his clothes and saw that the divine concealment talisman, inscribed with the words Yaoer, was emitting a scorching light. Tian Jiashan's expression changed instantly, and as array patterns appeared under his feet, his spiritual power surged, and he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the river bank, the severely injured Yaoer lay on the bank, her body enveloped by a layer of abundant spiritual power, all from the treasures Tian Jiashan usually gave her, or some inconspicuous items. Although she was severely injured and unable to move at this moment, there was no fear in Yaoer's eyes. She still stared fiercely at the vicious creature that had harmed her friend. Even at this moment, Yaoer still didn't believe anything bad would happen to her. Little martial uncle will definitely appear. And as Yaoer firmly and confidently believed this, ripples of array patterns suddenly appeared above the riverbank, followed closely by Tian Jiashan's figure. He immediately saw the injured Yaoer and the water snake that was clearly coveting her. When the snake's greedy eyes filled him with extreme disgust, Tian Jiashan simply threw a punch. With one punch, the large snake, on the verge of breaking into the jade void realm, was smashed into a pile of rotten flesh in the river before it could even let out a wail. Girl, are you all right? Why did you come so far to play and not bring anyone along? Where are senior brother and 7th senior sister? Without any blame for Yaoer running off to play by herself, Tian Jiashan spoke gently, and numerous small medicinal pill bottles already appeared in his hand. As for the dying vicious beasts around, Tian Jiashan planned to reduce them to ashes later. Yaoer, who had shown no weakness when facing the big snake despite her severe injuries, saw little martial uncle appear, her nose tingled, and little pearls of tears streamed down. Little martial uncle, please save Daba and the others first, they are all my good friends. Yaoer, thinking her friends were about to die, cried inconsolably, instantly becoming a teary mess. Tian Jiashan, who had initially thought the surrounding vicious beasts were also accomplices of the big snake, paused slightly, then smiled in understanding. Don't worry, your friends will be fine. With little martial uncle here, they won't be able to die even if they want to. As soon as Tian Jiashan said this, he instantly froze. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Could it be related to the scripture of the dead? Muttering to himself about the sudden, inexplicable sense of familiarity, Tian Jiashan picked up the profusely crying Yaoer from the ground and went to the group of vicious beasts. To Tian Jiashan, the group of low-intelligence spirit beasts were only instinctively fearful, having just witnessed the huge water snake being killed with one blow. As Tian Jiashan distributed excellent medicinal pills to the spirit beasts, even the white-headed bear, which was most severely injured while saving Yaoer, was brought back from the brink of death. Actually, Tian Jiashan had always believed that among all the spiritual bodies, number 1 was the most formidable. There was no other way, after all, the main body feared death, so the methods number 1 possessed for bringing the dead back to life were not just 1 or 2. See, aren't they all lively and jumping around now? Yaoer, held high by one hand, had stopped crying. Now, seeing all her playmates perfectly fine, her previously heartbroken expression vanished completely. She hugged little martial uncle's neck, bit his face hard, and then leaped to the ground, rushing to the white-headed bear in a few quick steps. Watching Yaoer harmoniously interacting with the group of spirit beasts, Tian Jiashan fell into contemplation, his brows furrowed by his thoughts. Yaoer was no longer a child, and her potential was gradually emerging. It was time for her to slowly begin her journey of cultivating immortals. However, whether it was cultivation resources or other aspects, with master and senior brother there, he didn't need to worry about anything. It was just, if the little girl's physique could be even stronger, that would be great. But Yaoer was ultimately just a child, she couldn't withstand overly strong medicinal liquids, and ordinary quenching methods were too ordinary in effect. However, cultivators value foundation the most, and Yaoer's talent was not weak, so on this basis, it was necessary to complete Yaoer's foundation. Soon, Tian Jiashan, thinking about how to lay the groundwork for Yaoer's first step in cultivating immortals, fell into deep thought. After a moment of silent contemplation, Tian Jiashan, with a sudden idea, looked up at the sky. No, lightning striking the body is not something that can be described with just pain. As he murmured this, Tian Jiashan stroked his chin and continued to ponder. However, not long after, Tian Jiashan once again looked up at the sky, because he felt that when it came to foundation establishment, there was no greater fortune than a heavenly tribulation. How about, I still let Yaoer bathe in the lightning tribulation, little by little, steadily. This time, Tian Jiashan's soliloquy contained more certainty, he had clearly already decided this. Yaoer, let's go home for today. I'll take you to trim the willow branches. After Yaoer obediently agreed, the tall and short pair slowly made their way towards Broken Mountain. Behind them followed a bear that was entirely black except for its white head. The body of the large bear was clearly much taller than the two humans, yet it merely followed cautiously behind the tall and short figures. Chapter 129 The Soul Seed wants revenge. Although Tian Jiashan had been away from Chaoxian sect for over 2 months, many people in the state where Chaoxian sect was located still thought of him. These included the vice sect master of Chaoxian sect and others, as well as Ma Mingzhu and Shang Qi from Jingxiang sect. Of course, the one who missed Tian Jiashan the most was Hunyang sect, and among them, the one who missed him most was Soul Seed, the foremost young prodigy of Hunyang sect. Ever since he nearly died at Tian Jiashan's hands in the trial ground of Chaoxian sect, Soul Seed, having survived the calamity, had been thinking of revenge day and night. At Hunyang sect, the three-headed hound that Soul Seed had acquired from the sect master of Hunyang sect shortly after its birth had undergone earth-shattering changes in appearance within just a few months. It finally began to resemble a hell three-headed hound. This vicious beast, with its noble bloodline, was named Tian Jiashan. At this moment, the hell three-headed hound was quietly lying prostrate in a treasure land rich in spiritual qi. Its beautiful yet somewhat exaggeratedly colorful fur stretched out, gathering the dense spiritual qi from its surroundings. Behind the hell three-headed hound was the best immortal cave in Hunyang sect, a Daoist temple of Daoist Pantai. Not long after Tian Jiashan left, Soul Seed also finally began his breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm. Under the rich spiritual qi, the plants growing around were already extraordinarily vibrant. On the mountain of the immortal cave, amidst the clouds and mist, beneath a simple pavilion with redwood and golden tiles, imbued with immortal qi and Dao rhyme, the sect master of Hunyang sect stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Daoist Pantai, dressed in loose robes, leisurely sipped tea. Yang Sheng, do you think Soul Seed has a high chance of breaking through to the calamity transformation realm? Hearing this, the middle-aged man known as Daoist Pantai, whose real name was Sage of Xiang Yang, put down the steaming immortal tea in his hand. The calamity transformation realm, an ancient divine realm. Looking across the entire state, the only person known to have already broken through is Tian Jiashan. It wouldn't be strange if Soul Seed couldn't break through. In other words, it's normal for living beings in the major thousand worlds not to break through to the calamity transformation realm. Of course, ancient bloodline races are an exception. Daoist Pantai's tone was very calm, devoid of any emotion. However, as the sect master of Hunyang sect, a renowned immortal realm powerhouse, Immortal Guangping's face showed signs of worry. Yes, the calamity transformation realm, an ancient divine realm, it's normal not to break through. But that Tian Jiashan, whom Jindao Sword Immortal brought from who knows where to Chaoxian sect, he did break through. If we don't have a means to counter him, we must find a way to eliminate him early. When he said this, the chilling coldness emanating from the sect master of Hunyang sect's tone caused a sinister smile to appear on Daoist Pantai's face as well. To move against Tian Jiashan, they first had to move against Chaoxian sect. Going to war with Chaoxian sect? Good. If we're really going to war, I'd like to lead the charge. If I could forge a netherworld Daoist temple with the bones of cultivators, my power should increase significantly. Compared to his previous calm tone, Daoist Pantai was now ambitious and full of enthusiasm. And as the two core figures of Hunyang sect were gazing at the immortal cave named Songxingqi from the Tader Red Pavilion, a subtle change in the distant heavens and earth was detected by the two great powerhouses. Their expressions changed, and they instantly vanished from their original positions. The heavens cannot be followed, but the Dao can be observed. On the mountain where Songxingqi was located, the hell three-headed hound, whose body was already 10 feet long, felt a familiar aura emanating from the cave behind it. Its massive head lifted from the ground, and its confused eyes looked at the empty space behind it. As soon as the sect master of Hunyang sect, Immortal Guangping and Daoist Pantai arrived on the mountaintop, a sacred and peculiar aura permeated the entire mountain, accompanied by an arrogant and unrestrained laugh. Ever since he narrowly escaped death at Tianjiashan's hands, Soul Seed had been pondering and grasping that mysterious and profound feeling in the unseen. Finally, after several months, Soul Seed, who had already opened the 12 divine mansions for 2 years, finally broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Wild laughter echoed from the sky, spreading with surging spiritual power, reverberating across the entire mountaintop. The two great figures floated in the air, looking at the young figure whose body exuded the aura of the Calamity Transformation realm slender, yet no one would consider him weak. Is this the Calamity Transformation realm? It is indeed very sacred and mysterious, Daoist Pantai said with surprise and curiosity. As a powerhouse who had broken through to the immortal realm, let alone just breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm, even a heavenly immortal standing before Daoist Pantai would not make him feel strong. Yet, at this moment, Daoist Pantai felt a powerful chi emanating from Soul Seed, who had just broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Just now, he was still worried whether Soul Seed could break through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Now, Soul Seed directly responded to him with actual action, and Immortal Guangping was simply high-spirited and beaming with smiles. With this, Hunyang sect would no longer need to fear Chaoxian sect. Having waited so long, and now finally breaking through to the legendary Calamity Transformation realm, Soul Seed was ecstatic, enjoying the unprecedented feeling of exhilaration in his body. However, even so, at this moment, Soul Seed had only one thought in his mind: find Tianjiashan, and kill Tianjiashan. Just killing him seems a bit too easy for him. As soon as he muttered this, Soul Seed in the air saw the Hellhound looking up at him from the ground, and an idea suddenly struck him. Then let him be a dog by my side. His name will also be Tianjiashan. With that, Soul Seed let out another bout of rampant laughter. Ever since he nearly perished in the trial ground, the former Soul Seed, though avoiding Tianjiashan, had privately been keeping track of his movements. Thus, Soul Seed knew that Tianjiashan had long returned to a desolate branch sect of Chaoxian sect, a place called Broken Mountain. With a prodigy disciple in the sect successfully breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm, Immortal Guangping immediately hosted a grand banquet, inviting guests from all directions, hoping to promote the reputation of Hunyang sect and also to make Hunyang sect on par with Chaoxian sect, as Chaoxian sect's momentum had been quite rapid in recent years. However, the grand banquet was held, but Soul Seed, as the protagonist, never showed up from beginning to end. Not being interested in such banquets was one thing, being eager to seek revenge on Tianjiashan was an urgent matter. Hailed as a young prodigy being groomed to deal with Zhongjian of Chaoxian sect in the future, Soul Seed was never a weakling. However, just half a year ago, his century-long arrogance and self-confidence were all shattered by the person named Tianjiashan. So, Soul Seed was now going to settle the score. Huang, who had crossed the border from Chihua Wilderness, Yang Lu Yi's relatives from Bushan sect, plus Soul Seed, who had left Hunyang sect after breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm. 3 groups of people were already heading towards Broken Mountain. A scholar knows all about the world without leaving his home, but world affairs still need to be spread to be known. Tianjiashan was completely unaware that many people were about to come to Broken Mountain to find him. At this moment, he was merely diligently fulfilling the promise he had made with the sect master. After the lineage disciples had recovered sufficiently, Tianjiashan, as he had said, took them all to the 100,000 Great Mountains. Because he had important matters to attend to, Tianjiashan did not go to find Liu Chuan. Deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, Tianjiashan was currently hidden within a miniature spirit array. The spirit array was a spirit rank formation, serving no other purpose than to conceal one's figure. Of course, with Tianjiashan's ability, he could easily achieve multiple uses for one item, but he simply wanted to maximize the concealment attribute of the hiding light array. Under the hiding light array, there was only Tianjiashan, but at this moment, he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. In front of him were 10 spirit awakening talismans and 10 stabilizing talismans, and to more precisely monitor the movements of his senior brothers and sisters acting in the forest, Tianjiashan used profound grade talismans that had been enchanted 5 times. As Tianjiashan said, regarding the Calamity Transformation realm, everything was clearly written in the Calamity Transformation realm trilogy. How much one could comprehend depended on everyone's comprehension ability. Considering that the senior brothers and sisters might not be able to fully utilize their existing comprehension ability, or to help them break through their original comprehension ability, what Tianjiashan was doing now was helping them break everyone's conventional thinking. To break through to the Calamity Transformation realm, one's comprehension ability still needed to be a bit more unconventional. If one doesn't even dare to dream of plucking stars, one is not qualified to obtain stars, even by picking them up. 10 people, each acting separately, were now searching the forest for the heaven and earth treasure Tianjiashan needed. To the northwest, the person exploring this area was Zhang Yi. Although he was moving very cautiously, one could still see clear signs of battle on his body. Zhang Yi's mission was very simple: just walk 100 li to the northwest, or bring back a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine within 20 days. Fuiao went north. Her mission was almost identical to Zhang Yi's, only the direction of travel was different. The 10 lineage disciples, each advanced 100 li in their respective directions, either bringing back 20 10,000-year-old spirit medicine within the allotted time. Such a task seemed like nothing at first glance. In fact, initially, the lineage disciples, upon hearing Tianjiashan's request, also felt it was not easy but not difficult. However, now, among the 10, everyone was secretly mocking their own ignorance and foolishness. In the depths of the 100,000 great mountains, let alone advancing 100 li, it was difficult to travel even 10 li without constantly being on edge. Moreover, the place where Tian Jiashan sent everyone was already deep within. As for finding 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, the same applied. The 100,000 great mountains never lacked spirit medicine, but it depended on whether the gatherer had the ability, as the spirit beasts living in the mountains were more familiar with the existence of spirit medicine. Under the hiding light array, Tian Jiashan instantly tensed when he suddenly saw the spirit awakening talisman representing Weisheng Dim. Every one of the senior brothers and sisters was a treasure of Chaosian sect, and Tian Jiashan could not afford any losses. However, although tense, Tian Jiashan did not leave immediately. After all, the purpose of bringing everyone out was still for training. People do not know their limits unless they push themselves, and the Calamity Transformation Realm is precisely a cultivation realm that requires breaking through limits. To the east, Weisheng was currently facing a swarm of carrion ants, whose bodies were comparable to humans. These carrion ants numbered in the thousands, densely packed, each possessing the cultivation of the Jade Void Realm, and several golden ones among them even exuded the aura of the human immortal realm. And when Weisheng chose not to retreat, but to fight against overwhelming odds, Tian Jiashan's heart trembled, and he immediately vanished from beneath the hiding light array. As Tian Jiashan disappeared from his original spot, not long after, 200 li to the north, a massive creature was savagely battling in the forest, its thick hide allowing it to rampage unscrupulously. Li Zisai, who was simply walking along and suddenly targeted by a ghost-faced badger, was now unable to even protect herself under the pressure of a spirit immortal. A large array appeared in the sky, and below, a ghost-faced badger of spirit immortal realm was seen, its tusks, capable of easily breaking gold and stone, slashing across senior sister Li's body, tearing off a large chunk of flesh and bringing forth a stream of fresh blood. Tian Jiashan frowned slightly. Although she had the formation stone given by junior brother Jiashan in her hand, Li Zisai did not immediately use the teleportation array to leave. Junior brother Jiashan had said that the Calamity Transformation Realm was a process of constantly breaking through limits, only by breaking through that limit of the Calamity Transformation Realm could one successfully break through. Hiss! How much must that hurt? Not immediately intervening, Tian Jiashan only frowned and spoke from the air, seeing that senior sister Li still intended to fight. It looked genuinely painful. Chapter 130 Disaster always arrives one step behind me. After receiving a notification from the Spirit Awakening Talisman placed on senior sister Li, indicating her poor condition, Jiashan rushed over. However, he did not intervene or even show himself, he merely watched from the shadows, hands tucked into his sleeves. Potential, as they say, needs to be stimulated. Watching senior sister Li, who, despite being severely injured, had developed some coping abilities, her 12 Jade Void Heavens could now even place 3 of them into her divine mansion. Jiashan merely hid in the shadows, sipping his health tea. The tea was enlightenment tea, the water was morning dew, and the cup was a Hushan supreme treasure. This was the life of a cultivator. High-quality spirit medicine, requiring only the simplest processing, tasted sweet upon entry. Jiashan calmly watched the bloody struggle unfolding before him. That ghost-faced badger pig was just larger, had a higher cultivation, and was thick-skinned. It had no other strengths. As a training target for senior sister Li, it was perfectly suitable. To ensure he could respond to emergencies at the first moment, Jiashan sat not far away. Yet, even as the ground continuously vibrated due to the fierce battle ahead, the cup in Jiashan's hand, as he sat cross-legged, did not show any tremor, nor did the potent medicine within it show a single ripple. Within a meter around Jiashan, there was a force field unique to him. The antics of 2 ants would never cause a mountain to shake, even if the ants were fighting at its base. Senior sister Li was considered the most talented person besides Great Master Zhong Jian and 9th senior sister. Her probability of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm was not low. In fact, because Great Master Zhong Jian was recultivating the Calamity Transformation Realm with the number 1 spirit body of the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, if senior sister Li truly had the ability, she might even break through before Great Master Zhong Jian. However, with everyone like this, could they truly break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm? Forget it, let's talk about it in a year. As he spoke, Jiashan, hidden in the shadows, instantly moved far away, because Li Zisai, who was in front, had been smashed and embedded in the ground, unable to move anymore. On the verge of death, Li Zisai in the pit could still feel the profound and mysterious sensation within her body. She knew those were the steps leading to the Calamity Transformation Realm. However, what should have been a joyous occasion, at this very moment, Li Zisai now only felt regret. With no strength left to struggle, Li Zisai regretted being too confident just now and not activating the spirit array stone given by junior brother Jiashan to escape this place. Unable to move her entire body, watching the ugly badger pig cast its innate divine ability once more, Li Zisai, whose face was the only part still capable of movement, wore an expression of self-mockery. Li Zisai was ready to die. However, death did not befall Li Zisai, because Jiashan would not allow it. Disaster is always one step behind me. These were the last words Li Zisai heard before she fainted. The human immortal 5th realm badger pig, although it had already developed its innate divine ability, was only equivalent to the strength of a human race 3rd realm cultivator. For now, Jiashan could still slaughter it. But there was clearly no need for that. Always adhering to cautious cultivation, how could Jiashan contend with a pig, especially one with a higher cultivation than him? Coming and going in a hurry, as the ghost-faced badger pig's attack missed, Jiashan had already vanished from the spot with Li Zisai. Tisk, just looking at it hurts. As he spoke, Jiashan snapped his fingers. When the 1000-core flame, ranked 9th among the pill furnace divine fires, danced on his fingertip, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. After the life and death struggle just now, Li Zisai had many necrotic bones and flesh. What Jiashan needed to do was to temper this flesh and blood, making it more spiritual. As he burned her with fire, Jiashan took out some spirit medicine from his storage device and added it to Li Zisai. Just like that, the unconscious Li Zisai quickly woke up due to the soul-piercing pain. Junior brother Jiashan, what are you doing? Li Zisai's voice was weak, but facing this sudden scene, the terror in her tone was very obvious. Senior sister Li, I am healing your injuries. Since you are awake now, circulate your cultivation with all your might to absorb the spiritual qi from heaven and earth. Remember to focus on the 12 divine mansions. Jiashan said, but continued to roast Li Zisai with fire. Although Li Zisai felt an indescribable immense pain on her body, being severely injured and unable to move, she could only endure it. Jiashan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at senior sister Li's contorted face. Junior brother Jiashan, don't look at me. Li Zisai spoke with pain and shyness as she circulated her cultivation as Jiashan instructed. Li Zisai could, of course, imagine how disheveled and ugly she must be at this moment. Oh. Jiashan spoke calmly, thinking that senior sister Li even had the presence of mind to consider beauty and ugliness, so she must still have some strength left. Thus, he intensified the 1000-core flame. Ah. Junior brother Jiashan, be gentler. Hearing this, Jiashan subconsciously looked around. Fortunately, apart from some talismans on the ground, there was nothing that could move. Jiashan thought, what kind of outrageous words is senior sister Li saying? Junior brother Jiashan, can you be a little gentler, a little slower? Jiashan's face turned red. Oh dear, why is the temperature of this fire so high? It's making my face red. Immersed in unprecedented pain, Li Zisai at this moment could not hear what Jiashan was saying. Choosing the most brutal and effective method to make senior sister Li's spiritual power and divine mansion more compatible, Jiashan roasted Li Zisai for a full stick of incense time. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire, but true gold must be refined by fire. Jiashan did not completely help Li Zisai recover from her injuries, in fact, he only allowed Li Zisai's body to recover before no longer helping. If it weren't to allow Li Zisai to cultivate through this, Jiashan could have fully healed Li Zisai's injuries within 3 days. Instead of letting Li Zisai leave immediately, he allowed her to quietly comprehend the mysteries of the Calamity Transformation realm while recuperating, using the insights gained during her near-death battle. Meanwhile, Jiashan returned to his original spot and continued his leisurely cultivation as usual. After comprehending the mysterious qi that suddenly appeared in his mind for a while, Li Zisai, who had been recuperating here for 2 days, opened her eyes and still saw junior brother Jiashan meditating on a block of Tei cold ice. One could see that the Tei cold ice beneath junior brother Jiashan was melting at an astonishing speed. As for the divine essence contained within, it was completely absorbed by junior brother Jiashan without a single trace being lost. Even though he had to pay attention to everyone's training progress, junior brother Jiashan still did not neglect his cultivation. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. As she inwardly marveled at how a powerful person like junior brother Jiashan indeed had extraordinary qualities, Li Zisai glanced again at the neatly arranged talismans on the ground. Each talisman represented a person. These talismans were all profound grade talismans that had been enchanted 5 times. Although their offensive power was not strong, they were most suitable for spying and tracking, and each one cost over 10,000 spirit stones. The most important thing was that these talismans were all drawn by junior brother Jiashan himself. Capable of alchemy, talisman crafting, outstanding in Dao of spirit arrays, and also skilled in forging, all these abilities combined in one person already made junior brother Jiashan quite extraordinary. However, the most terrifying thing was that junior brother Jiashan was also a genuine Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme Being. Junior brother Jiashan, the talisman representing Su Xian, is showing activity. As she marveled inwardly, feeling the spiritual power emanating from the talisman, her attention was drawn, and Li Zisai also spoke softly. Hearing this, Jiashan slightly opened his eyes. Seeing that the talisman representing senior brother Su Xian only had slight fluctuations, he was about to continue cultivating, thinking nothing of it, when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Just as Jiashan's face changed dramatically, the talisman representing Su Xian suddenly exploded. Then, fluctuations from the spirit array came from the periphery of the hidden light array, and then the two saw a bloody body fall limply from a suddenly appearing teleportation array. It was Su Xian who appeared. Seeing this, Jiashan's heart tightened, and he hastily got up from the ground. Fortunately, he just looks miserable, but he won't die. Li Zisai's heart also tightened, and she shivered at the sudden sight. Junior brother Jiashan, though startled, was unharmed. A cluster of roaring flames, the same pill furnace flames that had roasted her earlier, was already on his palm. Although she knew it wasn't her turn to suffer this time, the deeply ingrained memory of her experience made Li Zisai swallow hard, her eyes filled with dread. But surprisingly, Li Zisai found herself unexpectedly excited, as if she somewhat hoped the pill fire would quickly burn Su Xian, letting him also taste the severity of it. Otherwise, when she complained in the future, she wouldn't find anyone who could empathize. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Li Zisai was already somewhat excited and jubilant at this moment. The bleeding stopped, and Su Xian, roasted by the flames, quickly woke up in intense pain. After an instinctive struggle, he found his hands and feet unable to move. He was currently tied to a rack by junior brother Jiashan and being roasted. Startled awake and suddenly seeing such a scene, Su Xian at one point thought he had already gone to the underworld called Purgatory. However, the surroundings were lush and green, and the sky was cloudless. I never thought that I, Su Xian, would not die in the belly of that vicious beast, but instead fall into your hands, junior brother Jiashan, and by such a humiliating death. You still have the strength to speak, and so fluently. It seems I need to increase the heat. Without explanation, Jiashan merely muttered to himself after hearing this. As his spiritual power surged slightly, the flames flared up. Then, Su Xian no longer had any thoughts of complaining. Ow! Hiss! Ah! A series of wails and howls, one after another, all came from Su Xian. Su Xian, don't overthink it now. Quickly circulate your cultivation and improve the compatibility between your divine mansion and spiritual power. Su Xian, mistakenly believing he was being burned in purgatory, vaguely heard this familiar voice. Without time to think, he instinctively complied. Although Su Xian's condition improved significantly after her reminder, Li Zisai still frowned, witnessing it firsthand. It was hard to imagine that the scene before her was exactly what she had experienced earlier, and she had actually endured it. In other words, junior brother Jiashan's method was unbearable even for a perfectly healthy person, let alone for herself and Su Xian, who were on the verge of death. Yet, the result was that she herself had survived through such means earlier. As she pondered with dread over how junior brother Jiashan could achieve such a feat, she turned her head and saw that junior brother Jiashan was calm and composed, his facial expression barely changing. Li Zisai's heart sank. It was hard to imagine that junior brother Jiashan had also roasted her like this. However, what Li Zisai didn't know was that when Jiashan roasted her, he was drenched in sweat. After roasting Su Xian, another person appeared by Jiashan's side. Because of Su Xian's appearance, the two, having shared experiences, found more common topics and would occasionally huddle together for warmth, privately complaining that junior brother Jiashan was too inhumane. And on the fifth day after Su Xian was roasted, as the aura of the teleportation array flashed away, Su Yu also appeared outside the mini hidden light array. Junior brother Jiashan said the teleportation spot was here, but why is no one around? Su Yu, who had just landed, spoke with confusion, looking at the empty space before him. But just as he was about to look around for junior brother Jiashan, a hand suddenly reached out from the void and pulled him into the spirit array. With lingering fear, Su Yu was about to resist, but upon seeing familiar faces, he immediately retracted his aura. Senior brother Su, why did you return completely unharmed? Did you find 20 spirit medicine plants? Jiashan asked, looking at the clean person in front of him. No, Su Yu said with a look of shame. Then why did you come back? I accidentally stumbled into the lair of a three-eyed old tiger along the way. That striped great tiger was an 8th realm spirit immortal. If I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life. Hearing Su Yu's words and seeing him alive and well, meaning he wouldn't be roasted by fire, Li Zisai and Su Xian both showed a hint of disappointment. However, is that so? Then, senior brother Su, you and number 1 spirit body should leave together. The training you didn't experience, let number 1 spirit body make up for it. Su Yu, hearing these words and seeing the number 1 spirit body walk out of junior brother Jiashan's body, felt a chill down his spine. However, before Su Yu could speak, number 1 spirit body took him and vanished. About half a stick of incense time later, number 1 spirit body returned unharmed, carrying Su Yu, who was no longer recognizable. Li Zisai and Su Xian exchanged glances, secretly delighted. Good, now junior brother Jiashan could rightfully roast Su Yu. A month passed quickly, and on this day, Tian Jiashan gathered everyone around him, not because he was going to test them, but because Jiashan had some things he needed to do. Upon receiving the notification, the lineage prodigies immediately converged from all directions, not even asking junior brother Jiashan why he had so abruptly summoned them. In this period, Tian Jiashan's position in the hearts of the lineage disciples had become unshakable. However, although they didn't ask, everyone who had gathered again after more than a month was worried, their faces edged with concern. Through their gradual interaction and understanding, everyone also realized that junior brother Jiashan was a meticulous person, he wouldn't waste any time cultivating, nor would he do anything meaningless. Therefore, for junior brother Jiashan to summon them this time, it was likely he had something else to instruct them on. If junior brother Jiashan had instructions, that was fine, as long as it wasn't as inhumane as before. All 10 individuals had been roasted by Tian Jiashan's 1000-core flame, and Xia Yu and Fuyao had the privilege of experiencing it twice. Actually, there's nothing major about gathering everyone this time, it's just that I personally have some trivial matters to attend to. Hearing this, everyone's taut nerves relaxed slightly. It was junior brother Jiashan's own affairs, so it had nothing to do with them. After all, junior brother Jiashan had always been a lone wolf. It's just, as you all know, the heavens are against me. For no reason, lightning tribulations always strike me. Based on experience, I've calculated that this lightning tribulation should be in the next few days, so everyone's current training will be temporarily put on hold for a while. The expressions of those who had just felt a hint of relief and ease immediately stiffened upon hearing this, and Su Xian even showed a dead fish eye. If he hadn't misheard, junior brother Jiashan had just said he had some trivial matters to do, right? Since when did something like undergoing tribulation become a trivial matter in daily life? However, for junior brother Jiashan, it really seemed to be a trivial matter. Because during their training in the 100,000 Great Mountains, no one could guarantee what dangers they would encounter next. Zhang Yi, who had just returned, still had many deep, bone-visible wounds on him, but with the nourishment and repair of spiritual qi, it was as if he felt no pain, and Zhang Yi still looked at junior brother Jiashan with eyes full of light, as always. Over 100 years old, and not even having reached the human immortal realm, Boss Tian had already gained experience in undergoing tribulation. How terrifying would such a Boss Tian be once he grew up one day? While Zhang Yi yearned for the future, his offer Tian Jiashan increased even further. Oh, little divine marquis, hurry up and come show off in front of me, otherwise Zhang Yi can't guarantee he won't just follow Boss Tian. And as Zhang Yi muttered to himself, the rest of the people also remained silent, only exchanging glances and seeing complex expressions in each other's eyes. Next to junior brother Jiashan, one's Dao heart was too easily swayed. In short, it was mentally exhausting. However, as Tian Jiashan spoke again, everyone no longer had the mood to lament so much. Although I need to prepare for undergoing tribulation, everyone doesn't need to worry. Your training will still continue, just in a different way. Hearing this, expressions finally brightened on everyone's faces. However, upon thinking of junior brother Jiashan's so-called cultivation methods, everyone felt a mix of joy and worry. The joy was that every cultivation task junior brother Jiashan arranged brought immense benefits to them, while the worry was that every cultivation method junior brother Jiashan prepared was somewhat horrifying. Whether it was being repeatedly beaten motionless on Broken Mountain, or the life-threatening battles they faced again and again after entering the 100,000 Great Mountains, followed by the simple and brutal method of roasting them with the pill furnace's divine fire, it was always like this. I have a good friend in the 100,000 Great Mountains named Liu Chuan. He comes from the Thunder Beast bloodline and is now at the Calamity Transformation realm of cultivation. He will spar with you all. From the initial mix of joy and worry, upon hearing junior brother Jiashan's words, everyone felt more joy than worry. The Thunder Beast bloodline. There was only one Thunder Beast bloodline in the 100,000 Great Mountains, and it was said that beneath the desolate god in lies, there was only one generational bloodline. So, the Thunder Beast Liu Chuan in junior brother Jiashan's mouth should be the legendary young Thunder Beast. It was a powerful and ancient Thunder Beast bloodline, and it was at the Calamity Transformation realm. The group of people was already somewhat impatient. Junior brother Jiashan, I heard from brother Zhang before that you have a very good relationship with the Thunder Beasts in lies. I didn't expect it to be true. Brother Zhang never lies to me, indeed. Ren Diao said happily. Even at this moment, she didn't forget to show off her affection with third senior brother Zhang Junyi. Facing Ren Diao's display, a fleeting look of disdain appeared on Weisheng Ruyan's face. Seeing senior sister Wei Sheng's fleeting expression, Tian Jiashan also sighed in his heart. Third senior brother was indeed exceptionally capable. Senior sister Weisheng looked completely smitten. He didn't say much to the crowd. Faced with everyone's endless curiosity about Chuan, Tian Jiashan merely gave perfunctory, casual replies, mostly answering with, "You'll know when you meet him." In the 100,000 Great Mountains, in an area near lies, beneath a rugged cliff face, a tiny figure seemed insignificant compared to the surrounding majestic and vast mountains and cliffs, tearing at a golden, roasted foreleg in its hands on the ground. These methods were all taught by Tian Tian, and anything Tian Tian taught him was useful. Liu Chuan, in his human form, ate with relish, even as, in the distant forest from which he had come, massive creatures hundreds of feet tall occasionally strolled past. And when had Liu Chuan not strolled past in such a manner? Let alone lies, the entire 100,000 Great Mountains belonged to the desolate god. As for existences like the desolate god, not being in the Chihua wilderness but instead entrenched in the 100,000 Great Mountains, there had always been constant debate and various theories. A sky-swallowing python, its scales shimmering in 7 colors under the sunlight, coiled around a towering tree, its forked tongue flicking out, its intelligent snake eyes watching the humans, who in its eyes moved as slowly as crawling insects, pass by. Those humans were great nourishment for it, but this 7-colored giant python, at the Earth Immortal 6 realms, knew that it couldn't touch those humans, because the leader was closely related to the Thunder Beast in lies. Following junior brother Jiashan, they had seen countless terrifyingly powerful behemoths along the way. Now, following behind Tian Jiashan, everyone was cautious and on tenterhooks. When some huge vicious beasts swaggered past, their lantern-like eyes staring directly at them, it felt as if their divine souls were about to emerge. It wasn't until they arrived at a desolate mountainous area that the group, whose hearts had been pounding all the way, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If any of the vicious beasts they had encountered on the way had malicious intent, they would surely have met a miserable end in its belly. However, when the still shaken group looked at junior brother Jiashan, all they saw was an air of calm and ease. Tian Jiashan was not afraid of the deepest parts of the 100,000 Great Mountains because although the vicious beasts there were powerful in cultivation, they were also highly intelligent and knew of his close relationship with Chuan, so they wouldn't trouble him. However, it would be different in the slightly outer areas where the vicious beasts were less intelligent, had no reverence, and would only act on instinct. Upon landing, Tian Jiashan saw Chuan sitting by a bonfire ahead. He smiled slightly and led everyone forward. At their first meeting, everyone was reserved. But Chuan clearly didn't care much for that. Tian, your Chaosian sect is quite impressive, you can actually gather so many excellent young prodigies. Feeling the abundant chi in the unfamiliar people, Chuan also spoke in surprise, because he discovered that the 10 people before him were all powerful individuals who had opened their divine mansions. Facing the Thunder Beast's praise, everyone merely offered a polite smile. No matter how impressive, you can't be more impressive than yourself, can you? I'm entrusting my senior brothers and sisters to you for this period. Be careful when you spar, don't beat them to death. Just as he blurted out these words, realizing what he said was too blunt, Tian Jiashan chuckled and looked at his senior brothers and sisters. What I mean is, Chuan, when you spar with my senior brothers and sisters, you need to be more mindful. Oh, Tian, listen to yourself. While I may not be as delicate as you human girls, I'm not crude either. I know how to gauge my strength. How about I show you first? It would have been better if Liu Chuan hadn't said that. As soon as those words came out, falling into the ears of the cautious Tian Jiashan would definitely let him try. Alright, then you and senior brother Zhang Yi can try. Hearing himself called out, a look of pride and smugness immediately appeared on Zhang Yi's face. Boss Tian still favored him. Zhang Yi could only be happy in his heart for now. As the most outstanding lineage disciples of the Chaosian sect, everyone had naturally heard of the Thunder Beast's power long ago. Now, personally seeing a young Thunder Beast that had broken through to the Calamity Transformation realm, they were very curious about the strength of the Thunder Beast named Chuan, and everyone focused intently. The battle between one man and one beast quickly unfolded on the mountainous terrain. Although both were young, as soon as the battle began, dirt and rocks flew, and the ground shook. Zhang Yi's innate talent was already quite strong, and coupled with the tempering he had received from Tian Jiashan during this period, his strength was considerable, so at first, he fought back and forth with Liu Chuan. However, when Liu Chuan revealed his true form and unleashed the true power of the Calamity Transformation realm, Zhang Yi quickly lay in a pile of rubble, unable to even move his eyeballs. Everyone in the distance, including Tian Jiashan, watched in stunned silence. Chuan, he couldn't quite control his strength. Junior brother Jiashan, why don't you talk to the Thunder Beast? I feel like the Thunder Beast doesn't seem to be very good at teaching people. Dong Ta spoke, while the rest of the group looked at Tian Jiashan with an expression that said, exactly. After personally demonstrating once and seeing that Chuan's attacks were still somewhat overbearing, Tian Jiashan did not leave immediately. After nodding in agreement to everyone, he discussed with Chuan how best to train the group. However, it was better that Tian Jiashan didn't impart his so-called training experience. The moment he spoke, the lineage prodigies grew even more flustered. Listening to the inhumane combat methods coming from junior brother Jiashan's mouth, everyone listened with pounding hearts. Upon hearing junior brother Jiashan say that as long as they didn't kill their own people, even if their bodies were battered, it didn't matter, and seeing that junior brother Jiashan showed no signs of stopping, their heart rates surged, and senior sister Zhong Jian couldn't help but speak up. Junior brother Jiashan, it's getting late. We can endure the hardship of cultivation, but junior brother Jiashan, you must have many things to prepare, right? After all, you're about to undergo tribulation. Zhong Jian's words were very tactful. After Tian Jiashan left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and looking at the Thunder Beast sitting beside them, they seemed less nervous. It's not easy being with Tian, is it? Seeing everyone's expressions, Liu Chuan said with a smile. And everyone just nodded. It shouldn't be easy. After all, not everyone can stay by the side of someone like Tian. Hearing the Thunder Beast's words, the empathetic group immediately nodded in unison. Let alone following, for someone like junior brother Jiashan, there were probably not many who could even aspire to his level. You guys don't know, when Tian and I first met, we fought for 3 days and 3 nights because we both wanted to kill each other. Later, when our relationship became closer, we asked each other and found out that Tian wanted to kill me because he was afraid I would seek revenge afterward. As for why I wanted to kill Tian. At this point, Liu Chuan scratched his head, embarrassed. Su Yu gave Liu Chuan face and was very cooperative, opening his mouth at the opportune moment. Brother Liu, for what reason did you want to kill junior brother Jiashan? Indeed, after Su Yu spoke, the awkwardness immediately lessened, and Liu Chuan immediately feigned indignation, as if he had returned to the scene of their first meeting with Tian Jiashan, when they were fighting each other. Why did I want to kill Tian? Because I am a Thunder Beast. Tian, a human, whose cultivation was not higher than mine, could not only fight me without losing but also pin me to the ground and rub me. How could I tolerate that? And the final result was... Zhang Yi, who already worshipped Tian Jiashan, spoke with great anticipation. Even Zhong Jian, who usually disliked joining in on the fun, looked at Liu Chuan, the Thunder Beast, who was speaking eloquently. What else could the result be? That monster Tian almost really sent my life to the king of the underworld. Seemingly feeling that such a result was too embarrassing and wanting to regain some face, Liu Chuan immediately continued, but Tian wasn't well either, he was half dead, exhaling more chi than he inhaled. Listening to the Thunder Beast describe such a result, everyone was filled with emotion and muttered to themselves, as expected of junior brother Jiashan. Liu Chuan, given Jiashan's cautious personality, why would he still want to kill you after knowing you're a Thunder Beast? Isn't he afraid of death? Amidst the emotion, Fuiao, with a puzzled expression, asked this question after considering it quite carefully. Hearing Fuiao's words, everyone looked curious, while Liu Chuan gave Fuiao an appreciative look. What little sister Fuiao said is the key point. Tian, of course, knew I was a Thunder Beast, and he was indeed afraid of death and trouble. However, at that time, that scoundrel Tian just wanted to kill me. Afterward, he told me that if he had killed me then, even if he died afterward, it would have been worth it. But if he didn't kill me, and the forces behind me came to settle accounts, then his death would have been too much of a loss. Everyone was speechless, unsure how to comment. To say he was timid, yet junior brother Jiashan had wanted to kill the sole bloodline of the Thunder Beast lineage. But to say junior brother Jiashan was bold, he had run 800 li around the mountains to avoid fighting the Thunder Beast. Seeing everyone's expressions, Liu Chuan immediately became interested again. Actually, just a few years ago, there was another incident that I remember vividly. While still marveling at this unexpected sight of junior brother Jiashan, everyone's attention shifted back to Liu Chuan upon hearing the Thunder Beast's words and seeing his serious demeanor again. The story begins a few years ago with the Summons of Heaven's arrival held in the 100,000 Great Mountains. You all must have heard of it, right? Everyone nodded. How could they not have heard of the Summons of Heaven's arrival? One of the current human emperor's sons-in-law was chosen from the Summons of Heaven's arrival. Moreover, many famous figures emerged from the Summons of Heaven's arrival that year, and Bai Xiu and Qin Baoxiao, who appeared with the Calamity Transformation Realm, first used the Calamity Transformation Realm during the Summons of Heaven's arrival. Although curious why the Thunder Beast brought up the Summons of Heaven's arrival, no one asked. Seeing the Thunder Beast's excited expression, did they still need to ask? The Thunder Beast would speak on his own. You know Tian's cautious and timid personality. When the Summons of Heaven's arrival was about to be held, he happened to be in the 100,000 Great Mountains, so I thought of taking this opportunity to let Tian also temper himself. But even with that thought, given Tian's personality, if he knew I wanted him to participate in the Summons of Heaven's arrival and fight against many outstanding individuals, he would surely sever ties with me. So I came up with a method, or more accurately, a dirty trick. Then, Liu Chuan began to recount his step-by-step scheme against Tian Jiashan, and his expression only changed when he spoke of his sneak attack on Tian Jiashan. It became solemn and filled with emotion. A short while later, hearing that the Thunder Beast, using 80% of his strength to sneak attack junior brother Jiashan, still failed to knock junior brother Jiashan unconscious with one blow, everyone either held their breath, stood dumbfounded, or gasped in cold air. A blow from 80% of the Thunder Beast's strength. And it was a sneak attack. And it was a completely unprepared sneak attack. Yet, even such a blow failed to knock junior brother Jiashan unconscious. Regardless of their feelings, in the end, after a moment of contemplation, all the prodigies ended with a long sigh. I've told you all this because I want to tell you that Tian is a living monster, we should just treat him as such. Looking at the Thunder Beast, who said this so casually, no one spoke. Treat junior brother Jiashan as a monster? Did they have the qualifications for that? Leaving the 10 individuals in the 100,000 Great Mountains, Tian Jiashan was not worried about anything happening to them, as Liu Chuan was there. After returning to Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan did not immediately continue his number 1 spirit body cultivation plan but began preparing for another matter. Previously, considering that Yaoer needed to start cultivating and required a solid foundation, Tian Jiashan had been pondering. When leaving the 100,000 Great Mountains, Tian Jiashan casually captured 3 vicious beasts each of the Quenching Spirit Realm and Jade Void Realm. What Tian Jiashan was doing now was cultivating 6 vicious beasts, respectively of the Quenching Spirit Realm and Jade Void Realm. And Yaoer, serving as the reference and cultivation standard, had been on Tian Jiashan's mountain peak frequently these past few days. Although their talent was not as outstanding as the 10 selected prodigies, and they hadn't necessarily aimed to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, everyone on Broken Mountain was still recultivating the Calamity Transformation Realm with their spiritual body, hoping to solidify their immortal cultivation foundation with their divine mansion. So, seeing the 10 individuals from Chaosian sect working so hard during this time, the senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain were also diligently cultivating. Gathered on Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, a large pot of rice was on the fire. Everyone, cooking dinner, now looked into the distance with furrowed brows. Recently, Old Tenth had a new hobby, he had actually started raising spirit beasts. I never noticed Old Tenth had such leisurely elegance before, starting to raise spirit beasts now, 8th senior brother muttered. I think Old Tenth's purpose won't be that simple. Old Tenth's actions are never as simple as they appear on the surface. If you say Old Tenth has no other plans for raising these few spirit beasts, I don't believe it. 4th senior brother spoke with certainty, insisting that Old Tenth would not be so simple. I also think what 4th brother said makes sense. If Old Tenth wanted to raise spirit beasts, would he just casually catch a few to raise like this? 6th senior sister agreed with 4th senior brother's point of view. Whether it's a sudden burst of leisurely elegance, or it's truly more than just raising spirit beasts, what puzzles me is, why does Old Tenth need to observe my daughter? 2nd senior brother, whose focus differed from the others, spoke with puzzlement. For the past few days, Old Tenth had been observing Yaoer, saying he wanted to raise those few spirit beasts according to Yaoer standards. Hearing 2nd senior brother's words, everyone also showed strange expressions. Forget it, we've never understood what Old Tenth does anyway. But undoubtedly, whatever Old Tenth does, he always decides after careful consideration, so there won't be any harm. 7th senior sister said, then got up to call the 2 distant people over for dinner. Immortal cultivation was already so boring and tedious, if they didn't pay attention to eating, life would be too dull. Completely trusting 7th senior sisters, 7th junior sisters, words, everyone was too lazy to think so much. Smelling the aroma, they all looked at the large pot in front of them with drooling mouths. Senior brother, with your cooking skills alone, you'll definitely find a good girl in the future. Facing 6th junior sister's praise, senior brother merely smiled slightly, honest, steady, and a little simple-minded. Youngest martial brother, among the 10 individuals, how many do you think can break through to the Calamity Transformation realm? During dinner, Huang Junyi, sitting beside Tian Jiashan, spoke. Equally curious about 9th junior sister's words, everyone, who had been eating heartily, slowed down their pace. For all 10 people to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm was simply impossible, even though they were all prodigies, 1 in 100, carefully selected by the Chaosian sect. I can't guarantee such a thing, but senior sister Zhong Jian should be able to. Tian Jiashan spoke without even thinking. After scooping a bone from the pot, he gnawed on it unceremoniously. Then why were you able to guarantee it when my uncle asked you back then? How can you be the same, 9th senior sister? We've been together for so long, I understand you, 9th senior sister. But the senior brothers and sisters in the mountains, I don't understand them as well. Huang Junyi pouted, unsure if she was happy or unhappy. Old 10th, then tell me, what about me and 3rd brother? What are our chances of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm? This time, Tian Jiashan did not speak immediately but looked up at 3rd senior brother, who was handsome and smiling. Truth or a lie? Tian Jiashan chuckled. What a load of lies. We're 2 grown men, do we need you to comfort us with lies? 2nd senior brother, I definitely, truly need old 10th to tell a lie. 3rd brother, don't speak. I don't want your opinion, I want mine. Tian Jiashan hesitated slightly, then still chose to tell the truth. As for 3rd senior brother, I can't say for sure, there's a layer of mist around 3rd senior brother. As for you, 2nd senior brother, chances are 9 out of 10, you won't make it. Hearing this, 2nd senior brother immediately glared. This damned old 10th, saying he couldn't do it in front of so many people. 7th junior sister was still sitting beside him, didn't he have any face? As 2nd senior brother grumbled and complained about old 10th, 3rd senior brother still smiled slightly, offering no explanation for the mystery old 10th mentioned. And as everyone laughed heartily at the mutual teasing between 2nd senior brother and old 10th, above Broken Mountain, thunderclouds suddenly appeared without warning. After lightning arcs leaped 1,000 li in the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens, thunder roared across the 9 heavens, and everyone on the ground looked up. Great, old 10th even has to undergo tribulation during dinner. It's really demoralizing. Eat faster, don't leave anything for old 10th, not even a drop of soup. Although they said they wouldn't leave a single drop of soup for old 10th, when the heavenly tribulation truly descended, everyone no longer had the mind to eat. They sat in a row, looking absent-mindedly at the pleasing scene in the distance. The group at Broken Mountain sat on the cliff, their legs dangling. Even Yaoer was used to little martial uncle being struck by lightning, let alone the older ones. You guys say, if old 10th really keeps going like this, how high will he stand in the future? 8th senior brother spoke with a look of fantasy, but when he said this, he was looking at the 9 heavens above. Someone like old 10th is destined to ascend Liangfeng Mountain, cross Suanpu and then go to the heavenly court to be conferred as a righteous god. Perhaps even a god king. I don't know how high he can stand, but it will definitely be higher than we imagine. 7th senior sister spoke, as if responding to 8th senior brother, and also as if talking to herself. Hearing her parents and everyone's conversation, Yaoer first pondered for a while, resting her chin on her hand. One night, little martial uncle and I were watching the stars, and little martial uncle said that one day he would take me to those stars to see them. Yaoer's expression was very complex when she said this. Yaoer was very curious how little martial uncle would take her to the stars, after all, the stars hung in the sky and couldn't even be touched. But even in her confusion, Yaoer trusted her little martial uncle deeply. If little martial uncle said it, little martial uncle could do it. Hearing Yaoer's words, everyone collectively looked up at the 9 heavens again. So, old 10th not only wanted to ascend to heaven but also to become the lord of the constellations. And while everyone inwardly sighed that old 10th, though usually cautious and afraid of death, possessed an ambition worthy of his talent, a sudden light from behind slightly shifted their attention. After Jiashan, who was undergoing tribulation, remotely activated a pre-prepared teleportation array, the 6 spirit beasts, all in the quenching spirit realm and jade void realm, were teleported away. The destination of the 6 spirit beasts' teleportation was precisely where Jiashan was undergoing tribulation. Not only was the destructive power astonishing, but the lightning was also as heavy as if filled with lead. Each lightning tribulation that fell caused Jiashan's flesh and blood to scatter. However, already accustomed to the power of the lightning tribulation, Jiashan, whose body was tattered by the lightning tribulation, did not mind the pain on his body. While carefully comprehending the heavenly Dao laws contained within the heavenly tribulation, Jiashan cautiously drew in the 6 spirit beasts he had meticulously raised according to Yaoer's standards. The heavenly tribulation is a heavenly Dao law descending from the 9 heavens, merely manifesting as lightning. Therefore, the oppressive feeling contained within the lightning tribulation not only came from the terrifying destructive Dao contained within the lightning but also from the great Dao laws from the 9 heavens. The 6 spirit beasts, drawn in, were still a li away. Upon sensing the aura of the lightning tribulation, their eyes filled with terror, and their bodies began to tremble. Rich divine essence flowed over his body, and his mouth was so thoroughly purified by the lightning tribulation that only golden bones remained. Even when Jiashan complained aloud, only his 2 jawbones could be seen moving up and down, no sound could be heard. With spiritual power, Jiashan, after a bolt of lightning tribulation struck, pulled a quenching spirit realm spirit beast in front of him. As the one undergoing tribulation, Jiashan's location was the core of the lightning tribulation. Coupled with the fact that he had already endured 5 bolts of black water lightning, a dense aura of lightning tribulation lingered around him. So, as soon as the bound spirit beast was pulled in, it collapsed to the ground, losing control of its bladder and bowels. His pupils slightly narrowed, not bothering to hide his disgust, yet a dense aura of the great Dao still emerged from Jiashan's shattered body, enveloping the quenching spirit realm spirit beast in front of him, which was the same size as Yaoer. Jiashan held nothing back, fully activating his calamity transformation realm cultivation. The surging spiritual power immediately became violent, completely protecting the trembling spirit beast. Jiashan wanted to try if he could protect the spirit beast in front of him during the undergoing tribulation. As for why he made this move, it was, of course, to create a fortune for Yaoer. Just as 8th senior brother and the others thought, Jiashan raised 6 spirit beasts not because he had any leisure, but because he had other intentions. After everything was done, Jiashan hadn't even had time to catch his breath when another bolt of lightning tribulation had already descended from the violent lightning pool in the 9 heavens. The earth trembled, dust surged in the distance, and tiny lightning arcs moved within the dust, rapidly brightening and then abruptly disappearing. Much of his flesh and blood had been torn open by the lightning tribulation, and now, with silver blood splattered all over him, the only pain Jiashan could feel was his divine soul trembling within his divine chamber. The direct pain to his soul made his divine soul tremble, and Jiashan looked at the charred remains of the spirit beast in front of him, sighing inwardly. Even though he had just used all his cultivation, when the lightning tribulation struck, he still couldn't protect the spirit beast. However, Jiashan did not give up but tried repeatedly. On the mountain, after witnessing Old Tenth's unusual actions, countless curiosities and speculations arose in the hearts of the senior brothers and sisters. The lightning tribulation is inherently aimed at the creature undergoing tribulation. It is both to destroy the creature undergoing tribulation and to grant it a fortune. Therefore, when other creatures participate in a lightning tribulation unrelated to them, they face only destruction and no fortune. So, everyone didn't understand why Old Tenth would pull those spirit beasts into the lightning tribulation. Everyone knew that Old Tenth must be verifying something, but they didn't know what Old Tenth was verifying. The 6 spirit beasts, after 6 bolts of lightning tribulation mercilessly struck, turned into charred remains. In the golden skull, Jiashan's hollow eyes stared blankly at the 6 pieces of charcoal in front of him. Just as he was about to grumble a few words, a bolt of purple gold lightning struck, causing the golden skull sitting in the lightning pit to sink sharply. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Damn it, it's really endless. His jawbone twitched, although he had no flesh and blood, his divine soul was still there, and this complaining voice came from his divine soul. After a total of 11 bolts of lightning struck, and his divine soul became extremely weak after being cleansed by the lightning tribulation, Jiashan looked up at the thunderclouds covering the sky above the 9 heavens, seeing that it indeed looked like it had more to give. Sure enough, just as Jiashan was wondering if the increase in the number of lightning tribulations was due to his number 1 spirit body's cultivation growing and about to break through to the calamity transformation realm, a dragon-like crimson lightning bolt suddenly struck down. It looked like fire, but it was actually lightning. Jiashan, already numb, just sat there, letting the lightning tribulation fall. Come on, the more the better, as long as it doesn't kill me, more is always good. Anyway, according to Xiuer's investigation, he had no other problems with his undergoing tribulation now. The rumbling continued for a while, and when the distant sky finally cleared, Jiashan, whose flesh and blood were regenerating wildly, finally got up, full of exhaustion. The teleportation array under his feet lit up, and Jiashan instantly appeared on his mountain peak, walking into his grand array without a greeting. Goodness, this Old Tenth, truly, besides looking human, he's not like a person at all. This body and bones actually possess such a dense divinity, I haven't even seen it in books. Looking at the golden skeleton that had entered the grand array, 8th senior brother spoke in a daze. Normally, Old Tenth would conceal all the divinity in his flesh and blood, but now, having just finished undergoing tribulation, Old Tenth not only had little flesh and blood but also had to quickly nourish the flesh and blood destroyed by the lightning tribulation. With his divinity and vital chi having nowhere to hide, they were displayed vividly. 8th senior brother could feel it, and the rest of the people naturally could too, but everyone was already too lazy to speak. Gradually, everyone found that they no longer wanted to comment on Old Tenth, because it was both speechless and uninteresting. Looking at the youngest martial brother who disappeared into the nested arrays, Junyi left with a complex expression, preparing to continue cultivating. Previously, Junyi believed that as long as she broke through to the calamity transformation realm, the gap between her and youngest martial brother would be drastically shortened. However, as she gradually approached the calamity transformation realm, a stronger feeling arose in Junyi's heart. Junyi felt that even if she broke through to the calamity transformation realm, there would still be an invisible gap between her and youngest martial brother. Who knows what will happen later? It's better to think about how to break through to the calamity transformation realm first. Junyi mumbled as she left. Although she had told herself not to compare herself to youngest martial brother, and the senior brothers and sisters around her always had phrases like "don't compare yourself to youngest martial brother" on their lips, coming from such a prominent family, Junyi was destined to compete with her peers from a young age. And when Jiashan's routine undergoing tribulation ended once again, in the depths of the 100,000 great mountains, the lineage disciples prodigies who had been looking up finally lowered their heads after a long time, but their expressions were clearly somewhat dejected. A full 15 bolts of lightning, junior brother Jiashan was undergoing tribulation again, and 15 bolts in a row. They, up until now, hadn't even been struck by lightning. Although they knew that undergoing tribulation was a terrifying and excruciating ordeal, and one could even turn to ashes and perish under the lightning tribulation if not careful, every time they saw junior brother Jiashan undergoing tribulation so much yet remain unharmed, everyone always felt that they could do it too. Alright, it's not just any creature that can be compared to Tian Tian. Although I also despise Tian Tian's monstrous nature, Tian Tian has one saying that deeply resonates with me: what others have is theirs. If you want it, you can only work hard yourself. After all, you can't steal or rob. Although they heard the Thunder Beast's words, the lineage disciples prodigies remained unenthusiastic. Can what is said aloud be the same as what is thought in the heart? Junior brother Jiashan is so monstrous and abnormal, they knew they shouldn't compare themselves to him, but they couldn't help it. Alright, our training must continue. Otherwise, when Tian Tian returns and doesn't see the expected results, he'll blame me. Seeing that everyone was unenthusiastic, Liu Chuan continued to speak. Given Tian Tian's temper, he would never get angry with others. Sure enough, upon hearing the Thunder Beast say to continue training, the expressions of the lineage disciples prodigies finally changed. After Jiashan left, everyone had already been put through their paces by Liu Chuan, so the scenes that had occurred earlier were still fresh in their memories. Brother Liu, may I ask what junior brother Jiashan's expected result is? Xia Yu asked with fear in his heart. It's very simple, to make you unable to move, and to leave not even a tiny bit of spiritual power in your bodies. Liu Chuan said, and fearing that everyone wouldn't understand what a tiny bit meant, he even pinched a small gap with his thumb and forefinger. Just this much. Although Liu Chuan's tone and demeanor were very relaxed, everyone's hearts had already turned to ashes. No one expected that such a kind and amiable junior brother Jiashan was actually such a ruthless person. Everyone looked at Liu Chuan with lingering fear. Although the Thunder Beast would also use his Calamity Transformation Realm cultivation to train them, and wouldn't truly kill them, the battles between the Thunder Beast and them were truly just pure slaughter. When junior brother Jiashan fought with them, he would remind them during the battle, but the Thunder Beast wouldn't. The Thunder Beast would only beat them half to death. Fear arose in their hearts, but everyone had no way out. During this time, everyone had learned to obey Jiashan unconditionally. As the senior sister, Zhong Jian was still the first to step out, and Liu Chuan was not polite. After revealing his true form, he began to fight to his heart's content. Rather than saying it was a battle, it was more like a slaughter. One after another, Liu Chuan took 3 days and 2 nights to defeat everyone before he finally started to rest and cultivate. Liu Chuan had not broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm long ago, so such high-intensity combat with the talented lineage disciples was of immense benefit to him. Although he knew that a group of senior brothers and sisters were waiting for him in the mountains, Tian Jiashan, adhering to his cautious path of cultivation, did not leave Broken Mountain immediately after undergoing tribulation, but instead recuperated in his underground castle. The period after undergoing tribulation is always when one is closest to the heavenly Dao, so normally, it is common to enter seclusion for a year or a half after undergoing tribulation. However, Tian Jiashan was clearly not suited for this, nor did he need to be. Having grown accustomed to life after lightning tribulation, Tian Jiashan simply methodically comprehended what he gained after undergoing tribulation, and meticulously transformed all the blessings he should have received into his own, accumulating them as his advantages. His body, which had been battered during the tribulation, had fully recovered that very day. As his flesh and blood were nourished anew, the divine essence became even richer. Along with this, the strength of his physical body also increased, as did Tian Jiashan's own comprehension of Dao marks and laws. For 20 full days, Tian Jiashan, after returning to his room, did not move from his spot. He sat upright, cross-legged beneath the wall inscribed with the word caution, comprehending the Dao. However, at this point, he had begun to restrain the qi emanating from his body. His eyes, which opened again after 12 days, held an astonishing flash of light that vanished in an instant, like a blinking star, the brilliance suddenly appearing and then disappearing. Although he benefited greatly from another undergoing tribulation, a person like Tian Jiashan was destined not to experience much emotional fluctuation. After the brilliance in his eyes vanished in an instant, it was replaced by a pair of lifeless pupils. Still feeling unsatisfied, Tian Jiashan once again separated his number 1 spirit body from his main body. 2 identical bodies, their 4 eyes meeting, as if a mirror stood before them. However, without a divine soul inhabiting the number 1 spirit body, it only possessed cultivation but was merely a shell. Thus, its demeanor was far from as natural and full as that of the main body. After a moment of thought, Tian Jiashan simply used the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning to separate one of his 3 ethereal souls and 7 corporeal spirits to inhabit the number 1 spirit body, making it truly the number 1 spirit body. He then had it walk to the side to cultivate the Calamity Transformation Realm on its own. According to my cultivation experience and the intensity with which I forged the number 1 spirit body, it should have been enough to break through the Calamity Transformation Realm. Where exactly did the problem occur? Tian Jiashan pondered, stroking his chin. On the other side, seeing that his master ignored him and instead entrusted him with the important task of breaking through the Calamity Transformation Realm alone, the number 1 spirit body, like a resentful woman confined to her chambers, could only gaze at his master with a plaintive look. The divine mansions were activated, and 12 earthy yellow jade void grotto heavens, named small worlds, appeared one after another. Then, they instantly condensed to the size of a baby's fist. As the divine mansions resonated with the Jade Void Grotto heavens, each Jade Void Grotto heaven successively disappeared into the divine mansions within the number 1 spirit body. However, when the 12th Jade Void Grotto heaven entered the number 1 spirit body, it could not align with the divine mansions. The feeling was like yin and yang in opposition, let alone fusion, they were practically at odds. This was only because Tian Jiashan's strength was terrifyingly immense, and his physical body physique and his comprehension of Dao laws were both sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, with the scene of ice and fire within the number 1 spirit body, this spiritual body, meticulously cultivated for over 100 years, would not have been crushed, but under such chaotic opposition between the divine mansions and the 12th Jade Void Grotto heaven, the main body would have suffered severe damage. Having failed to achieve fusion once again, and unable to break through the calamity transformation realm, the number 1 spirit body turned his head to look at his master once more, his eyes filled with even greater resentment. Master, it's still not working. Can't you think of another way? Tian Jiashan heard him but said nothing. Is it interesting to talk to oneself? Such a difficult task is left to me alone, while number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 are all idle. The number 1 spirit body spoke again in the tone of a resentful woman confined to her chambers. He was clearly complaining, but also afraid of making his master angry, so he could only mutter to himself softly. This time, Tian Jiashan frowned slightly. He wasn't like this usually, so why did the number 1 spirit body have such a demeanor? Forget it, it seems you don't have the ability to do it. I'll do it myself. As Tian Jiashan spoke, the crystalline divine soul from his main body surged out, instantly entering the number 1 spirit body. He then began to comprehend the immortal Dao laws once more and subsequently attempted to break through the calamity transformation realm. Just as before, Tian Jiashan easily fused the first 11 Jade Void Grotto heavens. However, when the 12th Jade Void Grotto heaven entered the divine mansions, it was as if it encountered a mortal enemy. The divine mansions were unwilling to approach the Jade Void Grotto heaven, and the Jade Void Grotto heaven completely repelled the divine mansions. This time, Tian Jiashan was not in a hurry. Instead, he continuously maintained the state where the Jade Void Grotto heaven and the divine mansions repelled each other. To break through the current situation, Tian Jiashan needed the most subtle perception of every tiny detail of the 12th divine mansion and the 12th Jade Void Grotto heaven within his body at that moment. When his mind was fully immersed, Tian Jiashan could see the tiny immortal Dao laws swirling around the last Jade Void Grotto heaven and the divine mansions. These laws were identical to the calamity transformation realm laws within his main body, and this scene indicated that the immortal Dao comprehended by the number 1 spirit body was completely without issue. Just like this, Tian Jiashan observed for 5 days. Maintaining the state of attempting to break through the calamity transformation realm constantly required a huge consumption of spiritual qi. Therefore, after 5 days, feeling that both the divine mansions and the Jade Void Grotto heaven within the number 1 spirit body began to dim, Tian Jiashan once again took out a pile of his not much left family fortune. After being replenished, when the number 1 spirit body's spiritual qi became abundant again, Tian Jiashan continued to observe. Thus, when another 5 days passed, Tian Jiashan, completely immersed in his own world, simply took out another pile of heaven and earth treasure. After devouring and refining them, the rich essence immediately replenished the number 1 spirit body once more. Although he knew a month had passed, Tian Jiashan did not want to go to the mountains to pick up his senior brothers and sisters just yet, because Tian Jiashan felt he had found some clues. And as Tian Jiashan was completely immersed in exploring the calamity transformation realm, deep within the 100,000 great mountains, a group of people were eagerly awaiting him, longing for his arrival. For an entire month, the prodigies of the lineage were beaten up by Liu Chuan every few days. They didn't even have time to rest and recuperate. Even with fresh wounds still bleeding, as soon as one round ended, a new one would begin. However, as the condition of the group deteriorated, the rotating rest periods became shorter and shorter, and the suffering they endured naturally increased. Warm reminder, the website is about to undergo a revision, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Currently fighting Liu Chuan was Ren Giao. If one looked closely, one could see that this woman, known as one of the 3 beauties of the Chaosian sect, was biting her lips tightly, her eyes misty, as if tears were about to gush out at any moment. Her body was still covered in unhealed wounds, yet it was her turn to fight again. New injuries compounded old ones, flesh was torn, blood splattered. Even sitting still, such injuries were unbearable. Yet, at this moment, she still had to face a young thunder beast with a terrifying bloodline, practically a supreme being in the world. Ren Giao had wondered countless times during this period why she wanted to break through the calamity transformation realm. In fact, Ren Giao was certainly not the only one who had thought about giving up on breaking through the calamity transformation realm during this time. But despite their wavering, everyone ultimately gritted their teeth and persevered. However, despite their perseverance, the group, whose eyes had lost their luster, now had only one thought in their minds: when would junior brother Jiashan come to pick them up? Fuiao and Weisheng Ruyan, along with the other female disciples, had tattered clothes, covered in bloodstains and blood mist, their hair disheveled, far from their previous smooth and silky appearance. Under such high-intensity training, modesty was a luxury. Among the female disciples' storage items, not a single clean piece of clothing could be found. As for the male disciples, they were even more miserable. With not many clothes to begin with, Zhang Yi and Dong Ta were now even wearing animal hides that barely covered their bodies. The wind was not cold, but as it blew, Zhang Yi and Dong Ta couldn't help but shiver, hunching their bodies. The wind on their torn flesh was such a heart-wrenching pain. My goodness, this is the first time I, Zhang Yi, have ever felt that a piece of clothing to cover one's body could be so useful. Dong Ta nodded like a chick pecking at food, unable to agree more with Zhang Yi's point of view. Su Xian, with chapped lips and a pale face, heard Zhang Yi's words, but he was too weak to reply. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a certain hope as he gazed into the distance. Su Xian was waiting for a junior brother Jiashan to come save him, riding on auspicious clouds. Xiaoyu squatted beside Su Xian, but at this moment, he was only staring intently at the battlefield below. By now, Xiaoyu no longer wanted to learn anything from the battle below. He only hoped that Ren Giao could fight that barbaric and unreasonable thunder beast a little longer, so he could rest a little more. It wasn't just one or two people who were miserable, but everyone, including Zhongjian. Although she still had spiritual qi in her body, Zhongjian dared not use her cultivation to heal her bleeding wounds at this moment. Instead, she desperately squeezed herself, wanting to accumulate more spiritual qi so that she could suffer less in the next battle with the thunder beast. In fact, Zhongjian was not the only one doing this, everyone was. Let alone the luxury of using cultivation to heal injuries, everyone, except during combat, was unwilling to use even a sliver of spiritual qi. At this moment, they huddled in a corner, as ordinary as could be. The thunder beast was not junior brother Jiashan. He was all smiles when they played together, but once he started fighting, he was truly not human. A bolt of lightning shot out from Liu Chuan's mouth, crushing Ren Gao's full-strength attack. The undiminished force of the attack carried Ren Gao hundreds of meters away, slamming her violently into a sharp-edged cliff. Although she had already passed out, Ren Gao's eyes were still somewhat moist. Seeing Ren Gao pass out, Fuyao, squatting in the distance, didn't even have the heart to pity her. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic, and her whole body shivered. After senior sister Gao, it would be her turn. Senior sister, Sister Ruyan, I don't want to go. I really can't fight anymore. Fuyao's voice was already laced with a sob. However, neither Zhongjian nor Weisheng Ruyan, who shared the same master, simply shook their heads. Seeing that her pleas and feigned misery were useless, Fuyao sniffled. After cursing Tian Jiashan in her mind in what she considered the most vicious way, she cried out loudly and rushed towards Liu Chuan. As everyone's condition worsened, Liu Chuan could now easily give everyone 3 rounds in one go. Fuyao cried out as she left, making a big show, but she was defeated even faster. Soon, Liu Chuan easily knocked her down, rendering her unable to move at all. Thus, Su Yu, seeing this scene, revealed a look of utter desolation. He hadn't even taken a few comfortable breaths, so why was Fuyao already beaten down? Su Yu even suspected that Fuyao was intentionally beaten half dead so quickly, but Su Yu had no evidence. Despite 100 objections in his heart, Su Yu still gritted his teeth and went up. In less than 100 moves, Su Yu lay on the ground face down, his body twitching like a dying person. Liu Chuan came closer, looking at Su Yu, who was deliberately faking it for him. He rubbed his knuckles and then, rather unfairly, delivered another punch. You all saw that, right? Anyone who deliberately fakes death again will only suffer worse. Looking at Su Yu, who was punched and embedded in the ground, Dong Ta's lips trembled. He had just been planning to use this method to muddle through. Damn Su Yu, not only did he use the method I thought of beforehand, but his acting was so terrible. Tian Jiashan had told Liu Chuan that as long as he didn't kill anyone and didn't harm their foundation, Liu Chuan could use any method to ensure that not a single bit of spiritual qi could be seen on them. So Liu Chuan chose the method most suitable for him, and also the most violent one. 5 days after another 5 days disappeared, Tian Jiashan still quietly stayed in his underground castle, comprehending the Calamity Transformation Realm. Tian Jiashan swore that he hadn't spent so much energy on the Calamity Transformation Realm even when his main body broke through to it. As time passed, Tian Jiashan mastered more and more things, but every 5 days, Tian Jiashan needed to spend a huge amount of resources. Even with his profound accumulation, after only 6 short 5-day periods, Tian Jiashan was starting to struggle. In the underground castle, it had been exactly 50 days since Tian Jiashan disappeared, yet with the opportunity for one to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm so close, even knowing that his senior brothers and sisters were probably suffering immensely, Tian Jiashan still did not leave. His main body, without its divine soul, had been sitting alone for a month, which meant Tian Jiashan had already spent a month on one, but this time was still to be extended. Feeling the spiritual qi in one's body being rapidly depleted after his tinkering once again, Tian Jiashan felt his heart bleed, but ultimately, he took out his best reserves. After so many days, all of Tian Jiashan's resources had been completely consumed, and even the immovable assets he had stored before were now being used. A small piece of divine tier immortal gold, a small piece of 9 heavens breathing soil, a small section of half-saint medicine, and a pile of miscellaneous items, each of great origin, but only a tiny bit of each remained, all saved by Tian Jiashan's frugality. It's a good thing I have this habit, otherwise I'd really be in a bind. This time, I should finally be able to completely fuse the 12th Jade Void Grotto heaven with the divine mansion. As Tian Jiashan muttered to himself, the divine essence contained in the heaven and earth treasure suspended around him rapidly disappeared, and then, after being swallowed by one, as Tian Jiashan began to slowly fuse the Jade Void Grotto heaven and the divine mansion like needlework, a vast immortal Dao aura began to surge in the spacious room. His divine soul had been constantly observing the situation of the last divine mansion and Jade Void Grotto heaven within his body, so much so that Tian Jiashan didn't even notice that most of his best possessions around him had vanished in an instant. The last divine mansion and Jade Void Grotto heaven were indeed fusing, and as his 2-year-long plan was about to succeed, a sharp glint appeared in Tian Jiashan's eyes. However, the sudden onset of dizziness immediately startled Tian Jiashan. His attention briefly shifted from within his body, and seeing that the surrounding heaven and earth treasure had already been completely consumed in an instant, Tian Jiashan was dumbfounded. The things he had just taken out, although not large in quantity, each had a great origin, yet they were completely consumed so quickly. Astonished by the enormous consumption required for one to break through to the calamity transformation realm, and feeling the qi still circulating within his body, Tian Jiashan quickly took emergency measures. As a cautious cultivator, how could Tian Jiashan allow himself to be in a dangerous situation? Even the divine essence contained in divine tier immortal gold, 9 heavens breathing soil, and half-saint medicine was consumed so quickly. Realizing that ordinary heaven and earth treasure was no longer sufficient to support one's breakthrough, Tian Jiashan instantly activated the spirit arrays covering the ceiling of the room. The huge spirit arrays, expanded from 108 to 130, lit up almost simultaneously. As Tian Jiashan's mountain peak shone brightly, the spiritual qi in the world was frantically absorbed by the spirit arrays. And such a scene naturally could not escape the eyes of the people on Broken Mountain. The simultaneous activation of over 100 spirit arrays created a huge commotion. After the spiritual qi was drawn in, a spiritual qi storm immediately erupted on Tian Jiashan's mountain peak. Therefore, sensing that something was wrong at the first moment, Jindao Sword Immortal and Li Zhendaist had already appeared, and all the senior brothers and sisters also arrived one after another. Master, what is old 10th tinkering with again? He's created such a grand display. 4th senior brother looked at the huge spiritual qi vortex forming in front. Even hundreds of meters away, he could clearly see that a river of spiritual qi had formed there. Dense spiritual qi was being drawn from the world by the spirit arrays and then transported into old 10th's room, which meant old 10th's current spiritual qi consumption was that enormous. Jindao Sword Immortal, who had rushed over, was also somewhat dumbfounded. Astonished that the spirit arrays old 10th had set up had such a use, he was also curious about what old 10th was doing that required such immense spiritual qi consumption. You ask me, who should I ask? No one ever knows what old 10th is tinkering with. But looking at this momentum, old 10th seems to be coming on strong this time. The disciples ignored their master, who was a law unto himself. Do we still need you, master, to tell us that he's coming on strong? We're not blind, we can see it ourselves. 9th senior sister and 3rd senior brother watched the scene where spiritual qi vortices and spiritual qi storms appeared due to the excessively strong gravitational pull, their expressions constantly changing. This was the first time they had seen old 10th spirit arrays demonstrate other uses. Oh my goodness, I used to think that being brought up the mountain by master was the greatest fortune of my life, but who would have thought that meeting old 10th was the greatest fortune of my life? 8th senior brother, you're wrong there. If I hadn't brought you up the mountain, could you have met old 10th? 8th senior brother, hearing this, fell into deep thought. It seems that's also true. Li Zhendaist, who had accompanied Jindao Sword Immortal, merely looked at the people around him with strange eyes. At this moment, was it really the time to discuss such things so nonchalantly? Jiashan's qi was so vast this time, it was clear he was brewing something astonishing. Shouldn't they be prepared in advance? Jindao, let's activate the mountain protection array first. Jiashan's qi is a bit off. Jindao Sword Immortal, whose expression had been somewhat relaxed, heard this and looked at his friend with a slight frown, but Li Zhendaist continued to speak gravely. It's the aura of the calamity transformation realm. To avoid any accidents, you'd best have your main body notify the Vice Sect Master and the Grand Elder. The qi overflowing from the front right now is too strange, it gives me a feeling of being uncontrollable. Hearing this, Jindao Sword Immortal was startled. His presence here was merely a spiritual body, his cultivation and strength naturally couldn't compare to Li Zhen's. Recalling that old 10th spiritual body had possessed the pseudo-calamity transformation realm a while ago, Jindao Sword Immortal's heart pounded as he connected the dots, and he immediately activated all the mountain protection arrays. And within the main Chaosian sect, the true Jindao Sword Immortal, whose main body remained there, also sought out the Vice Sect Master at the first opportunity. Jindao, in such a hurry, could it be that the Hunyang sect is making moves again? The Vice Sect Master, who was fishing with the Grand Elder by the pond, spoke gravely. What Hunyang sect? It's on Broken Mountain. That kid old 10th has stirred up trouble again, and this time he's coming on strong. It seems like one of old 10th's spiritual bodies is about to receive a great fortune. Hearing that it concerned Tian Jiashan, both the Vice Sect Master and the Grand Elder became interested. A great fortune, and for a spiritual body? How great could it be? The Grand Elder spoke with interest. How great a fortune could a spiritual body have? After all, Jindao, as the first person to cultivate the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, hadn't seen any great fortune descend upon his spiritual body. Seeing that the Vice Sect Master and the Grand Elder were still so nonchalant, Jindao Sword Immortal merely uttered 3 words, feigning calmness, calamity transformation realm. Is that fortune great enough? Jindao Sword Immortal's words were somewhat concise, so much so that the Vice Sect Master and the Grand Elder didn't react immediately. Seeing the two frown, Jindao Sword Immortal spoke again. That prodigy old 10th, even one of his spiritual bodies is about to break through to the calamity transformation realm. The Vice Sect Master suddenly stood up, his stool falling into the water, splashing a string of water droplets. And the Grand Elder was so startled that he dropped his fishing rod, his old hands trembling. Being old, the Grand Elder couldn't handle such a fright. In the primordial world, any being capable of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm was a supreme being, one in a million. Yet now, one of Jiashan's spiritual bodies was actually about to assault the Calamity Transformation realm. Was there any justice left in the world? The Grand Elder was indeed right, Tian Jiashan's actions were truly without justice. On Broken Mountain, as Tian Jiashan's comprehension of the Calamity Transformation realm within one's body deepened in the underground castle, and one's qi became increasingly vast, even the disciples with lower cultivation felt that something extraordinary was happening, and they all held their breath, waiting. And just as everyone was waiting, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the distant spiritual qi storm. It was Tian Jiashan. Master, this spiritual qi is too weak. Quickly send me to that grotto heaven and blessed land where the sect master of Chaosian sect meditates. As soon as he appeared, Tian Jiashan spoke urgently. At this moment, because of the need for breakthrough, the essence in one's flesh and blood had been absorbed, so what everyone saw was a shriveled old tenth. Looking at old tenth, whose body was shriveled like a mummy, Jindeo Sword Immortal was a bit slow to react, but he still immediately complied. Previously, the sect master of Chaosian sect had promised Jindeo Sword Immortal that if he was willing to give up the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, he could move 3 grotto heavens and blessed lands to Broken Mountain, and even the blessed land he used for his own Deo comprehension could be moved to Broken Mountain. At that time, Jindeo Sword Immortal also didn't stand on ceremony and did as he was told. It was just that Tian Jiashan had never used these grotto heavens and blessed lands even once. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but rather that Tian Jiashan usually left these grotto heavens and blessed lands for his senior brothers and sisters. As soon as he appeared, Tian Jiashan was transferred by Jindeo Sword Immortal to a grotto heaven and blessed land rich in spiritual qi and entwined with Deo principles. And after appearing in the grotto heaven and blessed land, with finally enough spiritual qi as support, Tian Jiashan could finally break through without any reservations. Although it was only fleeting, in the instant old tenth appeared just now, everyone felt the dense aura of the Calamity Transformation realm. No one spoke, but everyone understood one thing in their hearts, old tenth's spiritual body, which he named One, was truly about to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm. Although a spiritual body and the main body were identical, there were still differences, and everyone was cultivating the 10 divine arts of the Great Beginning, so they knew that what had just appeared was merely one of Tian Jiashan's spiritual bodies. Startled that Tian Jiashan could actually achieve a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm with just one spiritual body, on Broken Mountain, the crowd had moved to a different location and remained in silent anticipation. A single person achieving the dual Calamity transcending realm, such a thing had never been seen even in ancient shell records, yet now, they had become eyewitnesses to it. After such a long period of gestation, Tian Jiashan already had a complete grasp of the number one's internal state, and his comprehension of the Calamity Transformation realm was a matter of practiced skill. Thus, his subsequent choice to break through to the Calamity Transformation realm again was exceptionally smooth. However, as the number one steadily approached the perfection of the Calamity Transformation realm, the spiritual energy in Tian Jiashan's grotto heaven began to dry up at an alarming rate, and even the great Deo laws naturally formed by heaven and earth were sharply decreasing. But Tian Jiashan had no intention of worrying about the decline of the grotto heaven. Taking a deep breath, he gulped down spiritual energy like a long whale swallowing 100 rivers. As the immortal Deo laws and spiritual energy in the Jade Void grotto heaven were largely drained, a stone mill appeared out of thin air. As it slowly rotated, the last divine mansion within the number one and the repulsion from the 12th Jade Void heavens finally completely vanished, and the number one truly broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm. The instant the number one broke through, the suddenly appearing giant stone mill immediately vanished. If Tian Jiashan hadn't been so focused, he might not even have noticed the stone mill's appearance. Tian Jiashan was not unfamiliar with the stone mill, it was something he had innately possessed, always there, yet always very mysterious. The appearance of the stone mill brought with it a trace of chaos qi, and it was this momentary leakage of qi that was sensed by deist Lichen. Lichen, surely nothing else has happened, right? The extremely nervous Jindeo Sword Immortal asked cautiously when he saw his old friend's expression turn somewhat odd. Old Tenth's antics were too astonishing, he only hoped that he wouldn't cause any earth-shattering events, otherwise, Old Tenth wouldn't be able to avoid fame. Although he was just a young man, and hadn't even entered the human immortal realm, if this person was Old Tenth, the Jindeo Sword Immortal truly didn't dare to imagine what earth-shattering things he would cause. However, no sooner had the Jindeo Sword Immortal's words fallen than, before deist Lichen even had a chance to speak, a strange phenomenon indeed manifested in the 9 heavens. What appeared in the 9 heavens this time was not a lightning tribulation, but a series of astonishing phenomena that even those as experienced as the Jindeo Sword Immortal and deist Lichen found breathtaking. An ancient being, with a human body and a snake tail, bestowed life upon humanity, teaching them the skills to survive on the barren land, which were immortal arts. Before this scene vanished, a green lotus appeared in the air. As its leaves gradually unfolded and its petals slowly unfurled, each green lotus became a Deo field. At the center of the green lotus, and thus the center of the Deo field, an astonishing concentration of heavenly Deo laws gathered. All things annihilated and regenerated there, as the green lotus nurtured a living being. On a majestic mountain, a giant dragon's whiskers hung down from thick white clouds, and a pair of pupils floated in the clouds, like 2 great suns. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the 9 heavens, and thus appeared the scene of myriad beasts soaring into the sky, all obeying the royal command. Besides these various phenomena, strange sights continuously appeared in the sky. Human race great power emperors with ancient totems drawn on their bodies opened rivers and canals, some ascended to the heavens to retrieve fire, illuminating the human race, and there were also ancient great demons born of heaven and earth, returning to heaven and earth, coming from the Dao, and after mastering the Dao, returning to the Dao. Scene after scene of strange phenomena occupied the sky above Broken Mountain, so much so that Liu Chuan and others deep within the 100,000 great mountains could clearly see them. In the 100,000 great mountains, after distantly seeing the strange phenomena above Broken Mountain, and hearing his grandfather's voice in his mind, Liu Chuan was sent to Broken Mountain. Of course, the many already dispirited prodigies of the Chaosian sect lineage were also sent back to Broken Mountain by the desolate god. The strange phenomena in the sky continued, as if Tian Jiashan's breakthrough at this moment was a key, opening a scroll depicting ancient times. And while everyone was still captivated, watching the continuous scenes appearing in the sky, on Tian Jiashan's mountain peak, a ray of light suddenly ascended, and the true Tian Jiashan, the main body without a divine soul residing in it, also appeared autonomously. There were two Tian Jiashens, one the main body, one a spiritual body, but both were in the calamity transformation realm. Looking at the main body, Tian Jiashan, whose divine soul was still within the number one, took a deep breath, and then his divine soul returned to the main body. Next, was the most crucial moment. If both were in the calamity transformation realm, even though the number one was a spiritual body, it carried the immortal Dao laws of the calamity transformation realm. Therefore, successfully integrating the number one back into the main body, ensuring the number one remained the number one, was the greatest challenge. Seeing two calamity transformation realm Tianji's hens appear in the sky, and knowing what would happen next, everyone became tense, holding their breath, fearing that even their breathing might disturb the person in the sky. The number one was no longer just the number one, because it carried the supreme immortal Dao laws. For the main body to accommodate the number one, it had to accommodate the immortal Dao laws as well. Under everyone's unblinking gaze, the two figures finally began to fuse. And the instant the two figures touched, cracks immediately appeared on the physical body, which was both the vessel and the main body, as if a specially made bag had been forcibly stuffed with other things, causing the bag to split open. Silvery white blood flowed from the ruptured flesh. As soon as the blood hit the ground, the rich divinity, vitality, qi, and blood, and immortal Dao laws contained within it caused the vegetation on the ground to grow wildly. But at this moment, no one paid attention to these things. Although they were just bystanders, everyone's palms and backs were drenched in sweat. Tian Jiashan did not stop fusing the number one because his body was cracking. He continued to fuse cautiously, but the more he fused, the more cracks appeared on the main body. However, what Tian Jiashan was doing seemed to transcend everything, destined to be extraordinary. As Tian Jiashan fused the number one spiritual body, the beings in the strange phenomena manifesting in the nine heavens actually returned to their infant states, and each being was comprehending a breakthrough to the calamity transformation realm. Calamity transformation realm, the Dao of ancient gods. Watching the scenes appearing in the sky, which surpassed their understanding yet were sacred and inexplicable, everyone's focused attention gradually became dazed. However, before everyone's thoughts could drift too far with the series of strange phenomena, a sudden violent shaking and deafening sound instantly startled them awake. As Tian Jiashan continuously fused the number one, it was as if two calamity transformation great Daos were confronting each other. When the great Dao Qi suddenly became violent, the mountain protecting array covering the sky above Broken Mountain was first torn open by the terrifying heavenly Dao Qi, and then suddenly split into two. Giant cracks began to spread on the mountain peak where Tian Jiashan was located, looking ferocious and terrifying, and the shaking of the entire mountain became increasingly intense. And when numerous huge, hideous cracks covered the entire mountain peak, the towering mountain began to disintegrate. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. At this point, the Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Lichen could only watch helplessly. The impact of the calamity transformation realm was too terrifying, and its resonance with the heavenly Dao caused the heavenly Dao to manifest an unfathomable qi. Even as an immortal realm, Daoist Lichen could not prevent the leakage of qi from Broken Mountain. Thus, as Tian Jiashan's unprecedented and unrepeatable actions caused the heavenly secrets to resonate, in the imperial capital, an old man with white hair gazed into the distance, as if trying to see everything happening in that turbulent place of heavenly secrets from thousands of miles away with his eyes. This qi is somewhat extraordinary. Beside the old man, a majestic figure stood against the wind, gazing in the same direction as the old man. The source of the qi is a place called Broken Mountain. The heavenly Dao envelopes it, shielding the qi of the being that triggered this qi, making it unclear to sense, but it should be related to the calamity transformation realm. The old man, whose surname was Fan and given name Long, spoke with burning eyes. This Broken Mountain, I must go. Broken Mountain, the branch sect of the Chaosian sect. Speaking of which, the appearance of the calamity transformation realm a few years ago was in the 100,000 great mountains behind Broken Mountain. It seems this Chaosian sect has some heavenly favor. However, what the human emperor didn't know was that the Chaosian sect wasn't just favored by heaven, it was practically pampered by heaven. As a mother gained status through her son, the Chaosian sect gained status through Tian Jiashan. It was originally a trend of great prosperity, but it has always been erratic. Is the luck of Broken Mountain due to a person? No sooner had the human emperor spoken than Elder Fan Long frowned and spoke again. Whether it is or not, just send someone to check. Who does the human emperor intend to send? Bai Shiu has a sworn friend named Tian Jiashan. That Tian Jiashan is on Broken Mountain, and he is also a young supreme in the calamity transformation realm. Furthermore, that Tian Jiashan also has a close relationship with Liu Chuan, of the unique lightning beast lineage. I want to send Tianzhu and Tian Xing. Hearing the names of the imperial princess and prince spoken by the human emperor, Elder Fan Long did not object, but pondered the name the human emperor had just mentioned. Jiashan, this name has some Dao rhyme to it. The qi on Broken Mountain is too vast. Many people can sense it. Should we temporarily protect that area? No sooner had Elder Fan Long's words fallen than the human emperor let out a surprised sound, followed by a meaningful smile. Although it was too far away, just now, the human emperor still sensed that fleeting, sacred qi, which belonged exclusively to the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda, wasn't that the family treasure of the immortal bronze palace? Human emperor. It's nothing, nothing. Something interesting has happened. It seems there's someone extraordinary on that broken mountain. As soon as these words were uttered, a name appeared in the human emperor's mind. Could it be that Tian Jiashan? On Broken Mountain, Tian Jiashan, who had no idea how much commotion he had caused, was only focused on fusing the number one spiritual body, and thus was oblivious to the outside world. Tian Jiashan didn't even know that the mountain peak he was on had already collapsed. And as Tian Jiashan continued to fuse the number one, in the shadows of Broken Mountain, there was another figure hidden. However, this person was always enveloped by a pagoda overflowing with chaos, so even Daoist Lich Hen and the Jindao Sword Immortal couldn't sense anything. But just now, when this person tried to conceal the qi on Broken Mountain through the Chaos Pagoda, the leaked qi was sensed by the human emperor in the imperial capital. The qi created by Tian Jiashan was too vast, so after a brief attempt, knowing it was not feasible, the man did not act rashly again. However, just as everyone was intently watching the person whose body was being torn apart by the Dao in the sky, now covered in blood, thinking that Tian Jiashan only needed to slowly fuse the number one into his main body, they suddenly saw a scene unfold in the sky, and the faces of all the women drastically changed, covering their mouths in terror. In the sky, Tian Jiashan's body was now splitting open out of thin air, as if about to be divided into two. Even on his perfect and flawless divine soul, countless fine cracks, like a spider web, appeared. Everyone was horrified, but utterly at a loss. At this moment, no one could help, Tian Jiashan could only rely on himself. Looking at little martial uncle's appearance in the sky, Yaoer was already sobbing uncontrollably. Jindao, have you contacted the vice sect master and the others? Jiashan's condition is very bad right now. The flustered Daoist Lich Hen spoke anxiously. And at this moment, the Jindao Sword Immortal's mind was a blank. I've already told the vice sect master and the others. They are on their way right now. Even the sect master himself has come. The Jindao Sword Immortal spoke blankly. Old Tenth's current state was a thought of heaven, a thought of hell. Either he would be unprecedented, or he would die and his Dao would vanish, leaving nothing. At this moment, the Jindao Sword Immortal began to blame and regret himself, regretting that he hadn't asked Old Tenth sooner, hadn't prepared earlier. Old Tenth, didn't you always adhere to the cautious path of cultivation? How could you put yourself in such danger? You brat, hurry up and reveal the trump cards you've prepared. Tian Jiashan also hoped he still had trump cards, but Tian Jiashan knew that at this moment, he was truly at his wit's end and could only fight to the death. However, fortunately, his current state was still within Tian Jiashan's expectations, so he wasn't too anxious. As the degree of fusion continued to expand, Jiashan's injuries became increasingly shocking. At this moment, his crystalline body was like a delicate porcelain vase that had been shattered and then pieced back together, block by block. Just looking at it, everyone felt it was too gruesome to behold. However, even so, Jiashan still did not stop what he was doing. Cultivating immortality carries risks, which is why one needs to cultivate carefully. However, even someone like Jiashan knew that some things were worth risking. Of course, taking risks and fighting for one's life were not the same thing at all. Although Jiashan looked terrible at this moment, and he indeed was, he was finally in the experimental stage. To let himself die, that was absolutely impossible. Liu Chuan, who had come from the 100,000 Great Mountains, frowned tightly at this moment. He already knew that Tian was undergoing a spiritual body transformation, and a turbulent storm surged in his heart, making it difficult to calm down for a long time. Seeing Tian's extremely poor state, and even his divine soul almost being torn apart, Liu Chuan also secretly contacted his grandfather. As long as the timing was wrong, he would have his grandfather forcefully cut off the heavenly secrets, making Tian stop. However, Liu Chuan's worries seemed to be superfluous. Just as Liu Chuan decided to have his grandfather intervene, an astonishing aura once again emanated from Jiashan in the air. This time, what appeared above Jiashan's head was a gigantic stone mill. The stone mill was earthy yellow, and as its grinding plates slowly rotated, an indescribable aura flowed from it. Because the stone mill was too illusory, everyone at this time did not treat it as a physical object. They all thought it was just a profound divine ability immortal art condensed by Jiashan, used to assist the smooth fusion of the number one spirit body and the main body. And it was precisely after the appearance of the gigantic stone mill that Jiashan's violent and chaotic aura immediately stabilized, and the fusion of the number one spirit body and the main body gradually became smooth. After the Dao aura stabilized, Jiashan's badly damaged body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The immortal Dao aura flowed within his flesh and blood, rapidly nourishing it. Not long after arriving in this world, Jiashan had clarified one thing: the so-called path of cultivating immortality was a process of enduring hardship and receiving nourishment. Just like his current situation, although he had been on the verge of death just now, now that everything had stabilized, the heavenly Dao began to nourish him. Although he had thought before that if the number 1 spirit body broke through to the calamity transformation realm, the gap between the number 1 spirit body and the main body would greatly shrink, and even with the strength of his cultivation, the divine soul and personal consciousness of the number 1 spirit body would become more intense, making the fusion inevitably not simple. Even with psychological preparation, Jiashan's heart was still in his throat just now. Feeling the gradually stabilizing body, and already being able to sense the seamless fusion of the number 1 spirit body and the main body, Jiashan simply let out a long breath. Even though he knew that what he had accomplished this time seemed extraordinary, Jiashan remained as calm as ever, with a look of endless contemplation, as if savoring the experience he had just gone through. What Jiashan was thinking at this moment was that he could finally prepare to break through to the human immortal realm. However, it was fine not to think about it, but once he thought about breaking through to the calamity transformation realm, Jiashan's expression became dejected. To allow the number 1 spirit body to also break through to the calamity transformation realm, he had emptied his family fortune. To prepare for a breakthrough to the human immortal realm would require another huge amount of cultivation resources. Instead of joy, Jiashan at this moment only felt that his entire being was not well. After hearing what Jindao Sword Immortal said within the sect, the vice sect master, after reporting to the sect master, handed over all the authority of the Chaosian sect to the Grand Elder and the true Jindao Sword Immortal. The two then hurried over together. And at this moment, after the two great deities, who had arrived in extreme urgency, landed, they only saw a face full of melancholy. Is Jiashan, did he fail his breakthrough? The sect master of Chaosian sect, who had arrived, spoke with doubt, because if the breakthrough had been successful, Jiashan shouldn't have such an expression, right? It seems to have succeeded. That spiritual body of Jindao Sword Immortal spoke blankly, the answer somewhat uncertain. It wasn't that Jindao Sword Immortal was deliberately teasing them, but he truly didn't know whether Old Tenth had succeeded or not. From what they had seen, Old Tenth seemed to have succeeded, but judging by Old Tenth's expression at this moment, it seemed that some situation had occurred. He slightly turned his gaze and saw that both Jindao and Li Zhen had worried expressions. The two great sect masters also did not speak, but became part of the crowd looking up, quietly gazing at the 9 heavens above. However, as the sect master of Chaosian sect looked up again, his eyes changed, and an astonishing aura suddenly flowed from his body. As an aura that made everyone's hearts tremble suddenly circulated on the sect master of Chaosian sect, a 3-headed dragon appeared out of thin air, and then, to everyone's horror, landed in the empty void realm. And as the sect master of Chaosian sect inexplicably launched an attack into the void realm, where the 3-headed dragon struck, another terrifying aura suddenly circulated, and a pagoda abruptly appeared, but its aura flowed away in an instant. He could evade Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Li Zhen, but the person hidden in the dark could not evade the sect master of Chaosian sect, even though he possessed a chaos supreme treasure like the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda. Although the aura of chaos only leaked for an instant, it was too vast, and everyone clearly felt it. However, before everyone could be horrified that such a terrifying being was hidden and lurking near them, the sect master of Chaosian sect had already instantly pursued it and left. And after the sect master left, the vice sect master, who had clearly felt the terrifying aura from before, immediately used his cultivation to envelop the entire broken mountain within his immortal art. Jiashan was also caught off guard by the sudden scene, because of the large mill, he felt the aura of the chaos supreme treasure that had just leaked out even more clearly. Upon careful thought, he was now horrified. He had been targeted by a being who wielded a chaos treasure? The strange phenomenon in the air had long disappeared, and Jiashan, now filled with lingering fear, immediately came to the ground. Vice Sect Master, did something happen when I broke through just now? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Did you guys collapse this mountain? Completely devoid of the violent aura that had just stirred the heavenly secrets, he now cowered behind the Vice Sect Master, looking around in fright. Seeing Jiashan's sudden exposure of his true nature, the stark contrast made everyone around feel as if they had seen a ghost. The entire mountain was mostly shattered by the immortal Dao Law when you, Tian, the great prodigy, broke through. The Vice Sect Master, who had just appeared, also looked confused when Jiashan asked his question. It was only after Jiashan reminded him that he noticed the collapsed mountain under his feet. Jindao, did you two already have a big battle just now? No, you don't look like you've had a big battle either. What battle? This mountain was completely shattered when Old Tenth broke through, causing the immortal Dao to roar, Jindao Sword Immortal said grumpily. Seeing his master glare at him, Jiashan just looked at the completely collapsed mountain with a look of disbelief. He hadn't felt anything just now. Just now, my body was torn apart by the immortal Dao Law of the Calamity Transformation Realm, and even my divine soul felt like it was being pulled by countless hands. I was so engrossed in comprehending the Dao and the pain that I didn't know anything. But speaking of which, who was that person the sect master chased after and left? They felt quite powerful. Jiashan looked at the Vice Sect Master and asked. The Vice Sect Master, in turn, looked at the two people beside him with a puzzled expression. He had just arrived and knew nothing. However, judging from the aura that had just leaked out, that person must possess a supreme treasure related to chaos. Who that person was, we never detected from beginning to end. It was only after the Sect Master made a move that we detected the aura. At this point, Jindao Sword Immortal's confidence wavered a bit, because at such a critical juncture as Old Tenth's breakthrough, he didn't even know that someone was hidden nearby. If that person had harbored ill intentions and attacked Old Tenth just now, the loss would have been immeasurable. Facing the guilt displayed by the two beside him, the vice sect master chose to ignore it and did not bother with them. Not to mention the two of them, even before the sect master made his move, he himself had not been able to detect that person's movements at the first instant. If the sect master personally made a move, that person certainly won't escape. We don't need to worry for now. But speaking of which, Jiashan, did you succeed or not? I heard that you wanted to make a spiritual body breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm. Hearing the vice sect master's words, everyone around immediately focused their gaze on Jiashan. Although they had witnessed the entire process, none of them knew what the final outcome had been. It succeeded. Now, the number one spirit body is also in the Calamity Transformation Realm. Under everyone's bated breath, Jiashan gave this answer. As the taut heartstrings immediately relaxed, everyone felt a sense of relief, but then a different emotion quickly crept into their hearts. The Calamity Transformation Realm that they had painstakingly sought, junior brother Jiashan, Old Tenth, had actually broke through twice. And looking at Old Tenth's, junior brother Jiashan's, state, breaking through to the Calamity Transformation Realm with a spiritual body seemed to be more than just a simple increase in difficulty by one level. This cast a shadow over Zhongjian, third senior brother, and others who were attempting to reach the Calamity Transformation Realm with their spiritual bodies. However, thinking that since Old Tenth, junior brother Jiashan, had already achieved this, they could completely learn from him, everyone attempting to reach the Calamity Transformation Realm with their spiritual bodies breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Jiashan confirm it personally, even the vice sect master had an unconcealable shock in his eyes. One person, two breakthroughs to the Calamity Transformation Realm, and the second time was with a spiritual body. Such a Jiashan, looking across the vast world, among those in the same realm, there might not be a single one who could contend with him. Facing such a Jiashan, even as the vice sect master at this moment didn't know what to say, so the vice sect master temporarily shifted his attention to the prodigies of the lineage. Jindao, what's going on with them? The vice sect master was, of course, referring to the extremely miserable prodigies of the lineage. And as the vice sect master asked about them, and the gazes shifted, seeing the current miserable state of the sons of heaven, some of whom could only cover themselves with animal skins, their aura listless, and their eyes having long lost the sharpness of youth, everyone felt a sense of melancholy and was also very curious about what they had encountered. Seeing the surrounding gazes, the prodigies of the lineage, knowing their current disheveled appearance, immediately blushed, especially the several women who didn't even have a clean change of clothes, who were even more embarrassed. What's going on? It's all junior brother Jiashan's fault. Jindao Sword Immortal looked at the crowd who looked like vengeful spirits emerging from the mountains, his eyes also full of surprise and doubt. Vice Sect Master, you'll have to ask Old Tenth about this. Vice Sect Master, don't worry. This is just my training for my senior brothers and sisters. Looking at everyone's state like this, it's just right for the next step of cultivation. Hearing Jiashan's words, the Vice Sect Master marveled and sighed in his heart, Jiashan, this kid, smiles on the surface, but he is truly ruthless, to be able to torment everyone into such a miserable state. And such a thought clearly did not only appear in the Vice Sect Master's mind. However, just as everyone's hearts were filled with emotion, Jiashan's subsequent words once again made everyone's hearts tighten. The way the number one spirit body broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm was a bit different. I also researched and pondered the Calamity Transformation Realm because of this. I believe the experience I gained will be very helpful to my senior brothers and sisters. With a surge of joy, everyone was mentally gauging Jiashan's words about being very helpful when Jiashan spoke again. It's estimated to increase the probability of breakthrough by about 1 or 2 tenths. Although the sect master of Chaosian sect personally intervened, he ultimately returned without success. However, he told Tian Jiashan not to worry about the lurking individual, stating that the person had no ill intentions. But what kind of person was Tian Jiashan? With such a powerful and terrifying expert secretly watching him, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night if he didn't figure out their background. So, after Tian Jiashan's persistent questioning, the sect master of Chaosian sect finally revealed that the person controlling the heaven and earth profound yellow glazed pagoda, hidden on Broken Mountain, was a powerful expert from the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall. As for who it was, he didn't elaborate, but the sect master of Chaosian sect promised that the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall would not harm Tian Jiashan. With these assurances, Tian Jiashan didn't ask further. Cultivating cautiously didn't mean Tian Jiashan was foolish, some things only needed to be hinted at. Although the sect master of Chaosian sect knew the 9 Palaces Immortal Bronze Hall's view of Jiashan, he didn't reveal it. The talent Jiashan displayed was too astonishing. Having an extra force secretly protecting Jiashan would not be a bad thing. As for how Jiashan would choose in the future, that was entirely his right. From the moment he first learned about Tian Jiashan, the sect master of Chaosian sect never thought of restricting him. After roughly understanding Tian Jiashan's current state, the sect master of Chaosian sect did not stay long on Broken Mountain. After leaving with the vice sect master, he told Tian Jiashan not to worry about cultivation resources for now, and promised that the Chaosian sect would later transport a batch of cultivation resources to Broken Mountain, allowing Tian Jiashan to focus solely on cultivating. Of course, the reason the sect master of Chaosian sect was so generous was because he saw hope in Tian Jiashan. Although Tian Jiashan was cautious and appeared to be afraid of death, such a person was destined not to be manipulated or bound by others, which was also why the sect master of Chaosian sect never demanded anything from Tian Jiashan. However, if he couldn't control Tian Jiashan, he could still cultivate a group of prodigies. Tian Jiashan said that everyone's chances of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm had increased by 1 to 2/10. This number might sound insignificant, but only those who understood the Calamity Transformation realm knew how astonishingly significant such a number was. It was no exaggeration to say that if Tian Jiashan could truly increase everyone's chances of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm by 1 to 2/10, for everyone, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, a rebirth. On Broken Mountain, the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. Beneath the rich spiritual qi, even in winter, the mountaintop was lush and green. With everyone diligently cultivating, the mountain became quiet again. If not for the ruins of a collapsed mountain in the distance, who would have thought that just a few days ago, Broken Mountain had experienced an event so monumental it would be recorded in history? One person in the dual calamity transcending realm, anyone who heard of such a thing would be greatly astonished. After completing the breakthrough for number 1, Tian Jiashan merely began his manufacturing in his underground castle. As for the prodigies and the senior brothers and sisters on Broken Mountain, ever since Tian Jiashan heard that their chances of attempting the Calamity Transformation realm had greatly increased, they were all immersed in cultivating. Tian Jiashan's claim that everyone's chances of breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm would increase by 1 to 2/10 was not an empty boast, but truly so, because during the process of helping number 1 achieve a breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation realm, Tian Jiashan discovered an alternative method for breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm. However, the Calamity Transformation realm was still the Calamity Transformation realm, it was not so easy to break through. The cultivation resources collected over 100 years had been largely depleted. At this time, Tian Jiashan, in his underground castle, was merely using the existing materials to perform alchemy, draw talismans, forge artifacts, and carve spirit arrays. Tian Jiashan intended to make a trip to Little Kyoto to set up a stall there. Low cost, high profit, and the ability to change his sales location at any time, these were the things Tian Jiashan liked most and had done most frequently before. As number 1 broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm, and all of Tian Jiashan's life skills, cultivation skills, advanced another level, the quality of the items he refined also increased. All of this not only meant that Tian Jiashan's life-saving abilities were further enhanced, but also that he could earn more cultivation resources. Although he had the Chaosian sect as support, Tian Jiashan wanted to be as self-reliant as possible. After all, if he took too much from the Chaosian sect, he would have to serve the sect in the future, but Tian Jiashan himself was not the kind of person who liked to stand out. Without the disturbance of others, Tian Jiashan, fully immersed in his routine, rarely found the solitude of his past life. Yet, multiple groups of people, both famous and unknown, were rushing towards Broken Mountain. The famous ones were all looking for Tian Jiashan. The unknown ones were also heading towards Tian Jiashan, but these unknown individuals didn't even know that the person they were looking for was named Tian Jiashan, because they were coming for the heavenly secrets that had previously leaked from Broken Mountain. Tian Jiashan could indeed help everyone in terms of experience in comprehending the Dao, but breaking through to the Calamity Transformation realm was ultimately up to each individual, as only what one truly grasped became one's own. Therefore, Tian Jiashan merely regularly imparted knowledge and Dao to everyone, the rest was up to their own opportunity. In the underground castle, number 1 was doing alchemy, number 2 was diligently carving earth rank spirit arrays, number 3 had progressed from attempting to proficiency and was mass-producing heaven-grade talismans, and number 4 was powerfully forging profound Qing-grade spirit treasures, though only the most common and simple ones. More intricate spirit treasures would require the main body's cultivation to be higher, as artifact forging was the most difficult. While all the clones were working in an orderly fashion, Tian Jiashan, as the main body, simply sat in front of his bookshelf, which contained all kinds of books from around the world. He held a pen, writing his book on cautions in cultivation, and on the desk lay Beauty is the Root of Disaster, along with his most frequently consulted Secrets of Longevity and Self-Cultivation for Immortals. In Tian Jiashan's words, it was, read a book 1,000 times, and its meaning will become clear, and also, review the old to learn the new, to constantly remind oneself to cultivate cautiously. As he was writing, he suddenly had a thought. After pondering for a while, Tian Jiashan rose from the ground again. He hadn't paid attention to Yaoer during this time, Yaoer's physique still needed continuous improvement. Tian Jiashan thought, preparing to go find Yaoer, while the clones continued to work in the room. As soon as he stepped out of the great array, he saw Yaoer playing happily with the white-headed bear. Tian Jiashan waved, and Yaoer immediately rode the wind over. Little martial uncle, why are you free today? Yaoer, with a flushed little face, asked in surprise. Little martial uncle was usually nowhere to be seen. I finished my cultivation task, so I came to play with Yaoer. Yaoer, don't move yet, little martial uncle wants to check your current physique. Oh. Obediently agreeing, Yaoer merely swung the azure flower in her hand, teasing the white-headed bear. But seeing Tian Jiashan there, the white-headed bear dared not be presumptuous. It sat down obediently, as awkward as a grown girl, not daring to move. As Yaoer felt a warmth spread through her body, with the infiltration of spiritual power, Tian Jiashan clearly perceived Yaoer's physique. It seems Master wasn't idle either, he still knew how to care for and look after the younger generation. Feeling the changes within Yaoer's body, Tian Jiashan muttered to himself. Yaoer's physique had indeed transformed a lot, but Tian Jiashan was not satisfied. This level alone was not enough to support Yaoer in being unrivaled among her peers in the future. From the very beginning, Tian Jiashan wanted Yaoer to possess an unrivaled demeanor. Yaoer, don't move. Little martial uncle will temper your muscles and bones. Yaoer nodded. Seeing that Big White dared not play with her because of little martial uncle's presence, she simply sat down cross-legged. As the unique chi of the Calamity transformation realm surged, a greatly shrunken stone mill appeared above Tian Jiashan's head. As the stone mill slowly rotated, streams of fluorescent light enveloped Yaoer like a waterfall, and a pained expression immediately appeared on Yaoer's face. Yaoer, does it hurt? It's okay, little martial uncle, Yaoer can endure it. Although waves of pain came from her muscles and bones, Yaoer still forced a smile, enduring the pain. Just bear with it for a little while. Cleansing the marrow and refining the bones is bound to be painful. When Yaoer becomes powerful in the future, flying through the sky and burrowing through the earth, omnipotent, looking down on all directions as an unrivaled person, then this pain will be worth it. Yaoer gritted her teeth and nodded. In the distance, Jindao Sword Immortal, whose attention had always been on Yaoer, saw old 10th tempering Yaoer's physique again and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Jindao, isn't Jiashan treating the little girl a bit too much like pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Seeing Jiashan in the distance once again helping Yaoer temper her physique, Daoist Lichen spoke with some concern. He had previously felt the little girl's physique, even within the Chaosian sect, the little girl's talent was absolutely incomparable. Does old 10th's work still need us to worry about? Besides, what kind of prodigy old 10th is, you still don't know. Old 10th's standards, how could they be the same as ours? What we consider powerful is weak in old 10th's eyes. I actually hope old 10th cultivates a little monster for me. After all, old 10th's personality is set, even if he is a prodigy, he won't act ostentatiously. I think a girl like Yaoer is suitable. Hearing this, Daoist Lichen merely looked at his old friend beside him with a surprised gaze. After number 1 also broke through to the Calamity transformation realm, Tian Jiashan finally had a more substantial connection with the elusive great mill in his divine soul, so at this time, he could use the stone mill in the simplest way. Although he said that suffering a bit was a good thing, seeing Yaoer's appearance of enduring the pain, Tian Jiashan still couldn't bear it and stopped the stone mill's operation after not letting Yaoer persist for too long. Yaoer, come with little martial uncle. Little martial uncle will make you something delicious. All right. As always, after suffering, little martial uncle would always give her something good, so Yaoer excitedly skipped along. Watching Yaoer disappear into the great array ahead, the white-headed bear dared not follow, because it could feel immense danger from the array ahead. The white-headed bear knew that ahead was its forbidden zone. Everyone else was cultivating, only Yaoer and he, who was temporarily free, were left. Tian Jiashan had been taking Yaoer to tend to the flowers and plants in his courtyard every day for the past few days. The courtyard itself was full of spiritual qi. The flowers, plants, and trees that Yang Luyi had planted were, to a certain extent, considered spirit medicine and spiritual materials, so they needed to be tended to regularly, otherwise, they would become overgrown. After so long, Yaoer had learned some skills in a proper manner. At this moment, she held a large pair of scissors and was pruning a Dian Munan tree in front of her according to her own ideas. Beside Yaoer were some palm-sized little figures that Yaoer could command. These were the 36-star constellation talismans refined by Tian Jiashan. Little martial uncle, look quickly. After a short while, Yaoer spoke with a triumphant and proud expression. The Dian Munan tree in front of her, which was less than a meter tall, had now been pruned into Tian Jiashan's likeness. She had often molded small clay figures in her daily life, and with the help of the talisman figures, Yaoer quickly and skillfully pruned the tree into Tian Jiashan's image. Tian Jiashan, who turned his head upon hearing her, was startled when he saw the Dian Munan tree that had been pruned into his likeness. Yaoer, you can't prune this tree into my likeness. You have to prune it into Yang Luyi's likeness. Why? I like little martial uncle more, Yaoer asked, looking puzzled. Yaoer, this isn't about whether you like little martial uncle or not. It's because all these things were planted by that woman, Yang Luyi. If you prune it into little martial uncle's likeness, and that woman gets unhappy, she can't bully you, so she'll just turn around and hit little martial uncle, won't she? But I think senior sister Yi would be happy. As her words fell, seeing little martial uncle's fearful expression, Yaoer said dejectedly, all right then. Then can we prune it into senior sister Yi's likeness? That's perfectly fine. As Tian Jiashan spoke, he took out a bottle of potion and poured it onto the already pruned Dian Munan tree. The branches that Yaoer had just pruned immediately began to grow wildly. Seeing this miraculous scene, Yaoer, who found it incredible, immediately opened her mouth wide in surprise. Little martial uncle, what is this? Can you give me some to play with? Seeing Yaoer's surprised and curious eyes, Tian Jiashan smiled slightly, then took out 5 full bottles of quenching life spiritual liquid from his storage device. Although a single bottle of such liquid could fetch hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Happily accepting the quenching life spiritual liquid, and thinking that she could finally play with something new, Yaoer's spirits soared even higher. She grabbed a large pair of scissors and began pruning with little martial uncle. Little martial uncle, senior sister Yi's face isn't that round. Because she wasn't tall enough, Yaoer was responsible for pruning the bottom, and Tian Jiashan was responsible for pruning the top. Tian Jiashan frowned slightly, then walked a few steps away to observe from a distance. It's not that round? I remember that woman's face was quite plump. No, it's not. Little martial uncle, have you never properly looked at senior sister Yi? Senior sister Yi's face is like this. Yaoer said, drawing a face-like shape on the ground. And as the large and small figures discussed Yang Luyi's appearance and began pruning according to their discussion, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at Broken Mountain's entrance, which could barely be called a sect gate. It wasn't just one or two, it was a crowd. Yang Luyi stood at the very front of the group, holding a small flag to help the aunts, uncles, and cousins behind her not get lost. Grandma, look, that verdant mountain peak over there is Sweetie's mountain peak. Do you see those poplars and willows? Sweetie dug the ground, and I personally planted all the trees. The symbolism is Yang Luyi, willows swaying, ... The relatives, all with leisurely and elegant expressions, gazed into the distance and indeed saw a lush, green mountain peak, covered with swaying willow branches and rows of poplar trees. Shang He also gazed into the distance, but his brows were tightly furrowed at this moment. Shang He, who had come with the crowd, was now a little distracted, because he found that after arriving at this desolate place called Broken Mountain, Yi clearly exuded a different kind of radiance. Oh, why has that mountain peak collapsed? Seeing the particularly severely collapsed mountain peak, Yang Luyi also exclaimed in surprise. Looking at this, the power that destroyed this mountain peak is quite domineering. Could it be that Broken Mountain just experienced a great battle? A portly middle-aged man, who was an elder uncle, spoke. However, as soon as his words fell, he looked around and, finding the surroundings unharmed, felt that his guess was incorrect. Never mind, if only one mountain peak has collapsed, it's not a big problem. Maybe it was blasted down when Sweetie was undergoing tribulation, Yang Luyi said indifferently. However, her words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Undergoing tribulation? Isn't that young man named Tian Jiashan not yet broken through to the human immortal realm? What tribulation is he undergoing tribulation? Everyone looked at Sect Master Yang Chen in unison. Don't you have to undergo tribulation when you break through to the Calamity Transformation realm, just like Yi did before? Everyone nodded, not paying attention to Yang Chen's flawed words. All right, Grandma, you all hurry and follow me. It's still a bit of a distance from here to the top, and Sweetie's mountain peak is over there, so we have to take a bit of a detour. If we have to take a detour, why don't we just fly over? A young woman, who was an aunt, spoke. Oh, Auntie, if you fly over and Sweetie accidentally notices, then I won't be able to surprise him. We have to go carefully, Yang Luyi said, even deliberately making a stealthy gesture. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshot saving is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Seeing this, everyone simultaneously looked at the distant, lush mountain peak again, already somewhat eager to meet Tian Jiashan. Having stayed alone in Broken Mountain for over a year, Yang Luyi was very familiar with it. At this moment, she explained the scenery and views of Broken Mountain to her family as she ascended. And on Broken Mountain, after half a month of secluded cultivation for those who had frequently heard junior brother Jiashan's sermons recently, today was the day for them to collectively emerge and listen to lessons again. Thus, the sky above Broken Mountain, which had been peaceful for half a month, finally gained some life chi as everyone flew through the air. Tian Jiashan's lecture hall was a plain, unremarkable flat ground. All those listening to the Dao brought their own small wooden stools and sat cross-legged to listen. Third senior brother, when seeking the Dao, talking about love is forbidden. This is a violation. On the platform, after seeing third senior brother and senior sister Giao and senior sister Ruyan flirting intimately multiple times, Tian Jiashan, who had originally intended to ignore them, couldn't stand it anymore and called them out by name as a reminder. Seeing youngest martial brother call him out, third senior brother just chuckled apologetically. There are two methods to break through the Calamity Transformation realm. The first method, which is my main body's breakthrough method, is a bit difficult, but the foundation is more profound. The second method is what everyone is currently cultivating. Last time, I mainly talked about the first method. This time, we'll talk about the second. While Tian Jiashan was giving his sermon, Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Lichen watched from afar. Honestly, Jiashan's words, though a bit rough sounding, are easy to understand. The immortal Dao is contained within the ordinary. He has the demeanor of a Dao lecturer. When should we let Jiashan give more lectures in the sect? I imagine those young disciples would benefit greatly. Facing Lichen's idea, Jindao Sword Immortal merely showed a teasing expression. Letting that kid lecture? Wouldn't that be making him famous? Do you think old 10th would be willing? Hearing this, Daoist Lichen also looked depressed, somewhat unable to understand why Jiashan would have such a personality. However, before Daoist Lichen could ask more, a group of strangers suddenly appeared in his line of sight, and Daoist Lichen immediately became vigilant. No need to be nervous. Jindao Sword Immortal, who also saw the group of people suddenly appearing on the mountain in the distance and was surprised, reassured Daoist Lichen, then instantly used his cultivation to appear before the group. Because Yang Luyi and sect master of Bushan sect Yang Chen were present, Jindao Sword Immortal did not harbor any hostility. However, the group's momentum was somewhat alarming, and Jindao Sword Immortal and Daoist Lichen were still a bit apprehensive, so they immediately contacted the sect master of Chaosian sect. And when the sect master of Chaosian sect, who had not long left Broken Mountain, once again embarked on the road to Broken Mountain, bringing with him a large number of cultivation resources, he was somewhat dumbfounded upon learning the intentions of the large family. Jindao Sword Immortal was still trying his best to tactfully stall for time. Among the 28 people, the lowest cultivation was that of a heavenly immortal. There was an old woman whom even the sect master of Bushan sect had to treat with deference. Jindao Sword Immortal and Deist Lichen truly couldn't understand what purpose such a large group of people had in coming to Broken Mountain. And as for Yang Luyi's explanation that they merely wanted to see Tian Jiashan, the two clearly did not believe it. Jindao Sword Immortal, our uninvited arrival is indeed a bit of a disturbance. However, we have traveled thousands of miles and are truly just curious about that child named Tian Jiashan. We merely wish to see him and have no other intentions. Jindao Sword Immortal, please don't refuse. Sensing Jindao Sword Immortal's reluctance, the old woman also spoke tactfully. That's right, Jindao, you're being so petty. That kid might have some talent, but we wouldn't go as far as to attack a junior, would we? Besides, what kind of genius haven't we seen? If it weren't for Yi, we wouldn't even bother to make the trip. A middle-aged man among the elders, who had known Jindao Sword Immortal for many years, spoke, criticizing Jindao Sword Immortal for being too slow and narrow-minded. Hearing the teasing words of his old friend, Yang Jui, Jindao Sword Immortal merely scoffed inwardly. A monster like my old 10th, you really haven't seen. As for those so-called geniuses, in front of my old 10th, they're nothing. But Jindao Sword Immortal obviously couldn't say these words out loud. Senior Jindao Sword Immortal, please rest assured. My family members have no intentions towards Sweetie. They are just bored and came with me to see Sweetie. Knowing Senior Sword Immortal's concerns, Yang Luyi also offered her assurance. Looking at the dense crowd of over 20 people in front of him, Jindao Sword Immortal once again slandered them in his heart. This whole family is truly quite bored. This is only because they came to Broken Mountain. If they were traveling elsewhere, and people saw such a large family, they would surely panic at the slightest rumor and be scared out of their wits. Everyone has misunderstood. I did not intentionally delay you. It's just that old 10th has some matters at the moment, so it's inconvenient. However, since everyone has said so, then please follow me. Seeing Jindao's clumsy excuse, Deist Lichen felt a bit embarrassed. In terms of outright lying, Jiashan's skill was immeasurably higher than Jindao's. Recalling Jiashan's appearance when he used to make up stories to him, Deist Lichen also felt a bit wistful. However, his attention quickly returned. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Deist Lichen only hoped in his heart that the sect master would appear quickly. Otherwise, if such a group of people truly wanted to do something on Broken Mountain, he and Jindao would be completely helpless against them. He had intended to stall for as much time as possible, but in the end, since everyone had spoken so directly, Jindao Sword Immortal could only lead them to the outside of Tian Jiashan's simple and natural Dao field. On the slightly elevated earthen platform, Tian Jiashan, who had been speaking voluminously, abruptly stopped his sermon upon seeing the arriving crowd. Looking at the group led by Yang Luyi, Tian Jiashan swallowed. He had a strong feeling that this group of people had come for him. Upon noticing that old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, was acting strangely, the group of people who had been listening intently turned their heads and also saw the large family that had appeared behind them. The two groups stood dozens of meters apart, staring at each other in silence, each with their own thoughts. Yang Luyi and her large family looked at the group of young people in front of them, and were surprised to find that more than half of them possessed incredibly astonishing cultivation aptitude, the kind where any one of them could be compared to Zhao He in their sect. Even Yang Chen, who had been in Broken Mountain for some time, was caught off guard. So many prodigies, Jindao Sword Immortal just said that Tian Jiashan was imparting the Dao, and the recipients of his teachings were such a group of prodigies? If such a group of young prodigies were the listeners, then what about Tian Jiashan, who was imparting the Dao? While the large family was surprised whether the Chaosian sect had gathered all its most outstanding prodigy disciples in Broken Mountain, looking at the many unfamiliar faces and feeling the vast chi surging within each person, the eyes of the young disciples immediately showed tension and wariness. On the platform, Tian Jie, whose heart skipped a beat, looked at the approaching group and slowly moved from the platform, wanting to blend in with his senior brothers and sisters, to make himself less conspicuous. Others might not know who the newcomers were, but Tian Jie knew, and quite well at that. These many relatives of Yang Luyi were precisely why he deeply dreaded Yang Luyi. As Tian Jie was dodging, he heard a familiar voice. Grandma, look, that one, the most handsome and distinguished one, is Tian Jiashan. Hearing such a description, the old woman scanned the crowd and then fixed her gaze on third senior brother. He is indeed quite handsome and distinguished, and his aptitude is extraordinary, but he seems a bit like a heartless person. Hearing this evaluation, third senior brother, who was being stared at by the old woman, touched his nose. Old senior, Fairy Yi is not talking about me. Although he felt bitter inside, third senior brother dared not say more. Hadn't he seen that even the sect master of Bushan sect had to be deferential in front of that old woman? Fairy Yi called the old woman grandma. As the Dao companion of Bushan sect's old sect master, if someone said this person in front was easy to deal with, he wouldn't believe it for a second. Seeing that she had mistaken him, the old woman merely laughed heartily. This old woman is getting old and her eyes are dim. Young man, please don't mind it. Third senior brother smiled slightly, not daring to act up. Grandma, the sweetie I'm talking about is that one over there. Yang Luyi said, specifically pointing at Tian Jiashan in the distance with her hand, but seeing that sweetie deliberately hid, she immediately became furious. Tian Jiashan, if you hide again, be careful you won't get any good fruit to eat. Hearing these words, Tian Jie, whose heart was in his throat, could only send a pleading look to his master while grinning as he stepped out from behind the great master. Ah, sect master Yang has come a long way, and there are so many seniors visiting Broken Mountain together. Master, you must entertain all the seniors well. I suddenly remembered that I am still brewing spirit medicine at home, so I won't disturb the seniors' elegance for now. Tian Jiashan still spoke with a grin, and after finding a random excuse, he tried to slip away. Tian Jiashan. This angry shout made Tian Jia's departing footsteps halt abruptly. Come here. Tian Jia in the distance shook his head. Those people in front, any one of them was a big shot who could walk around fearlessly. If he approached casually and any clues were discovered, the repercussions would be endless. I'll count to 3. Although he was fearful, seeing that the madwoman Yang Luyi seemed genuinely angry, Tian Jiashan, under Jindao Sword Immortal's signal, still frowned and came forward. Number 2 had seen the old woman beside Yang Luyi a few times while cultivating in Bushan sect and knew that the old woman's identity was extraordinary. Tian Jiashan greets the old senior, greets sect master Yang, and greets all seniors. Seeing that Sweetie finally came obediently to her side, the frost on Yang Luyi's face immediately vanished completely. Grandma, this is Sweetie. He has no abilities, can't speak even with a mouth, and is afraid of death. In short, he's just a bit useless. Fairy Yi, praising me so much in front of the seniors makes me quite embarrassed. Knowing that the old woman in front of him had a noble status, the tall Tian Jiashan, who had come closer, intentionally and unintentionally hunched his body a bit, both as a sign of respect for her status and her seniority. With a hunched body, the old woman, known as Heavenly Lord Qingling, looked kindly at the young man in front of her. Can't speak? I think the little one's mouth is quite sweet. Little one, Yi said your mountain peak is more interesting. Would you take this old woman to your mountain peak to have a look? Hearing this, how could Tian Jiashan dare or be able to say no? After nodding in agreement, he immediately led the way. Yang Luyi on the right, Tian Jiashan on the left, they accompanied the old woman away like that. Everyone behind them watched this scene, somewhat bewildered. Everyone could tell that Tian Jiashan and Yang Luyi's relationship seemed unusual, but they couldn't quite pinpoint exactly how it was unusual. It just felt strange. They had come specifically for Tian Jiashan, so at this moment, the entire family also followed behind. You all find a place to wait first, we'll follow and see. Seeing everyone leaving one after another, Jindao Sword Immortal spoke and immediately followed. Although this mountain peak was his, the other party not only had a large family, but the leader was the Heavenly Lord Qingling of yesteryear. Even if she was old now, it was not his place to be presumptuous in front of her. Besides, isn't there an old saying, old ginger is spicier? Jindao Sword Immortal, these people wouldn't have any designs on Tian Tian, would they? Lu Chuan, also on Broken Mountain, spoke. Although he hadn't conversed with the group of humans just now, he could feel the terrifying strength of the people who appeared. If necessary, he would inform his grandfather. The strength of the group might be very formidable, but in these 100,000 great mountains, there was nothing his grandfather couldn't resolve. For now, it's fine, and we've already notified the sect. The sect master is already on his way. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshot recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. After speaking, seeing that the group in front had already walked far away, chatting and laughing, Jindao Sword Immortal also hurried to catch up. Jindao, why are you still as timid as before? Hurry up and catch up. Yang Jui, who had known him before, turned back and spoke to Jindao Sword Immortal. Behind, after everyone had left one after another, the tense heartstrings of the young people finally relaxed. Brother Zhang, that Yang Luyi, is she the Yang Luyi from the rumors, right? What is her relationship with junior brother Jiashan? Unable to suppress her curiosity and gossip, Ren Giao asked third senior brother Zhang Junyi beside her. And Ren Giao was clearly not the only one with such curiosity. So, after the terrifying individuals left, a situation arose where the people of Broken Mountain gossiped about Tian Jiashan and Yang Luyi to the group of prodigies. Ahead. Senior, watch your step. My mountain peak is quite dilapidated, without even a decent path. It seems I'll have to build one in the future. Senior, be careful of that flower. This flower is called snake's tongue and is highly poisonous. It can paralyze meridians, leading to the depletion of spiritual qi. Although senior's cultivation is profound and you don't need to worry, these weeds must not harm senior in the slightest. When Tian Jiashan spoke to remind them, he deliberately raised his voice, also to let the group of people following behind hear his words and be cautious. With everyone's cultivation, they naturally didn't need to care about his little tricks, but he couldn't let them be troubled, could he? Heavenly Lord Qingling, leaning on her staff, heard this, and her hand, which was about to touch the snake's tongue, paused in midair, only to laugh heartily. However, even though Tian Jiashan had reminded them all the way, they hadn't walked far before a spirit array under Heavenly Lord Qingling's feet was disturbed. The staff she was leaning on accidentally triggered a hidden spirit array, causing a chain reaction. Immediately, some scattered spirit arrays and talismans around them surfaced, and the spiritual qi instantly became violent, poised to erupt at any moment. Seeing this, Tian Jiashan was shocked, but quick as a flash, he swiftly controlled the central hub of the disturbed great array, causing all the connected arrays around to become ineffective in an instant. This junior is usually bored on the mountain peak and likes to tinker with things. See, due to my carelessness, I didn't clean up properly and almost disturbed senior. Tian Jiashan chuckled, looking apologetic. And witnessing the array Dao attainment Tian Jiashan had just displayed, not only did Heavenly Lord Qingling smile, but even the family members behind her murmured to themselves that Tian Jiashan had some skills. Following at the back of the group, one of Yang Luyi's third uncles heard Tian Jiashan say not to pick the wild flowers by the roadside as they were highly poisonous. Out of curiosity, he plucked a flower and played with it in his hand. Consequently, he was quickly affected. However, this third uncle was, after all, a heavenly immortal realm expert. After only a few moments of slight disorientation, he completely expelled the toxins from his body. These flowers and plants, there's something, hey. Clumsy. These flowers and plants are of no lower grade than the spirit medicine of the same rank in my spirit garden. They clearly look like they were carefully cultivated. Can't you cherish other people's hard work? As soon as the third uncle muttered, he was scolded by his Dao companion beside him. Not daring to resist, the third uncle merely chuckled. And hearing what the third aunt said, knowing that the surrounding spirit medicine seemed to be of good quality, everyone immediately became more interested, because there were quite a few scattered spirit medicine like this on the mountain peak. Could it be that this brat Tian Jiashan also knows how to cultivate spirit medicine? Judging from his earlier demeanor, he also seemed to have some insights and attainments in the Dao of spirit arrays. However, although everyone was curious, Tian Jiashan clearly didn't have time to bother with them now. After finally reaching the summit of his mountain peak, Tian Jiashan, wiping a bead of sweat, finally showed a troubled expression, because further ahead was his treasure land. Heavenly Lord Qingling stood silently, looking at the continuous array formed by hundreds of large arrays combined in front of her, not saying a word. Knowing that the front was Sweetie's cultivation place, and also the place Sweetie cared about most, Yang Luyi was about to speak to persuade her grandma and the family members behind her, when her grandma's voice echoed in her mind. Yi, don't speak. Let Jiashan speak for himself. Hearing such a voice in her mind, and knowing that grandma intended to test Sweetie, Yang Luyi hesitated but still did not speak. With an internal struggle, seeing that the old woman beside him stood there for a while and still refused to leave, Tian Jiashan sighed inwardly as his hopes fell through, but still spoke with a smile. Senior, this spirit array in front is also something I tinkered with out of boredom, making Senior laugh. As for what's enveloped in the center of the spirit array, it's where I usually cultivate. If Senior is interested, I'll open the way now and take Senior inside to see my humble abode. As soon as Tian Jiashan finished speaking, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Heavenly Lord Qingling's aged mouth. What's there to see in a little one's cultivation place? We won't go in. Let's go look in the forest over there. Hearing this, Tian Jiashan's heart immediately filled with joy. Ah, that forest is quite nice. This junior will lead Senior to have a look right away. So, the group was led towards the forest. Second brother, this spirit array in front, although the constituent spirit arrays are of a lower rank, there are some profound principles and knowledge within it. I just sensed it, and the number of spirit arrays, big and small, adds up to over 100. However, there seem to be other things mixed into the spirit array, and even under such circumstances, the great array can still operate smoothly. This spirit array, if placed in our Bushan sect, would be enough for those disciples to study as a subject. The sixth aunt spoke. I heard Yi say that this huge spirit array tree was tinkered with by Tian Jiashan himself. The fourth aunt then added. In that case, this Tian Jiashan is indeed extraordinary. This time, it was the fourth uncle who spoke. He's a young supreme being who has broken through to the calamity transformation realm, how could he be ordinary? Seeing everyone speak with emotion, the second uncle spoke again. And the second uncle's words instantly enlightened everyone. That's right, Tian Jiashan is a young supreme being in the calamity transformation realm, so he should naturally be extraordinary. But from just now until now, the Tian Jiashan he saw was the type that would get lost in a crowd. With a grand vision, treasures conceal their brilliance. Although they were on Broken Mountain, and Jindao Sword Immortal was the owner here, the arriving crowd was still very relaxed and at ease, especially since the leader was Heavenly Lord Qingling. And precisely because he understood this, Jindao Sword Immortal merely followed the group from beginning to end. As they followed, gradually, Jindao Sword Immortal and Daist Lichen both noticed something amiss. This whole family, why does it look like old 10th is choosing a son-in-law? With this thought in mind, Jindao Sword Immortal turned his head to look at his old friend beside him, and their gazes met, instantly revealing the tacit understanding they had developed over many years. Although they were strolling through the woods, Heavenly Lord Qingling's attention was clearly no longer on the unremarkable trees around them, but had instead turned to conversing with Tian Jiashan. Little one, I heard from Yi that you are also a young supreme being of the calamity transformation realm. Ha ha ha, Senior is flattering this junior. Young, yes, supreme, I wouldn't dare claim. As for the calamity transformation realm, I broke through inexplicably. My senior brothers and sisters on the mountain always say I have good fortune and destiny, blessed by the heavens. Hearing this, not to mention Jindao Sword Immortal, even Daist Lichen couldn't help but twitch his face. You, young man, are indeed blessed by the heavens, otherwise you wouldn't be struck by lightning every now and then. However, despite his inner teasing, Daist Lichen was ultimately impressed to see Jiashan able to spout nonsense without batting an eyelid. Similarly, the family members behind, who had heard Tian Jiashan's words, had various expressions on their faces. Some thought Tian Jiashan was good, understanding humility, while others believed Tian Jiashan lacked any aura of a strong person, appearing somewhat weak. I am also in the calamity transformation realm. In this vast world, supreme beings of the Calamity Transformation Realm are as rare as phoenix feathers. It's not easy to meet fellow Daoist Jiashan. I wonder if brother Jiashan would be willing to spar with me, so we can exchange insights on the great Dao. Shang He, who had been following, seized the opportunity to speak, wanting to fight Tian Jiashan. Since ascending the mountain, Shang He had been observing and noticed that Yi had clearly changed after seeing Tian Jiashan. In Shang He's eyes at this moment, Tian Jiashan had already become an enemy. Having witnessed some of the methods Tian Jiashan had concocted along the way, and having seen the intricate formation in front of Tian Jiashan's house, everyone was very curious about Tian Jiashan's strength. Now, seeing Shang He actively challenging him, although they knew he had ulterior motives, everyone was happy to see it. Young people are full of vigor, a fight is nothing. Moreover, both are in the Calamity Transformation Realm, so there's no question of bullying. However, how could Tian Jiashan agree to this match? Fellow Daoist, your words are mistaken. The Calamity Transformation Realm has only just emerged, so it's understandable that few beings have broken through yet. But as for sparring, I'm just a lucky fellow, with better luck, but my strength isn't that great. Tian Jiashan's words already contained a subtle hint of refusal, but without giving Shang He a chance to speak, Tian Jiashan continued. However, I can find a powerful Calamity Transformation Realm expert to spar with fellow Daoist. Hearing this, Shang He's brows furrowed slightly, and curiosity also appeared on the faces of the others. Could it be that there are other Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings on this mountain? To be honest, I only recently broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, so my strength isn't that great either. Sparring with fellow Daoist Jiashan would be most suitable. Curiosity aside, Shang He had no interest in other Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings. The match was just an excuse, Shang He's true intention was not the wine. Just as Tian Jiashan was about to refuse again, cursing inwardly about how beauty attracts jealousy, and having largely confirmed that the person wanting to spar with him was most likely fond of Yang Luyi, a startling aura suddenly appeared in the air. Heavenly Lord Qingling and Sect Master of Bushan Sect have come from afar, Yan Qing has been remiss in her hospitality. Hearing that you all are visiting Broken Mountain, I rushed over and brought some immortal tea from the sect. Would Heavenly Lord Qingling and Sect Master Yang like to taste some together? This sudden arrival was none other than Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect, Yan Qing. And seeing that the Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect had personally appeared, and it was clear at a glance that she had come for Tian Jiashan, everyone's gaze towards Tian Jiashan subtly changed again. Even Sect Master of Bushan Sect, Yang Chen, showed a curious expression in his eyes. He hadn't known before that Tian Jiashan was so highly regarded by the Chaoxian Sect. We came uninvited and disturbed the people of Broken Mountain. Tai Ting Immortal is too polite. But since Tai Ting Immortal has brought immortal tea, this old woman will take a small advantage. Tai Ting Immortal was precisely the title of Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect, Yan Qing. With his mother speaking, Yang Chen naturally complied. However, if they were to drink tea with Tai Ting Immortal, the others were clearly not qualified. Seeing the two accept her invitation, Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect turned to look at Tian Jiashan. Jiashan. Oh, Sect Master, my senior brothers and sisters are all on another mountain peak, doing well. Before the Sect Master could say more, Tian Jiashan spoke first, wanting to cover up the fact that the Sect Master had come for him. Muttering to herself that Jiashan was indeed clever, Tai Ting Immortal said no more. That's good. Everyone has come from afar and doesn't know Broken Mountain well. Our Broken Mountain has beautiful scenery, so take everyone around to see more. Alright. Because of the Sect Master's appearance, and having something to rely on, Tian Jiashan's reply was smooth and full of confidence. Yang Luyi, you've also stayed on Broken Mountain for a year or so and know it pretty well. Why don't you show your family around? I really have things to do. Pulling Yang Luyi closer, Tian Jiashan spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. And seeing this scene, Shang He's emotions in the back became even more unstable. What do you have to do? I'll go with you. My family members aren't children, they can look around Broken Mountain by themselves. Besides, everyone came here specifically to see you. Now that they've seen you, that should be enough, right? At this, Tian Jiashan was instantly stunned. They all came to see him? What virtue and ability did he possess? Could they have ulterior motives? But he had nothing. Although he wanted to immediately get rid of everyone, with Yang Luyi's persistent clinging, Tian Jiashan still couldn't leave, until finally, a group of elders, bored, dispersed in groups, leaving only 3 young people. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shang He, and Yi and I are childhood sweethearts. Shang He's words were very pointed. Oh, my name is Tian Jiashan. Tian from Tiandi, fields, Jia like the Jia stretched a bit longer, and Shen like the Shen stretched a bit longer upwards. Having just dealt with Shang He, Tian Jiashan, eager to leave, turned to Yang Luyi. Can I go now? I really have something to do. Tian Jiashan at this moment only wanted to return to his small house and then stay indoors until the sect master had sent everyone away. However, Yang Luyi's answer was, no. 2 simple words, clean and decisive, spoken with certainty. At this, Tian Jiashan's face turned ashen. When Yang Luyi's family wasn't around, he didn't dare do anything to her. Now that her entire family was on Broken Mountain, how could he dare to talk back? Tian, I have to go back. Liu Chuan, who needed to return to the mountains, appeared. In fact, Liu Chuan could have left without saying goodbye, but considering Tian Tian's personality and wondering if Tian Tian might need his help, Liu Chuan deliberately made this appearance. And seeing Liu Chuan's appearance, Tian Jiashan's ashen face suddenly lit up with vigor. No one understood him better than Liu Chuan. Liu Chuan, wait for me. Didn't we agree to go into the mountains together? Wait for me to pack up. You see, I really have to go. Tian Jiashan said, leaving without looking back. On the other side, after inviting Heavenly Lord Qingling and sect master of Bushan sect, the sect master of Chaoxian sect was now sitting opposite the two. However, judging from their seating, Yang Chen was clearly sitting a bit further back, giving the initiative in the conversation to his mother. Indeed, it's good tea. After taking a light sip, Heavenly Lord Qingling also praised it aloud. This tea comes from the myriad tea tree of Yaokai Holy Land, it's considered top grade. Yang Chen, who had initially thought Cultivating Immortal was just being polite, was astonished when he heard the origin of the immortal tea before him, and he also picked up the cup on the table. Myriad tree tea, no wonder, no wonder. That Yaokai Holy Mother is quite petty, yet she was willing to send Cultivating Immortal some tea. It seems Cultivating Immortal's abilities are extraordinary. Heavenly Lord Qingling's words carried a hint of teasing. Yang Chen, who was tasting the tea, heard the teasing in his mother's words. Recalling the rumors about Cultivating Immortal and the previous generation's saintess of Yaokai, a gossipy expression immediately appeared in his eyes. Facing Heavenly Lord Qingling's teasing, Cultivating Immortal merely smiled slightly. Cultivating Immortal values this little one, Jiashan, so much. It seems this child is even more extraordinary than we imagined. But then again, this child is indeed likable, and he knows how to speak well. The topic still returned to Tian Jiashan. If she hadn't seen her granddaughter's intimate relationship with that little one, Heavenly Lord Qingling wouldn't have inquired. After all, as the only Calamity Transformation Realm Supreme being in the Chaoxian sect, if she asked too many questions, it would seem like she had ulterior motives. However, this was the first time Yi had been so devoted to an outsider. Even though she knew she might be overstepping, Heavenly Lord Qingling still asked. Seeing Cultivating Immortal in front of her lost in thought, Heavenly Lord Qingling continued, Cultivating Immortal should know how much my family values Yi. So, if Cultivating Immortal feels that this old woman is not qualified, I can have my old man come to talk. That way, Cultivating Immortal will also have a better understanding. Hearing this, Sect Master of Chaoxian Sect smiled slightly. Heavenly Lord Qingling exaggerates. As a Calamity Transformation Realm expert within my sect, how could I not cherish Jiashan? As for protecting him so much, it's not because Jiashan has some unknown transcendent quality, but simply because of his personality. He is overly timid and fearful of trouble. I believe both of you have heard about this from Yi. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. If that was the case, there was no problem. And even if Tian Jiashan truly had extraordinary abilities, what then? Could it be more astonishing than Yi's 36 rank creation Green Lotus? Tian Jiashan said he wanted to go into the mountains, and Yang Lu Yi wanted to follow. Since Yang Lu Yi wanted to follow, Shang He naturally also wanted to follow. Thus, the current scene of everyone aimlessly wandering in the mountains unfolded. At this moment, Yang Lu Yi looked even more like a child than Yaoer beside her. She bounced around with Yaoer, completely unconcerned about her surroundings and not at all nervous about attracting any powerful vicious beasts from the mountains. Because Yang Lu Yi knew that the elder of the thunder beast beside Tian Tian was the dominator of the 100,000 great mountains, and Tian Tian had a close relationship with that thunder beast, so she would be safe here. This was something Yang Lu Yi didn't say out loud, otherwise, even if she was afraid, Tian Jiashan would still scold Yang Lu Yi. Even after knowing Liu Chuan's identity and even personally seeing that Supreme Overlord residing in the Thunder Marsh, Tian Jiashan's reverence for the 100,000 great mountains did not decrease but rather increased. Every time he entered the 100,000 great mountains, he was extremely cautious. Brother Shang He, do you like Yang Lu Yi? Following behind the two, while idly watching them play ahead, Tian Jiashan suddenly spoke to Shang He beside him. Shang He, who had been looking preoccupied, was startled when he suddenly heard this. What? Was this Tian Jiashan going to declare his stance and challenge him so quickly? Shang He turned his head, looking at Tian Jiashan, who had an incredibly serious expression. Shang He thought to himself, since the other party was so frank, as a man, he couldn't back down now. I like her. I like her very much. Brother Tian, what do you think of Yi? I'm afraid. Very afraid. Shang He, who had prepared himself mentally, was momentarily taken aback by this answer. Brother Tian, afraid, how are you afraid? Although it seemed a bit absurd, Shang He still asked, because the expression on Tian Jiashan's face didn't look like he was lying. How am I afraid? That's a long story, but brother Shang He, if you want to pursue Yang Lu Yi, I can help you. In this regard, I am a very knowledgeable person. To stay away from women, I've read a lot of books. At this, Shang He was completely stunned, because brother Tian's words were truly novel. Helping him pursue Yi was normal enough, since brother Tian had already said he was afraid of Yi. But reading countless books to stay away from women? What was that all about? However, despite Shang He's many doubts, he never got a chance to speak, because seeing that Shang He indeed liked Yang Lu Yi, Tian Jiashan began his unique imparting of Dao. As long as she had a family and an engagement, Yang Lu Yi wouldn't casually seek him out anymore. Didn't he see? Now, for no reason, Yang Lu Yi had suddenly appeared on Broken Mountain with her whole family. Who knew what else Yang Luyi would do in the future? After entering the mountains, Tian Jiashan stayed there and did not return, because there were still many incredibly powerful unknown experts on Broken Mountain. And while Tian Jiashan was taking refuge in the mountains, on Broken Mountain, after the young disciples understood the identities of the people who appeared on Broken Mountain and knew that their appearance was just to see old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, they stopped caring so much and all returned to their seclusion. Having witnessed old 10th, junior brother Jiashan's prodigious and terrifying abilities again and again, no one was surprised that such a group of supreme experts from Bushan sect had come to see old 10th, junior brother Jiashan. As Tian Jiashan had said, after he once again broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, he gained a unique understanding and mastery of the Calamity Transformation Realm. Therefore, after he imparted his experience and insights into Dao Heart to everyone, their understanding and perception of the Calamity Transformation Realm were improving at an astonishing speed. When the 5th day arrived, after getting bored playing in the mountains, Yang Luyi finally returned to Broken Mountain with Yaoer, and Shang He followed as well. As for Tian Jiashan, he remained in the mountains. Tian, everyone on Broken Mountain is at a critical moment of comprehending the Dao. Whether they can break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm depends on this recent period. Are you really not going back to oversee it? Liu Chuan said, sitting on a blue slab of stone, casually tossing the fruit pit in his hand into the woods. What needed to be taught was pretty much all said during the last imparting of the Dao. The rest depends on everyone's fortune. After all, it's the Calamity Transformation Realm they're breaking through to, and I can only help to this extent. That seems to make sense. Tian, you even have a spiritual body that has reached the Calamity Transformation Realm now. What level has your strength truly reached? Tian Jiashan gnawed on the fruit in his hand, not wanting to waste even a bit. How would I know that? But number 1 is ultimately just a spiritual body. Even if it breaks through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, its strength is definitely not as good as the main bodies. Liu Chuan pondered for a moment. Anyway, since we're idle, why don't you spar with me? After my breakthrough, I've only sparred with those vicious beasts in the mountains, and each of them has an absurdly high cultivation. Every time I get beaten, it's no fun. Only after he couldn't gnaw off any more pulp did Tian Jiashan burn the fruit pit in his hand to ashes and discard it. Alright, I guess. I can't go home anyway, and I have nothing else to do. But our fight won't be spied upon by everyone on Broken Mountain, will it? How could it be? If you're worried, we can just fight in front of the Thunder Pool. The Thunder Pool was an area of chaotic lightning outside the Thunder Marsh, and it was where Liu Chuan usually tempered himself. Because of his strong connections, Tian Jiashan had been fortunate enough to enter it. Thinking this was feasible, Tian Jiashan nodded, and then one person and one beast instantly disappeared into the forest, heading far away. Although he knew that fighting outside the Thunder Pool would definitely be seen by Liu Chuan's grandfather, Tian Jiashan wasn't worried at all. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Tian Jiashan had seen the desolate god. He always felt that there were no worldly desires in the eyes of that supreme overlord. That feeling was as if he had already stood at a very high position, losing interest in everything, because in his eyes ants and giants were all the same. Just like that, Tian Jiashan settled down outside the Thunder Pool again. But when Tian Jiashan had just beaten Liu Chuan, who had just recovered from the Thunder Pool, half to death again, and then, covered in wounds himself, went into the Thunder Pool to cultivate with its help, the sudden surge of Qi on Broken Mountain that day instantly startled everyone on Broken Mountain. Whether it was the 10 lineage prodigies carefully selected from Chaosian sect or the group of people on Broken Mountain, their talents were originally astonishing. And after a period of tempering and imparting of the Dao by Tian Jiashan, someone was finally about to break through to the Calamity Transformation Realm. As the Qi of the Calamity Transformation Realm surged above a quiet mountain peak on Broken Mountain, the sect master of Chaosian sect and Heavenly Lord Qingling, who were still on Broken Mountain, were alarmed and ascended into the sky. And with the appearance of the Qi of the Calamity Transformation Realm, 9th senior sister Huang Junyi's figure also appeared in the sky, coming into everyone's view. Above the 9 heavens, as thunderclouds rolled, lightning already streaked through them, leaping thousands of miles, with a magnificent aura. And the Qi overflowing from the thunderclouds above the 9 heavens resonated with Huang Junyi's Qi on the ground. Clearly, Huang Junyi was about to undergo her tribulation. Feeling the sacred and powerful Qi swirling around her, Huang Junyi, experiencing the Calamity Transformation Realm's aura so intimately for the first time, showed all her joy on her face. At this moment, Huang Junyi's feelings were beyond words. However, despite her excitement, she could feel the terrifying oppressive and suffocating sensation brought by the lightning tribulation above the 9 heavens. Huang Junyi composed herself and immediately stood ready. Is this the lightning tribulation? As she murmured, Huang Junyi sighed inwardly, thinking that it was indeed her youngest martial brother, who often had to endure such lightning tribulations. As Huang Junyi adjusted her qi to prepare for the baptism of the lightning tribulation and then truly broke through to the Calamity Transformation realm, the expressions on the faces of the people who had ascended into the sky were all more or less surprised. Tian Jiashan was already a young supreme being of the Calamity Transformation realm, and now Huang Junyi, who came from a prominent background, was about to face the lightning tribulation of the Calamity Transformation realm. If she succeeded in undergoing tribulation, Chaosian sect would suddenly have 2 young supreme beings of the Calamity Transformation realm. Such a foundation would be enough to elevate Chaosian sect's status by another level. Thinking that Chaosian sect's Immortals Cave had only closed a few years ago, the experts from Bushan sect also sighed inwardly, remarking on Chaosian sect's prosperous luck. Another young supreme being. Chaosian sect's future is promising. Congratulations, Taiting Immortal. The lightning tribulation of the Calamity Transformation Realm is extraordinary. Only after undergoing tribulation can one truly enjoy the Dao fruit of the Calamity Transformation Realm. I only hope that Junyi can safely pass through the lightning tribulation. But still, thank you for Heavenly Lord Kingling's kind wishes. Although equally excited, the sect master of Chaosian sect did not get carried away but spoke humbly. For a prodigy like Huang Junyi, if she could even summon the lightning tribulation of the Calamity Transformation Realm, passing it should not be a problem. And as everyone's thoughts were filled with emotion, a bolt of thunder crashed down from a clear sky, an astonishing sight. This lightning tribulation actually contained a vast sword chi, so much so that after the lightning struck, the scattered small lightning arcs spread out like countless sword chi, sharp and exposed, creating a sword chi storm over Broken Mountain. Seeing this, Jindao Sword Immortal finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. White Jade Capital. It's White Jade Capital. Ha ha ha. White Jade Capital was the name of the lightning tribulation Huang Junyi was currently undergoing. It was a lightning tribulation that only beings who cultivated the Dao of the sword had a chance to encounter. According to ancient records, almost all beings who underwent the White Jade Capital tribulation were humans, and everyone who survived this tribulation later became famous throughout history in the Dao of the sword. If I remember correctly, in the Suyuan Dao Temple, that sword Dao Immortal who used his sword Dao to lower a 10,000-foot mountain by 3 feet 3, is said to have also undergone this heavenly Dao lightning tribulation named White Jade Capital when he was young. A sword-browed, clear-eyed woman from the large family spoke. Her aura, at a glance, revealed her to be a sword cultivator. As everyone spoke, the residual power of the first lightning bolt gradually dissipated. Huang Junyi, the one directly undergoing the tribulation, had most of her flesh and blood scraped away, a bloody mess, a truly ghastly sight. Yet, even so, no one felt pity for Huang Junyi. He who desires the crown must bear its weight. In front of the thunder pool in the 100,000 Great Mountains, after soaking in the thunder pool for several days, Tian Jiashan, who was now recuperating with Lu Chuan, was not too surprised when he vaguely saw the terrifying lightning tribulation clouds above Broken Mountain. Even from this far, I can still feel such a dense sword Dao Qi. It must be ninth senior sister who is breaking through. Looking at this lightning, it seems to be White Jade Capital. It's a bit painful, but as a sword cultivator, ninth senior sister is truly destined. Tian Jiashan muttered as he watched from afar. White Jade Capital has a total of 5 lightning bolts. The lightning is like sword chi, and after it strikes, the person undergoing tribulation will be tempered and purified as if by sword chi. The sword Dao law contained within the lightning tribulation will even decompose the bones and divine soul of the person undergoing tribulation. Tian Jiashan shuddered just thinking about it. Tian, aren't you going back to see? This is such a big event, and you are the primary contributor. What's there to see? About a year ago, I promised someone that I would definitely have ninth senior sister breakthrough to the Calamity Transformation Realm within 2 years. It's an expected event, nothing to be surprised about. Tian Jiashan said nonchalantly, then turned to plunge into the thunder pool, to experience his pain and joy. However, before Tian Jiashan could walk a few steps, the sudden appearance of Qi on Broken Mountain startled him, and he abruptly turned his head. Ninth senior sister Huang Junyi's Calamity Transformation Realm lightning tribulation hadn't ended yet, and another Calamity Transformation Realm Qi had actually overflowed, and above the 9 heavens, another lightning tribulation center had already appeared in response. That's not right. At this point in time, besides ninth senior sister, no one else should be able to break through. Could it be that because of the Qi ninth senior sister triggered, others also comprehended the Dao by a strange twist of fate? Just as Tian Jiashan was wondering who had been drawn by ninth senior sister's Calamity Transformation Realm Qi to coincidentally break through, on Broken Mountain, 2 surges of Calamity Transformation Realm Qi simultaneously billowed forth, and violent spiritual power raged wildly. Everyone on the mountain was already awestruck by the spectacle before them. Young supreme beings of the Calamity Transformation Realm are rarely seen, even one on an ordinary day, but now, Broken Mountain had directly presented the grand scene of 2 people breaking through simultaneously. Huang Junyi's lightning tribulation had not completely ended, but Zhang Yi himself had already appeared in the air, and even from a distance, everyone could still see the astonishment and pleasant surprise on Zhang Yi's face. In fact, as Tian Jiashan had thought, for now, at most only Huang Junyi could break through, Zhang Yi was entirely due to immense luck. However, if Zhang Yi couldn't withstand the Calamity Transformation Realm lightning, then this immense good fortune would equally transform into an immense disaster, plunging him into a state of eternal damnation. Even if he was a little luckier and failed the undergoing tribulation but retained his cultivation, Zhang Yi would still transform into a ghost immortal. Ghost immortals are the last resort for all cultivators undergoing tribulation, a choice made out of desperation to survive. Although they can live perfectly intact, from then on, they truly have nothing to do with the heavenly court. If one becomes a ghost immortal, no matter how profound one's cultivation, one cannot ascend to the second layer of Liangfeng Mountain Suanpu. However, at this moment, everyone clearly didn't believe Zhang Yi could withstand the Calamity Transformation Realm heavenly tribulation. The people from Chaosian sect were immersed in shock and pleasant surprise, while the people from Bushan sect sighed in their hearts, constantly exclaiming in wonder, because the scene before them was a true marvel. And looking at Zhang Yi, who had drawn the Calamity Transformation Realm lightning tribulation, seeing that the unexpected person had not only comprehended the Dao but also was the first to face the Calamity Transformation Realm Lightning Tribulation, the sect master of Chao Xian Sect's expression became several shades more arrogant and flamboyant. Such luck can illuminate Chao Xian Sect for 10,000 generations. Although she could feel the surging Calamity Transformation Realm Qi not far from her, Huang Junyi, who was already preoccupied, had no mind for anything else. She merely continuously adjusted her state to welcome the baptism of the lightning tribulation. As youngest martial brother would say, undergoing tribulation, if you endure, you're covered in ash, if you don't, you're a pile of ash. Just as Huang Junyi thought this, with the third bolt of lightning striking, her divine soul trembled violently, and her entire consciousness became somewhat hazy. On the other side, facing this sudden good fortune, Zhang Yi, who had never thought he could truly break into the Calamity Transformation Realm, was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. When he felt the qi from the 9 heavens echoing his own, and the lightning tribulation in the lightning luck seemed poised to strike him with overwhelming force, his heart was instantly alarmed. Like Huang Junyi, it was only now, locked onto by the lightning tribulation's qi, that Zhang Yi finally realized the terror of the lightning tribulation, and only then did he begin to somewhat understand Tian Jiashan's feelings. Zhang Yi, looking up, couldn't help but gulp at the spectacle in the sky, but he did not retreat. He who wishes to wear the crown must bear its weight. Zhang Yi, whose family was composed of important ministers under the human emperor, knew this truth better than anyone. The lightning drawn by Zhang Yi's qi also had a name, Golden Elephant Lightning, a type of 5 elements Gang Metal Thunder. However, because it was a single attribute, its power was more intense than the 5 elements Gang Metal Thunder. According to ancient records, Golden Elephant Lightning had 4 bolts. In the mountains far away, Tian Jiashan, who had initially been unconcerned about the undergoing tribulation on Broken Mountain, after seeing another lightning eye, pondered for a moment before still leaving the mountain. As Tian Jiashan himself summarized, the lightning tribulation is both destruction and creation. Therefore, for the creature undergoing tribulation, the lightning tribulation still has a certain affinity. For example, Zhang Yi, who is now breaking through, while he is brewing, the lightning tribulation is also brewing, and does not strike immediately. However, the so-called mercy of the lightning tribulation was clearly not suitable for Tian Jiashan. Bringing Lu Chuan, he appeared near the undergoing tribulation site via a teleportation array. Tian Jiashan, upon appearing, cupped his hands in greeting to Yang Lu Yi's family members, then proactively walked to Jindao Sword Immortal's side. Seeing that the other person breaking through was actually Zhang Yi, Tian Jiashan was surprised in his heart, and an unspoken worry flashed in his eyes. Master, what's going on? What else could be going on? It's just what you see. Not long after Zhu Er broke through and ushered in the lightning tribulation, this boy Zhang Yi also broke through. Tian Jiashan's brows furrowed even deeper, so much so that the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows was once again embedded within the towering mountains and steep ridges. It's a good thing, but the power of this golden elephant lightning is not weak. I once endured 3 to 5 bolts. 3 to 5 bolts, that's quite a few. However, Zhang Yi's physical body is not as strong as yours, and it's his first time undergoing tribulation. I wonder if he can pass through safely. Hearing Junior Marshal Uncle Li Chen's words, Tian Jiashan turned his head, his expression strange. What, Junior Marshal Uncle, am I wrong? Deist Li Chen asked in confusion. Junior Marshal Uncle, when I said 3 to 5 bolts, I meant 3 times 5, 15 bolts, the multiplication table. Deist Li Chen, looking at Tian Jiashan, immediately froze, then spoke after a breath. You brat, you don't know how to respect your elders, don't talk to this old man. Feeling bewildered, Tian Jiashan saw Junior Marshal Uncle Li Chen's embarrassed expression, then scratched the back of his head with a blank look. After glancing at the surging thunderclouds above the 9 heavens, he hesitated for a moment, then still walked backward. Old Tenth, why are you standing so far away? Will the lightning strike you? Seeing Old Tenth standing far away, Jindao Sword Immortal also spoke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, as if remembering something, Jindao Sword Immortal continued, you should still stand over there. Previously, when it rained and there was thunder, this boy would get struck by lightning. In the current situation, it's hard to guarantee that lightning won't really fall on Old Tenth's head. Tian Jiashan, who was about to retort, heard the latter part of the sentence and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He then saw the first golden lightning bolt, as dazzling as a giant elephant galloping, descend upon Zhang Yi. Something's not right. Very not right. Friendly reminder, the website is about to undergo a revision, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. After seeing that Zhang Yi's senior brother's qi was incredibly weak after only the first golden elephant lightning bolt struck, Tian Jiashan, who had undergone so many tribulations, felt a sense of foreboding. He glanced at the sect master's figure, which remained unmoving amidst the spiritual power storm in the air, then still used his cultivation to approach him. Jiashan, is something wrong? Sect master, if Zhang Yi can't hold on later, can you forcibly isolate the lightning tribulation? The sect master, who had thought it was something else, heard these words and naturally understood what Jiashan was implying, his expression changing. Do you think Zhang Yi or Junyi cannot successfully pass the Calamity Transformation Realm Lightning Tribulation? Ninth senior sister is fine, her comprehension of the Calamity Transformation Realm and her own accumulation are deep enough. She should be able to successfully undergo tribulation. However, I think Zhang Yi's senior brother is a bit precarious. Knowing Jiashan's character, and seeing Jiashan's solemn expression at this moment, after sensing that Zhang Yi's chi in front had indeed become incredibly weak instantly after the first bolt struck, the sect master of Chaosian sect's expression finally became grave. The lightning tribulation is connected to the heavenly Dao, it absolutely cannot be interfered with based on cultivation level. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the backlash from interfering with another person's lightning tribulation. With my current cultivation, if I forcibly isolate the lightning tribulation, it would be fine if I succeed. But if I fail, setting aside my own consequences for now, the entire broken mountain would definitely be destroyed by the chaotic lightning tribulation. That terrifying. Then if something happens to Zhang Yi's senior brother. Tian Jiashan did not voice the worst possible outcome. Zhang Yi's senior brother usually seems to be unassuming and not competing, but he is actually very proud in his heart, after all, he comes from a noble lineage. So, the option of becoming a ghost immortal, I'm afraid he wouldn't choose it. As Tian Jiashan spoke, the second golden elephant lightning and the fourth white jade capital simultaneously descended. Below, seeing that Tian Jiashan, a sect disciple, could converse with a Cultivating immortal so naturally, the entire family also had some peculiar thoughts. However, when the second golden elephant lightning struck, upon sensing Zhang Yi's almost imperceptible chi fluctuations, even though they knew that the life and death and success or failure of the person undergoing tribulation had nothing to do with them, the people from Bushan sect still felt a pang in their hearts. That was the calamity transformation realm, one more would be a great fortune for the immortal Dao. This is bad, this is bad. From Zhang Yi's senior brother's appearance, he definitely won't be able to withstand the fourth bolt of lightning. The third bolt is already his limit. Sect Master, is there really no other way? The sect master of Chaosian sect merely shook his head with a gloomy expression. If the lightning tribulation being undergone wasn't a calamity transformation realm lightning tribulation, I could still act. But for calamity transformation realm lightning, if I were to act, it would cut off Zhang Yi's only chance. No, if this continues, Zhang Yi's senior brother's life will definitely be taken by the heavens. Sect Master, can you please ask all the guests on our mountain to step aside? I have some minor methods that I prepared for undergoing tribulation to the human immortal realm. The sect master of Chaosian sect, who had originally convinced himself to leave it to fate, turned his head. Seeing Jiashan's confident demeanor beside him, his expression immediately brightened. I'll handle them. Later, you can do your best. If you can help Zhang Yi survive, let alone Chaosian sect, I will unconditionally grant you one request. Oh, look at you, sect master, saying such things. Who are we to each other? You're being too polite, old man. I'll just remember it. Watching Jiashan like this, even the sect master of Chaosian sect, who had cultivated for thousands of years, showed an interested expression. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never seen such an interesting person. Having successfully passed the fourth white jade capital, Huang Junyi, though incredibly weak, was ultimately safe and sound. What she lost during the undergoing tribulation would only return twofold later, so she was no longer in serious danger. At this moment, everyone was focused on Zhang Yi. After brewing for a while, Zhang Yi's aura became much more powerful and majestic, yet the observers still did not have high hopes, as two more bolts of lightning had yet to fall. And as the entire family was watching, the sect master of Chaosian sect first went to Heavenly Lord Qingling, and then communicated with the sect master of Bushan sect. After that, Heavenly Lord Qingling and Yang Chen turned around and led the entire family down the mountain temporarily. Tian Jiashan, I know it must be your idea. You made me stay here, and I won't tell anyone what happens afterward. Tian Jiashan, far away, pretended not to hear, deliberately feigning ignorance. He had already thought of excuses for later. The commotion of the undergoing tribulation was too great, the thunder too deafening, he didn't hear. However, Yang Lu Yi held a grudge this time for Sweetie's disregard. Yi, you just said it must have been that child Jiashan's idea. Why do you say that? After instantly arriving at a quiet place, Heavenly Lord Qingling gently spoke to her pouting granddaughter, as no one wanted to incur bad luck. Grandma, you don't know, although Sweetie is greedy for life and afraid of death, his cultivation abilities are very formidable. Usually, he's just afraid you all will trouble him, so he deliberately gives in to me. Otherwise, if we really fought, even if I used the creation Green Lotus, I might not win against him. Although she wanted to vent her anger, the culprit was not around, so Yang Lu Yi could only suppress it temporarily, but her tone was still a bit huffy. Heavenly Lord Qingling just laughed heartily. I didn't expect that little child to have such astonishing abilities. Then tell me, why did he have the Cultivating immortal invite us down the mountain? Sweetie fears death, but he also deeply yearns for immortality and to exist with the Dao. So, before undergoing tribulation, he always makes thorough preparations. Now, that disciple of Chaosian sect clearly cannot pass the calamity transformation realm lightning tribulation. Sweetie must be planning to use the methods he prepared for the heavenly tribulation to help, which is why he deliberately sent us away, not letting us see his methods. He's just like that, he won't show anything to people he doesn't trust. And what he does show is all fake. Yang Lu Yi was certainly angry, but what she said was also the truth, so the entire family became even more curious about Tian Jiashan. After the sect master of Chaosian sect invited the people from Bushan sect down the mountain, Tian Jiashan immediately began to act, running back and forth between his own mountain and the mountain where the lightning tribulation descended. Soon, a super spirit array centered around Zhang Yi was deployed. The grand spirit array was also composed of linked arrays, those of slightly lower quality were personally inscribed by Tian Jiashan, while those that reached heaven rank or even higher were array stones he had painstakingly collected. From an aerial view, one could see the gigantic spirit arrays covering Zhang Yi, resembling a cage, with Zhang Yi as the sole core within it. Awakened by the commotion of the lightning tribulation, some cultivators in seclusion were also roused. After gathering to watch, they were shocked that Zhang Yi was already undergoing tribulation to the calamity transformation realm. Feeling that Zhang Yi's aura was somewhat amiss, their hearts were also startled. And upon seeing old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, bustling around Zhang Yi and quickly constructing a grand spirit array that enveloped an entire mountain, everyone was astonished. Huang Junyi, whose consciousness was gradually recovering, divine soul becoming complete, and physical body healing in the rich divine essence, also saw that magnificent scene and was filled with surprise. As for the sect master of Chaosian sect and Jindao sword Immortal, they were now utterly dumbfounded. The spectacle Jiashan had created, while its actual effectiveness was unknown, certainly looked grand. The massive spirit array was both a cage, and the countless array patterns that formed it were like innumerable meridians. Suspended on these array patterns were countless lightning-absorbing talismans. And just when everyone thought it was over, 5 spirit avatars emerged from Tian Jiashan's body, dispersing to the 6 corners of the grand spirit array. 6 iron pillars, 30 meters tall, were erected one after another, and the moment they were raised, dense array patterns lit up on them. The 6 lightning-attracting pillars, like foundational supports, were clearly meticulously crafted by Tian Jiashan. And with that, Tian Jiashan's monumental project finally concluded. Witnessing such a grand project completed in such a short time, which showed that Jiashan had indeed prepared early, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Because what Tian Jiashan had created seemed quite plausible. Senior brother Zhang Yi, this lightning-attracting spirit array can at most reduce the power of the lightning tribulation by 30%, so you still have to bear the main pressure. Tian Jiashan, sweating profusely after completing everything, spoke to Zhang Yi, who was at the distant center and core of the grand spirit array. At this point, he could only help this much. If senior brother Zhang Yi still couldn't hold on, he would only have to choose between death and becoming a ghost immortal. At the center of the grand spirit array, Zhang Yi, who was extremely weak after enduring the 3rd lightning tribulation, weakly raised his soul light. As his cultivation circulated, frantically devouring the divinity contained within the surrounding lightning tribulation, he also used the immortal Dao law of the calamity transformation realm to frantically repair his own state. In that case, I am already very grateful, Boss Tian. No sooner had Zhang Yi's voice fallen than the 4th golden elephant lightning from the 9 heavens surged down, violently striking the grand spirit array and making the array, which covered several miles, glow brightly in an instant. As the light was dazzling, everyone on Broken Mountain heard continuous crackling sounds. The sound of explosions came from the lightning-absorbing talismans hanging on the grand spirit array. Tian Jiashan's cultivation was ultimately too low. Although there were some high-grade spirit arrays as the core of the grand spirit array, the overall strength was still insufficient. So, after decomposing 3 to 4/10 of the lightning tribulation's power, the grand spirit array quickly shut down. However, with just an instant of contact, the grand spirit array arranged by Tian Jiashan was already more than half destroyed. Watching his years of accumulation being lost by half in an instant, Tian Jiashan's heart bled. Look at your face, boy, like you've eaten a dead mouse. If your grand spirit array can help Zhang Yi successfully pass the lightning tribulation this time, will the Zhang clan of the imperial capital really shortchange you, boy? What if senior brother Zhang Yi couldn't endure it and was annihilated by the lightning tribulation? Facing old 10th's righteous rebuttal, Jindao sword immortal wanted to say something, but after smacking his lips for a while, he still couldn't say anything. If he can endure it, he'll be covered in dust, if he can't, he'll be a pile of ashes. Fortune is in human hands, do your best, then leave it to fate. Tian Jiashan muttered, instantly heading towards the grand spirit array he had set up, intending to retrieve it. Being able to set up the grand spirit array in a short time, Tian Jiashan naturally had a method to collect it quickly. So, not long after he left, only 6 towering pillars remained on the ground, standing opposite each other. If anyone paid close attention, they would notice that after enduring the lightning tribulation, the 6 pillars not only weren't damaged but became even more crystalline. Not only that, due to Tian Jiashan's calculations, the 6 lightning-attracting pillars now contain thunder, making them much heavier because violent thunder raged inside the pillars. Tian Jiashan wanted to play with thunder, the thunder from the calamity transformation realm's heavenly tribulation. The 6 thunder pillars were like 6 ticking time bombs. Tian Jiashan dared not store them in a storage device, so he temporarily left them untouched. At this moment, dozens of heaven-grade talismans were affixed to the 6 thunder pillars. And as Tian Jiashan finished tidying up his monumental project, after the aftermath of the 4th golden elephant lightning gradually subsided, people finally saw Zhang Yi on the ground, who was completely unrecognizable. When Tian Jiashan underwent tribulation, although he was also severely battered, he at least had a golden skeleton left. But now, Zhang Yi, apart from his divine soul floating, only had a pile of shattered bone fragments on the ground. Although the sight was somewhat unsettling and tragic, everyone who witnessed it felt their taut nerves immediately relax. Zhang Yi had, after all, successfully undergone tribulation. His soul fire flickered like a candle in the wind, but as the lightning tribulation disappeared and the blessings after undergoing tribulation began to nourish the tribulation taker himself, Zhang Yi's divine soul immediately became robust and well-rounded. His physical body also began to be reborn in the lightning amidst the circulation of the Tao's qi. Even though countless words of gratitude were in his heart, Zhang Yi chose to calmly comprehend what he had gained at this moment. However, Boss Tian would henceforth be his benefactor, like a second parent. Within a single day, two people on Broken Mountain attracted the lightning tribulation of the Calamity Transformation Realm, and both eventually succeeded in undergoing tribulation without major incident. This meant that Chaosian sect would have two new young supreme beings to oversee it in the future. However, according to expectations, among the disciples on Broken Mountain at this time, there was still a chance for at least 1 to 2 more Calamity Transformation Realm supreme beings to emerge. Thinking of all this, even the sect master of Chaosian sect, whose state of mind was like a still pond, felt ripples constantly rising in his heart. Huang Junyi and Zhang Yi successively broke through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, the legendary ancient immortal cultivation Dao. By all accounts, these two should have been the protagonists today, but at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the figure standing beneath the thunder pillars. Everyone who witnessed the previous scene knew that if it weren't for the grand spirit array created by Tian Jiashan, Zhang Yi would definitely not have been able to withstand the last golden elephant lightning. And seeing that everything was complete, Tian Jiashan, who still had other plans in mind, once again had spirit avatars emerge from his body, each heading towards their respective mountain with a tall thunder pillar. He completed an earth-shattering feat, yet afterward, he is so nonchalant. This child Jiashan, his Dao is promising. After the false alarm, Li Zhendaist, whose divinity had also relaxed, looked at Jiashan, who left without even claiming credit, his eyes filled with overflowing admiration. After carrying the 6 pillars back to his mountain, Tian Jiashan began to ponder again. Considering the presence of Yang Luyi, Tian Jiashan simply didn't hide anything and directly carried the 6 thunder pillars to the willow forest, where he began to tinker with them. Tian Jiashan sought to tame the thunder contained within the thunder pillars and then use it for Yaoer's body tempering. Such a thought was only unspoken by Tian Jiashan, otherwise, it would have shocked everyone again. However, such a thing was destined not to be kept secret. After being invited down the mountain by the sect master of Chaosian sect, the people from Bushan sect did not rush to leave. Instead, on the 3rd day after the two on Broken Mountain successfully underwent tribulation, they were again invited up Broken Mountain by the sect master of Chaosian sect. And upon hearing that the two young people who had previously undergone tribulation had both successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, the entire family was shocked. Adding Tian Jiashan, one sect with 3 young supreme beings in the Calamity Transformation Realm, if all 3 were to fully mature, Chaosian sect could completely dominate Wuye Prefecture. Upon ascending the mountain again, unlike everyone else who was shocked that Huang Junyi and Zhang Yi had both successfully broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm, Yang Luyi was only interested in Tian Jiashan. And there was another person who had always been concerned about Tian Jiashan. Shang He, who liked Yang Luyi. During the few days down the mountain, Shang He not only often saw Yang Luyi's face light up whenever she mentioned Tian Jiashan, but even the strong cultivators of Bushan sect also spoke highly of Tian Jiashan. Shang He's mindset underwent some changes. The people of Bushan sect were now gathered by Tai Ting Immortal, which was Tai Ting Immortal's way of apologizing for having invited them down the mountain earlier. After all, everyone was a person of standing and cared about face. With the elders gathered, the young people did not belong in this setting. Knowing Huang Junyi's other identity and that his daughter's heart was set on that boy Tian Jiashan, sect master of Bushan sect also asked Yang Luyi, who was leaving, to deliver a gift to Huang Junyi. And just as Yang Luyi was thinking of quickly delivering the gift and then going to settle scores with Sweetie, a soaring chi instantly made those halfway stop. Yang Luyi, on her way to Huang Junyi, turned her head to look at Sweetie's distant mountain, and her expression changed drastically as she felt the chi emanating from afar. In all the years she had known Sweetie, Sweetie had never leaked such a powerful chi. And for someone like Sweetie to release such a powerful chi, it was very likely because he had encountered danger, or perhaps, his bottom line had been touched. To be able to think of so much in an instant and be so close to the truth, one had to admit, Yang Luyi truly understood Tian Jiashan. At this moment, on Tian Jiashan's mountain, an enraged Tian Jiashan merely held the severely injured Yaoer, his chi involuntarily leaking under the impulse of his fury. A little further away, Shang He stood. Although Yaoer had grown up in Broken Mountain since childhood and had not interacted with many people, she had been pampered since she was little in the small environment of Broken Mountain. Among all the junior martial uncles, Tian Jiashan was the most doting on Yaoer, so when she saw her little martial uncle rush over, all the grievances in her heart poured out at once, and the heavily injured Yaoer sobbed uncontrollably. Although the injuries on her body were very painful, and she felt very wronged, Yaoer, experiencing such anger from her little martial uncle for the first time, became even more distraught and cried harder, fearing that her little martial uncle would fight that person. Because her second senior brother and 7th senior sister had told Yaoer that the strangers from Bushan sect were very strong, and her little martial uncle was afraid of that group of people, Yaoer was afraid that her little martial uncle would offend those people whom he himself feared because of her. The chi on his body autonomously revived and flowed due to his uncontrollable anger, and it was precisely because Shang He felt the terrifying chi flowing from Tian Jiashan's body that he did not act rashly after heavily injuring Yaoer from a distance. Yaoer, does it hurt? Tian Jiashan tried his best to calm himself and soften his tone, speaking softly. His movements to stop the bleeding were also very gentle, afraid that his current angry appearance would scare Yaoer. Although she wanted to say it didn't hurt, it really did, so Yaoer still nodded. It's all right, just bear with it for a bit, little martial uncle will heal it very quickly. Yaoer continued to nod, but tears still couldn't help but fall. Little martial uncle, can you please not be angry, and don't fight with him? Knowing that the girl in front of him was intelligent, Tian Jiashan, feeling even more heartache at this moment, finally showed a hint of a smile on his gloomy face. Don't worry, Yaoer, have you forgotten that little martial uncle is most afraid of fighting? Little martial uncle is just going to reason with him. Saying this, after stopping the bleeding from Yaoer's injuries and preventing them from worsening, Tian Jiashan waved to the white-headed bear trembling in the distance, its pupils filled with fear. And as the white-headed bear, trembling with fear, led Yaoer to the side, Tian Jiashan finally looked directly at the person who had heavily injured Yaoer. The child was just ignorant, and I educated her. There's nothing wrong with that. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Tian Jiashan's mouth, his smile full of mockery and sarcasm. Educate? Who are you? Are you worthy? Furthermore, where was Yaoer ignorant? Was it just because Yaoer said you couldn't beat me? Was it just because Yaoer said a few innocent words? As Tian Jiashan spoke, he approached Shang He, but the qi on his body grew increasingly robust, quickly escalating to an astonishing level. Seeing Tian Jiashan's posture, Shang He, who had no intention of explaining further, simply responded to Tian Jiashan with his actions. Since the other party wouldn't listen to his explanation, it was a good opportunity to compete with Tian Jiashan and let Yi and the people of Bushan sect know who was stronger. One had intent, the other was furious. The battle between the two Calamity Transformation Realm Supremes immediately unfolded on Tian Jiashan's mountain. Yang Luyi was the first to sense the qi and arrived, followed closely by Huang Junyi, who had broken through to the Calamity Transformation Realm a few days prior. The two women, appearing almost simultaneously on Tian Jiashan's mountain, looked at the unfolding battle. Noticing the intense bloodlust in their fight, they felt puzzled but then saw Yaoer being protected by the white-headed bear in the distance. Upon getting closer and seeing Yaoer's shocking injuries, both women immediately showed expressions of distress. After inquiring and learning that Yaoer had been injured by Shang He, Yang Luyi's face darkened. Huang Junyi was also enraged, but seeing that her little martial brother had already made his move, she had no intention of interfering. However, a layer of gloom quickly settled over Huang Junyi's heart. Even someone like her little martial brother chose to openly make a move, which was enough to show how furious he truly was. And with her little martial brother's personality, would he let Shang He off so easily? As their battle grew more intense and the qi emanating from their clashes became more terrifying, everyone on Broken Mountain was drawn to it, and the sect master of Chaosian sect and all the people from Bushan sect appeared. How come I feel that the battle between the two has a lot of gunpowder? The fifth uncle who appeared spoke with an ominous tone. There was no need for fifth uncle to speak, everyone else, upon arriving, also noticed the abnormality in the two fighters. Judging by the ferocity of their moves, the two didn't seem to be sparring at all, rather, they looked like they were fighting to the death. And while everyone was still wondering what had happened to make the two suddenly start fighting to the death, the furious voice of the second senior brother came from the other side, and the injured Yaoer immediately attracted everyone's attention. Soon, after inquiring and understanding why the scene before them had occurred, the thoughts of the two groups of people underwent subtle changes. The people of Broken Mountain naturally sided with Tian Jiashan and were all angry at Shang He. Although the people of Bushan sect felt that Shang He's actions were indeed somewhat inappropriate, Shang He was, after all, more closely related to them, and they had brought him to Broken Mountain, so they should naturally look out for him. However, even though they each had their own thoughts, with a tacit understanding, no one spoke, merely watching the battle unfold. The people of Broken Mountain wanted to vent their anger, so Shang He could only endure it for now. However, since both combatants were Calamity Transformation Realm Supremes, Shang He wouldn't suffer too great a loss, as long as the people of Broken Mountain didn't gang up on him, and there was indeed no such trend appearing at the moment. Knowing that his daughter had been bullied and so severely injured, how could second senior brother tolerate it? Filled with rage, he was about to make a move. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history, screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. But before second senior brother had even taken a few steps, Tian Jiashan, with his robust qi, appeared instantly in front of second senior brother after a clash. Second senior brother, I rarely make a move, so let me avenge Yaoer. I will kill him, truly. Including second senior brother, everyone near him heard Tian Jiashan's words. And as everyone shivered from Tian Jiashan's cold tone, and the storm hitting their faces startled them, Tian Jiashan had already instantly sped away. Tian Jiashan's Calamity Transformation Realm Qi had already climbed to its peak, his speed so fast that after images appeared in the air. He instantly closed in, his divination divine ability effortlessly conjured and then ruthlessly slammed down. After breaking through Shang He's defense, dense spiritual qi flowed in the air, forming a talisman out of thin air. A tattered talisman rapidly appeared, and after being enchanted 5 times with Tian Jiashan's dazzling technique, it instantly enveloped Shang He. Having just soared into the air, he was immediately struck down by a continuous barrage of attacks. Before Shang He could regain his footing, he saw a Xiankun grade treasure artifact, radiating a glow, instantly approaching. Spiritual qi surged in front of him, and a fierce Qianqi roared, forcefully deflecting the Xiankun spirit treasure, which had a strangely curved arc and was almost entirely blades. It then instantly pounced towards Tian Jiashan. Facing this fierce attack, a towering Pangu god, appearing out of thin air behind Tian Jiashan, wielded a giant axe. As if splitting the heavens, it cleaved down from the air, instantly shattering Shang He's Qianqi divine ability, which was not even as large as the axe head. A massive crack instantly spread across the ground, as if an earth dragon was turning over underground. With one axe strike, a splash of fresh red splattered across Shang Hi's chest. The immense force instantly sent his body flying, crashing into the ruins that had previously collapsed during Tian Jiashan's spiritual body's undergoing tribulation. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Broken Mountain. And just as everyone was astonished that Tian Jiashan, who usually spoke softly to others, was so terrifying, the scene of Tian Jiashan chasing after the distant figure, which everyone had imagined, did not occur. After sending Shang Hi flying with one axe, Tian Jiashan simply stood his ground. Spiritual qi and physical body strength surged simultaneously, and a violent qi emanated from his body. As a towering wave of qi converged into a pillar of light, a nearly materialized long spear, condensed from spiritual qi, appeared behind Tian Jiashan. The spear was dozens of meters long, held by Tian Jiashan with one hand. Although it lay calmly in his grasp, anyone could feel the incredibly violent and terrifying qi contained within that almost materialized spear. Let alone a calamity transformation realm, that long spear was practically the physical embodiment of a law. If such a strike were thrown, even a human immortal realm being would not dare to casually receive it. With his legs spread in a bow stance, his body slightly leaning back, and the veins on his arms bulging, the ground beneath Tian Jiashan's feet suddenly cracked and collapsed. The ear-piercing sound of air tearing made everyone slightly turn their heads. The long spear shot several miles away, leaving a black trail in the sky, like a black meteor suddenly falling during the day. In the distance, Shang Hi, who had just crashed into the ruins, hadn't even had time to recover the spiritual qi scattered by the axe strike when a long spear, as black as ink, not solid but more real than solid, arrived in an instant. As it rapidly expanded in his pupils, an earth-shattering explosion sounded once again. Behind, almost at the moment he threw the long spear, Tian Jiashan had already shot up from the ground, and the formations of a teleportation array were instantly outlined beneath his feet, teleporting him away. In just a breath, Tian Jiashan appeared before Shang Hi, following closely behind the long spear. And with Tian Jiashan's descent came a dense cluster of talismans, forming a veritable shower. Looking at the scene of talismans, spirit arrays, and treasure artifacts continuously pouring down in the distance, even the people from Bushan sect, who had cultivated for thousands of years and were all prominent figures with astonishing Dao cultivation, showed expressions of surprise on their faces at this moment. Tian Jiashan's combat skills were so proficient that his fighting appeared incredibly natural and fluid. Utilizing spiritual power to invoke the immortal Dao, there was no sense of stagnation whatsoever. Coupled with the fact that he was a young supreme being of the calamity transformation realm, his divine abilities, wielded with every gesture, were not only grand in scale but also astonishing in power, making them extremely impressive to outsiders. However, behind the spectacular scenes lay Shang Hi's accumulating gloomy emotions. Both were calamity transformation realm, yet Shang Hi was being suppressed by Tian Jiashan to such an extent, without even a chance to catch his breath. Shang Hi felt both frustrated and humiliated. With so many people watching, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. However, what Shang Hi didn't know was that if he encountered Tian Jiashan, he would not only lose face but also his life. Talismans and spirit treasures covered the sky above the ruins. Some of these talismans were genuine, while others were condensed from spiritual qi as ink, but without exception, their power was astonishing. Tian Jiashan's offensive poured down like a torrential storm, and the scope of his attacks was particularly exaggerated. Before long, Shang Hi had already sustained numerous injuries. In his humiliation and anger, as a roar erupted, Tian Jiashan, who had been dominating, was instantly sent flying back like a streaking meteor. What appeared in everyone's eyes next was Shang Hi, resplendent and with eyes like glazed glass. Behind Shang Hi, a radiant Guanyin, with a serene face, held a celestial vase in her hand, from which a tender, dripping willow branch emerged. Just now, it was that willow branch that had shattered Tian Jiashan's condensed divine ability. Having finally gotten a chance to breathe, Shang Hi did not immediately press his advantage but instead seized the opportunity to adjust his qi and take a fresh breath. His gaze, filled with murderous intent, fixed on the figure at the end of the two ravines in the distance. Shang Hi's face once again clouded over with gloom. Just now, he had clearly struck Tian Jiashan, yet there were no wounds on his body. With the force of the divine ability behind him, it shouldn't have left him unscathed. And this same curiosity also arose in the hearts of the people from Bushan sect. However, the people on Broken Mountain probably knew why. After being blasted away and sliding over 100 meters with his feet deeply dug into the ground before finally stopping himself, Tian Jiashan looked up at the person in front of him. Seeing that the person had no decent injuries, Tian Jiashan slowly straightened up, and countless spirit arrays, talismans, and treasure artifacts once again condensed out of thin air around him. And this seemingly calm scene, when perceived by everyone, made everyone unsettled. The resonance that Tian Jiashan displayed with the laws of the immortal Dao was incredibly natural, and what this revealed was Tian Jiashan's astonishing comprehension of these immortal Dao laws. In short, it was mastery through practice. Chapter 146 There's still a chance to escape now. A total of 33 Earth-rank spirit arrays were laid out in a line by Tian Jiashan in the air. This time, these spirit arrays didn't have the same variety as before, but the 33 Earth-rank spirit arrays that Tian Jiashan set up after delaying for time were all spirit gathering arrays. As the name suggests, spirit gathering arrays are, of course, for gathering spiritual qi. As the 33 grand arrays connected in a line, and the surrounding spiritual qi was frantically drawn in from heaven and earth, a beam of light shot out with lightning speed, striking the square mirror on Shang Hi's chest. The moment the mirror shattered, Shang Hi was once again sent flying. His internal organs churned. Although he couldn't bring himself to like Tian Jiashan, Shang Hi still sighed in his heart, marveling at how many methods Tian Jiashan possessed. He was proficient in the Dao of arrays, the Dao of talismans, artifact refining, and alchemy. Moreover, judging by his skilled combat style, it was clear that his attainments were not shallow. Yet, besides all this, Tian Jiashan was also a genuine calamity transformation realm supreme, with incredibly formidable strength. Furthermore, in the collision, Shang He discovered a fact he had to accept but felt humiliated by after accepting it. Tian Jiashan's foundation in the calamity transformation realm was astonishingly profound. However, while surprised that the seemingly harmless Tian Jiashan possessed such formidable combat power, this was clearly not the time to boost another's morale and diminish his own prestige. As he forcefully suppressed the sweetness rising in his throat, Shang He's hair was surrounded by a flowing glow, and above his head, a totem pattern first appeared. As the totem spread in an instant, a totem mural appeared above Shang He's head. With the surging spiritual qi, vivid totems instantly separated from the wall, roaring fiercely at Tian Jiashan. Each vicious beast totem on the totem mural was an ancient great fiend recorded in the annals. I didn't expect Shang He to have cultivated this 100-beast totem to such a degree. Now, Tian Jiashan will likely suffer a bit. The third brother beside sect master of Bushan sect, who knew a great deal about the 100-beast totem, spoke. No one refuted the speaker's words. Everyone was staring at the battlefield, wanting to see how Tian Jiashan would deal with this 100-beast totem, which shook the 9 provinces. Why provoke anyone else? He just had to provoke Old Tenth, and directly touched Old Tenth's bottom line. This Shang He, he's a bit blind. Although he also knew the reputation of the 100-beast totem, Jindao Sword Immortal spoke without a care. Those who understood Tian Jiashan all held an unwavering belief, within the same realm, Tian Jiashan was invincible. And just as everyone, curious after hearing Jindao Sword Immortal's words, wondered what could make Jindao Sword Immortal so calm, in the distance, Tian Jiashan had already given them the answer. Looking at the ancient great fiends approaching with majestic auras, Tian Jiashan's fighting style had become berserk. Up until now, Tian Jiashan was formally using his physical body strength to fight for the first time. Without any fancy moves or grand immortal arts or divine abilities, facing the divine ability known as 100-beast totem, Tian Jiashan simply tore them apart with his bare hands and feet. As a plain straight punch was thrown, and a long river of chi waves appeared in the air, a mammoth exploded out of thin air in front of Tian Jiashan. One action affected the whole body. As Tian Jiashan moved, the silver-white blood in his body surged like a river and like a wild dragon, collapsing. Every inch of his flesh and blood was imbued with divine radiance, clear and sparkling like a heavenly palace. His internal organs pulsed rhythmically, and violent power flowed freely within his small frame. Witnessing the simple, brutal, and visually impactful scene before them, everyone was amazed. How powerful the fiends condensed in the 100-beast totem were, no one present had experienced personally, but they had heard countless rumors. Now, wielded by Shang He, a calamity transformation realm supreme, its power would only be more astonishing. However, Tian Jiashan was currently smashing apart the great fiend divine images in an unreasonable manner. Among the people from Bushan sect, clear swallowing sounds emerged. With expressions of shock, gasps of cold air, or silent admiration, everyone's expressions changed again due to Tian Jiashan's actions. Facing an ancient vicious beast pattern that suddenly appeared in front of him, making it impossible to defend against, everyone thought Tian Jiashan would surely have to endure this strike. Yet, they saw Tian Jiashan open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of innate astral qi, blasting that ancient great fiend's divine image into shattered pieces. Even sect master of Bushan sect was amazed at this moment, his mind shaken. He subtly glanced at Jindao Sword Immortal beside him, but only saw a calm and unperturbed face. Not only Jindao Sword Immortal, but all the people on Broken Mountain were incredibly calm after seeing junior brother Jiashan spit out innate astral qi. Clearly, everyone on Broken Mountain knew of Tian Jiashan's formidable aspects. However, watching Tian Jiashan's battle was a surprising spectacle for all observers. While the people of Bushan sect were still immersed in the fact that Tian Jiashan, at such a young age, could already cultivate innate astral qi within his physical body, a scene that shattered everyone's understanding suddenly appeared. Spiritual qi gathered in front of Tian Jiashan, and soon a ball of spiritual qi, so profound it made space tremble, floated before Tian Jiashan. Everyone then saw Tian Jiashan open his mouth and swallow it. Then, an even more terrifying, enhanced version of innate astral qi, more potent than before, tore through the sky, piercing straight through the vicious beasts flying out of the 100-beast totem and blasting that totem mural to smithereens. The instant he sensed something was wrong, Shang He also saw Tian Jiashan's actions. Cursing in his heart what kind of prodigy he was to dare and be able to achieve this with a human physical body, he felt a bone-chilling cold from the surging innate astral qi and immediately dodged. The arm-thick innate astral qi grazed his ear, making half of Shang He's face bloody and blurry, and causing his right brain to hum. As for the innate astral qi that missed, it plunged straight into the ruins, causing another earth-shattering tremor. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. A burning pain appeared on his right cheek, but at this moment, Shang He, filled with shame and anger, had bloodshot eyes. As he spoke in a low voice due to his fury, his aura, after fighting for so long, actually climbed again. He hadn't done anything yet, but the mere rise in his aura made the space around Shang He become heavy. And sensing the aura on Shang He, everyone who had kept their attention on Tian Jiashan finally shifted their gaze to Shang He. A blank heavenly book appeared above Shang He's head, suspended 3 inches above him, not a deity, yet superior to one. As the pages turned, even cultivators like the sect master of Chaosian sect and the sect master of Bushan sect could not see any characters on that blank heavenly book. However, everyone knew that there were indeed characters on that blank heavenly book, they just couldn't see them. And as the pages of the blank heavenly book turned, waves of Sanskrit sounds resonated around Shang He, mysterious and ancient, as if enlightened beings from ancient times were whispering across the river of time. As ripples of spiritual chi spread out in circles, Shang He's pupils were no longer black and white, but replaced by two incomprehensible characters, symmetrically arranged. And this time, even the people on Broken Mountain, who were incredibly confident in Tian Jiashan, finally had a change in their expressions, because the aura on Shang He was too intimidating. Everyone also knew the name of that blank heavenly book, Record of Dao Evolution, half a chaos method. Also sensing the oppressive aura from the person in front of him, Tian Jiashan did not immediately act, but began to weigh in his heart whether to hold back some methods or to fight in a non-risky way. Although he was furious because of Yao Er's misfortune, Tian Jiashan was ultimately a person who upheld cautious cultivation. He understood better than anyone that the more angry one is, the more rational one must remain. This was also why Tian Jiashan had not suffered any serious injuries in his battles so far. His thoughts shifted in an instant, and Tian Jiashan quickly made a decision. There were so many prominent figures around, and the person he wanted to kill had a background no less significant than Chaosian sect. So, if he hid his strength, he would definitely have a lot of trouble later. Tian Jiashan still decided to go all out. Undoubtedly, after he killed Shang He, the Calamity Transformation Realm Supremes around, even if they had no grievances with him, would seek him out due to curiosity or various strange reasons. The Shang clan would certainly pursue him. Stronger sects would deal with him, weaker ones he would eliminate himself. Therefore, the strength he displayed now would determine the number of enemies he would encounter later. Tian Jiashan always believed that there were two kinds of quietness, one was the peaceful quietness of being unremarkable and unnoticed, living in solitude, the other was the quietness of being outstanding, standing out from the crowd, and reaching a high place alone after no one could compare. However, these two kinds of quietness had some differences in Tian Jiashan's heart. The former Tian Jiashan called loneliness, while the latter was called solitude. In the past, Tian Jiashan had always chosen the former as a way of living quietly, but this time, Tian Jiashan decided to choose the latter. He would fully display his strength, making the weaker ones fear him. As for those stronger than him, if they attacked him, he would escape. Thus, having made up his mind, Tian Jiashan released number 1 spirit body. Surprised that Shang He could comprehend the record of Dao evolution to such an extent, everyone began to shift their gaze back to Tian Jiashan, wanting to see if the battle would end here or if Tian Jiashan had a countermeasure. So everyone saw another Tian Jiashan walk out of Tian Jiashan's main body. However, the people from Bushan sect were not curious about this scene. After all, Tian Jiashan was a personal disciple of Jindao Sword Immortal, and just as famous as Jindao Sword Immortal's Dao of Swords was his 10 divine arts of the great beginning. It was not strange for Tian Jiashan, as Jindao Sword Immortal's personal disciple, to know the 10 divine arts of the great beginning. Everyone was just curious about what this spiritual body of Tian Jiashan would do. However, unlike the people from Bushan sect, the people on Broken Mountain forgot to breathe after seeing number 1 spirit body walk out of Tian Jiashan's body. No one dared to imagine what kind of scene it would be when old 10th, junior brother Jiashan, simultaneously used dual calamity transcending realm to fight. Under the gaze of many expectant eyes, the moment the aura of the calamity transformation realm surged from number 1 spirit body, who walked out of Tian Jiashan's body, the two Tian Jiashens, two calamity transformation realm supremes, stood shoulder to shoulder without a word. With the surging aura of the calamity transformation realm from both, under their resonance, even the distant observers could see the distortion appearing in the space around Tian Jiashan. Their pupils dilated in an instant. The people of Bushan sect, seeing something too astonishing, did not immediately draw conclusions. Mistakenly believing they had seen wrong, they even used their cultivation to sense the aura of Tian Jiashan's spiritual body in the distance. Although they found it unbelievable, shocking, and astounding, after truly sensing the aura emanating from Tian Jiashan's spiritual body, which was undoubtedly that of a true calamity transformation realm, even Heavenly Lord Qingling's calm heart was stirred with huge ripples. Everyone turned to look at the sect master of Chaosian sect and Jindao Sword Immortal's group, but only saw expressions full of anticipation. Although they knew that Old Tenth's number 1 spirit body had broken into the calamity transformation realm, having never seen Old Tenth fight with dual calamity transcending realm, the people on Broken Mountain were equally expectant at this moment. At this very moment, the people on Broken Mountain even hoped that Shang He would be stronger, so that Old Tenth, junior brother Jiashan's full combat power could be tested. It was a good thing Liu Chuan wasn't here, otherwise he would surely advise Shang He that if he wanted to live, he still had a chance to escape now.